That's right.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
It's a quest. It's a quest for fun.
Well, The Rock says, why don't we just cut right to the chase?
Okay, now he wants to get together. Well, he wants to talk.
I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell all your friends about me.
It's showtime, folks!
What are you? I'm...
Greetings and salutations. Welcome to And I Quote, the weekly show where we introduce you to content creators of all shapes and sizes that join us from many and all corners of the nerd universe. We find out more about them by taking your questions. I am your host, Ryan of Nerd Culture, and as you may have noticed, our studio is decked out in some different shades of different colors, featuring 5 that later on became 6 teenagers with attitude, because we have a very special guest joining us. Please welcome actor, writer, the OG Zordon himself, David Fielding. David, welcome to the set. How are you, sir?
I am good. Thanks for having me.
Well, we are very thankful that you are here with us. Now, if you have any questions for David Fielding as we go throughout the course of this show, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. We're going to be keeping an eye on it as we go throughout the course of the broadcast. And if this is your first time here, welcome. Thank you for being here. And don't forget to like and share this with all of your closest friends. With that being said, David, what would you say were some of your favorite books or writers growing up?
Oh, wow. Sorry, my cat is meowing. I started to read a lot very early on. My mother was very good about sitting with me as a child and reading books with me. So I learned to read really early, and so was from a very young age was generally reading like 3, 4, 5 grades ahead of whatever my classmates are reading. And so I started to read a lot of pulp novels from like the early 30s, and Edgar Rice Burroughs was a big one for me. H.G. Wells. A lot of I was always drawn towards science fiction and fantasy kind of stuff. So I read a lot of science fiction, action adventure, fantasy books. I was a huge Stephen King reader. I read so many of his books, and when I began to get into acting and stuff, and we would do forensic tournaments with the junior college that I was at, we would go to different tournaments, and I would perform. I would cut together some of Stephen King's short stories and read them and present them as a story that way. And so anything that would take me out of the real world was in my wheelhouse. I loved reading that kind of stuff.
Ooh, really? That's really fascinating.
Yeah.
That's really fascinating stuff. And by the way, TM Smith Reaction says, hello, Ryan, and hello to our wise sage known as Zordon.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Says Tim Smith, good friend of the studio, good friend of the show. What would you say were some of your favorite movies or TV series growing up?
Wow. One of my earliest memories of television was the Avengers series, from England, with Patrick Winnie and Diana Rigg, who also happened to be my first crush. But I also grew up watching a lot of, like most American kids, Saturday morning cartoons and afternoon programming. So I grew up with The Electric Company and Sesame Street and Land of the Lost and Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. And then once I got older, of course, I started to watch the programming that would come on in the evenings, and anything that was about taking me out of the real world. The Incredible Hulk TV series, the Wonder Woman TV series. Anytime that they had announced that they were going to do an Edgar Rice Burroughs movie, I was all about that. You know, the land that people forgot and all that kind of stuff. And I even sat through those gosh awful Captain America movies that they made, and because, you know, at the time it was the only thing. And then and of course in 1978, the first real superhero movie was made, and that was Richard Donner's Superman. And I sat through that movie 30 times in the theater because it was just so uplifting. And then from there, I sort of shifted to things that might be like a little, what you consider like a little darker, a little bit more realistic. Escape from New York, Terminator, all the pop culture stuff that is alive again today is the stuff that I grew up with. Heavy metal. I was a huge D&D fan. I still play D&D to this day. So yeah, anything that had to do with science fiction or fantasy or action adventure stuff, I was all about that.
Amazing stuff. I was actually introduced professionally to Diana Rigg's work in a little film called The Great Muppet Caper.
Yeah.
When the baseball diamond was stolen. What color are their hands now? that was my introduction to Diana Rigg as an actress. Wonderful actress, by the way, 100%.
Yeah.
No question. By the way, Skylar Productions says, "Good evening, everyone." She's up in Canada.
Hi. Well, awesome. Yeah. I wish I was up in Canada.
she's actually in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Oh, awesome. Very cool.
Yeah, that's where our good friend Willow Schuyler is located. So there you go. Fun facts. And you mentioned something about pulp characters a moment ago. Did you ever get a chance to read some of those stories featuring characters such as the Shadow or maybe the Phantom?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I only mentioned the Edgar Rice Burroughs stuff and Tarzan, the Princess of Mars, but I read a lot of Doc Savage. I read a lot of the Shadow, Spider, all those guys. And I think that's one of the reasons why Blade Runner is such a big book, such a big film for me, is because, you know, in my fantasy imaginings about myself, that's the kind of character I would like to be. I am enamored of the aesthetics from that time period, the way people dressed, the way people talked, just the look and feel of the pulp era, I think, is something that I could, or I would love to settle into as a sort of virtual reality kind of thing, without all of the inherent negative stuff that actually took place during that time. There was a lot of ugly stuff that happened during the pulp era, but and again, a lot of those books, they don't translate well to today. The stuff that I was reading seems pretty crude by today's standards. It's full of stereotypes and racial tropes and the kind of thing that would make a lot of people uncomfortable today. But, you know, as long as you keep it in the period in which it's set, I mean, you know, it works or whatever. But none of that stuff would fly today. Those characters would be considered not good characters. You know, they. But I mean, I at the time I was reading them and I was learning about story beats and how stories are put together and how writers are able to weave together these intricate plots that all work out into the end. And so I think it was good for me to have that as sort of like a springboard to leading to different other things that have moved storytelling and writing forward over the years. So yeah.
Absolutely. Fair points. And once again, we are talking with the legend known as David Fielding, OG Zordon, on this episode of And I Quote. Don't forget to like and share this with all of your closest friends. If you have any questions for David, please let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat, whether you're watching this live or on the replay. And Tim Smith has a question here. He asks, were you a fan of the 1980s sci-fi show known as the original Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah, I mean, I remember Lorne Greene and the opening theme with Richard Hatch and Dirk Benedict and the one episode of Battlestar that always sticks with me is it's sort of like, again, it was based off the Western trope of the showdown where you had I think the Cylon was actually named Red Eye, where his eye would move back and forth and then it would like freeze in the middle and that's when he would shoot. And they had like a showdown and it was very sort of cowboy like. But yeah, I enjoyed the original Battlestar. Yeah, I mean, I love the shape of the ships,
Mhm.
those little triangle shaped ships that, you know, and then you would go to the arcade and you would play what was that one video game where you would shoot asteroids and your ship looked like, you know, one of the ships from Battlestar. So yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that particular game, but if anyone else has a thought on that, please, by all means, let us know
Yeah,
in the chat.
it was vector graphics, so the meteorites were all just like green lines and very glowy, and it was
Okay. Interesting.
wasted way too many quarters playing that freaking thing.
So many quarters, so little time. When did you decide to become a writer?
I was always trying to. My actual decision to become a writer was not that long ago, about 2011, I think. But before that, I mean, I was always writing stuff down. When I was playing Dungeons and Dragons in high school, I did a lot of writing. I was always better off than a lot of the students that I went to high school and college with, because I found creative writing very fun, and a lot of my friends didn't. They found it to be tough and hard, you know, almost as tough and hard as standing up and speaking in front of people. It's one of those things that you know, for me, it's math. Math is very, very not anything I want to deal with, but for whatever reason, putting words together and creating sentences and telling a story has always been something that's very attractive to me. So I remember when I was 13 or 14, I wrote a Christmas story for my brother and sister that I read to them on Christmas Eve to try to get them excited about what was going to happen the next day. And then, of course, you know, I was reading a lot of Stephen King, so I would try to write up some of my own scary stories for myself. And you know, they ended up just being like very poor examples of what he was writing in his books. But again, it was just all part of that info dump that was going into my brain and sort of like teaching me about how to get better at it. And so I think I've always been drawn to writing, but I didn't really actually get serious about it until like 2011, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say are some of the biggest rewards about being a writer?
The fact that I can actually tell a story is a very big reward for me. Right now, what's happening in the entertainment industry is that there's a writer's strike going on, and because because of the society that we live in, where you know, people are always we have to fight so hard to get paid. A lot of the times, it's I've chosen two professions that do not do that very well. I have never been a person that has been chasing after the almighty dollar. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be living where I'm at now. You know, I might be in a little bit better position, but I think the reward of being able to tell a story in my own words that somebody can read and get excited about and sort of want to stop and talk to me about, oh, I love this, you know, this part here, or the way that you wrote that sentence really, you know, captured my imagination. And so I think that's the kind of reward that really means a lot to me. Knowing, you know, that I've written stuff that's completed, that's out there on the shelves and has a cover and has artwork. I think I find that to be a very sort of wish fulfilling kind of thing. It's like I can hold it in my hands and say, I did this. This is something I made out of nothing, and now it's a reality. And that, to me, that's all part of the reward of it.
Rock on. I totally respect that. On the flip side of the coin, what would you say are some of the biggest challenges about being a writer?
Writing itself. I mean, it's I'm not a very disciplined writer. I'm going to bring up Stephen King because if there's anybody on the planet who represents the endless churning machine of stories, it's Mr. King. I mean, he's written so much, and he's written so many things. It's almost impossible to read them all, unless you. I've found as I've gotten older and as I've concentrated more on my own writing, I don't read as much as I used to. I would read a book every 3 or 4 days. I was just obsessed with stories, and I couldn't wait to go to the bookstore. I think because a lot of brick and mortar bookstores don't exist anymore, I don't have a place to go to look for something new to read anymore. And yeah, I could buy it off Amazon, but I mean, that seems half the fun was going to the bookstore. Half the fun was going and looking at all the covers and being able to pick them up and smell them. And I really kind of miss that. But I think the hardest thing about writing is actually sitting down, looking at the blank page, and then getting over that first hurdle of, how do I start? What needs to be said? And the ever big present question for me is, what is this story about? And to go back what I said about Stephen King is a very disciplined writer. He gets up and he writes for 4 hours every morning, and then he stops and he goes and spends the rest of his day doing his own thing. Me, I'm such a I write throughout the day. In spurts. I may write for 10 minutes and then go do something else and check my email or surf the internet or whatever, and then come back and write a few words or a couple of sentences and then go away again. And so my process about putting words to paper would probably drive a lot of other writers nuts. They would be like, that seems like a very awful process. And of course, the other thing I do as a writer that you're not supposed to do is I edit as I write. I'm not very good at just puking everything out onto the page and then going back and reworking it later on. My brain, for whatever reason, will just look at a sentence I just wrote and go, you could do better with that. And so I spend more time than I need to reworking a sentence and then sort of losing track of where I was going until 10 minutes later. And I was like, oh yeah, I got to go do that. And, but yeah, for me, I mean, the toughest thing about writing is the actual act of doing it itself.
Absolutely. I can totally understand that. And once again, we are talking with David Fielding on this very special episode of And I Quote. Don't forget to like and share this with all of your closest friends. If you have any questions for David, by all means, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Whether you're watching this live or on the replay, we appreciate you being here. We really do. Now, I do have something I would like to share with you. And this is also just to give the, for those of you who are listening, I will describe this as best I can. We have a cover of a book here that you wrote. It's called Gaunts, which is a Lincoln Bright novel. How did this come about?
In 2013, I started writing what I thought was going to be a short story, which ended up turning into a small novella called Buddy Holly and the Cold, Cold Ground. I wanted to try my hand at writing a ghost story. And knowing that the way the entertainment machine works, you have to try to find a way to make your product different from everybody else. I mean, how many ghost stories are there? How many stories do we have about phantoms that come and haunt a place or something like that? So my idea was that I had this character whose name is Lincoln Bright, and he could see and hear these things that other people couldn't. What you and I would call ghosts, he calls glims. And glims are these negative energy entities that are what remains after somebody who has a lot of great anger and great hate in them. When they die, that's what's left behind. And the longer the glim sticks around, it creates what is called a gaunt. and the gaunt is this very thin, oily, viscous pool, if you will, that continues to grow out as long as the glim is still active. And the glim begins to pick away at the walls of reality. And if they pick a big enough hole in reality, the things that live on the other side are going to come through into our world and then cause a lot of death and destruction and mayhem. And so Lincoln is one of those rare people that can see these things, and he has to put a stop to them. And so when I was writing this initial story about Buddy Holly in the cold, cold ground, I was focusing on this idea of why is it that people feel haunted? What is it that is so traumatic in their life that it sticks around with them? And I realized about 7,000 or 8,000 words into the story, I knew what that story was all about. And I sent it off to our friend and I said, read this for me and let me know if you can figure out what it is that I'm talking about here. And he read it and he goes, oh yeah, you're talking about your divorce. So that was the initial underlying idea of me trying to work through my own personal trauma of trying to put this emotional upheaval that had happened in my life and to put it to rest, to come up with a character who could give that sort of like a physical thing that he could struggle against and then put an end to it. And that was the impetus for the Lincoln Bright series. And then I finished that, I think, in 2013, and then did a few other short stories. And then I really wanted to write a novel. And Lincoln was always there in the back of my mind about, hey, I've got other stories I want to tell. And then it just grew from there. And I was able to an acquaintance that I had met on Facebook introduced me to an independent publisher, and that's how the first Lincoln Bright novel, Glims, got published, and then Gaunts and Gifts should be out very shortly. The third Lincoln Bright novel, yeah.
Yeah, that's the and this is the image of the cover for Glims, which is part of the Lincoln Bright series. So that's coming up soon, or it's about to be released.
Glims is the first one, and it came out first, and then Gaunts
right,
is the second one, yeah, and Gifts is the third one that's coming out. So this is the first cover, and then the second cover, you can see the face is much more decayed, and then the third cover is going to take that to the next conclusion. So, and then I have the fourth book that I should be writing, but at this moment in time, I'm not very motivated to work on it. There's everything, the world seems to be crowding in lately, and I can't focus on it right now. So
it's okay. But congratulations on this series, and congratulations on those books. That is fascinating stuff, just by the premise alone. Yeah. And Lincoln Bright's a cool name for a character.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that it was one of those serendipitous, oh, this works really well, Lincoln Bright. So yeah, I mean, it was awesome. So.
Absolutely. And something, we're gonna take a trip back here for just a moment, if you don't mind, to a wonderful year called 1993, when just this very small show came out, made a big impact on millions upon millions of children around the world. It was called Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and it debuted on August 28th, 1993. And we are currently in the midst of its 30th anniversary year celebration, as you can tell by our background here in the studio, virtually, of course, and now as we have here. You play this legendary character known as Zordon, the wise sage guiding the Rangers, all that wonderful stuff. So my first question is, how were you approached about the series, or how did you find out about it?
I found out about the series, or the chance to audition for the series, through a college friend of mine. When I was doing my undergraduate work at Southwest Texas State University in Texas, I had made a number of friends, and we did plays together, and we did, we went to house parties and stuff together. And when I went to the University of Pittsburgh to get my master's degree, a lot of those friends from Texas moved out to California. And when I joined them 3 years later, I already had like a small network of friends that had been living there for a while. They all helped me find an apartment. They all kind of helped guide me around town for the first couple of weeks. And one of those friends was Stacy Fish. Stacy Fish had been working as on the production side of a lot of the projects that Saban was doing at the time. A lot of their direct-to-video movies that they were doing, she was doing production work on those. And she called me 2 months after I moved to Los Angeles and to say, hey, I'm working on this kids television pilot for this company. We're having an audition for a character later on this afternoon, and I think you'd be really great for it. Would you like to come down and audition for it? And I said, yeah, of course. That's why I'm here. And I went down there expecting it to be a general cattle call. There'd be 15,000 guys. They'd all read their lines onto a camera, and then I'd go home and I would never hear anything again, because that's how things work, or that was the general story that everybody told. But when I got down to the building that night, or that afternoon, it was just me and another guy, and they said, we're casting it tonight and we're going to film it next week. Are you available? And of course, yeah, of course, I'll make myself available if I get it or whatever. And because I understood right away that this is a very unusual situation. This normally isn't, or at least in my head, that was not how things were done. I'm sure there are other cases where people were like, oh yeah, I auditioned for this thing and it just happened, it just worked that way. But for me, this was sort of like really out of the norm. And I was like, oh, okay. But I had the training, I had the ability, and I was ready to do whatever, had needed to be done. So it wasn't just a fact of being in the right place at the right time. It was also being prepared for it as well. That's another big thing that a lot of people discount about how some things work is, yeah, I mean, there is that sort of like right place, right time element, but if you're not prepared for it, you can blow it very easily. So that's how that whole thing came about. And I just happened to be the guy they chose that night. So.
My goodness gracious. And once you got the part of Zordon, what was the voiceover portion of it like? Did you have to go to the studio for a couple of days? Did it take a matter of time? What was the process like becoming this character, and how long were you in studio recording the lines for this character?
We used the voice that I basically used during the audition. I think they might have augmented it in the production studio with maybe a little bit of echo and a little bit of electronic tweaking to it, but for the most part, the deep register of his voice and the way he spoke in a sort of very clipped manner was what I had used in the audition. And getting the role and was great, and filming it was fun. And then when I got the phone call about it being picked up, and I was like, great, that's fantastic. When do I report to set? And they're like, oh, well, we're not going to film you anymore. We're just going to use your voice. So that was sort of like a bittersweet wake up call about, oh yeah, welcome to Hollywood. And so right from the get-go, I was very much like the character himself. I was completely separated from the rest of the cast. I didn't see them again for 20 years. I would just go into the booth every 5 or 6 weeks to record the 8 or 10 lines that Zordon might have per episode, or 3 lines per episode that Zordon might have. Because let's face it, in that first season or so, Zordon was basically just your expositionary character, where he would like, this is the monster, this is what you need to do, go after it, Power Rangers, I believe in you. That was basically it. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of depth or complex shades to the character. He was very sort of cardboard and cartoony, but I mean, the show was made for a certain age group, so that's all he needed to be, and so it was fine.
Oh, I understand. And once again, we are talking about the incredible David Fielding on this very special episode of And I Quote. Don't forget to like and share this with all of your friends. And if you have any questions for David, please let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Be more than happy to hear from you. Whether you are tuning in live or on the replay, greatly appreciate it. 100%. Were you, by any chance, maybe not so much at the time, but maybe a little bit later on during the first season of the show, maybe, I'm not 100% sure, were you familiar with any of the other voice actors that played any of the other parts within the show, whether it was Barbara Goodson or Kerrigan Mayhem? Were you familiar with any of those other voice actors?
I think I met Richard Horvitz and Barbara in the studio one time, but it was a very sort of like brief meeting. It wasn't like we hung out and went to dinner or anything like that. The main people that I knew on the show were Tony Oliver, who was the head writer. He was also in the ADR booth whenever we would do lines, because we were speaking the lines that he and the team had written. So he was there to help guide what was going on. And Steve Paget was there. I knew a lot of the voice engineer guys. I didn't, like I said, I was never on set with the original cast because when we filmed the pilot, the Yellow Ranger was played by Audrey Dubois, but when the show was picked up, Twee Trang was cast as the Yellow Ranger, and I never got a chance to meet Twee. So Twee was on the show, and she was a big part of it, and then in 2001 she passed, and I didn't get to meet Robert Manahan, who took over the voice of Zordon after I left. I never met him. I didn't actually get to meet Robert Axelrod until conventions were rolling around. I didn't get to meet Lord Zed. I didn't meet Jason David Frank until we started doing conventions and stuff. So a lot of things about the show were, again, very much like the character itself. I was over here, they were over there. And so I on one hand, I was part of this very interesting and quirky kids television show that sort of like shot off into the stratosphere. But on the other hand, I didn't feel connected to it at all very much. It was just sort of like this day gig that I would get like every 5 or 6 weeks, where I would go in and make $150 doing lines and stuff, and then I would go home. So yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But
Well, maybe,
it was very interesting to walk into a Blockbuster and see my face on the back of a video box and go, there I am.
Yep, there were the VHS boxes. There were also the McDonald's or Burger King toys.
Yeah, I mean, and there was also sort of like this sort of shadow guilt because when I was in LA, I was also part of the LA Connection Improv Theater, and I met a lot of actors there who had been in LA for 15, 20 years and had been striving to do what I did in the first 2 months of actually being there. I got cast on a television show, and they'd been trying to do that for 15 or 20 years and had gone to audition after audition and come this close, or they were doing like the stand-up routine before Price is Right or whatever, and they just never really kind of got over the hump and got picked. And so I felt really kind of bad on some level that here I was part of a show that was going to be on television, but on the other hand, I felt like I wasn't part of that show at all. So I mean, it was just like this weird sort of like being pulled in like 4 different directions about the whole thing. So it was very interesting.
Yeah, I'll say with the part of it being the isolation from the rest of the cast and the crew and all the other things that went on during the course of the show. But I will say that our good friend Tim Smith has a question for you. He asks, looking back now, are you surprised of how big the show got and how beloved the character of Zordon became in the fandom?
Yeah, I mean, I am, because when we did it, when we were filmed the pilot in 1992, and when they were filming, the episodes in early 93, there was no such thing as social media. There had not been the pop culture explosion. This was just a kids television show that might be on the air for a year, and then it would get replaced by something else, because that was kind of like the norm, right? Because every fall there was a new crop of kids television programming that would show up on the air, and it would last for one season and it would go away, or it would last for 2 seasons and it would go away. So when I was there in LA working on the show, it hadn't actually hit the air yet. It was just sort of like this thing that was hanging off in the ether, and had no idea where it was going to go or what was going to happen with it. And of course, because I was busy living my life trying to audition to do other things, I wasn't privy to the information about how much money they were pouring into the toys. And I think one of the main reasons why the show was so successful from day one is that if you look at other pop culture superhero type shows like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or Transformers, if you saw those shows on television, you had to wait 6 to 8 months before those toys showed up on the shelves. The day that Power Rangers premiered, the toys were already in the shelves. The kids had them in their hands while they were watching the show, so they could immediately relive what they just saw on television. And so I think that was one of the reasons that it took off right away, because it was real to the kids. They had it, they could touch it. And I've been very surprised at that people place such an emphasis on the character I played, because I felt for a very long time that my contribution to the show was very minimal. That I didn't get to have the experience that the other guys did, where they were on set 16 hours out of every day, working really hard to make this program. I felt like I had a momentary glimpse into that world, and then I kind of got cut out of it, and I would just go into a dark booth with a microphone every 5 or 6 weeks to do voices and stuff. So, and part of me was very envious of not being able to have that sort of like, I'm a working actor in Hollywood experience. And so for a long, once when I left LA, I sort of forgot about it, because this was before the internet really took off. This was before syndication. This was before streaming content, any of that kind of stuff, where, the show continues to live this day because of the internet and because of streaming and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, it was very surprising in the Christmas of 1993 to be going to a mall and wondering why everybody was crowded around KB Toys and, fighting for the Power Rangers toys, and then seeing my face on the Power Dome and going, oh, wow, I'll never see a penny of that. And, it was just very surreal and strange, but yeah, very surprised.
Well, I think you did a great job playing this character personally.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I think you did a more phenomenal job. And as far as the toys go, I remember my family getting me the flip heads, the flip head figures. So I remember having those when the show first kicked off, I think back in 93, or whether it was late 93, early 94, when they did get me the flip head action figures. I can't remember specifically, but either way, it was cool stuff. Oh, goodness gracious. With that being said, I do want to take a moment and actually, before I get to that, what in your mind, what is your favorite line or episode that you were featured in of the show as Zordon?
It's going to sound really cheesy, but it's always the first episode. There's a moment, if you go back and watch Day of the Dumpster, when the kids are first teleported into the command center, and Zordon explains who he is and what's going on with Rita, and they get over that with Alpha and stuff. There comes a moment in that exchange where Kimberly says, I don't think this is for me, I'm out of here, and Walter's like, yeah, I don't think I want to do this too, and David and Twee are like, yeah, let's move on. But Jason kind of stays, and he shares a look with Zordon that I think sort of like foreshadows the leadership role that Jason is going to take on. And that episode is always my favorite, because it's the first time that Zordon calls them Power Rangers for the first time. He gives them the power coins for the first time. And it's that sort of accepting the mantle of the hero that happens in that moment that is very special for me. And I think that's a very special moment for a lot of 5 and 6 and 7 year old kids who are like, I could be that guy, because when they transform into the Power Rangers, they're in these solid color suits with these masks on. It could be me behind the mask. It could be, little David, 7 years old, watching the show, and I could become the Green Ranger or whatever. So I think that was a very, I think the depth of that moment was more than what they intended when they wrote it. They were just sort of like writing it as like, yeah, this is what's going to happen in the show. But I think when you spend a little bit more time thinking about it, it's a pretty powerful moment for the kids and for the show itself. So.
Absolutely. I can remember that. Honestly, I've watched that episode so many times, whether it be on VHS, streaming, or otherwise. And I just, to this day, when I watch Day of the Dumpster, I'm in awe. I'm watching it. I go back to when I was 6 years old, watching the show when it debuted, and I was so excited. I was so happy. I couldn't be happier, because I at the time I was being bullied at school. So when I came home and watched Power Rangers every day, it was, it was an escape from all that. And
well, when the main theme kicks in and you hear the guitar
Ron Wasserman. Oh my goodness.
I mean, without Ron's music, the show wouldn't be what it is. I mean, so many elements came together. It was just truly lightning in a bottle. That watching it play out over at a friend's house when it was broadcast for the first time, we were like, wow, okay, that's in your face. And it was a lot of fun. And, I grew up watching Ultraman and Spectreman and Kaiju, and I ate up any sort of Japanese thing that they brought over during the 70s and 80s, Marine Boys, Speed Racer, Battle for the Planets. I loved all that stuff. And so when they explained to me, what the show was about, I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. It's kids in spandex fighting big rubber monsters. Fantastic. Let's go. Let's do that. And the the sequence when they call down the Megazord, and all the Zords come together to make it, and then the sword comes down from the heaven. Take me out of the real world. It's fantastic.
Absolutely, and it's still a great thing to watch to this day. I don't care how old I get, I'm going to continue to go back and watch Day of the Dumpster or other episodes, depending on what your favorite, moments, season, character, episode, whatever it may be, because there's plenty of all kinds of wonderful things for everybody. So there's that too. And we are talking with the incredible David Fielding on this episode of And I Quote. Don't forget to like and share this with all of your friends. And if you have any questions for David, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Be more than happy to hear from you. And moving things forward just a little bit, there's something you took part in, and this was actually what is known as a fan film, and it was called Zordon of Eltar, directed by Cisco Davis Jr. And the fun fact about this movie, before I ask you something about it, is you and I play a part in this movie, but we were never on set together at the same time. And a lot of
like the original show,
and a lot of this film took place in front of a green screen with visual effects. There's a lot of visual effects in this fan film known as Zordon of Eltar, but it's a great fan film. I think it was really well put together. But my question for you is, how did you end up being a part of this? How did this all come about for you?
Facebook. Because Facebook, happened in 2007, 2008 or whatever, and became like this next big thing about it, really sort of like jump started the social media kind of stuff. I joined Facebook, and it was a great way to reconnect with friends that I hadn't seen in 20 years or whatever. But it also allowed complete strangers to reach out to me and ask me if I was the guy that was on Power Rangers. And I believe Cisco found me through Facebook, and we started to exchange emails back and forth. And he had shown me some earlier stuff that he had done, and he asked me if I would like to be a part of this Zordon of Eltar project that he was doing. And he had shown me some concept footage and stuff that he had shot. And I said, yeah, sure. Let's do that. And then he told me that I would be playing the part of a villain because he already had cast Zordon and he knew what was going on. I was like, that's fine. I'll be the villain. Villains get to have a lot more fun. They get to chew the scenery and stuff. So I got cast as King Mondo in that. So yeah.
That must have been a lot of fun to play King Mondo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it ended up being. I mean, again, it was very small. It was just a few lines here and there, but again, I got a chance to be dark and evil, and so it was fun. Yeah,
Absolutely. I think you did a wonderful job, and I actually ended up playing the role of Dragon, who's a villain from the series known as Masked Rider, which was also on Fox Kids at the time, from Haim Saban.
yeah.
You know, because he had all kinds of shows. He had Power Rangers, there was VR Troopers, there was Masked Rider, there was the Mystic Knights of Tirnanog, as well
Big
as
Bad Beetleborg. Was that part
can't
of
forget
it?
about Flabber, right, David? Can't forget about Flabber and the Big Bad Beetleborgs.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember watching those. And also Tim Smith goes, he has something to share with you from something you said earlier. He says, at least they did not go as dark as the original Super Sentai series, Ryan, because the original Super Sentai is much darker.
Oh yeah, the Zoo Ranger from which Power Rangers is adapted. Yeah, they go pretty hard with the Green Ranger, and so yeah.
They very much did so, very much did so. And then a little bit later on, I believe this was in the year 2016, this was aiming to be, whether it was a film or a TV series, where it was you and a bunch of legendary Ranger actors and people who have been on the show in previous years. This was called The Order, which was a project that was being put together both by Karen Ashley and yourself. How did this come about with The Order?
That came about because Karen had been doing conventions for quite some time. Walter had been doing conventions for some time. Austin St. John and I started doing conventions in the same year. He had come back from being overseas and started doing conventions full time in like early 2014. I started doing them in late summer of 2014. And over all those years, one of the questions that Karen kept being asked by fans during Q&A things is like, when are you guys going to get back together? When are we going to see the OG crew come back together? We want to see you guys back on the screen together. And over the years, herself and Catherine Sutherland and Nakia Baris and Jason Font and Walter Jones and David Yost, they'd all been approached in one way or other about, we don't have this project. And for one reason or another, it would always fall apart. The script was no good, or the money was never there, or whatever. So Karen was very, really wanted to do something where, yeah, she got to see her friends at conventions, but it would be really nice if they got to do a project together. And people were kind of tired of waiting for Power Rangers to come calling and say, let's do this thing together. So she had talked to Austin about she wanted to do something. And Austin said, well, hey, Dave's a writer. Why don't you talk to Dave? And so we exchanged emails and we started talking back and forth. And we found out very quickly that we liked a lot of the same things. We got each other's humor. We seemed to collaborate really well. She would write something and send it to me, and I would go, that was fantastic. And what do you think about this? And I would tweak it, and she would go, that is fantastic. And so we just had this really great back and forth between us of being able to write this outline of what she wanted this project to be. And it went through a couple of iterations. The first idea we had was going to be much more of an Ocean's 11 type thing, where we would have this cast that would sort of like con like this rich billionaire out of, this evil billionaire out of things. And they would do some like really cool heist kind of Mission Impossible kind of stuff. But then at some point it transformed into much more of an action thriller type thing, where, because Karen and I were talking about things that were happening in the real world, cybersecurity, how people's data and information was being taken and lifted, and people were being impersonated, and how these shadow organizations were really sort of like we had no idea what anybody out there in the world was doing and who was watching out for us and all this kind of thing. So we came up with this idea of this shadow organization called the Order that had no government affiliation for whatever country, and they would just go to spots in the world and try to maintain the balance. Sometimes they would do good things, sometimes they would do not so good things, and they were highly skilled, highly trained. They knew how to get in and get out without being seen, without being heard, and they were sort of like, you know, this really ultra elite shadow ops group. And then, of course, as we were writing the script, there's a schism that happens within the group, and they end up fighting one another. So it was sort of like this, the best of the best versus the best of the best kind of thing. And it would all be played by our friends from Power Rangers. And so we finished the script, and we really liked it. We thought it was a good story. And then Karen said, okay, I think I'm ready to show it to our friends now. And she had organized a meet and greet at Nakia Baris's house. And they had invited a bunch of the people that we wanted to be in it over there. And I was standing by on the phone because I was not in California where a bunch of these people were. And it was funny listening to them retell the story about how, you know, Jason Font would show up and like, hey, good to see you. And Catherine Sutherland would show up and like, hey, what are you doing here? And then everybody that showed up at the door is like, what are you guys doing here? What's going on? And, you know, we had like, I think they had 12 people there. And Karen sat them all down and said, listen, this is what's happening. We've written a script. We would love for all of you guys to be a part of it. So please take the script, take it home, read it, and then let us know in the next 24 to 36 hours if you want to be involved in the project. And they took it home, and Karen said that she got a phone call within the first half hour from somebody that said, I'm in, I love it. And it just happened that way. Like within the first 2 hours of people going home and reading over the script, they said, this is fantastic, let's do this. And so we were very hyped about the whole thing. And later that year, in the late spring, I think it was late spring, we were all going to be in California. We all flew out to California, and we shot the trailer for it. I think it's still up there on the web somewhere. Unfortunately, that trailer ended up costing us the entire project because some I's didn't get dotted, some T's didn't get crossed. And when we met like a year later to actually start filming, we had all the equipment, we had all the cameras, we had all of the locations set, we had our director, we had our people there ready to go. And all of us were in the production offices when the union stepped in and shut it all down. And Karen was devastated, brokenhearted, just in tears about the whole thing because everybody had to go home. And all of the money that we raised through the Indiegogo had to be turned back to people. And Karen, you know, has been trying to keep it going for a long time. I have no idea what the status of the project is these days. We had written 2 volumes of a graphic novel to try to like do a prequel story leading up to the story that we wanted to do with the film. We had worked on several scripts about making it a limited miniseries rather than just a long film. And like I said, I mean, I have no idea what's going on with it these days. I mean, it was, to me, I think it was sort of like a case of strike while the iron's hot, and the iron is very, very cool at this point in time. And so, again, it's one of those disappointing things that happens so often in Hollywood, where you get everything together, you get all the people, everybody, you know, all the roles are cast, you got the director, you've got everything going on, and then it just dies. And you know, it's upsetting to talk about it because, you know, we put a lot of time and energy and heart into it, and we didn't get to deliver on it. So I mean, it kind of sucks.
Yeah, and I am sorry that's what's transpired with this project, because I remember watching that trailer and thinking, this looks great. all these different Rangers from all these different seasons are coming together to put this humongous project together and work together as a team to do it. And I think it was, honestly, I love the trailer. I actually bought both the graphic novels that came out with that. I'm happy to say I have those, still do. Never, I never got rid of them, nor will I ever, because I think the Order is a great concept. I think the trailer is one of the best trailers I've ever seen, personally. And
Yeah,
I
I mean,
did actually.
it kind of had like a John Wick feel before John
Mhm.
Wick came out, you know, and
I would agree.
Johnny Bosch was, you know,
Man,
going
he
to
was
be a
vicious
great
in that
villain
trailer.
for it. So yeah, I mean, it was awesome.
Yeah, he was vicious in that trailer. And the other thing was, and you mentioned that you don't have the information at this time, but I did get a chance to see and meet with Karen Ashley at GalaxyCon in Richmond
Oh,
a
awesome.
few weeks ago. That was the first time I was able to see her in a number of years, actually. Plus, the pandemic didn't help matters. But I saw Karen. I asked her. I said, "Look, I'm just curious. Do you have any updates on the status of the Order?" And she says, "Well, I'm trying to put together and pitch it as a series. That's what I'm doing." And I said, "Karen, I wish you nothing but the best with that, because it sounds wonderful. I love the trailer. If it lands on its feet and it does get greenlit, I will support you in any way that I can, because I truly, really liked the way it was presented in that trailer.
Yeah.
I really did."
I was so hoping to see Nakia and Catherine as villains, and
Oh gosh.
it was just fun. I mean, being there and sort of getting to experience uh, being on set while things were filmed and stuff was something that I'd missed out before, and I got to do it this time, and that was great. And I wish we could have done more with it. I really do. I really do.
Well, I do hope something comes of it, whether it's as a series or something like that. But Karen Ashley said that's what she's doing. That's what she's putting together and trying to pitch it as a series. So, Karen, if you're watching this, we wish you the best, 100%.
I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, you're going to be seeing Karen and a number of other Rangers here not too long from now. But as far as conventions, because you mentioned this a moment ago, any specific memories for you that stand out from being at conventions, meeting the fans? Any particular memories stand out to you?
Being at New York Comic Con was fascinating and frightening at the same time. I mean, I think that's the biggest convention I've done. Being able to go to Ireland and spend 10 days in Ireland because of Power Rangers was a dream come true. Being able to go to Belgium and Brussels was fantastic. Lima, Peru. Being able to go to other places around the world because I did something one day 30 years ago is just it's very humbling and very, I feel so grateful to be able to take part in that. And the fact that people all around the world know who we are and who share their love for the show and for us and the characters all the time is such a blessing. And it's one of those things that we hear so many stories about how the show saves people and how it gets them through dark times. And I don't think a lot of you guys are aware of how you guys save us sometimes, because I don't know about, I can't speak for any of the other cast members, but I've had a lot of dark days the last 5 years or so because my faith in humanity gets chipped away at a lot because of things that happen that are outside of our control. And I spend a great deal of time by myself. And so I don't think the fans or the people that like the show understand how you guys lift us up as much as we lift you up. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. 100%. With this being the 30th anniversary year of the series as a whole with Power Rangers, have you had a chance to see the 30th anniversary movie that's currently on Netflix, the MMPR Once and Always? And if so, do you have any thoughts on it?
Oh yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, I woke up the day it premiered at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So I was in my chair watching it at 5:30 a.m. Um, so I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. I really was surprised at the story beat of them trying to bring Zordon back. Um, because over the years, anytime that's been brought up in Q&As and conventions, there have been so many fans who kind of insist that Zordon stay dead because they think that it would lessen his sacrifice at the end of In Space if he was brought back. So to see that moment happen in that show, I was very happy about that because again, the possibility and because of what's all the wonderful, fantastic stuff that's going on in the Boom Studios comic books from Kyle Higgins and Ryan Parrott and Misty Flores, what those guys have done with the characters, the amazing artists that work on those books and capture the feel of this sort of bright and colorful, semi-cheesy show, and yet still bring it into a much more mature realm of storytelling. What they've done with those characters, the background that Ryan explored with the Eltarian War and what Zordon was like before being trapped in the time warp, and what Misty is doing right now with Rita being so devious and taking his body. it's just wild. But seeing Once and Always was great because I knew right away it was going to be good when I saw David and Walter having a very mature argument and talking about some very straightforward, upfront stuff about how difficult it is to communicate to somebody that we just can't hide this from her. We need to let her know. And Charlie was so amazing as the new character, and I just loved everything about it. I thought it was fantastic. The fight sequences, some of the camera work that they did, Simon Bennett and all those guys are fantastic. The amount of effort and love that they put into the show it shows. I mean, it was really, really good. Couldn't help but get a bunch of butterflies in the stomach when they showed the tribute at the end to Jason and Twee, and I thought it was a very well produced, well written 30th anniversary episode. I thought it was great.
I definitely agree with you about Charlie Kirsch's performance as Min Kwan, the daughter of Twee Trang's character Trini. She did a magnificent.
I think I get to meet her next month, so I'm very excited about that.
Oh, you get to, okay. I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous of that. I mean, I think any family.
Yeah, I think she's at Ranger Stop and Pop. So yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious. One of these days I do hope to get out to Ranger Stop and Pop, as well as Ranger Stop Convention, which is held in Orlando, Florida, led by Mikey. And of course, Ranger Stop and Pop is led by Mikey and Nakia and Karen. They do a wonderful job, no question about it. But yes, Charlie Kirsch's performance was great. Story was great. Barbara Goodson coming back. I mean, my goodness, awesome. 30 years later, she still has not missed a beat.
Oh, well, when you asked me what was one of my favorite convention moments. It involves Barbara. It also involves the Boom Studios comic books. I mean, when Kyle had us do the live read of Shattered Grid,
oh yeah,
that I think is the highlight of me going to conventions as Zordon. That was being able to voice the character again, to trade lines back and forth with Barbara in the same room. That was great. Fantastic.
I actually have the Shattered Grid trade paperback, which I hear is a bit difficult to find these days. So good thing I have that. 100%. And when I meet the writers, I'll make sure to have them sign it. Of course, no question about that. Once again, we are talking with the more phenomenal legend known as David Fielding on this episode of And I Quote. Don't forget to like and share this with everyone you know. And if you have any questions for David, by all means, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Whether you are joining us live or on the replay, thank you so much for being here. We cannot do this without you. I want to let you know that this episode of And I Quote, and every episode of And I Quote, is indeed powered by our good friends over there at Poddex. Now, Poddex are unique interview questions as well as episode starting prompts located in the palm of your very own hand. So whether you're a new podcaster or existing broadcaster looking to grow your audience or get more engagement, you're going to want to check out our friends over there at poddex.com. Make sure you use the promo code RYAN10. That's RYAN10 for 10% off your first order. With that being said, David, if everything in your house had to be one color, which color would you choose?
Gray.
Okay. All right. All good. All good.
I'm a big fan of storms. I like thunderstorms, and gray has always been my favorite color because it's all the colors swirled together. It's a very soft and comforting color for me. So yeah, it's not. I don't find it depressing or dull. But yeah.
No, I see where you're coming from with that. If you could look through one person's email without them knowing, whose email would you want to look through?
I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. I find that to be incredibly violating. Wow.
I mean, you can answer it however you wish. You can mention a real person or a fictional character. It doesn't matter.
Stephen King's. I mean, if I could glean some sort of writing nuggets of wisdom or, whatever, I think that would be awesome. But I would never, I would never read anybody else's email. Oh man, that's a. Okay.
It's okay. It's not, these questions tend to be a bit outside the box, but that's okay.
Oh yeah.
Is a hot dog a sandwich and why?
Is a hot dog a sandwich? The hot dog itself is not.
Mm-hmm.
Because the bun is not necessary to enjoy the hot dog. So a hot dog at a ballpark is a sandwich, but a hot dog at home can be served in a variety of different ways. So I mean, it is and it isn't. It's Schrodinger sandwich is what it is.
Yes.
Schrodinger sandwich.
Yep. There you go. If you were stranded on a desert island and you could choose one person to keep you company, who would it be?
Oh man, I almost thought, by myself, fantastic. I'm such an introvert. If I could choose one person to be with on a desert island. See, this is one of those things where you can get into a lot of trouble because I'm a guy, and I'm a hetero guy. So my initial thought would be like, well, it would have to be a woman because I'm not going to spend the rest of however long with another dude or whatever.
Right.
Gosh, that's a good question. I'm not sure who it would be, but I can guarantee you she's probably a redhead.
Okay. Fair enough. The sub part of that question is, what about one animal that could keep you company on a desert island?
A cat.
There you go.
Any cat.
Because I heard a cat meowing in the background earlier on in this show.
Yeah.
So, and cats are awesome. So
yeah.
There you go. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Oh boy. How much would someone have to pay for your little toe?
How much would somebody have to pay for my little toe?
Yeah. The little one.
Enough money to allow me to enjoy the next 20 years of my life.
There you go. A nice number with a lot of zeros behind it. Whether it's a
I mean,
briefcase.
I guarantee you, I'm not going to miss it.
Mm,
So
okay, that's fair. That's 100% fair. No worry, no worries on that. Well, I want to take this opportunity to. Oh, here's a follow up. Here's one. What's the best or worst piece of advice you've ever been given?
the worst piece of advice I've ever been given is don't say anything. The older you get, I think the thing that you will regret the most is not taking the opportunity to say what you should have said at the time that you had the chance. So I think the worst piece of advice I've ever been given is don't say anything.
Okay. All right. And what would you say is the best piece of advice you've been given?
Just do it. Whatever it is that you think you're going to fail at, you fretting about failing is worse than actually doing it. So just try. That's the best piece of advice that I think I've ever been given, that I could ever give everybody else, is just try. And if you fail, you fail. And if you fall, you fall. And just take the chance. That's the best piece of advice I can give you.
Right on, right on. And Tim Smith has a question for you. He asks, if you could collaborate with any writer, dead or alive, who would it be and why?
If I could collaborate with anybody, I think it would be Ray Bradbury. I mean, I love Stephen King, but I think Ray Bradbury is a great, terrific writer, and kind of, at least through his writing, kind of has the same outlook on life that I do, and so it would be Ray Bradbury. So
there you go. There you go, Tim. Thank you for sending in that question. We do greatly appreciate it. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to David J. Fielding for being our guest on this very special and more phenomenal episode of And I Quote. David, thank you so much for being here. Where can the person watching or listening to this follow you on social media and everything that you have coming up?
Sure. I mean, they can follow me at Spoutable at David J. Fielding, or you can find me at Twitter at the same handle at David J. Fielding. I don't know how long Twitter's going to be around. You can find me on Instagram at DJFielding_Zordon. You can find me on TikTok at David J. Fielding, or the real Zordon. Be on the lookout for more books. I've got books coming. I'll be in Minneapolis in early June, and then in Atlanta in the middle of June for conventions, and we'll see what's going on for the rest of the year.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much for being here with us, David Fielding. Do greatly appreciate it. I will speak to you in just a moment here. My name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RyanRPM5. Also, make sure you're following our social medias handles, which are located in the description of this video, whereas you can follow David Fielding. His social media handles are located within the description of this episode. So make sure you check him out, follow him, say hello to him at conventions. Definitely support him and with his book series, everything he has coming up. Also, we are this close to hitting 1,000 subscribers. Once we do, we're going to throw a great big live stream. We're going to have returning guests. We're going to have some surprise guests, as well as special giveaways for you, our incredible subscribers. So make sure you tell 2 friends, because they're going to tell their friends, and so on and so on. You know how these things go. All that stuff is coming up very, very soon. Our next movie anniversary watch along is also coming up. That'll be on May the 25th. We're going to be celebrating the 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. That's right. The third portion of that original trilogy celebrates the big 4-0 officially at the end of this month. So make sure you tune in for that. Once again, all the links where you can follow us are located within the description. In the meantime, like, comment, share, subscribe, smash that notification bell so you get notified when our new videos go up. Thank you once again for joining us. We cannot do this without you. Congratulations to David Fielding and the entire cast and crew of not just Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but Power Rangers as a whole. This is going to be a great year for celebrating this franchise. So many wonderful things are being planned. If you see any of the actors or anyone who's worked on that show at conventions, say hi to them, meet them. They may have been your childhood heroes back in the 90s, such as for myself when I was 6 years old, and I've enjoyed meeting each and every single one of them. Stay healthy, stay strong, stay safe. Life is better when reading, and may the power protect you always.
Famous Faces and Funnies in Melbourne, Florida is leading the way in pop culture fun. From comic books and graphic novels to Funko Pops and collector's items, Famous Faces and Funnies has it all. Rick Shea and the professional team at Famous Faces and Funnies are friendly and knowledgeable. Whether you're looking for toys, props, collector treasures, or a new comic book, Famous Faces and Funnies is your one-stop shop. To find Famous Faces and Funnies on Facebook and Twitter, just type at FFF Comics.
Sweet dreams that last on me inside my mind. Chance my throat, twist the past, my memories are fading fast. Am I still missed? Who do you want me to be? Am I still missed?
Choose high-flying action. Choose death-defying escapes. Choose spine-tingling thrills. Choose nail-biting intrigue. Now's your chance to choose the adventure. The Captain Hawkland Adventures. Available on Amazon.com.
Get ready, kids, because it's the Power Rangers on home video like you've never seen them before. There's 10 hot, more phenomenal video classics now in bright new packages. And now each 30-minute video includes a special feature interview with the Rangers themselves that's not available on TV. Yes! Woo! The 10 repackaged breakthrough videos include Day of the Dumpster, High Five, Food Fight, Happy Birthday Zach, and No Clowning Around. Plus, there's the most popular Ranger of all, the Green Ranger Tommy, in his very own miniseries titled Green with Evil, consisting of the other 5 action-packed videos. Out of Control, Jason's Battle, The Rescue, Eclipsing Megazord, and finally, Breaking the Spell. And the Power Rangers excitement just keeps on growing in 3 brand new videos. These 3 new titles are The Wannabe Ranger, Putty on the Brain, and Bloom of Doom. This new triple power play of video excitement includes a new bad guy, their most menacing adversary yet, the new alien leader, Lord Zed. New Power Zords, fantastic creatures of unbelievable power. Plus, they each contain a special new power music video. So get ready for more power, more fun, more action, and more special effects with these 13 great Power Ranger home videos.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On August 28th, 1993, a new television series debuts on the Fox Kids network. The story centers on 5, which later on became 6, teenagers with attitude, chosen by a wise sage to defend the planet Earth from the forces of evil. The name of that show? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And on April 19th, 2023, the legacy of that series continues and a torch was passed. But before we get into that, we invite you to take a trip down memory lane with us right now.
Get ready, kids, because it's the Power Rangers on home video like you've never seen them before. There's 10 hot, more phenomenal video classics now in bright new packages. And now each 30-minute video includes a special feature interview with the Rangers themselves that's not available on TV. Yes! Woo! The 10 repackaged breakthrough videos include Day of the Dumpster, High Five, Food Fight, Happy Birthday Sack, and No Clowning Around. Plus, there's the most popular Ranger of all, the Green Ranger Tommy, in his very own miniseries titled Green with Evil, consisting of the other 5 action-packed videos. Out of Control, Jason's Battle, The Rescue, Eclipsing Megazord, and finally, Breaking the Spell. And the Power Rangers excitement just keeps on growing in 3 brand new videos. These 3 new titles are The Wannabe Ranger, Putty on the Brain, and Bloom of Doom. This new triple power play of video excitement includes a new bad guy, their most menacing adversary yet, the new alien leader, Lord Zed. New Power Zords, fantastic creatures of unbelievable power. Plus, they each contain a special new power music video. So get ready for more power, more fun, more action, and more special effects with these 13 great Power Ranger home videos.
It's Morphin Time. Welcome, one and all, to the 30th anniversary spectacular of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers once and always. We are going to dive into this thing. We're going to talk about everything that went down during this 30th anniversary special. But guess what? I am not alone in this adventure and journeying back into the Morphing Grid. We've issued the Bandora Protocol, which means we need more Rangers to get this job done. So please welcome Tim to the studio. Tim, good to see you, my man. How are you?
Pretty good, Ryan. Pretty good. Yep. Just love seeing the Saved by the Bell graphics right there. That really summed up the 90s for every commercial back then whenever you saw the home videos for different shows. It always reminds me of that, just like looking back on like, God, that was such like a definition of the 90s, was just those very colorful out there graphics. Kind of why Taco Bell had to recently just rebrand and rechange all their stores. But yeah, it's good to be here. I saw this a couple days ago. I saw it one more time before we hopped on just to refresh with my notes and everything. So we'll go over this and see how it lands up with everything else we've seen from our past so far, brought up and revamped in a way.
Rock on, man. Well, also joining us is one and only of Charm Celebrations herself. Gata's in the studio. Gata, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Ryan. Hi, Tim. It's nice meeting you officially. And I must agree with Tim with the graphics and everything. It really brought back that nostalgic vibrance of Saved by the Bell, and especially the opener. And all I can see in my brains is hearing the Saved by the Bell song.
You see Zach Morris come at the top of the stairs, do a little dance, and walk down to the camera.
With
the
those
broomstick?
big phones. Do you remember those humongous
The giant brick
cell
phones? Yeah, gee whiz. Okay, well, guess what, guys? Time out. So also, we have joining us here on set, Austin316 says, no, he didn't just whip our tail. He's actually one of our fellow Rangers. Austin, how you doing, my man?
I'm more intrigued by some of those power music videos. I kind of want to watch some of those, whatever those are included on there. But, I just want to, for anybody watching that wasn't around when Power Rangers first aired, I was 7 years old. And the 5 days of Green with Evil as a 7-year-old were some of those stressful 5 days of a young 7-year-old's life. To having to go with those cliffhangers back to school and not knowing what was going to happen with our beloved Power Rangers. It was very, very stressful that whole week. So.
Yeah, very stressful. But you don't have to worry about it any longer because now we know what happens. And guess what? If you want to see those power music videos, they're on YouTube. # not sponsored, but we are featured on YouTube. With that being said, please welcome another Ranger to the set. Rocky's in the building. What's up, Rocky? Good to see you.
Dragon Sword.
Sorry,
I can't believe no one took advantage of the fact that we were popping out. I don't know. I can't believe no one said a Megazord. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing well, man. We're happy that you're with us. Good. We're thankful that you are here, I should say. Welcome to the chaos that's going to ensue. Hey, you run a show called With a Side of Chaos, which we'll talk more about later. But also join us. So listen, if you thought having Rocky on set was one thing, two Ryans don't make it right. Ryan Payne is in the building. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Ryan? No, I figured there's gonna be both of us, so I figured we needed to differentiate ourselves. So I luckily I brought my gold power staff in order so you can show the difference between the two of us.
There you go. Yeah, you got your gold staff. I have my affirmative T-shirt on from affirmative clothing LLC.com. Hashtag not a sponsor. So there you go. Now you differentiate between the two Ryans. I'm the Red Ranger and the other Ryan's the Gold Ranger. Congratulations. We just fulfilled the Austin St. John double. There.
That's right.
Fantastic. Well, guys, first of all, welcome to each and every one of our guests, and welcome to you who may be watching or listening to this. If you have any memories or favorite moments from this 30th anniversary spectacular known as Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends because you're going to like the way they look after watching or listening to this episode. I guarantee it. And also, once again, thank you so much for being here, guys. So here's how we're going to do this. We're going to turn things over to our panelists. We're going to go one at a time. We're going to ask them some questions. We're going to have some fun with this thing. So let's roll with it. I could start since I'm the host and I'm the producer and I could call the shots, but no. I'm going to be a gentleman. So ladies first, Gata, positives that stood out for you from Once and Always. What do you think?
What I would say really stood out for me was paying tribute to not just Trini's actress as her
Charlie
daughter.
Kirsch, yeah.
Yes. And Jason David Frank at the very end. And then honestly, what really stood out was the song that his daughter sang. Do you guys remember that song, Legends Never Die? They played that song at the very end of the movie as a tribute, if y'all paid close attention.
I believe I did.
Yeah.
No, I was definitely hearing that towards the end, especially I think I can't remember during the credits scene if they played that again as well. But yeah, when they were doing the tributes, a lot was popping up there. Like there was so much for me to take in. But now when you're bringing that up, I definitely remember hearing them playing that like right in the background, and it really was a nice touch.
Definitely. And honestly, I can't say anything negative because growing up with the Power Rangers, to see the graphics from the 90s and to see the CGI that upgraded the graphics that made them look 1,000 times better than what it was, you could tell everyone was dressed up in costumes and everything like that. But now it's like you can easily CGI all more characters.
Look, that's true, 100%.
So I have to come clean, ladies and gentlemen.
You didn't watch the movie, did you? You haven't done your homework, have you?
I have not. I've been.
Oh my gosh!
Been busy with podcasts.
Are you even here?
Well, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. That commercial at the very beginning, that clip that you played, Ryan, hit every chord of nostalgia with the '90s, with the graphics, the guitar music, But wait, there's more. For an extra shipping and handling, you'll get 16 more episodes. But here, call in the next 5 minutes. We'll give you the behind the scenes of 14 new episodes. It's like they
to
always
be fair, carried into the 2000s for infomercials too.
Oh my God.
But I have been hearing a lot of positive reviews. I really haven't heard anything negative, and I'm sorry for just like taking the rails from Gata. So I'm gonna be quiet.
No, you're good.
Yeah, not only are you going to be quiet, you're suspended for 6 weeks because you didn't even do your freaking homework, man. You didn't even watch the movie. It was only 50 minutes long.
55.
Well, if you count the credits, it was 55, Tim, but
Rocky, it's all good. We're
no, it's not good, but whatever. We'll keep him on anyway.
Okay, I got a full rundown when it's my turn.
See, he's got a look at Tim. He's got a freaking notebook, bro.
Well, Austin St. John wasn't in the special, so it makes sense that Rocky didn't see it.
So
didn't participate.
How about this? Let's play a game. All right.
I'm just kidding.
Let's play a little game.
What's up?
I don't want to watch the film.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys convince me on why I should see this new Power Rangers Once and Forever special.
Once
Do you like the
Once and
original?
always.
Do you like the original seasons of Power Rangers? Yes or no?
Of course.
It's
Up
an
until
epilogue.
Turbo.
It's an epilogue to the first, basically 2 seasons. So you should watch it.
Okay, so it doesn't go into Neo or Turbo. or
Not
anything.
not really. There are allusions to things. There are little points that get hit here and there, but it is essentially a time jump from the second season. Essentially, they acknowledge that other things happen. For instance, there is an acknowledgement that Andros broke Zordon's tube because there's a slash mark on it or whatever, and that happened in Power Rangers of Space. Because first 6 seasons, for anybody who doesn't know, the first 6 seasons all did have a through line continuity, and then it kind of got a little wonky, and they tried to retroactively kind of connect them, and it's gotten a little weird. There's allusions to SPD, which has not happened yet in this timeline, but Adam and Aisha are part of SPA, which is like the origin of SPD. So like there's things with that, but it's essentially, if you have just seen the original couple of seasons with the primary crew up into like Aisha, Rocky, things like that, that kind of crew, you're fine. And you can jump into that, with you get enough information outside of that to,
By the way,
you don't need to know the inner workings of Time Force or Lightspeed Rescue or any of that. You don't need to know that to go into the show if you just like the original stuff.
I tell you what, real quick though, before we turn things over real quick to Rocky and then back over to Gata because Gata was speaking. Before that, Wanda Santana Polanco is here. She says, "I love the tribute to Trini and at the end for Tommy as well. Also love that Rocky was my favorite in this particular special, and also that Billy and Zach actually came back for this." So that's what spoke out. That's what spoke to her. And then Derpy Entertainment chimes in. Quantum Continuum supposedly was the continuation of this that was written by David Yost, or Billy would show up in the Cosmic Fury season of Power Rangers. Oh, that's interesting. And then Derpy goes on to say, "Hey, Austin knows what he's talking about. You did your homework."
Well, I didn't do. I watched this special, but I'm also just a pretty big Power Ranger fan, and like I followed. I haven't watched every single season of Power Rangers. There's a few.
That's a lot of seasons.
And I started a few like Overdrive or RPM, and I jumped off because they're just some of them are just too kidified. Like they're really, really, really silly. Like really made for like 6-year-olds. But but the original kind of 6 seasons, like I said, the kind of Zordon continuity, if you will, is what I kind of have stuck with and have watched. So they do acknowledge a lot of that stuff. And yeah, the only thing that was missing for me is the absence of Bulk and Skull. I felt that. I know there
wasn't an absence of Bulk and Skull, but
well, I mean, yeah, I know there's a mention in a billboard that we'll talk about, I'm sure. But I would have liked to have at least seen them in person for at least a scene or two.
So, that's kind of one edge Samurai has over this special is that Bulk and Skull movies were
both showed up.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, Rocky, have we sold you on this movie that you should have watched before this particular broadcast?
I promise you, once we finish recording, I'm going to sit my butt down and I am going to watch it, and I'm going to text you and be like, "I loved it."
You should text me. I want to hear every single one of your thoughts, man.
Red Ranger, I want to add one more thing just to sell this. If you loved Rita, if you love the actress who voiced and played Rita, who voiced Rita in the Barbara Goodson, she is 100% all in on this special. So you will not be disappointed with her performance.
Oh, that's a good one right there.
Yeah, she's in. She actually is the voice of Rita in this special. That is true.
What I mean by all in is that not only is she giving a great performance, she's also double downing on with Rita. She's not trying to be hokey or hammy with her. She plays her 100%, but it's also so good that she
goes dark.
Yeah.
Ooh.
She actually goes real dark in this particular movie. With that being said, Gata, any other positives for you that stood out that you want to discuss before we turn things over to our fellow Rangers?
Yes, I really loved, like one of the fellows were mentioning, that the original characters of the original Mighty Morphins Power Rangers did ultimately come back and create this special, because 30 years, wow. I was actually 7 as well when it came out.
I was 6.
I was 7.
I was 7.
I believe I was somewhere with 6 or 7. It's difficult. I don't try to pay attention when it started. I try to always focus on
1993. So where were you in 1993? Because I was in front of my television.
Dude, I was 6 going on
starting
7 when this debuted.
Yeah.
I was just starting kindergarten, so yeah, I think.
Yay, kindergarten! I remember those.
But I will say this to add on to the positives.
Yes.
I got all 3 of my kids into watching Power Rangers.
Yes.
And so
Nice.
it's become a generational thing. And the moment it came out, the movie and everything, I needed them to sit down and I needed to cook. So I'm like, I'm picking something for you. So I turned on the special and I didn't hear a peep.
You know what? When it comes to that, when you pass the torch on to the new generation, aka your kids.
Yes! That's awesome!
Could the timing be?
I get the sentiment, Ryan, but there's so much you don't want to pass on to your kids in that clip.
No, not that, but like, you know what I'm talking about.
I get the sentiment.
Anyway,
bad clip.
not the context of that scene, but whatever. That's not the point.
That was awesome.
That was awesome because I have clips on set that I can actually play now, which is great, by the way. Yeah, that's wonderful, and I'm glad your kids enjoyed the heck out of it because that makes all of us here as a fans since the beginning. You know, that makes us happy.
Of course. And one last thing, there was this one scene that they brought back after. I'm not going to ruin it for Rocky because
No, please ruin it. Please ruin it by all means.
Okay, so in
spoilers.
When
Spoilers, they saved the day.
when basically Trini's daughter got the wind knocked out of her, they brought all these old memories of Trini, and then she transformed into the Yellow Ranger. I thought that was phenomenal. It became a generation.
More phenomenal.
Yes. So those were my positives.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, like I said, if you enjoy this thing or if you have something that stood out to you that maybe didn't work out as well, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. And don't forget to like and share this with all your closest friends. Tons of people are chiming in here. So before I turn things over to our next Ranger, let's see here. Wanda says, I was 13 when the series started in the year of 1993. Wow, you were a teenager with attitude. Good for you, Wanda. And then Daisy LT83, I have a pretty good idea. That's my friend Laura. Laura says, I especially like the redemption of the character known as Rocky. He's the one Red Ranger that everyone kind of dumps on, but he was actually important in this special.
That's they really?
True. He really was. He plays a bigger role in this than he has in the past.
Rocky and Cat, they do get more larger, like they're more involved.
Much
in the
bigger
story.
roles.
No,
Yeah.
Rocky gets more dumped on for being a dumbass in the opening of Turbo Power Rangers movie.
Well, he redeemed himself in this special with that rotating kick.
Right. No, I think that's why he gets dumped on for just being a dum in the opening of that movie and getting knocked out for the entire movie. That's what I think.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And by the way, what was it? Daisy LT83 goes on to say, I wish that Adam and Aisha were able to actually be in it more. Adam is my favorite Ranger personally, but I was happy with the group that they were able to bring back for this special. All right. There you go. There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. And once again, if anyone has any thoughts, chime in the chat, chime in the comments. Love to hear from you. With that being said, he showed up late. I don't know why, but anyway, we'll turn things over to the other dude. So Gold Ranger, Ryan, I'm just curious, any positives that stood out for you during the course of this special known as Once and Always?
Well, I'm not going to address myself being late because of one thing I know, I'm consistently having internet issues, and that's all it is. But one thing the things I loved about this special was they really did a good job on really bringing you just invested into it. Like the moment it opens up with the Power Rangers fighting a robotic Rita, that was amazing.
And just as he talked about internet issues.
Oh man! Speaking of internet issues, you're trapped in the warp zone, Ryan.
In the Matrix.
I think you're back now, but we can't hear you. Try it again.
Did he just say robotic Rita?
Yeah, well, that's because it's Robo Rita.
Robo Rita.
Yeah. Ryan, you know what? He's having internet issues. Are you back, Ryan? Are you back? See, I bring him back on, and he freezes again. You know what, Ryan? You need to go back into the Morphing Grid, man. This is just.
Wait, hold on.
Is he back?
I said positive vibes.
Positive vibes.
He keeps freezing.
Right?
Yeah, he dropped out. He dropped out. Ryan, check yourself in the Morphing Grid. Talk to Alpha 5 in the command center, and then come back later.
Ryan, I think I know where he's going. I can probably continue his point. So I think what he was about to start saying was we jump right into this thing, literally from the opening scene, and it's the classic Power Rangers fighting a version of Rita. Yeah, yes, it's Robo Rita, but you kind of feel like you're right back in where we kind of left off. It's the Rangers fighting Rita, fighting monsters, and they're we kind of get right back into the vibe of the show, except for in this fact that Rita is gleefully sadistic in this special, because they do something they've never done before. They talk about killing people. That I'm going to kill you. I killed you. And when we literally open with the death of Trini, and it's pretty intense. Like it's a stake that we haven't had, I don't think, in a long time in Power Rangers, maybe since Countdown to Destruction or since Green with Evil or something, where we felt a dire situation, or we've never seen any of these characters having to grieve the loss of a one of their crew, not just being depowered or something, but actually dying. And it's really interesting.
Well, yeah, I think this is the first actual death we're dealing with, if you don't count Kendrick's, because it was redone at the end.
Mm-hmm. What about Alex in Time Force? He gets killed.
That was also redone too.
Well, it was redone.
They never state that Trini is dead.
Mm-hmm. That is true. By the way, Ryan apparently walked back in here. By the way, Daisy LT83 says there can only be one Ryan, so. But you're back now, so I guess.
It's a good thing I didn't use red energy, because there would have been too much red energy to spare.
So, Ryan, before you were rudely interrupted by Robo Rita sucking you into another iteration of the Morphing Grid that's not as pleasant as this one.
No.
You were saying something about how you enjoyed the character of Robo Rita and her portrayal in this special?
Well, not just her portrayal, but the opening shot as well, because they really took advantage of using drone shots to really give you to do more wider shots of the fight between seeing the Rangers go up against Rita and her minions. And another thing I love that they bringing back the putties, and those putties in the special, they were a lot more dangerous than the ones in the show, because I was seeing putties just throwing civilians off heights. They were really slamming people to the ground. So it was really telling you that this Rita was not the same Rita from the show. So I did like they're giving these putties not just Rita, but the putties are more of a more brutal and darker edge to them. At least to keep it still grounded in PG, but still a little more brutal.
I have a quick question for you guys.
Oh, apparently Rocky has another question, even though he still needs to be sold on this flipping movie. But yeah, go ahead, Rocky.
No, I'm sold. I'm gonna watch it 100%. Now, my thing is, I have a question for everybody about this film. Does this take place in Angel Grove?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still Angel Grove. Still the same time. Well, not the same time, but it's years later. But it's still Angel Grove. And yes, the youth center makes an appearance.
And now I just want you guys to entertain this question real quick. How is it that every time downtown Angel Grove will get destroyed by the Megazord and the monsters and the putties running destruction, who the heck rebuilt Angel Grove so quickly? How are these companies being able to build their
that was never a problem, because once they attacked, they jumped over to Japan, rural Japan, and we started fighting over there. So that was never a problem about
it. It was their problem at that point.
It was somebody else's problem. No, I think how they rebuilt it was it's called suspension of disbelief.
Okay.
And it's called TV magic.
No, Zordon was secretly into real estate. That's why
he was into real estate.
A lot of freaking real estate.
Architecture, reconstruction, and financing. Something like that.
Alpha pretty much set up an insurance company, that would just pay for the repairs.
Honestly, in this iteration of Angel Grove, maybe Cranston Tech helps with rebuilding Angel Grove. I mean, Billy is a tech guy, and he can help things get rebuilt.
Yeah, he did take over Tony Stark this time.
and he has a hovering car.
He has the rad bug comes back, Rocky. The rad bug comes back.
No.
The car does. Remember that magic car?
Yeah.
And it is in the tradition of the original rad bug. It is of the Volkswagen family. So
it's
nice.
Well, hey, Happy Gilmore, what happened to you? Volkswagen. That was a line from an old movie from the 90s. But by the way, Daisy LT83 says the cinematography in this special was amazing. She agrees with that. Okay, and then also goes on to say, They always attacked in the warehouse district. Those bloody patrollers. It always seems to be
or
where
down at the docks so that the Dragon Zord could conveniently come out of the water right there. Huh?
Oh my god!
You play the magic flute, why don't
back
you?
so much nostalgia right there.
Oh yeah, if there's one thing that this movie covered, it's nostalgia times 1,000. That is for sure. So we've heard Gaeta's positivity about this. We've heard, well, sort of, kind of Ryan Payne's positivity, even though he cut out halfway through his spiel. Ryan Payne, any other positive comments about Once and Always before I turn things over to the next Ranger?
Well, I mean, I did hear when I came back in, Austin was talking about the Rangers having to grieve, and I did enjoy that aspect of the story, especially seeing Billy and Zach really argue on just the weight of wanting to reveal Trini's life as a Ranger to her daughter. And I do like that it both affects them when you do the year when it skips forward. Like you do see how Zach, he changed his life to raise men, and Billy becomes even more protective as someone with Cranston Tech. You know, I like that not only did the death happen, but it's used very well as a good change for character growth for both of them. And we do see with their daughter Min.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good stuff. All right. You didn't let the internet stop you.
No.
Fantastic. With that being said, yeah, go internet. Positive vibes only, Gaeta. So with that being said, I don't think so, Tim. So Tim, the Tool Man Taylor, I'm just curious, any positive thoughts about Once and Always for you?
See, I approach these as, I think, different. I understand everybody's points of what they liked with it. I've always looked at anything that I've followed, anything that I liked, any certain properties that I've enjoyed. Ryan, we've had plenty of conversations with what I like. We know I go really depth and deep into it, and it's really hard to do that with Power Rangers because it is essentially for kids. That's the general we go at it audience is the kids. And it's weird looking back into it after 30 years. Actually 30 years, you could tell it's been 30 years for some of these guys, where I do like Zach at least took care of himself after all this time. But
vampire.
I think it's being a congressman. It's something freaky in Washington. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
But it's nice seeing Billy and Zach and, you know, some of the extra Rangers we've got with Rocky, with Cat. You know, it's nice. It's nice seeing them. I wish we could have got most of the original ones back as we could, but you know, with what we got, it was a nice little special. It was a nice little passing on with Trini's daughter, with Min. It's really nice with her, seeing that introduction. I think maybe the little angstiness of it was too angsty, but it was a good overall arc with her character, of her, you know, angsty teen, understanding what it really is to be a hero with the speech Zach gives her, nice heartfelt speech. And, you know, it was nice seeing the story. Yes, I have my picks of it, but it was a nice little story, nice, easy to follow. You weren't scratching your head going, okay, why is this happening? What's going on with this? Because Power Rangers can take science, logic, and reason just for the heck of it. Give them a wet willy. And there were some moments in that, like with the whole, yes, we get the Rad Bug too, and it was nice seeing, because I'm a car guy, it was nice seeing another Volkswagen, or a newer Volkswagen. But okay, they cannot move like that, folks. I'm just breaking that down right now. I've driven them; they cannot move like that. But it was good seeing it. It's good seeing the acknowledgments of continuity to a point. You know, we can't go with exact continuity because every season of Power Rangers is different. It's hard to follow that. You know, they tried to go after the Zordon era in their own continuity way issue that we still acknowledge here and there, Dimensional Rangers, what have you. But in this special itself, looking at it by itself, it is a good representation for a 30-year special for what we can do with it. Granted, I think if we got all the original all the original was what we could get back, because I know two have passed. It's hard to go with that, but for what we got, it was fine. It was fine. It was nice. I wish there was more with it, but that's just me looking at it. But in all down, I could recommend Rocky. Watch it. You'll enjoy it. You'll have fun with it. Just don't find scientific thought in this one. Like, you know, we can go breathe back on the moon and have normal freaking gravity, but that's Power.
No, I do tend to like take the scientific approach on certain TV shows and movies, but Power Rangers has that blackout pass that, like, I don't care how they do it. There's a Megazord.
It's kind of, I look at it like this. Yeah, and I find this fitting now that Hasbro owns Power Rangers. Is I've always enjoyed the Transformers movies. I know a lot of people hate them.
4 and 5 are garbage.
I enjoy them for the fact I shut my brain off and just watch just watch it for the entertainment. That's how I am with Power Rangers, because it is essentially a children's show. It's drawing towards the children. They're not thinking much into, we're starting here, we're going to see this and as come up as a 5th season problem, like we would watching shows nowadays.
Yeah,
you know, and
good.
And I think with this, it's a fine special for what we got, and for me, it was fine. It was.
Now it's cool because like these last few years, Hollywood has given us a lot of nostalgia and just
a lot of
recently,
reboots. Yeah.
A lot of reboots, and just recently, you know, we saw the release of Super Mario Brothers, which I feel hit tenfold across with nostalgia feelings. Now, in regards to apples to oranges, do you feel that the Ranger film hit more nostalgia than what Mario did to an even larger cult following?
You mean Mario as the essential with the bigger cult following with the Mario name?
Yeah.
Okay. As I look onto it, yes, there was a lot of fan service, but I have a feeling. Here's the thing, though. I have a feeling with the story and with Power Rangers as it is, this was, if you think back now, if you look at a 93 for the first 3 seasons of Power Rangers, and you see the structure of what one of those episodes would be, it's the same structure with this. You get the same type of language, the same type of humor. It's what you would expect. It's not nostalgia as, oh, look, it's the Blue Ranger. It's more, hey, there's story to it. Not like, oh, look, there's Walter Jones, kids. It's there's story, there's meaning. You understand that they've grown, they've changed, they've done other things. Zach now with Trini being dead has taken the guardianship of Trini's young daughter. So that's, you know, these characters have changed over 30 years. We've gotten more into the story with Billy and Zach than we did with more. Rocky is a firefighter, I guess, that's out of shape, and you can tell was not in the stunt suit. Or I had to lie to my kids and go into a bathroom, but I've been gone for more than 20 minutes, so I'm sure my kid would wonder, where's mommy? But like I said, it's not nostalgia of making up for things. Yes, you get nostalgia in there, but you can see the growth of characters into it. The one nostalgic piece that pisses me off because I enjoyed Bulk and Skull so much is Alpha says some quip about sandwiches or something, and then we get a Bulk and Skull sandwich poster that a monster or a putty crashes through, and it's like, really, you couldn't bring back Bulk and Skull? I'm sure they'd be cheap enough to, you bastards. But that was the only nostalgic piece. Like, you assholes. But it's nostalgic. It's nostalgic that plays. Sorry,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I hear what you're saying.
It's not nostalgic for nostalgia, Rocky.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So, out of all these elements, I think it's fair to say Rocky is overly sold on watching this flippin' movie that's only 50 minutes long. And he's probably going to watch it 30 times over, and he's going to cry buckets of tears, especially within the last 5 minutes, I would say.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a crier. I am definitely a crier.
Yeah, definitely. And after hearing those wonderful, and by the way, Tim, thank you for sharing what your positives were that stood out to you for this special. If anyone else has any thoughts on this, if you're just watching us, just joining us, please feel free to let us know in the comments. Exactly. And don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. And also, after hearing that whole spiel by Tim, and that whole dissertation on the history of Power Rangers.
All right, I'm a little tired, I'm a little wired, and I think I deserve a little appreciation.
I mean,
Oh,
we
brother.
appreciate you, Tim, for doing that in the span of one night. But I have to say, that was good stuff. But Austin, I have to ask you, are there any positives whatsoever that stood out to you for Power Rangers Once and Always?
None whatsoever. It was complete and utter garbage, and you shouldn't watch it, Rocky.
Please. Finally, the hardcore truth.
If you're a
gavel comes
fan,
down.
I think this was definitely made for the fans of the show who did actually grow up and watch the show. I unlike the Mario Brothers movie, just on to what Tim was saying, I think that's where you can go into that movie having maybe played the game once or twice here and there, and you can still get a lot of the references. This one was actually made for the people who did watch these shows. There are a lot of little references where they're having the conversation at the juice bar, and she's talking about, hey, I remember, your mom helped me get over or I helped your mom get over her fear of heights. That's a very specific episode from the original season. There's little references where when Min gets in the Megazord with Billy at the end, and she's like, well, how am I supposed to know what to do here? And he's like, well, you just kind of feel it. You let the power kind of guide your hand as to like what you're doing. That's a very thing to the original series of like, we don't know what we're doing. Well, you just kind of feel it. You just let it go. It becomes kind of part of you. There's little things I like about that, little bits of the mythology where Min tries to use the Morpher for the first time out of revenge, and the Morpher won't let her because Zordon always said you cannot use your powers for revenge. You're only supposed to use it, like Mr. Miyagi would say, for defense only. Only
Daniel's-san.
I like the little things like that. May I say, at least for the Bulk and Skull thing, where they are right now, according to the Billboard, makes a lot of sense, actually, continuity-wise. Because if anybody remembers who watched the first season, there was an episode where everybody in the classroom had to display their talents. It was like a mini talent show. And Bulk and Skull's talent was making the Bulk Witch in front of everybody.
Wow.
They were sandwiches, and they were going to do a live making of the Bulk Witch, which was a giant, like 6 foot long,
More like 12
sandwich.
foot, yeah.
Something like that. It was ginormous, and they're throwing lettuce and tomatoes on it and squirting mayonnaise everywhere, and it's a whole big mess. But it makes sense that Bulk would start a sandwich shop, and probably sell a Bulk Witch. So I will defend that as a nice continuity. And in continuity, Skull is rich, so he probably helped Bulk start his sandwich company.
We don't know how he became rich.
We don't know, but he is rich. So if they
Maybe he won the lottery one day,
and he's the financial guy, and Bulk is like making the actual food and doing that. So it makes sense at least. So I'm happy to see that they're together somewhere. If they do a follow-up to this, I know I'm jumping a little bit ahead, and they do another one, I would like to see them get brought back for at least, like I said, a few scenes or something, because they were always some of the better actors on the show, I would say that. It was nice to just see, Zach and Billy being in the leadership roles, because I think if the other Rangers had been available, I think it still would have reverted back to Jason David Frank or Austin St. John kind of taking the lead, as they usually do in the reunion specials. So it was nice to see David Yost, and I know he kind of wrote the episode, so I get why he's kind of the leader, but at the same time, we haven't really seen him in a leadership role since Zeo, when he was kind of at the command center without the powers, kind of leading them from behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Being the strategist. Yeah, he's always kind of been a strategist, so that makes sense. And Zach kind of being the heart of the group, kind of in this scenario. He's not as smart as Billy, but he kind of he's the moral center of the group. Trying to give the advice there. So a lot of the things just made sense with the time jump. The characters felt the same. Things like that. My own, I guess we'll get into negatives in a minute. I have one or two little nitpicks, but we'll get into that in a minute, I guess. But those are my main positives. It felt like a nice continuation. It did not feel like a betrayal of any of the characters or anything like that. So I liked it in that aspect.
And I see that we have a cute kid alert on camera 3. Hi, cute kid. Good to see you. Welcome to the show.
I was just asking her
I was going to say, welcome Junior Rangers to the set.
Actually, I was just asking her that. And she's not a fan of the Power Rangers, so the movie.
And why is she on set then?
Hey,
no, I'm kidding.
It's all right.
Why aren't you a fan of the Power Rangers?
Yeah, why don't you like him, Superstar?
The first time I watched it, I was like, okay, it's good. but my
Mhm.
brothers made me watch it 5 times.
Oh, so repetition destroys
That's the problem.
Yeah.
They should not let you rewatch it. They should have
Overexposure. See, that can be a
watch it.
problem. Overexposure can be a problem. I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, your mind actually starts piecing.
I mean, my nieces
together
love
after,
the
like,
late. My nieces love the newer Power Rangers. Like they love Samurai and Dino and the other ones from Nickelodeon. But when I tried to show them something like Zeo or In Space, they immediately just got up and walked out the door.
Because they're products of their time, and like if you were there when it actually first aired, you would get it. So the newer generations may not get it, because as we saw at the top of this broadcast, 90s graphics don't hit everybody the same way. So the
Well, and
youngin
neither
right
do
there,
really cheap 2023 graphics, as we see with the Megazord at the end of this movie.
well,
but, you know.
yeah, but I'm just saying that
before you
certain
really
things-
drop the hammer down.
Yeah, but certain things are products of their time, and some things they may not have aged well. They just don't hit the newer generations as much as they did the generations that grew up with that property, and that's okay. Listen, some things work, some things don't. She's having a lot of fun back there on camera 3. But anyway, I digress. So for me, by the way, for argument's sake, how do you say her name again? It's killing me.
Leliana.
Laliana. Okay, so Laliana, I'll tell you a secret. If you watch the better MMPR is OG. Let's respect that. That's first of all. Number 2, if you watch Time Force, I think you have a better time at the TV set. And also, if you watch other seasons that are maybe more targeted towards your demographic, maybe you would enjoy it more. I'm not sure. But if you want to check out Dino Charge or Ninja, what was the more recent
Ninja
one, right?
Steel.
Ninja Steel. Thank you.
There's
Beast
Dino
Morphers.
Fury,
Thank
and
you.
then there's Dino Fury was the recent one, and then now the newest one coming out is going to be called
Cosmic Fury.
Morphers.
Cosmic Fury.
Oh no, Beast. Yeah.
It is Cosmic Fury. Maybe you'll enjoy
Beast
that.
Morphers.
Just give it a chance. Just give it a chance. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll see.
My
Dino Charge
brothers
has like
made me watch like all of them, every single one on Netflix 5 times over.
no, you had to pace yourself with this.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
seasons that you may want to watch, but you just pace yourself is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
it's a marathon, not a race.
It's a
Yeah.
it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah.
Just don't watch
It's
them
my
over and over
5-year-old.
again.
He's the one that constantly watches Ninja Steel, Dino, and
Dino Charge.
original. As soon as I got them all on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the youngest one, the 5-year-old that just turned 5 a couple days ago, he constantly wants to watch the OG NPR. Mighty
Wow.
Yeah.
I respect that. My nieces and nephews couldn't get into MMPR, but they got into some of the later seasons because, like I said, there are a lot of products of their time, and they're targeted towards different. Well, I mean, they're all targeted towards kids, but at the same time, if a kid is watching a certain season at a certain age, it's going to hit them more than the older seasons would. That's all I'm
Also
going to say.
depends on the team, honestly. The team that which hits them. My nieces, I mean, sure, the newer ones like Samurai, Dino Charge, and Ninja Steel, they're
Mega
more
Force.
towards Mega Force, yeah, like those. But even then, when I showed them Jungle Fury, they actually didn't mind that one. But when I did show them like Mystic Force or SPD, that turned them away. So it's honestly depends
products
on
of their time, man. They're products of their time. But for me,
I'm not the biggest fan of Mystic Force or Operation Overdrive, but
Power Rangers do not wear capes. They don't wear capes.
Magic, Ryan.
That was magic, though.
I don't care. Power Rangers do not wear capes. Unless you're Superman or Batman, you do not wear a cape. But anyway,
Okay, so
and by the way,
last
rule
night
number
is
3,
one
Ryan,
Power
rule
Ranger
number 3 is
Ice Age
never
before
tug
the
away at Superman's cape. All right, never do that. But my point is, the positive. Sorry, Ryan, you got caught in the. Or no, he's back. Never mind. So I thought he got
We're
caught in
just
the
talking
Matrix.
over each other at this point.
No, I'm sorry.
We're a Power Ranger family, guys. Come on.
We are. The youngin over here on camera 3 may not like some of the stuff that we like, and that's okay. There's no problem with that. Just buy her the toys. She'll get into it eventually. Anyway, toys are great, by the way.
And her wallet will yell at her.
Toys are great because
Yeah.
you and I have massive collections, and so does Ryan. And Austin probably does too, somewhere in the backyard, basement somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, so the positives for me, as we're staying on track, thank you, Tim. So we're going to stay on track with this. The positives that stood out for me, there are a few things that stood out for me. One, David Yost, Walter Jones, and Charlie Kirsch. 100%. They were the standouts. Those 3 were incredible. They took on a leadership role. They took on a more like patriarch type of role of looking after men. I thought that was fantastic. fantastic. And then arguing about whether to share who Trini actually was to her own daughter, that's like, because Zordon says, rule number 3, never ever reveal your identity as a Power Ranger. No one can ever know that you're a Ranger.
Which is sad because he didn't know that Tommy revealed his identity to his brother. But
we never saw his brother ever again.
I was going to say, we never saw the brother in the desert ever again, so I'm just saying. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So those moments stood out for me. The moments between Billy and Zach and Min were fantastic. And then Zach taking on more of a leadership role. Basically, what I'm saying is these 3 actors were the standouts. And Charlie Kirsch, oh my gosh. Phenomenal job as Min. Phenomenal job in the fight sequences, because that was all her. She is an accomplished martial artist. She has a martial arts background. She's only 16 years old. 16 years old.
Wow.
For this young, up-and-coming actress / martial artist to do what she was able to do in a 1-hour special, because she has acted and portrayed characters in different things, but they were smaller projects. This was her first shot at one of the bigger projects. And boy, did she knock it out of the park. I mean, she took it serious. I mean, she was serious when she had to be. She cracked jokes when she had to. She laid the smackdown on the putty's candy ass when she had to. And I mean, I'm telling you,
Did she actually stab them?
With the power dagger, she did.
Yes, she did. That's one thing. I love the Rangers that actually using their weapons, not just to kill.
Because we always mention, because we're adults, of like, okay, let's see.
Yeah, they kind of use them, but they don't actually use them.
This does go more towards adult themes.
It gets dark.
I mean, not too dark. Where
a little dark,
but more.
It's more mature.
Like what you're saying, Tim. Like we see
we've
them.
always wanted.
Yeah, we see them more weapons, but we don't actually see them actually use them. So it is nice in this special. We see them practically use them. Like we see the daggers being used to stab, the bow is being used.
The power lance stabs Rita.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was gonna say it impales her, but yeah.
Well, it stabs her really. But anyway, those are the things that stood out to me was the acting chops.
You could have held her up on there and just like, okay, she's done.
But the acting chops of all 3 of those actors stood out for me. And then also Rocky and Kat getting more to do was fantastic. They really came full circle, not only with their characters, but with their roles in this legacy of Power Rangers. Because we've seen them appear in other specials, but they don't have as much to do. In this one, they had a lot more to do and a lot more to bring to the table, respectively. So my hat's off to all of them who took part in this. Everyone the voice actress, Barbara Goodson, coming back as Rita, she hasn't lost a step in 30 plus years in this business. She has not lost a step at all. So those things stood out to me. I think some of the nods to the music was nice. Little winks and nods to the music. Some of the musical cues were great. Some references that came into the mix were great. I remember those things when they happened. And it's just, nostalgia was on full display, if you will. But those are the positives that stood out for me. Now, for Austin, what were some of the negatives that stood out for you in Once and Always?
I'm going to disagree a little bit about Charlie Kirsch. I didn't really love her character, to be honest.
Ooh. Hot take. We got some hot takes in the building.
Her character was like, I don't like angsty teen characters. I just don't. Who their whole purpose is to just be like, okay, old man, I'm going to do my thing. Don't tell me what to do, which was her main purpose for most of the episode. And the fact that she wouldn't listen, to Zach and Billy when they're trying to like explain things. I just don't like that in movies in general. Like if you would give them 30 seconds to explain something, they would. I don't know. She didn't work for me as well. I'll say that. I know she's essential to the episode, but when she was kind of doing her angsty thing, I checked out a little bit, to be honest. So it's kind of more of a nitpick, but I alluded to it earlier. I thought the CGI for the final sort of Megazord fight was really, really bad. Very, very bad. It made me very much miss, because I'm also a big Godzilla fan. So one of the reasons I love the original Power Rangers is it's dudes in suits, in monster suits and robot suits, throwing down, smashing each other, and I don't feel the weight of it when it's just 2 CGI blobs smashing it. He felt too fluid, like the Megazord did. The reason why I like the old ones is he would wind back and punch and clang, like they make like the noises and things. And this one it was just they were jumping all over the place and they're flying around, and I didn't feel the weight of that. So that was kind of a negative. It's probably a budgetary thing, I'm sure it is, but they just can't do it. I liked Robo Rita, but if you're gonna have Robo Rita, and this is why I hope they do a follow up, I would have preferred Lord Zed. Just
Robo Zed.
I would have loved a little Robo Zed more than Robo Rita, just for me personally. No disrespect to Barbara Goodson, she's great, and she's having a lot of fun with the part, and I get it and I like it. But I'm a bigger Zed fan. He's got the better stuff. And the only other thing is they had a few nods to Ron Wasserman's music, but I would have liked to actually them to bring in some of the old classic tracks during some of the fight scenes. Give me 541, give me Combat, give me I Will Win, give me those full on when they're fighting in the juice bar, when they're fighting on the streets. Like, give me some of those tracks. Those tracks are bangers to this day. Like, you go listen to Power Rangers Redux, and they're great. Like, they're fantastic. So like, I would have liked a few more just heavier musical cues. They hit the right notes when they needed to. I just would have liked that a little bit more. But most of those are kind of more nitpicky more than anything else. I think Charlie Kirsch for me was the biggest negative. I didn't love her character. I get that she's essential and that we're paying tribute to Trini by passing it on to the daughter. I get it. That's fine. So it's functional for me. But I just didn't love the performance, just me personally. So I'm the one loner out of the group. It is what it is, but I didn't love it.
It's okay. It's okay. To each their own.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. So Austin,
and Steve Cardenas, I've met you. I love you. You're a nice guy. But for God's sakes, if you know you're going to be in a Power Ranger special, do some push-ups before you get there. Because your gut was sticking out of that fireman's outfit, and it was very obvious when it wasn't you in the suit. Sorry.
Oh God.
Oh, referring to Steve Cardenas as Rocky.
Steve Cardenas is Rocky. Yes.
Yeah.
I get that we're all older, but come on, Walter Jones was in great shape. David Yost was in great shape. Come on, these guys were in shape. I mean,
they were.
He was in shape, but his face gave off the reminders of like. Do you remember in Rogue One with when you saw
Grand Moff?
You mean Saw
Tarkin?
You saw Tarkin? Yeah.
Tarkin.
Yeah. The CGI on his face reminded me of Billy's. It just freaked me out.
Oh wow!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's going back to Rogue One. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got a Star Wars reference on a Power Ranger.
And granted, yes, they're 30 years older. It's been 30 years, folks. Not everyone can be Walter Jones and just be useful all their lives.
Right.
But
Walter Jones.
One thing about
Walter Jones has been 21s for 30 years.
I get that the dialogue's corny and stuff, but when he like literally is about to fight the putties and he literally says, "All right, guys, let me introduce you to hip hop keto," it's like, yeah, we know you're doing hip hop keto. Like,
I actually
just do
appreciate
it. You don't need to be overt member berries. Like, I know what your style is. I get it. You do the hip hop keto. You don't need to say that out loud. Like,
apparently Wanda's laughing with something. I'm not sure if she's laughing at what Austin is saying or is she laughing at something else. And by the way, Daisy LT83 says Austin St. John, who portrayed Jason the original Red Ranger, he liked the Mystic Force capes. Okay, I didn't know that.
Even the Yellow Ranger Chip in the show mentioned how much he loved the cape.
Okay, fine, we get it. People like capes. I don't want capes on my Power Rangers. Hashtag not my Power Rangers, but whatever, that's fine. Austin, any other? Because I heard you have a prior engagement coming up here, not too long from now. So, any final remarks, and where can people follow you, Austin, on social media?
No, overall, again, I very much enjoyed it as a Power Ranger fan. Again, I felt it was a nice love letter for people who genuinely enjoy the show, who enjoy maybe just the old school aspect of it, and they weren't trying to let's connect the dots to every show ever like they do in some of the reunion specials, and try to retroactively connect everything. And it's like, it doesn't have to be like, you can have these extra adventures off in other galaxies and other dimensions, whatever, that's fine. But yeah, let's just do a really simple kind of celebration of what made Power Rangers great. Let's up the stakes a little bit. Let's put them on the defensive, and I liked it. It's all them coming together. So any nitpicks I had were exactly that. They were just little nitpicks. I thought it was a great special overall, and it was a nice little, like I said, kind of an epilogue to the series. So, but anyways, having said that, you can find me over on the Movie Hero Network. We do tournament fights, tier ranker fights, podcast league now, Lonely Marks Wrestling podcast, all kinds of great stuff over on the Movie Hero Network. Please, we'd love a chance to earn your subscription over there, and come check us out. We have some great content over there. So, but thank you very much for having me back, Ryan. I appreciate being on Nerd Culture with you guys always. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks for being here with us, man. We wish you the best. And if you ever want to come back and talk more Power Rangers, because Lord knows you got opinions, let me know. And
I like this man. I like this man.
Yeah, we like this man. We like this man. Yeah. Austin, instead of saying that man is playing Galaga,
yeah,
wouldn't notice, but he likes Power Rangers. But
that man's watching Power Rangers. Yeah.
So, Austin, take it easy. Enjoy yourself. We'll talk to you again soon, my man.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a great night.
May the power protect you.
All right.
So real quick, I as I'm watching you guys and I'm hearing your guys' opinions on this movie, I actually have it playing on the side of the computer with the caption. Now, as I'm watching this, you know, it is hitting nostalgia here or there, and the first fight pretty intense. Now, growing up, you know, because of watching Power Rangers, you know, I wanted to do martial arts, and I was able to because the Power Rangers were showing me. I'm like, this is cool. I want to learn how to do all that stuff. How do you feel about the fight choreography in this film?
Man, I feel like we're on the set of like Hollywood Access or Access Hollywood and Siskel and Ebert and Rocky's like diving into all the heavy stuff of this movie or series.
Power Rangers is majority fight is mostly fighting. So I mean,
I honestly should have brought a notebook for this. Like I should have studied for this quiz because Rocky, I didn't know you were going to throw us under the. I mean, Tim did, but yeah. But anyway, how does the choreography hold up? I mean, I think like I said, I think the movie for me on the positives because I do want to stay focused here on what the negatives are, if any stood out for each individual panelist. I thought the fights were good. I mean, they were what they had to be. It was the right amount of nostalgia, but they also got a little bit more serious with the fighting in terms of using their power weapons to actually stab people. And no, there was no blood spatter in the course of this episode. In other words, I'm trying to say no women, children, or robots were harmed during the course of this episode. Hence the reason Gata's children are able to actually watch this movie. So
I will say it is nice to actually see in this choreography that was getting better with age. That of the punching of you can see the actual go through of the
follow through.
Yes, you can see the follow through, the contact, and it actually feels more.
There is
like a fight instead of choreographer. Or
he's right.
Instead of acting, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean, and and I do know what Tim means about that. That's one thing I enjoyed about this was we are seeing more of a constant shot we see with the choreographers. Not like in the past shows, even though they were like dug from Sentai, you do see every now and then like it's mostly like it'll do acrobatics, a couple of
callus explosions.
It was way too much acrobatics back then. I mean, even when go ahead.
I mean, I'm agreeing with you guys. All I'm just saying is like if you compare this special with the fighting that was done in the first two seasons of Mighty Morphin even further on, you do see they spent more outside of Jungle Fury. They do spend more time focusing on the fight itself instead of having them just punch a putty, then flip or side kick or do spin kicks
and say some one-liner.
Yes. And one thing about the fight choreography was great was they actually did use for the environments, not just over in the hills when you see where Trini dies, but also the juice stand, and when they're outside Angel Grove, like the people are in danger. And I do love that they have to strategize. Like they can't fight all of them. They have to protect some people. So you do see that they are using the environment to play up the danger in the situation.
And once again, for those of you who just joined us, we are talking about the 30th anniversary spectacular Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always that dropped on Netflix this week here in April of 2023. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you have any thoughts about this, positive, negative, or otherwise, anything in between, or what do you hope to see from Power Rangers moving forward, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. We'll be happy to hear from you. Also, I want to thank our panelists for being here. And Wanda was referring to, I was laughing about what he said about Steve Cardenas with my laughing emojis from earlier. That's what Wanda was saying. Okay, Wanda. Well, we will pass that on to Austin. Tim, if you want to DM him that. No, I'm just kidding. But I will. I'll take care of it later. So with that being said,
I want to have him on when I want to have brainstorm talks about breaking things down.
We should. You, me, and Austin should sit down and just do a round table or something.
It's going to be like 6 hours.
It is. It's going to be 6 hours. And Gata's going to be looking at me like, Ryan, why am I friends with you? This doesn't make any sense. And Gata, the question I have for you.
Can we have her be our therapist on this?
She could. I mean, she could. She is. I mean, she has. Never mind. She's an expert in a lot of different fields. But I don't know if therapy is one of them. I can't speculate or comment on that. But what I can say to Gata, maybe she could be, yeah, she can ring us in, is what I'm saying. Anyway, Gata, do us a favor. What are some negatives, if any, that stood out for you in the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always special?
Well, my daughter said it all.
I don't like watching it. My brother's made me watch it 5 times over.
5 times.
That's it? You didn't like it because you had to watch it 5 times, Gata?
No, I didn't have to. She did. So I'm referring to what I'm speaking on her
Show
behalf
Booker
because
T. Show like Booker
I was
T.
gonna say, I hope your daughter does witness the greatness that is certain elements and seasons of Power Rangers.
Wait,
one day.
hold on.
oh,
Rocky
she
face,
does,
Rocky
she
face.
does. But her littlest brother, he's constantly
Driving
Power
her up the
Rangers
wall.
this, Power Rangers that. And if you ask him who his favorite colored Power Ranger is, he'll tell you blue. Not only is that his favorite color, but that's his favorite colored Ranger. And
Nothing wrong with that.
no,
There's no right or wrong answer to that question. But any negatives other than the fact that your daughter was upset a moment ago?
Honestly, no. But what I would like to see is the growth of Min, to see how she grows from becoming the Yellow Ranger, to see where she is going with this and how she's going to build the Power Ranger legacy.
That's a fair point. All right. Didn't really answer the question. You kind of jumped ahead to, hey, what do you hope to see for later? And you jumped ahead. So thanks a lot.
Well, I don't have any negatives.
It's okay. It's all right. By the way, Wanda chimes in. She says, I have watched this special 7 times already. Laughing out loud.
Nice.
There's a lot of people who have watched it over and over and over. And by the way, if you have
at
watched
least it's 7 more times than
hey, she's watched it
It's
5
7 more times
than I
than me.
have.
7 more times than me.
Rocky's watching it as he's on set with us right now, which is ironic.
And
I wonder
right
what
now,
that face was. That face that you had when Gato was talking. That I wonder what scene that was.
so right now, I am at the scene where they crash through the Vulcan skull sandwich sign, and I'm reading this. I'm reading this right here. This is so clever. Use your skull, buy in bulk. And I'm looking at
that is cool.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the photo. I'm looking at the
Great
photo of the 2 actors that play Vulcan Skull, and it looks like it was just taken off their Facebook profile or Instagram because there was little or no effort for these guys. This literally just looks like cut and paste from a Instagram post to use for the ad.
Well, the Power Rangers that are filmed in New Zealand, it is a non-union show. So they don't have as big a budget as other movies and TV series do. It's
Fair.
non-union, guys. Remember, this is a non-union show. So very limited budget. But aside from Gata saying my daughter's upset and I've seen this special one too many times because my 5-year-old won't be quiet about it. If he's still here in the Morphing Grid, Ryan Payne, any negatives for you that stand out from Once and Always?
Not as much as that I thought there was going to be. Like, I wasn't going into the special expecting to find some negatives. I mean, I'll admit it's most like what Austin said earlier, some nitpicks, like the CGI Megazord and CGI Big Bell Monster. It is a bit of a nitpick, but I can let go of that because ultimately in the end, like I see what they're trying to do. I would have loved, hello there, to the kids waving at the screen. I would have loved to have seen more Rangers maybe show up, or at least have some more when Billy's at the command center at Cranston Tech communicating. I would have loved to have seen maybe just like he does with Adam and Aisha. I would love to have seen other Rangers he was communicating with. But that's a small nitpick here. It's mainly a contained story, and with a contained story, you can't always branch it out. Another nitpick. I think one nitpick that was bothering me was I do get would have loved to have seen Zed back maybe, but honestly, if this was Rita, like her evil influence back, why didn't she try to bring back Goldar, Finstar? Honestly, because Finstar was her guy to create the putties. So I'm like, how does she create them herself? But then magic, so letting everything go.
Power Rangers logic.
Yeah, we're just letting things aside because in the show, Rita relied on Finstar a lot to create monsters. So it would have made more sense to me that she brought back maybe a Robo Finster, but beyond all those negatives, I mean, I did go back and forth a little bit on Min, but it was mainly just with how her character was going so fast on her speed for revenge. But I did like that it was mainly trying to humble her, bring her down a little bit. It was part of her story progression. I didn't like how she just snapped at Billy, like, "Oh, it's all your fault. My mom's dead." I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It did hurt, but then rewatching it, I go, that actually makes more sense because she's at a place where she can't stand him. So when she does go for the sacrifice play, it is kind of her realizing that this path that she's on is not only got herself in danger, but got a lot more people in danger to where now at the end she can forgive him or at least apologize.
That's fair. That's fair. Interesting points you bring up. Very interesting points. Tim the Toolman Taylor, because clearly Gate is being overrun by Cute Kid Alert on camera 3. Tim, any negatives for you that stand out in this 30th anniversary spectacular? Yeah, okay, here comes a dissertation of Power Rangers Once and Always, part 2.
It's going to be because, like I said, in everything with the liking, the overall story, it was fine. It was simple. You could follow through it.
Of course.
It really just gets into, I think, nitpicks with the continuity stream of it. I do disagree with the whole angsty teen because we're seeing that more as we advance through with what teens and kids like. It's more angsty dramas and everything. So I can understand the whole angsty side with her. To a point, I can forgive that. That's fine. The Zord animation, I did not like. It reminded me too much of the Transformers cartoon, and I understand it's owned by Hasbro, but
which Transformers?
God, it just did not look great. Compared to like when Billy and Min got into the Megazord, like, oh, you're with me, we're gonna go big. We got into the Megazord. It looked beautiful. And then we see the crappy animation for the Zords, and it's like, oh God, it hurt. Like I felt like I was having a heart attack. It hurt so bad. But I think more with the whole bringing the Z-Wave into this, with Billy's urge to bring back Zordon so much, everything made sense with him, with Cranston Tech building Cranston Technologies to look like the command center that should have given his employees some, like, why are we looking, why is it looking like this? Why is your office in the basement that we can't go into? It's nitpicks like that of Angel Grove has just some of the dumbest people on earth, but it really, you kind of forgive that. But to me, it was more, I think it would have been nicer if you're going to continue on this line of doing something else, which goes into Ryan's next point that he's going to bring up. But I think you could have done, since we have Zed back, you could have done something with Zed instead of bringing Rita back for it. But it was nice hearing her actual voice. I just think you could have tied it in more better if you're going to go forward with this. But I mean, well, I'll save that for the next one going into future and the roadmap of what they want to do. But I mean, the choreography was fine. I didn't have any problem with that. I really didn't have too many nitpicks with this because you understand it's 30 years. Not everyone's going to look like a young 23-year-old teenager like the originals did. But I didn't have too many nitpicks other than, like I said, the Zord animation. Maybe so much not an angsty teen, but you can understand her mom died. She find out she's a Power Ranger. She's pissed off. You can find this out. And it made sense for her to blame it on Billy because Billy's the one that starts this. Billy brings her back. Billy causes the stuff to happen to Trini's mother, but it's not Billy's fault because Trini has, throughout the years, she's always been protective of her friends. She always has been. But she's also been very protective more of Billy because, let's face it, the original 5. It was Jason, Zach, and Trini were your beat sticks if you're looking at this like an RPG or something. They're your heavy hitters. Kim and Billy were kind of they had their aspects, but they were the more weaker fighters. They needed more protection. Kimberly with Zach and Billy a lot, and then Trini or Zach and Jason more with Kim, and Trini more with Billy. So you understood the sacrifice play that Trini makes when she jumps in front of the Harry Potter spell that didn't kill Harry, killed Trini. And you understand that. And then you understand whenever Min jumps in front of that blast too, because she wants to save people. And she wants to save Billy because she's mad at Billy, but Billy's family, like with Zach and all of them, they're family to her. So not too many negatives, just nitpicks here and there, but not too many negatives.
Well, I completely understand where you're coming from. I hear you on that. And some of the things that for me, really the only negatives I had, and these are minor nitpicks, that would have been nice to see some of the other original Rangers there. Yeah, absolutely. But we've all been informed that a lot of the Rangers were invited to come back for this Anniversary Spectacular. They declined, but they had their reasons. They had their reasons for declining to come back, and that's okay. Everyone has their own reasons, and we should respect that. But what we did get, really the only would I have liked to have seen guys in suits beating the heck out of each other with the Megazord, kind of going to what Austin's point was. I hear what he's saying, but then again, I in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is a TV show on a very strict budget because it's in New Zealand. It's a non-union show. They have a very strict budget. They have a very strict way of doing things to a certain degree, even though a lot of the story was put together by David Yost and Walter Jones. They were heavily involved in producing and putting together this story. And that's a great thing for them to have more creative control, a little bit more creative input on where this story should go. And it passed into the torch with Min, aka Trini's daughter, which was handled very, very well, I might add. Once again, Charlie, who plays Min, was just more phenomenal, if you will. But those, I mean, really, I don't really have any negatives other than just minor nitpicks saying, oh yeah, it would have been nice to see XYZ come back, yes, or we could have gotten nods to this or nods to that. But you know what? That's being nitpicky. Yeah. That's being nitpicky. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. But with that being said, before I ask the question of the panel here, someone has a question for us in the chat, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge this. This is Laura. Laura says, any thoughts on there being another special where JJ takes over the Green Ranger powers from Tommy? It happens in the comics with Boom Comics, but I heard rumors that some fans actually want it to happen within the show's canon.
Well, I think it depends on how old JJ is in the show canon, because if he takes over in the comics, they have that opportunity to make him older to leap forward in time. But seeing how Min in this
JJ's still young.
What?
JJ's still young. He's probably like,
isn't he like 10 or 12?
12, yeah. Because if you go back to
we don't want to people in their repeat of Justin, honestly.
Yeah.
No.
And in the comics, he was older. He was in SPD. And, it was a lot older and further in the future. Yeah. So it's kind of hard. You could time jump, but I have a better idea with his daughter.
I mean, if you are doing SPD, then they did this one thing in SPD in the show where one of the Rangers befriends a kid with abilities, but then that kid returns from the future and he is a Power Ranger.
Oh,
so you can do something like that, but then it would definitely need to where if they do explore that option, that definitely has to involve like bringing in Time Force, in the at least in the continuity.
It's kind of weird with their time, with their roadmap for how they want to go in this new direction. Where they want to kind of restart everything.
I mean,
you could do something where
they have room.
Your wife daughter becomes the new Green Ranger, and you could have a female Green Ranger. You could do that, but I don't know if they're still going to stick to this time or this roadmap. If they're going to do it because of the special, and we still have Cosmic Fury. I don't know. Anything could change financially. That's always a big problem with corporations too. Anything.
But also regarding the whole ends of the show, they have established that Rangers have the ability to travel through different dimensions, especially since they have separated three separate. There's the regular dimension, which involves most seasons. There's a separate dimension involving RPM, and then there's another dimension with Dino Charge.
Oh, Dino Charge,
and another one with Beast Morphers.
Oh, Beast Morphers is another one.
Not gotten up with Beast Morphers yet.
It's still good. It's weird to see in the suits. It's weird to me, but it's a pretty good story. And it ties in with RPM if you watch it.
And I believe that's available to stream.
On how it ties in with RPM, actually.
I was just gonna say it ties in with RPM. I wasn't gonna be like how, because
no spoilers.
I'm not going to tell you. I know where. I know, like someone already told me where it ties in with the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's still in a separate dimension, honestly.
Mm-hmm. It's a separate
dimensions, bro. It's like the multiverse of madness. No, I'm just kidding. Well, it's not multiverse. That's a separate entity.
Much better multiverse than Multiverse of Madness
did. Something like that. I don't know. But as far that's a good question, by the way. Now, to answer Laura's question, I'd be okay if JJ takes over for his dad. I'd be totally cool with it, because that's another way to honor the legacy of of Tommy, but also pay another tribute to JDF. It's like, hey, we wrote your character in with Kat. You're both still married. You're together, but they're not sure. Because actually, Catherine Sutherland brought this up during an interview after the special had already premiered. She said that her and Tommy are not together. They're together, but they're parenting JJ, but they're not
co-parenting.
They're co-parenting JJ.
They have shared custody.
They have shared custody. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you can still pay tribute if JJ takes over the mantle, because that's another way of passing the torch, as they did brilliantly with Min, in my opinion. So, Laura, I'd be okay with it. Listen, there are certain things you can adapt from the Boom comics into canon. I would love for that to happen.
I just feel really weird with time jump at that point of.
But hey, Power Rangers has time travel before.
But I mean, like I said, if you're going to do a restart, his actual daughter is an actual age that she could do.
You mean Tommy's daughter?
No, Jason David Frank's daughter.
No, Jason David Frank's actual daughter.
Oh, you mean Jenna?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
you
Jenna.
could bring her, if you're going to do the full restart like they plan on, you could make her the Green Ranger, but female. You could do it that way.
I'm
Just
okay
can't
with
name her
that.
Tommy.
I'm totally okay with that.
If Jenna
Tony, something like
Frank takes on a bigger role in this franchise, like she's in the process of doing with Legend of the White Dragon coming out later this year as a tribute to her late father, which I'm looking forward to seeing that movie too. But I'd be cool with it. We'll see what happens. But Gaeta, what do you? I think you kind of answered the question. If you haven't, please do, because my mind is all over the place.
So
do you think JJ is going to take over the mantle as the new Green Ranger to pay tribute to JDF / Tommy's character? And secondly, what do you hope to see from Power Rangers moving forward after this special?
Well, this is a two-part question, and I know I answered the first part earlier, but for those who are just now joining, I'll repeat it just so they have an idea. I would like to see how Min's character transitions into growth. I would like to see JJ. I guess like I need to go back to the seasons to rewatch them because it's been so long, and I would like to see that, to see the next generation of Power Rangers from the previous one. So like, for example, Descendants. I know I'm going Disney a little bit, but like in a way, if you see like the villains' kids, then you have the Power Rangers kids. So if it transitions into their generational aspect of jumping into their kids' legacy, I think that would be pretty dope to see how it pays tribute like it did with Trini's character. And maybe it can do something for JDF's character, and so on and so on. And someone I would have preferred to see back on set was the original Red Ranger and Kimberly. So it would have been interesting to see those original Power Rangers back on. But again, like you said, Ryan, the Red Ranger, they have it's a non-union.
Yeah, that is true. Thanks for acknowledging which Ryan's actually the correct Ryan in this studio, aka me.
You mean Gold Ranger?
Yeah, no, the Gold Ranger don't count, even though the Gold Ranger is technically more powerful than the Red Ranger. Hey, if I had my Red Dragon shield like the Red Ranger did back in those episodes when Tommy passed it on to Jason, I could kick your tail.
It kind of sounds like your goal. It's kind of ooh.
Yeah,
Put
show
that
that
back
off
up
again.
again.
What was that?
Oh,
what was that product again?
It was Saba.
Yes.
Oh, that's the legacy
Bandai
right there, Rocky.
Bandai was making toys.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Still in the box too.
It's been taken out a few times for playing.
Yeah, you've played with it. Yeah.
Oh,
you totally have.
Damn right. I played.
Look at all the toys. It has been good to you, Lex. Anyway, that's a line from another DC special. But anyway,
right.
Let's see here. Gold Ranger, what do you hope to see from Power Rangers moving forward here, Ryan?
Well, if this got the response and the reception that maybe they were hoping for with this, and there's opportunity they move on. I don't think another series, but if another special comes along, I would kind of like going off what Gaeta was talking about. I would love to see Kimberly and Jason to come back. I would love to have them be a part of this next special. Maybe moving on forward, we'll get to have Johnny Young Bosch have more of an active role as Adam. have them continue on. Maybe now that they know that Min is taking on this legacy, they come in to help train her as well. Since Jason and Kimberly knew Trini very well, those two could be an opportunity for them to be mentors. And if this is another one where they just can't foot around it to where they have to address Tommy, the character of Tommy no longer around. And yeah, I do kind of like the idea to where they can do it can be another Ranger funeral, and then possibly craft a story around to where they are tired of seeing Rangers like losing Rangers now. And it could be, and it can open the door for Mighty Morphin to not only still be a kid show, but really get back up to what they were doing earlier on before it was taken over by Nickelodeon and Hassan, like Saban Nick, like they were really trying their best to do more adult stories, more stories about growing up, because Power Rangers I love Power Rangers, how even though it was fun, they're always doing their best to be a coming of age story for kids becoming teenagers learn a bit more about responsibilities as adults. Because that's why I liked it when Power Rangers moved on. It wasn't because the bad guy was over. I mean, to be the bad guy and the mission's over, sometimes people had to grow and move on. And that's why I loved when New Rangers came in. So maybe with this opportunity, if they write a scene or a moment to show that Tommy is gone, it could be an opportunity where Billy can realize that him holding on to the past here with recreating the command center, with everything at Cranston Tech, for him to maybe decide he needs to do more with his mind and his technology than just recreate the command center and try to find Zordon again. Actually try to help Angel grow, become a protector of the city. Same with Zach. I mean, he was a congressman. Maybe he goes back in the field of Congress and tries to be more of a leader for the future, like really focus on the original 5, well, now the original 4, and make them wonder what roles can they provide for the future. So then when New Rangers do come along, they know the future is well intact. And maybe this can be a hint of, because in the SPD, they did hint that, the Power Rangers from the past did help get the ball rolling for this future, but we can actually see it connect.
My goodness, good points.
Yeah,
I was going to say, you inspired Tim, the Toolman Taylor, TV Tim, I don't think so, Tim, to write down notes as you were speaking. So you've done quite well for yourself, Ryan Payne, considering the fact that you've been caught in the Matrix a couple times earlier in this broadcast. And for those of you just joining us, we are talking about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. It just dropped on Netflix. Leave your thoughts in the comments section below if you're watching this live or on the replay. Thank you for being here, and do not forget to like and share this video with all of your fellow Power Ranger fans out there. Tim, did you have something written down on that piece of paper or whiteboard?
I can wait till my turn. Trust me.
Okay, we'll just do that.
It's carrying off the good Ryan.
The good, yeah, that's me, right? Are you talking about me? Or you're talking about the other guy?
I was going to say the one that had his own Zord of the giant pyramid. But
yeah, the one with the gold staff. That's Ryan Payne, who's sitting in row number 2 here on the studio set.
Don't gold staff the Ryan Payne right there. How dare you?
He's got it. He's got the Gold Ranger staff, Rocky. He does. I don't. This is something that I do need in my collection. I just don't have it, so get off my lawn. Anyway, Rocky, considering the fact that you're late to the party and you're still in the process of doing your homework, which you should have done hours ago, do you hope to see anything moving forward with the Power Rangers series as a whole?
So, from what I collected here, and for what I saw, I believe me, I'm cramming as much as possible with reviews, with trailers, with everything that I've seen. I'm excited to see how social media is going to take this on in regards to TikTok, to memes, to everything out there. Because every time there's something new, it gets taken apart and dissected, and it just gets thrown into the circle, which is social media. If there is a secondary or in addition to this film, I don't think I wouldn't want it, because right here with what this film is doing and from what you guys are saying, it hit a lot of points. It had a great story, great cinematography, great fight choreography, and good story nonetheless. I feel if they were to try to add more to the story, I think that they have a high possibility of just ruining it right there.
Okay.
Now, of course, that's just my opinion.
No, it's okay.
I could be wrong. I'm happy because when I saw the trailer, I jumped as a little Rocky Patricia was like, "Oh my God, they're back! Yay!" And seeing little clips here, there, trying to fill in the gaps. I'm excited from what I've seen so far. I'm 35 minutes into the film. Pausing here and there. I got a little bit more to go. But so far, it's a great film. I am enjoying it, and I'm not diving into this film expecting Academy Award performances.
No,
the Power Rangers were a huge part of my life growing up. I was raised by a single mom. I didn't have I didn't have a father figure, and when I went to MegaCon a few years ago, I saw Jason David Frank, and I went to. I think I've told the story before. On Nerd Culture, where
during the JDF tribute show, yes,
I gave him a question. I start breaking down because these characters, these actors, these roles, they were like the big brother. They were the big sister for people who didn't have that family, mental, emotional support, in their household. And Power Rangers played a huge role in our childhood development. And with that being said, no, don't add more to it. If it's great, leave it at that. Let's move on to the next one.
That's fair. I can definitely see your point of view from that. So
let's do a Beetleborgs movie.
Yeah, forget Beetleborgs. Where's my VR Troopers sequel? Where's my VR Troopers movie, man? Seriously, Brad Hawkins is going to be a guest at Ranger Stop and Pop in Atlanta, Georgia this June, which, by the way, you can find out more information on that on social media. But where's my VR Troopers sequel, man? Give me my closure on VR Troopers. I want closure.
I want Dark Heart.
I want that. I want Beetleborgs. I don't know if I can see that as a movie. That's more like a 30-minute special that I can see. But VR Troopers could bring in some stories because they talked about for the longest time. And by the way, I'm going to answer the question here in just a moment. I could see PR and VR Troopers crossing over 100%. 100%. If not VR Troopers and Power Rangers crossing over, I can definitely see, and this is going to sound silly, I know, but hey, we're kids of the 90s. Bear with me.
Green Mantis.
What if VR Troopers crossed over with Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad? How freaking awesome would that be? See, Tim just walked out. That's how excited Tim is about this crossover. That's never going to happen. But I'll tell you what, if that does ever happen, I will be the happiest person in the world. But anyway, to answer the question, what I hope to see from this, and we're talking about Mighty Morphin Power Rangers now, once and always, the 30th anniversary spectacular. I would love to see a sequel. I want to see Min taking up more of the mantle a little bit more. I want to see how she's going to grow into this role. Because Aisha said to her at the very end, she's like, hey, the Yellow Ranger legacy is in very good hands. So that was basically her saying, I don't have to be the Yellow Ranger anymore. I don't have to do it. It's all you. It is all you. You can do what you want. Just do your mom proud, which I know you're going to do. So for me, I would like to see a sequel of Min potentially leading a new team of Rangers, whether it's the Power Rangers kids that take on their parents' mantle. That's fine. If not, because some Rangers may or may not have gotten married or may not have had kids, you can pass it on to new Rangers and new actors. New talent can be brought into the mix. And I would love for that to happen. If that is the case with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always sequel, if they don't do that, then I would like to have them do a special for the Zeo Rangers. Maybe something for some of the other seasons that may not have gotten that close. Maybe certain seasons that may not have gotten some areas of closure that they never got. I would like to see that happen. If people want to see a reunion of other Ranger teams, it is a possibility. You just got to go about it the right way. That's all I'm going to say. It also depends on the writing, too. The writing has to be very, very specific and very slick about how you're going to do it. And you got to do it with style, okay? Just do it with style.
Okay.
If they can do that, which I know they can do. And by the way, if they adapt anything from the comics, because I don't know if anyone has read some of these or not. And by the way, please visit your local comic shops because there are some great comics out there. If you read some of the Boom comics featuring the characters of Power Rangers, they have done some really good things with the comics. And I think there are areas of comics that they could adapt into live action if taken the right way and if presented the right way. That's all you got to do. But then again, if you're going to do it through the Power Rangers line of the Nickelodeon Hasbro ownership, that's going to be a bit tricky because they like to keep things family friendly, whereas the Boom comics are a bit darker. They are a bit darker, I'm not going to lie. But if there's a way to balance that, because they did a pretty good balancing act with this particular special of keeping it lighthearted, but also taking it a bit more seriously than they've had in anniversary specials in years past. I would love for that to happen. But then again, All we can do is speculate. Now, dare I ask the man who knows how to write a dissertation better than anyone in this studio, Tim, what do you hope to see from Power Rangers moving forward?
Okay. I just want to do this real quick to go off of Ryan Payne. Here's how we can expand this out because we're in Flashpoint territory. Okay.
Buckle up. Let's do this.
Now, for those paying attention and new to this, this is called a timeline. This is the current timeline of Power Rangers. 1993 is where we start in the TV phase. Now, we had our special in 2023. Billy, who's a crazy inventor, has created his own power chamber, his own alpha. For every time a family dog has died, he created a new alpha. And now we have the newcomer. I hope I'm spelling this right. M-I-N-H, Min. Billy creates a time machine. And with Min, they go in time and restart a whole new alternate 1993. Now, they don't have to have a flying DeLorean. We already have the Rad Bug. We have the Rad Bug 3. And we can restart from there. But in all seriousness, I kind of agree a little bit with Rocky. If you do it right, don't keep doing it. But I also agree with Gata a little bit of you could, with the next generation, take it into a beauty of the next generation, kind of like what Cobra Kai so beautifully did, of taking it from Daniel and Johnny's story and introducing the next generation to it. And you could do it in a sense there, but also at the same time, years ago when we had the roadmap laid out of after we maybe, I think at the end of Cosmic Fury, to restart everything. But as a sense with the whole Flashpoint comment, you could do that because we have alternate timelines. We have Dino Fury, or not Dino Fury, Dino Charge. We have RPM, we have Beast Morphers. You can do an alternate timelines, maybe a new alternate timeline of the beginning and restarting it with a whole new younger cast or what have you. It's really weird to see what you would want to see because everyone is different. And like what Rocky said, with social media nowadays, everything goes into that field aspect. It's torn apart, memes. Everyone has that instant access to their opinion of it, their thoughts of it. And it really does take on the aspect. If there's a lot of positive reinforcement with this, they could go on with another one. They could continue on with Min leading a team of Power Rangers. Who knows? With Billy as a mentor figure, like what they should have done with Megaforce, but that's another rant in another time. Yes. Instead of having weird, wacky scientists that you saw in the early 90s with the big hair, you could have a Billy. But there's it's all going to depend on us, the people, what we thought of it. If there's a lot of positivity to it, they'll probably do another one because it's you want money, you want eyes on it. If that's what comes of it, they'll probably do more. Everything could change with it. If there's not so much where everyone's just like, okay, we're happy with this, don't do it again, they probably won't. It's really going to depend on us, how we think about it, our thoughts, our reactions, where we put our ideas with it. It's really going to depend on that. Do I personally want to see more? Maybe if it's like what Ryan said, the Red Ranger on this one, if it's a good story, because that's what sells anymore. It's a good story. If you have a good story, people will come and see it. You had a good story with Power Rangers, people will come and see it. You had a good story with Super Mario, the animated movie. People came and see it. It's close to making $1 billion. So if you have a good story, people will come and see it. It's about money, folks. Yes, they take our opinions into it, but it's about money. And if it makes them money, they'll keep doing it. As long as you do it right and don't disgrace a franchise, you'll be fine. But we'll see what the future comes. I have thought of plenty of ideas of how you could restart it if they do go with that, how you can continue it. I would have loved to see Zed back instead of Robo Rita, because Zed's already back and you could tie it in with your main timeline. But that, like I said, that just goes into nitpicking of.
I mean, this is like 30, like you saw on your board. It is 30 years after the premiere. So, I mean, I would have loved seeing that too, but also it does make sense that it is Rita. And who knows, maybe if Billy tries to tap into the Z-Wave again, because they did tease that at the end, we could see a return of Zed.
Yes.
But I will say with the Z-Wave, though, the Z-Wave was supposed to wipe out all the evil, and, you know, right after we got Lost Galaxy, which, you know, it must have been a short Z-Wave, have only been within so many light years, but that's also another thing of Power Rangers kicking science and balls, and that's where my mind, because I was always a big Star Trek fan. I always loved science. I always loved the aspects of breaking it down. That's another nitpick, in my opinion, going into that.
Make it so. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you could, like what you said, Ryan, with the Z-Wave and explore more into it, but it's just going to depend on everybody's reaction going forward. And I'll end it there.
No, wow, that's a great dissertation. Lord knows this easily could have been a 3-hour pay-per-view, but we're not going to make
probably my last one.
Content. No, it's fine. It's fine. I do want to take a moment here before I piggyback off of that. Wanda says a special of the Zeo Rangers and more MMPR with the next special. That's the idea that she had. She wants more about the Zeo Rangers and MMPR respectively. That's cool. Patricio Ciano, I wonder who that could be. Oh yeah, it's Rocky. With that being said, let's have a crossover Power Rangers Turbo and the Fast and the Furious franchise and just call it Fast Power.
Well,
I mean, look, Aquaman is playing the villain in the new one, right, Rocky? I mean, Aquaman's playing the villain. So.
Yeah. And Zordon gives Dominic Toretto a power coin.
And by the way,
boom.
Yeah, and by the way, the fact that Jason Momoa is playing the bad guy, and he is hamming that up, man. He is hamming that role up with lots of nachos and lots of cheese. But we like it anyway. But as far as what you were saying, though, Tim, makes sense. You got to be careful about how you do it. 100%. No question about it. But before I comment on that further, Gata is about to take another deep dive into the Morphing Grid, which means outside of the studio. So Gata, for you, any final thoughts? And number two is, where can the person watching or listening to this follow you on social media?
Well, I'm on all social media platforms. Yes, you see my youngest one with me. And I actually added my slogan under my social media handle as a unique gift basket creator. You guys can find me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Pinterest. I think I covered all my bases, Twitter. And you just look up charm.celebrations on Instagram. TikTok is just straight charm celebrations. Facebook, charm celebrations. That's what everyone's starting to know me as. And yes, I can create a unique Power Rangers gift basket just to bring back the nostalgia, your favorite Power Ranger, your favorite color. Ryan, am I missing anything?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think so. But listen, Gata, we want to take this opportunity to say thank you for being with us, and thank you for being a guest on this 30th anniversary spectacular of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. One always take it easy, give our best to the loved ones, because clearly the kids were having fun during the course of this anniversary spectacular. And we'll see you once again on the Morphing Grid. And in the meantime, may the power protect you, Gata.
It's Morphin Time. Pterodactyl. I had to do that.
You had to do it.
Bye, guys.
Have a good one, Gata. Thanks for being with us. Such a sweet person, such a wonderful superstar she is. Oh my goodness.
That's like a perfect call out. That's perfect sign
It
off.
is. It's a perfect call out. But
responsibility calls.
Responsibility. It's called parenthood. But I'm an adult. We're all adults here. Well, maybe not so much Rocky. But anyway, that's neither here nor there because he's late to the party with not doing his homework. But listen, as far as what I hope to, I mean, I honestly, this has been a great time. This has been a great 30th anniversary spectacular. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every single one of our panelists for being with us. I want to thank you who are watching this, whether you are watching this live or if you're watching this on the replay. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, smash that notification bell so you get notified when new videos go up. But before we teleport out of here and move on to something else, Tim, where can the good people of the interwebs follow you on social media, my friend? And any final thoughts?
Pretty much, I don't do the social media thing too much, so I just come on randomly onto here, onto some trivia battle stuff, and do that. But final thoughts. It was a good 30th anniversary special. What you expect to see. It was kind of like a perfect cutout of the feel of '93, with maybe some more darker aspects, with like the permanent death of a ranger, dealing with the aftermath. Walter Jones being so young still. I don't know how you do it, sir, but I salute you. But yeah, I mean, overall, it was good. It was fine for what we got. We'll see what we get in the future. Anything could change with ideas for how they want to move forward. It all really just depends on what everyone's thoughts and money spending goes towards it.
Rock on, man. Well, thank you, Tim, so much for being here. We do appreciate it. I will talk to you in a bit. The other Ryan, we're going to pull a Spider-Man. Hey, you. There's too many Spider-Mans in this room anyway. But Ryan Payne, the Gold Ranger, where can the good people, final thoughts, and where can the good people of the interwebs follow you on social media, Ryan?
Well, on my final thoughts for this special, I do appreciate the passion that went into that David Yost and Walter Jones put into not only writing this and getting this together, getting at least as many Power Ranger actors back. But I do love that they were very careful, and it was all about an homage, not only to Mighty Morphin, not only to celebrate its anniversary, but it was mainly all about celebrating one of the OG Power Rangers, Tree Chuan. If I'm saying her name right, Tui or Tree. I will. Pronunciation is not my best effort, but I will say, but as I continue to move on forward, I do love that one thing that it stayed true not only to the show and its anniversary, but also the themes of moving on, like growing up, understanding responsibility, and also what you do with that responsibility and power when it is in your hands. And this, despite whatever anyone out there your feelings are on the character of Min, I do like the fact that we do get to see through, once again, kind of like with the show, we see through the eyes of a teenager how they're trying to struggle, who are what kind of forces are guiding them to accept that, to find their center in order to know what the difference between revenge and justice, helping out people, or just either through selfish or selfless reason. And my final thought is, if there is another one coming back, if they are going to make another one, I am definitely looking forward to it. I am not going to hold any judgments on it. If it's going to be like a 2-hour event, fantastic. If it's going to be another an hour or 55-minute process, I still look forward to watching it. But I just hope Netflix doesn't try to put more hands in the pot. Let those who made this and put this together, let them take the wheel, because they did a great job with this, and I want to see them do it again. As far as where people can find me, I'm not constantly using social media, but if you just want someone to share, or if you just want to talk with me over social media, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Caramel_Payne, and also on Facebook is just my regular name, Ryan Payne. And kind of like with Tim, I'm also like, whenever I pop up, it's either through trivia or just doing some wild discussions. And I do have a podcast that's available on Google, Apple, Spotify, and Anchor. It is called Wrestling Ramblings and Rages Podcast. That is for those out there that are fans of wrestling. So if you want, we don't have any new episodes out right now. We're trying to do like a whole 3-month cycle of recording new episodes, and then we start releasing them out. But if you want to check out some of our old episodes and see what myself, my co-host James Shimo, and Brenton Misfield are all about, go and follow that and check it out. Yep, that's what I got.
Did we lose Red Ranger Ryan?
No, I mean, he switched on to you. I think.
I was going to say what I was going to say was Ryan Payne. Thank you for being with us, Rocky. Even though you're still in the process of doing your homework, which you should have done hours ago, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. Thank you for being with us, Rocky. Now, final thoughts on this anniversary spectacular, if any. And number 2 is, where can the good people of the interwebs follow you on social media?
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to jump on one of your episodes and just talk nerd because it's always a blast. My apologies for not being able to do my homework on time. The dog ate my Netflix. All right. Uh, the fact that they're bringing back that they brought back some of the original Power Rangers, they focused on the original story from your guys' take. I'm excited to see to finish this film, which I'm at 44 minutes right now, almost there, almost there. Uh, let's hope if they do this, if they do add another chapter to this story, let's hope they stay true with the formula because so far this formula did work just fine. With that being said, let's see a live action Sam and Max freelance police Hollywood. All right, let's make that happen. Where the people can find me, go to withasideofchaos.com for all my social media, whether it's my podcast, With a Side of Chaos, Real Laughs on 104.1 every Monday through Thursday, beginning at 9 o'clock. The local events I host throughout the Orlando area, whether it's Taco Trivia Tuesday, Wednesday Trivia Open Mic Thursday, or Adult Bingo Friday, go to withasideofchaos.com for all my location events and content.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being here with us, kind sir. Greatly appreciate it. Once again, my name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RyanRPM5. Also, make sure you're following us on all forms of social media at It's Nerd Culture and on YouTube at Nerd Culture Channel. All those links can be found within the description of this video and all of our past videos, I should say. We got a lot of great things coming your way. Also, we are this close to hitting 1,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. I want to take a moment here and say thank you to every single one of you. We have hit over 800 subscribers earlier this week. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported us since the very beginning. And for those who are just jumping on the train now, welcome. Thank you for being with us. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to throw the biggest party that you've ever seen in your life. We're going to have returning guests. We're going to have special guests. We're also going to have special giveaways that we're going to have for you, our fans. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much for helping us reach over 800 subscribers. We are getting so close to hitting 1,000, and we are very, very excited for when that does happen. We got some upcoming shows for you coming up very soon. I want to let you know we're going to be talking with Rob Multeri, who wrote the great indie comic book series known as Night Wolf, on Thursday night, April the 27th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Going to be reviewing issues 5 and 6. And what does the future hold for Night Wolf, written by Rob Multeri at lonewolfcomics.com? We'll find out more as it develops. And also, Star Wars Day is coming up, fellas. Yeah. So on Thursday night, May the 4th be with you, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to do a celebration of our own for Star Wars Day. Yes. The Force is going to be strong with each and every single one of us who are going to be on that panel. We're going to have some special guests joining us, so make sure you tune in for that. Also, I do have a surprise for everybody here, and I can't give you all the details. Of what I can tell you is that we're going to have a very, very special guest joining us here on this set, virtually, of course, Thursday, May 11th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It is a special guest who may or may not have a connection to maybe this show, maybe one of our other shows, maybe another fandom. I'm not sure. You got to tune in on Thursday, May the 11th to find out. More details will be released as it gets closer to Thursday night, May the 11th. So stay tuned to our social medias because we're very excited to have this very special guest joining us for an episode of And I Quote. Oh boy, is it going to be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, thank you all for being here. Stay healthy, stay strong, stay safe. Also, we want to take a moment to pay tribute to the late, great Twee Trang and Jason David Frank. We invite you to join us in a moment of silence. And at the conclusion of that moment of silence, we're going to take another trip down memory lane. So please join us for a moment of silence for the not only the great show that MMPR once and always was, but also for the late, great Twee Trang and Jason David Frank. And one more thing, may the power protect you always.
Get ready, kids, because it's the Power Rangers on home video like you've never seen them before. There's 10 hot, more phenomenal video classics now in bright new packages. And now each 30-minute video includes a special feature interview with the Rangers themselves that's not available on TV. Yes! Woo! The 10 repackaged breakthrough videos include Day of the Dumpster, High Five, Food Fight, Happy Birthday Zach, and No Clowning Around. Plus, there's the most popular Ranger of all, the Green Ranger Tommy, in his very own miniseries titled Green with Evil, consisting of the other 5 action-packed videos. Out of Control, Jason's Battle, The Rescue, Eclipsing Megazord, and finally, Breaking the Spell. And the Power Rangers excitement just keeps on growing in 3 brand new videos. These 3 new titles are The Wannabe Ranger, Putty on the Brain, and Bloom of Doom. This new triple power play of video excitement includes a new bad guy, their most menacing adversary yet, the new alien leader, Lord Zed. New Power Zords, fantastic creatures of unbelievable power. Plus, they each contain a special new power music video. So get ready for more power, more fun, more action, and more special effects with these 13 great Power Ranger home videos.
Hello, I'm Ryan Permison. On August the 28th of 1993, a new children's television program debuted on what was known as the Fox Kids Network. It was titled Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and it centered on 5, which eventually became 6, teenagers with attitude, chosen by the wise sage known as Zordon, aided by his trusted assistant Alpha 5, to transform themselves into what is known as the Power Rangers and to fight the forces of evil led by Rita Repulsa, and then a little bit later on during its early seasons, the enemy known as Lord Zed. One of those characters was Tommy Oliver, portrayed by Jason David Frank. Played the Green Ranger, and then he became other Rangers as his time on the show and the series went on. Unfortunately, we lost Jason David Frank a few weeks ago, but here in this special presentation, we're going to be celebrating the memories, the life, and the times of the late, great Jason David Frank, who portrayed Tommy Oliver on the hit TV series Power Rangers. But I'm not alone on the Morphing Grid for this tribute, this celebration of Jason David Frank's life. Joining us tonight are some very special guests. We're going to have some other guests joining us as the program goes on. But kicking things off, I want to introduce our good friend from With a Side of Chaos podcast. Please welcome Patricio, also known as Rocky. Rocky, good to see you, kind sir. How are you?
Ryan, thank you for having me tonight. I am honored to be part of this because Jason David Frank played a pivotal role in the development that is Rocky.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much for being here. And I also want to introduce our other panelists who are joining us tonight on the Morphin Grid. Please welcome a good friend of nerd culture in the studio. Please welcome Matt Kearns. Kearns, how you doing, brother?
Zero Ranger 5. I'm doing good. Here to celebrate the life of one of the all-time great Rangers.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. By the way, it's Zero Ranger 5 Red, just so you know what you're
See, I was going to say that, but I'm like, does he say red or am I thinking of red? Because I know for Turbo, he says Red Lightning Turbo Power. I wasn't sure.
Yes, but he does say Zero Ranger 5 Red in that script. Anyway,
I haven't watched Zero in a bit.
It's okay. You got some homework to do after the show. Also joining us is Tim Smith. Tim, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, it was sad hearing that. I mean, this is one of my favorite shows of all time growing up as a kid, watching it all the way into adulthood because I just stick with shows I like. So, you know, let's have some good memories, some celebration, and let's do this.
Absolutely. Well, before I turn things over to our panelists and myself to share our thoughts and our feelings and some of our favorite memories featuring Jason David Frank, I want to invite you to take a moment, collect your thoughts. I'm going to invite you, the person who may be watching or listening to this. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you have any memories of Jason David Frank, let us know in the comments. But we're going to allow you a moment to collect your thoughts and your feelings and some of the things you want to share about the celebration of life featuring Jason David, in this case, Jason David Frank. And we want to show you just a few little pieces, just a few little highlights of some of the moments featuring his character known as Tommy Oliver, portrayed by Jason David Frank. Take a look.
Get ready, kids, because it's the Power Rangers on home video like you've never seen them before. There's 10 hot, more phenomenal video classics now in bright new packages. And now each 30-minute video includes a special feature interview with the Rangers themselves that's not available on TV. Yes! Woo! The 10 repackaged breakthrough videos include Day of the Dumpster, High Five, Food Fight, Happy Birthday, Zach, and No Clowning Around. Plus, there's the most popular Ranger of all, the Green Ranger Tommy, in his very own miniseries titled Green with Evil, consisting of the other 5 action-packed videos. Out of Control, Jason's Battle, The Rescue, Eclipsing Megazord, and finally, Breaking the Spell. And the Power Rangers excitement just keeps on growing in 3 brand new videos. These 3 new titles are The Wannabe Ranger, Putty on the Brain, and Bloom of Doom. This new triple power play of video excitement includes a new bad guy, their most menacing adversary yet, the new alien leader, Lord Zed. New Power Zords, fantastic creatures of unbelievable power. Plus, they each contain a special new power music video. So get ready for more power, more fun, more action, and more special effects with these 13 great Power Ranger home videos.
Oh my goodness! Does that not
That's
bring
phenomenal.
nostalgia to you, or what? I'm telling you.
I'm not gonna lie, I teared up a little bit just watching that promo.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some great hits, great memories, hits. Just saying. But with that that being said, someone else has joined the Morphing Grid because we need more power and more stories to share about Jason David Frank's life. Please welcome our friend of the Great White North of Canada, Willow Schuyler's in the building. What's up, Willow?
Sorry for being fashionably late.
No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We were playing a promo, getting the audience as well as our panelists just warmed up. But anywho, thank you for being with us, Willow Schuyler, friend of the Great White North. Now, as far as memories featuring Jason David Frank, I want to turn things over to Rocky, aka Patricio. Rocky, any memories or any moments for you from Jason David Frank that stand out?
So this is where I'm gonna go. Growing up in Chicago, my dad left when I was 2 months old, so I never had that father figure or that male figure in my life. And when it came out, debuted, it was a game changer. And it was when I saw all of them, Billy, Trini, Kimberly, Zach, Jason, it was like, wow, you guys are like the family that I never had. But then everything changed when we got introduced to the Green Ranger and Tommy Oliver. You know, we got introduced by the dark side of Jason David Frank, and then he turned good. So fast forward about 15 years later, and this is where like I'm gonna open up about what had happened to me. I was at a MegaCon, I think it was either 2018 or 2019, and I was in a Q&A for Jason David Frank, and it went once I got up to the microphone, I lost it. I had a question ready to go. I was set up, and then I just started crying. I started crying because I was in front of my hero. And when I got on the microphone, I said, Jason, you did so much for me because you were the father figure, you were the big brother, you were the male role model that a lot of us who didn't have that in our lives, a lot of us that didn't have that in our lives was there. And like once he heard me say that, he stopped everything. He got up and pulled me up to the stage. He's like, come here, brother, come here, come here. And now I'm just freaking out because Jason David Frank is pulling me up. He's pulling me up to the main stage and he hugs me. And he was like, it's because of people like you. It's because of people like you I did what I did. And
I'm sorry that I'm getting very emotional right now, but Jason David Frank did a lot for my development as not as a man, but just as a human being, because he was nothing but positive. And then once I started following him with, Bat in the Sun and everything that he did, it was just like, yo, this is honest to God, one of the best human beings this world has ever seen. And then when I found out what had happened, it broke my heart, because there's one thing that gets overlooked in this world, and that is the mental health of men. And I know mental health gets reviewed by everybody, but the one thing that gets kind of overlooked is mental health of men in general. And he helped me realize that it's okay to express your feelings. It's okay to feel what you feel and show that to the world. So when Jason David Frank pulled me up to that stage and hugged me, it changed my life, because it brought light to a lot of things in my life. And for the way he left this world, it breaks my heart, but at the same time, it brings awareness to a lot of people that if you're not feeling right, and you feel like if you're facing some demons, it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to express it, because whether it's Ryan, Willow, Tim, whoever, sometimes your friends can help you through.
And you shouldn't feel ashamed to show your feelings.
I'm
No,
not.
not at all.
I'm not ashamed for the tears. I'm not ashamed for my feelings. But at the same time, like, I want this. Jason left this world with a statement to show everybody that, like, if you're facing demons and you're facing troubles, talk about it, please, because we can't lose anyone else like we lost Jason. And with that being said, Ryan, thank you so much for having me. Today was a little bit of a long day. I'll be honest. I've had a couple of drinks, but I've said comes from my heart, as Jason David Frank made an impact on my heart, as he did with everybody who's watching this, watching the stream. And I'm not even going to plug my stuff. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Because I want all of us, as a collective, to have a moment of silence for someone who should not have left this world the way he left. Thank you so much for the impact you left, because you changed so many lives, and we love you for that. And with that being said, my name is Patricio, aka Rocky from With the Side of Chaos. Y'all have a good night. And I don't want to accept it. I really don't. But it's the truth. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you.
All right. Well, Patricio / Rocky, thank you so much for being with us. Grateful that you were here to take some time out of your day or night in this case, because I believe he's in Florida, if I remember correctly, It's all the East Coast. But thank you so much for being here and sharing your thoughts and your feelings and your memories of Jason David Frank with us. We greatly appreciate it. Do not get me wrong. And to let you know, Rocky, for those of you who are watching or tuning in just now, we are celebrating the life and the times of the late great Jason David Frank. Make sure you like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you have any memories or any thoughts, feelings you want to bring up, the positivity that Jason David Frank brought to your life, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments, whether you're watching this live or on the replay. Also, Rocky, we are going to be doing a moment of silence for JDF towards the end of the show. That's not going to be a problem at all. I was already planning on doing that. So we will be more than happy to do so just a little bit later on in the show. Do want to let you know that check out his podcast with Side of Chaos. Good guy, good man out there. He's got a lot of good things going on. And once again, Patricio, thank you so much for being with us, brother. Our hearts are with you. We go out to you, and I'm sending you some virtual hugs, if you would, because dudes can hug, right? Yeah, we can do it. It's fine.
I was gonna say I wanted to give Rocky a hug.
I know, seriously.
Right.
Like,
Oh
I
my
wish I
Lord.
could have jumped through the Morphing Grid here for a minute, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got my arms around it, sure. But no, all sincerity, thank you for being with us, Rocky, for sure, definitely. And we wish you well, enjoy your weekend, and so on and so forth. So with that being said, Willow is fashionably late, which means put on her pink outfit because every Power Ranger team needs a pink ranger.
I was about to say she showed up, made us 5 Rangers, and is the Pink Ranger.
She's Pink Ranger.
We got the red, we got the black,
And
the orange, and the pink Ranger.
I have to rock the saber-tooth tiger.
Oh man,
as well.
hold on a second. Let me bring that up for a second. Hold that up. Let me see that. There you go. Is that the saber-tooth tiger power coin?
Yes.
It is saber-tooth tiger.
There's
Wow.
the
Okay.
Legacy morpher that my parents went by me back in.
Looks like
2010.
the Green Ranger Legacy morpher for the color,
Yeah,
because
it's
I
in
know
the-
it
it's in
had
the
that
golden morpher.
Yeah, it had that golden color compared to the other one. It
does,
just was like the silver.
Nice. You chose wisely. So you're celebrating the memory of the late great Jason David Frank. And we also, unfortunately,
And I
lost
know
Queen
how much
Frank
you
back in
like
2001.
props. They're Ryan's, so I had to.
All right, let me bring that up for a
Why
second.
is Willow showing all the stuff I want to have?
Because
mean-
this is my childhood, and I have no money to spend on children. So I
Trust me,
spend it on
I
myself.
completely.
Have you
I
seen
can
Tim's studio, Willow?
completely
Look at his studio. Let's bring this up for a second. Tim,
like
show us what
here.
you
Let
got, man.
me like. I mean, so far that's like season 1, 2. Then I got 3. Then I got In Space down there.
Dude.
It's basically just by
I'm
season.
jealous of you guys.
Dude, Current is so ticked off right now. He's like, dude, you have everything that I wanted when I was a kid.
Because this is
I
the
mean,
thing: is all the
I
legacy
would send you
stuff,
my extra ones, but I already sent
all
that
the
to
all the legacy stuff was coming
RJ.
out when I was in like high school and college and didn't have a job and the money. Then by the time I get a job and have money, it's all not being made. Bandai doesn't have it anymore. And
Hasbro
now it's like secondhand. Like I would,
Yeah, but
the
Hasbro does.
Xeonizers is the thing I want the most, but they're so
Oh,
expensive.
yeah,
The
they are.
Xeonizers and the Power Sword,
The
but they are
Bandai
like
ones are
way
haven't they
out
gone
of
up
my
to a couple
price
$100
range,
now,
so.
Tim.
Oh, what the or the
They're probably
Bandai
600 by
ones?
now.
Yeah, the legacy ones or the the
Bandai's
legacy
that
collection.
came out with the legacy line, yeah.
It's so hard to find
Because that's
those.
those are my
Hasbro-
the Xeonizers are
Hasbro
my
is-
favorite morphers.
is the
Oh,
one,
dude,
a lot of them.
I was so lucky that my aunt got me the Xeonizer as a birthday gift, like the last year or so before the Hasbro bought the rights. Sorry, Kern. So mean to what is it called? Like wipe it in your face. But it's like
yeah.
Well, it's funny when the Game Gear came out back in the 90s.
Oh my God, the Game
I'm
Gear.
aging myself, guys, but
No, I love Game Gear.
When it came out, Power Rangers was the first game that I got. Oh man,
Nice,
That's cool.
Yeah.
nice.
I'm not taking this bitch out of the box. I think I got this from you, didn't I, Ryan?
I think you did.
And
yeah.
that's the nice thing
Yeah.
about a lot of the packaging for that line is that it's almost designed to be kept in the box for some of them, so that you could do that. Like,
well, I mean, like the
think I sold
golden,
that.
like just like the
Yeah.
golden outline of it. It's beautiful boxing. I mean,
that's
it's
awesome.
box is so
Zords,
beautiful. I don't even want to take it out.
They are.
All right, I gotta update my Christmas list to my mom and add a bunch of more Power Ranger stuff right now.
Don't just ignore the solo Kokujin Megazord because
So Shogogan, yeah.
yeah, that's God. I think I got mine day one for 300. I've seen them
Ooh,
now for
300.
500.
Ooh.
Man,
Yeah, I'm not as into the Zords. I'm more into honestly the role playing items and some of the automorphing figures. That's really.
I mean, those you can find cheaper.
You can find you can find out of the what do you call those things? Loose. You can find loose versions of the old school flip head figures. At
Well,
Toy
and the
Store for
nice
like
thing is
$7.
Target a few years ago did reproductions of them, so they have new ones that aren't
out now.
that much.
Oh,
yeah, so I haven't.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but
on Big Bad
Hasbro
Toy Store
revamped
pretty
the
cheap
flip head figures.
terms.
Oh, they did. I didn't hear about this.
Yeah, they're at Target. Remember? No, not at Target. What's the other place?
Walmart.
Yeah,
Walmart,
Tim, they
yeah.
might be.
Huh.
Yeah, Kearns, you need to go to Walmart or Target because they
I
have
was-
tons of the flip heads.
Yeah, I gotta look.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's
I gotta
Walmart
get
has
Jason
them.
and both of the Tommies.
Yeah,
For my
well, the Tommies are
flip
probably
heads.
going to be
Yeah,
flying.
yeah, now. Well.
No offense. I'm
Like
not
I
trying to
like I
demean
said,
anything
check
in any way,
out
shape, or form. but like,
Big Bad Toy Store. You can probably find them.
Okay.
Entertainment
cheap
Earth is
online.
another one.
Yeah.
Kearns.
I need to up
yeah.
my figurine game though. Like that is
I
incredible.
know Tim Smith has like 50,000 PR figures, and I'm sitting here with like 20 of them.
That's nothing. My
Like I
friend-
said, season 1 and season 2. I still got to get Adam. I got to find Rocky, but I don't want the metallic. I
Yeah, the
never
metallic
liked
armor's
the
kind of
metallic.
lame.
So I Adam just recently came out. Unfortunately, not without. He doesn't have the power axe. He has like some weird ass spray thing he used in one freaking
How do
episode.
you not have a power axe? This is ridiculous.
It's
That's-
Hasbro.
It's Hasbro. They like to take creative liberties with
Talk
figures.
about the original figures. My friend Michael has
Has what?
which has the really rare Rocky, Adam, and Aisha flip heads from
Yeah,
the original.
Dude, are
flip
those
heads.
like
Wow.
super hard to find these days?
Yeah, and he said he was on eBay because he runs a great channel called Retro Blast, and he's prepping to do a Power Rangers
Oh, is he?
like video. And he said he was just on eBay looking for figures, and someone had them, and he's like, I don't even think this guy knew what he had. I think he just was selling the flip heads, and he was like, oh, those are the really rare second red, yellow, and black
second
Ranger.
wave,
And he
yeah.
just bought them for pretty cheap. And I was like, you son of a bitch.
Man, there's so many. Never mind. Anyway, well, I'll tell you what. We can compare notes all day about action figures, collectibles, etc., etc. But we are here to celebrate what is. Sorry, what is known.
Well,
Let me try to get us
But
back
I
on
mean,
the.
we wouldn't be here
Well,
if it
well,
wasn't. We wouldn't be fans. We wouldn't have these figurines if it weren't for
Power
Tommy
Rangers in
and-
general, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jason David Frank was a big part of that
Of
too.
course.
I am not. Just by the way, Tim, let me see that White Ranger one more time. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have that. Is that the
Wow.
Lightning collection?
This one, yeah, they're both the Lightning.
Yeah, I have White
collection.
Ranger or Lightning collection. Because no offense, I'm more of a White Ranger fan than I was a Green Ranger fan. Back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it really did change it up a
That's
lot.
why I love the Tiger
especially-
Zord more than the Dragon Zord, dude. That Dragon Zord's too heavy. The Tiger Zord's more agile. You know?
See, I'm a season 1 Mighty Morphin person, so I'm more Dragon
Basically,
Zord.
yeah,
and,
you like anything that
Green
says
Ranger.
Dragon Sword.
And Green Ranger.
Yeah.
But I'm
You just
also a Jason person. That's also why I'm like early Power Rangers.
I will say-
early Power
Once
Rangers.
Jason leaves, then I'm like, my
Eh.
Morphin. Then I love Zeo, but it's like after Jason leaves for a bit, I'm like,
I think we're going to be on Tim's studio camera all
Yeah,
night. 'cause
you should
honestly,
just
we
leave
got
it there.
$50,000
I was gonna
and
say,
Bill and I are
Kearns,
looking at each
if
other like,
you-
dude, we're barely
everyone
at
can
20.
If you
hear
do
us.
want-
We'll just all up.
It's
Oh.
you put these
Oh,
together
wow.
yourself.
Titanus.
Ultra Zord.
Yeah, you put these together yourself. They're like the super mini claws they call them in Japan.
Oh, never mind. Those are different.
And they just re-released season 1 with the Megazord Dragon
really?
Zord on Big Bad Toy Store.
Ooh.
They're like $100 a piece,
May have
something
to get
around
that.
that area.
You
Titanus,
guys know
just
a
have to
fun
look
thing
for.
about that
But-
setup from the series?
I've never had
is that
Titanus or Ultra Zord. I've never had that.
they
Yeah.
didn't have Titanus, like they didn't have footage of it, so they just used the old toys and they just shot it. So in the show, when Titanus comes together with the Dragon Zord, it's just the toys they put together.
Well, I know they did that for the Ninja.
Yeah, the
They-
ninja. That
they wanted to
yeah,
keep
they just
everything
put the
away.
toys
It's
together
really-
and we're like,
I am.
all right.
I'll tell you what. Real quick story, because then I do want to keep us on the rails
Yes.
here, even though we've gone way off the rails a little
Yeah.
bit. Well, I mean,
Welcome
sort
to
of,
nerd
kind of, but
culture.
not really, because it's still Power Rangers related. So I guess we're still kind of on the rails, but even so, listen. Real quick, I was so lucky to find an independent toy seller. It was him and his wife. It was on Facebook.
There are these Facebook groups for toy buyers, toy collectibles, all that kind of stuff. So he was selling the Legacy Thunderzord, the Legacy Ninja Megazord, and the Falcon Zord. And I said, well, I don't have a Legacy Ninja Megazord. I want one, please. So I said, how much do you want for the Ninja Megazord? And he gives me a number, and I said, well, how much if you add that and the what is it called, the Falcon Zord? Excuse me. And he says, if you do this, it'll be this X amount of money. I said, sold. I'll take it, and I got it, and I was able to put it together. It was great. Anyway, enough about me. So here's the deal. If you were just joining us and wondering what the heck are these four knuckleheads talking about, we were talking about toys, collectibles that are centered around the Power Rangers universe, but we are here to celebrate the memory and the legacy that Jason David Frank left us. Do not get me wrong. If you were just joining us, make sure you like and share this video with all of your closest friends. Do want to take a moment to say thank you once again to Petruccio/Rocky for being with us from Other Side of Chaos earlier. Willow joined us fashionably late because she was putting her Beth Pink Ranger getup on.
And getting a dragon dagger.
And Kearns is complaining time and again. He's like, Ryan, you have everything, and I have nothing. And, but I do want to acknowledge
stuff.
I do want to acknowledge the individuals who are in the chat who are joining us. I want to say hello to Christian. Christian is here. He says the best Power Ranger that ever lived with Jason David Frank's character. Robert Craig joins us. He says my memories of watching him thank you for playing the noises.
Sorry.
At the Green Ranger as well as the White Ranger when I was a kid because it's what Jason, what made me fall in love with him I think he's trying to say what made me fall in love with martial arts as I've studied it. Most of the martial arts that he and his family tell me that Tommy Oliver, that we got during the course of the show. Okay, I got you. Yeah. And then let's see here. Vanessa chimes in. She says, hello, everyone. Vanessa, good to see you. Hope things are well for you in your neck of the woods. And she does say RIP to the one and only Jason David. Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us. If you have any memories, any stories of meeting him, some of your favorite episodes featuring his character, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. I will bring them up as long as Willow stops playing her silly 93-year-old looking dragon dagger that barely makes the right amount of sounds.
Now, Brian
it doesn't even sound like it doesn't even sound like the actual dragon flute. But that's
it is a little off. Yes, I will agree with you.
Even Bandai's stuff did not have the same sound.
Yeah, let's be perfectly honest. Bandai wasn't always batting 1,000 back in the day. I mean, look at the Saba sword and look how small that was. And yes, I remember having the original Saba sword. It was the little stick thing.
Oh,
anyway, let's
the original one was probably
half the size
from where my fingers are.
It was half the size of the new one.
Yeah.
Although sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Well, I was gonna say, and it did have like a little fold out or pull out blade, but it was just
it did. I had it.
It
was. I loved it as a kid, but when you look at it now, it's like, dude, this is lame. This is why the legacy.
Well, I mean, compared to what we're getting out now, it's like,
oh, dude, the legacy outage.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the newer stuff is incredible. Anyway, that's enough about that.
Well, in the 90s, for costume stuff, for dressing up as the Yellow Ranger, I had a pair of gloves that actually made the whipping noises. And
I've seen commercials for those. Yeah,
yeah.
They make the punching noises.
Yeah. But I mean, it also does fit in with this, Ryan, because
it does.
Out of a lot of franchises that I love,
it was $1 billion toy industry.
Jason was such the people ambassador for Power Rangers that just kept that love for Power Rangers going on for so long.
Very
and true. I mean, we're not going to have anyone else like him. And
no,
I mean, that's what kept my love going for it so much, is just seeing his appreciation for how much joy he brought to people's lives, seeing that and seeing, people bringing their kids, and like, I introduced him to Power Rangers because of you, and just, it's amazing.
Well, and it's funny. Well, not funny, but it's great that you say that, because guess what? I'm going to turn things over to Tim. So, Tim, the question that we're trying to answer, even though Kearns keeps complaining about the fact that he doesn't have as many toys as we do, what are some of your favorite moments or memories featuring Jason David Frank? Tim, you have the floor.
Oh, God. I loved Power Rangers ever since I was a kid. I've always wanted to meet any of them, but just around my area, there's just never anything really going on, especially I work all the time, so I don't have time. But I remember as a kid, and just even thinking about it today, running home every day just to watch the next episode, and especially once the Green with Evil mini saga, if you want to call it that, started. just seeing that new edition, like, oh, okay, we're adding someone else. It was amazing seeing that as a kid, like just seeing. For me, it was amazing. I've always loved the Green Ranger, loved the White Ranger. Didn't love Turbo so much, but a lot of people don't. But you know, for
The
every
Turbo
time,
movie just turned 25 this year, ironically enough.
Yeah.
God, do I feel old? But
I know, dude, we're all
Same year
I mean,
I,
Kearns is a
uh,
baby compared to
born.
everyone else in the studio tonight. So Kearns is like 12. The rest of us were like 30 something going
yeah,
on Dark Side
we're
40.
almost.
I am
90,
as
but-
old as Turbo. Or actually,
But-
depending on when Turbo came out, Turbo might be older than me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm like the odd one out that actually enjoyed Turbo.
I liked the.
Well, here's the thing.
There's
I
some
will
good
defend
things about
Turbo for
Turbo I
this
could talk
because
about.
Turbo passed the torch onto a new group of teenagers with attitude. It did give us a new cast, so
It
Turbo
gave us
isn't
my
a
Power
complete
Rangers
think they
crush
did it
growing
way
up,
too
which was
fast,
the new Yellow Ranger.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like Turbo
Yeah.
wasn't a complete loss. It's just the first half of
Yeah.
the season was ugh. But that listen.
Yeah.
By
We
the
can
way,
all
I know
agree
the actors
Justin
are
was a
watching
bad
this. I know
decision,
the
though.
actors are watching this. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with what you did. It has everything to
No.
do with the writing, producing, and directing of the
Yeah.
first half of Turbo.
Well,
that
the
went
other problem was they
down
were
the toilet.
adapting a spoof Sentai. Like
Yeah,
that
it was-
series
it
that
was a
was
spoof
made as a
on Super
spoof,
There were,
and they
there were
trying to
creative
take a
differences
spoof
going on. So
and
yeah,
make
there was a
it
lot
serious.
of bad
So,
stuff
you know,
going on.
I do remember because I kept watching it all the way up until RPM for like every
Ooh, wow,
Saturday. when
that
it would
goes all
come
the way back
on.
to 2009.
Yeah, but I mean, like every like waking up for it, and then
Oh,
I
sure, yeah.
stopped and just waited for the dumps to come on, like Netflix and stuff. But I remember Dino Thunder, seeing Tommy back. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
holy, this is great. Just
10 years later.
just getting that like nostalgia feel and seeing him as the mentor instead of like the new ultra badass coming onto the team, seeing him as the mentor. It was great. It was good seeing that for the continuation of that character, and Jason David Frank was the perfect role for Tommy.
Yeah, and yeah, and granted, I'll share more of this as we go on. But yeah, in Dino Thunder, you get the 500th episode of the series overall called Legacy of Power, when they went over the entire series from beginning to where they ended up in Dino. I'm like, geez, that's a lot of history. But it's worth watching because it brings back all that nostalgia. It's like I was there.
But
And those
but
moments
it's
happen.
weird seeing it as an adult, because you're seeing it as an adult going, did they set up cameras at all the communication centers? Like, did he take all that?
Yeah, did he get all the
Like,
surveillance footage from somebody
like-
and he just like pieced them together?
like what the hell?
Maybe
But-
Alpha 5 gave him some tapes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean,
right?
it's that adult brain kicking in after so long, you know. But
Yeah, it's called Power Rangers logic. Christian
Yeah.
Ingram could talk more on that if he's able to join us tonight. By the way, Christian, if you're watching this and your situation is fixed at your studio, feel free to jump on and we'll bring you on momentarily. But
yes, there is some logic I would like to talk with him about.
exactly, because it's called Power Rangers logic. That's cool, man. So anything else stand out to you about Jason David Frank before I turn things over to our next panelist?
I mean, that's really it for me.
Cool.
Like I said, I've loved Power Rangers since I was a kid. The
Oh, yeah.
addition of the Green Ranger, of that new extra story, of seeing the team develop after that, for I mean, all the way up until his half of Turbo, when him and all the others left. But I mean, you saw that story just laid out through 3 seasons, 1 season of Zeo, and then a movie and half a season of Turbo. So, yeah.
No, I gotcha. All good. I want to acknowledge the individuals who have chimed in the chat thus far. Also, Vanessa says, let's see here. I remember seeing his appearance in Megaforce for the 20th anniversary season that went to. Look, despite what you may think about Megaforce, that last like 10 minutes when all those legendary Rangers show up, that was pretty darn cool. Even though you may not have liked the season overall, which I get.
Yeah, that was the only darn cool part of the season.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying, like, that 20th anniversary, could they have done more? Obviously. But what we
Yeah.
got out of it was pretty, I mean, in my opinion, I thought it was special. But anyway,
Yeah.
let's see here. Lightning 123456. Boy, that's a username if I ever heard one. They say, man, I've been crying since he passed away. I'm right there with you all. Okay, well, appreciate you sharing that with us. Also, Vanessa says, my favorite moment of him was when he was battling Zeltrax.
Oh yeah, yeah. Or when he kicked the dinosaur right in the face. I love that.
Yeah, that always works when you look at a dinosaur, right? Because it worked out so well for Tim and who's Lexa, whatever her name is in Jurassic Park. Anyway.
Oh, I mean, hell, if Tommy was there, he would just roundhouse kick the damn thing in the face and end the story. That's it.
Yeah, and by the way, Vanessa, I'm not sure if I've seen some of JDF's vlogs. I'm not 100% sure about that. I'm not sure. Oh, Lightning says I've been watching them on the JDFFN channel since his unfortunate death. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because he has done a lot of videos, and he did his My Morphin Life on his YouTube channel for JDFFN. What is it? JDFFN YouTube channel. So feel free to look that up. Look at some of his past things. Vanessa has a question for us, but I will get to that momentarily. No, actually, you know what? We have some questions coming in, so let's go with this. Vanessa says, what color suit did he look best in? Okay, so for me, White Ranger all the way. Kearns, what do you think?
We're just talking suit, like we're just talking.
Yeah, of all the suits that he's worn in his Power Rangers career, what is your favorite suit featuring Tommy Oliver's character?
I probably have to go White Ranger as well. I think.
Booyah! All right, I'm not the only Tiger Sword fan on this panel. All right, I dig it. It's all good. What about you, Tim? Favorite colored suit? What do you think? Everything he's worn. What do you think?
You know what? As much as I love the Green Ranger, the original, I'm gonna go with Dino Thunder Black.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a goodie.
I can dig it. That was a cool looking. It had its moments. It was a cool looking suit. Oh,
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'll get to that in a second. Let's see. Well, where was I going with that? Tim, you said Black Dino Thunder. Willow, what was your favorite suit that he was in? I'm sorry.
I will have to go with the original.
The green.
There's just something about the Green Ranger that I don't know. I preferred him as the Green Ranger.
See, I prefer him as the Red Zeo Ranger, but I don't think that suit is as good as the white or green one, even though it's a great suit.
Yeah. Zeo had a cool theme song. By the way, I believe another panelist has joined us, but apparently he took a commercial break and now he wants to come back all of a sudden. Now I'm curious. Rocky, are you okay?
Oh yeah, 100%. I had my emotional breakdown and had a little bit of a break, and now I'm back.
Okay, does that mean did you want to stick around for more? I mean, like I said, if you have some stuff to take care of or you have to be somewhere with some friends and family members, you're more than welcome to take off if you have to.
It's already been taken care of.
Okay, so you're good.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you're good to stick around for a little bit longer?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just checking to make sure because all of a sudden you appeared and I'm like, I thought he took off. I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, now that that has been taken care of, I want to address something with you here, Rocky, because Vanessa's in the chat and she had a question a moment ago. And I just want to bring this up for you since you were taking a commercial break. What colored suit did Tommy look the best in your opinion?
So, in my opinion, I think it was the introduction of the Green Ranger because when he had that golden shield or pad on top of the costume that he had, it was a game changer because we had never seen anything like that. And even though when the White Ranger made his introduction and he had the same thing, for me, it's the original, and I will always say that Tommy Oliver as the Green Ranger was the best.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering Vanessa's question that she brought up to all the panelists here in the studio. Appreciate that, Vanessa. Thank you for being with us. Diane, to answer your question, though, his vlogs are viewable on his JDFFN. Is it JDFFN? There's a lot of F's in this thing. YouTube channel. Look it up. It's there. Feel free to look at those. There's so much things going on in the studio. I'm having a hard time keeping track. But even so, Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 says my favorite part was the 5-parter, the miniseries Green with Evil. That was their favorite part of the Jason David Franks character. Wonderful stuff. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 also says Green Ranger suit is my favorite. Diane Cook from North Kakalaki. What's up, Diane? Good to see you, superstar. She says I like the green suit. Once again, it goes back to Dragon Sword. It's always the Dragon Sword. Always the Dragon Sword, but it's fine. It happens. What was I saying here? I'm sorry. Vanessa says he looked amazing in the white suit as the White Ranger, aka the Tiger Zord thing, which came after the green one, just so we're clear. Vanessa also says my favorite Zord was the White Tiger Zord during the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger era. Great, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. If anyone else has any thoughts, memories, or favorite things featuring the character of Tommy Oliver, Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. We're celebrating the memory of Jason David Frank. We just heard from Tim. Thank you for sharing your memories of Jason David Frank with us. Appreciate it. No doubt about it. I'm going to turn things over to the person who keeps complaining that he doesn't have enough toys in his toy collection. Maybe we should make a movie called Toy Story, The Search for Kearns' Power Ranger Destiny.
No, I have a lot of toys, just not a lot of Power Ranger toys.
It's okay. You got to remedy that for the holiday season. We'll tell Santa Claus to drop some down your chimney tonight. You know what? He's going to drop all those action figures and collectibles down your chimney, and you're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby danced with Danny flipping K. You're goofy. Don't piss me off, Art. That was a Christmas Vacation reference, Kearns. So Kearns, yeah, you need to watch that movie more. So Kearns, the question on the table: favorite memories or moments featuring Jason David Frank. Kearns, what do you got?
So I'll tell my meeting him story, and then I'll tell more of my Power Ranger story. So in 2018, I went to San Diego Comic-Con. It was really cool. And it was the second day I was there, I believe. And me and my brother were just walking around, and I saw the line for JDF, and it wasn't like super, super long. And so I got on it, and I was the last one online, and the guy in front of me was being kind of like really difficult with like paying for stuff and getting like multiple autographs and wanting to get a picture and like all this stuff. And Jason had a panel that he was going to. And you know, this guy was just being really difficult, but even though he had a panel to go to, Jason still saw me there and took the time to speak with me. And I was so like nervous, like, you know, like we're going to talk about throughout this, like this guy was like a hero in like all of our childhoods. And I'm just like, dude, you're like the ultimate ranger. You could make a Power Ranger team with just you in it and all this. And he was just really cool. And he, because of the difficulty and because he was running, he actually gifted me and my brother free autographs on this White Ranger. So I have that. I don't have it framed yet. I will be getting it framed to add to my my autograph wall when I start to put that together. But yeah, Jason was just a really great guy, and I know a lot of people just have great stories of meeting him. I feel lucky now that I was able to meet him. And yeah, he was just a great dude. But my Power Ranger story and my Tommy story, I grew up in the tail end of the Saban era and the beginning of the Disney. So Time Force was the series I got into. But the great thing about the Disney era was that ABC Family started running all previous seasons of Power Rangers every day, morning, afternoon, weekends. And so I got to see like all Power Rangers. And then when Wild Force came out, I got to see one of my favorite episodes, Forever Red, in which Tommy came back. Obviously, by that point, I already knew who Tommy was because he's in so many Power Ranger seasons that when ABC Family is running them. I remember the lead up to Dino Thunder when they did the marathon on ABC Family that Jason David Frank hosted, where it was all episodes of Mighty Morphin and Zeo, like some of his best moments. And then Dino Force, that was the last Power Ranger series I watched in full because I didn't finish SPD for reasons I don't need to get into on here. Nothing to do with the show, actually. But you know, and that show, like Tim was saying, it was so cool that like he's introduced at first as being like the mentor, but then he gets to become a ranger as well. And that's one of the great moments when I forget her name, but so the henchwoman of that series is like, aren't you a little old for this, Tommy? He's like, I may be old, but I still got it.
Damn right.
I can still pull it off.
I also loved and then at the end of that episode, I love when he's in the coffee house with everybody. And he's just like, I need to go shopping. I have a serious lack of black in my wardrobe. Because I like how they reference that the Rangers just so happen to dress in the color of what they are. Because, you know, superheroes don't need to hide their identities.
It's called Power Rangers logic. I mean, even you remember the episode when he came back in Mighty Morphin to rescue the teen's parents and all the even the parents are all
that's one of the best things. They all wear.
Wasn't he wearing like white or green a second ago?
But
that doesn't make sense. Never mind.
But Tommy's always been. I will be honest. I'm a. This is weird when you talk about Jason Frank. I'm a Jason like Jason, the original Red Ranger, is my favorite Ranger, but Tommy's always been my number 2. And you know, Tommy's great. I mean, there's so many great moments with him, like when he fights Lord Zed to save Kimberly, you know, or in Zeo when when he goes out to find the new Gold Ranger, who is Jason, and that's a great moment. We're talking about the White Ranger, his intro where he comes down like from the heavens, and then he reveals that that Tommy's back. And then
Richie.
And then in Forever Red, he's awesome throughout the entire thing. I love how he's kind of like the leader of like all the Red Rangers. Like even though there are all these Red Rangers, and then that great moment at the end when Cole is like, "There goes the greatest
Tommy.
Red Ranger." And then all of them try to be like, like I love Jason when he's like, "What are you talking about?" Well, he was hitting on Kimberly at the juice bar.
I was the one doing all the work. Well, he was at the juice bar kissing on Kimberly.
Yeah. So many. I mean, we'll get through it. There's so many great Tommy episodes and moments throughout his run on the series.
No, seriously, I agree with you. That whole situation with Forever Red at the very end, everyone's knocking him because it's like, dude, look what we did in our seasons that Tommy couldn't.
Yeah, Wes is like, I changed the future. What are you talking about?
Wes is like, I changed history. So how come he has a fan club and I don't? Hey, I saved 2 worlds.
He's just walking around and just patting him on the head like, good job, guys. But yeah.
Yeah, he just walks off and all the other 8 Rangers are just sitting there like, yeah, he's too good to be with us. And then, what is it? Eric Myers, played by Dan Southworth in Time Force, he says, yeah, my QX would need his Dragon Zord for lunch.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I love it. Yes, Rocky, do you have something to add to this discussion after you've been dropping in and out?
Yeah, so like I'm gonna deal.
Once again, you drop out as you're about to make your statement. So it's like, you know what? Technical issues abound. Oh, there he is. Now you're back.
Yeah. So the one thing that I want to ask you guys, like besides the Green Ranger, does anyone else have a favorite Power Ranger besides Tommy?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Kern's kind of alluded to it. My favorite Ranger is Jason. OG Red,
Jason.
baby. Austin St. John. That guy's a beast. And yes, he's one of the most nice and humble people in person. I've met him several times.
I met him at that same Comic-Con that I met Jason David Frank at.
What about you, Tim? Who is your favorite besides Tommy Oliver?
Oh, wait.
After watching all the seasons, I mean, my second favorite once when Matt brought up Eric was probably Eric as the Quantum Ranger.
Time Force.
Good choice.
Yeah. I mean, I love that Ranger. It was like, oh, that would be like an ultimate, like, who would win, you know? Tommy with whatever fellow Ranger he wants to bring to the fight, or Eric. Like, who would win, you know?
So, Tim, did you hear the original ending for his character in Time Force? He was originally supposed to die when he took the shot for Wes, and they shot the ending without him, and then they changed their mind, and they had to reshoot the whole end scene to have Eric there.
Yeah.
Which I'm glad they didn't kill him off, because then we get the great
we get
reinforcements
that
from the
moment
future.
With him and Taylor kind of
and while
kind of flirting with each other. Yeah, they kind of hinted that they were kind of digging each other, but
that's a great two-parter. That's a great two-parter.
I believe it was. Hold on a second. That was in Wild Force. It was called Reinforcements from the Future.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That was a two-parter.
That's probably my favorite. My second favorite
team up episode.
My second favorite. My favorite is still To the 10th Power. I still love that.
Oh, To the 10th Power. That is a good one.
But Reinforcements from the Future. That's my.
Reinforcements from the Future is probably my favorite because Time Force is my favorite season. So.
This is why Kearns and I are best friends.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, if you're wondering what Ryan's favorite season of all time is, it is Time Force, without a shadow of a doubt. It is the pitch perfect.
It's one of the best acted. Like, if you watch the first episode, when Jen sees Wes and thinks that it's Alex, she just starts. I'm like, we've never seen this in Power Rangers.
I'm not going to say it is very well written, well produced.
Vernon Wells from Road Warrior is the villain that season.
Which, by the way, and he's also let off some steam, Bennett. I didn't even know he was Bennett. I didn't know he was Bennett. It's crazy.
Really?
I didn't know he was that. Yeah, in the movie Commando, which features Arnold Schwarzenegger, for those of you keeping score at home.
He was Bennett, and then he was in the Power Rangers. It's so incredible. It's so wonderful. I should have been in the Power Rangers. It's like a
Arnold comes in Quantum Ranger.
Where's what's his face? Where's Christian Harloff when you need him for these things? What's up, Christian Harloff?
I feel like
if you're watching this, Christian, I hope you're enjoying Kearns' impression of you doing Schwarzenegger. or his impression of Schwarzenegger, or whatever. You can compare
I'm the
notes.
guy
Christian.
pretended to be the guy. Pretended to be the guy.
Hey, you know what, Willow? I want you to remember this face here. This is the guy behind the guy behind the guy. Anyway, Willow can't stop laughing.
Did anyone get the reference that I made with that?
Was that Tropic Thunder?
Yeah,
Russ?
Tropic
it was.
Thunder.
Yeah,
I'm
it
the
was.
man, pretend to be the guy. Pretend to be the guy. I never
I'm
turn
the
it off.
dude
Now
playing
till
the
DVD
dude
comes through.
disguised as another dude. Anyway,
watch
Willow,
that
enough
now.
about that. Kearns, you're killing me. You're absolutely killing me. Some people have chimed in the chat in regards to the question that Rocky, who keeps disappearing in and out of the morphing grid, like the viewing globe, is on short circuit. I don't know what's going on in his
he's like
studio.
the Green Ranger's powers in the
like
season
the green
2
candle.
opener when his powers start fading.
So
in
he's
and
gonna
out.
come down in a white light and be
Now
good
that's
here in
later
a
on
second
because
then.
remember,
that's
Tommy
later.
loses his powers and then he's gone for a bit, and then he comes back as the White Ranger. So
I'm
Rocky
sorry.
will be back as the White Ranger at some point.
I don't know what's going on with that. But anyway, listen, that's neither here nor there. Let's see here. More people have chimed in. I want to make sure we, let's see. I'm going all the way back here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm seeing
top five.
a lot
Okay,
of them
Derpy 501st has his top 5 favorite seasons. They say Mighty Morphin is number 1. Time Force is number 2. Dino Thunder coming in at number 3. Power Rangers in Space at number 4. And Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue at number 5. That is not a bad
Lightspeed
list.
is such an underrated season.
Yeah,
it does. And Carter Grayson as a Red Ranger does not get the love he should.
Which he was the
When-
Nick
when
Fury
you
in
run up to
Forever
a
Red. He
giant
was Nick
monster-
Fury.
And just punch him in the face.
Well,
I love it.
Hell, the first episode, what does he do? All the Rangers
Lightning-
their asses kicked, and he tries to run over the monster.
With the car, yeah. I also like that Lightspeed is the first season to where the Rangers just default to their guns, which is like, yeah, why would you use more shots on a monster?
When I saw
You
him
shoot him.
try to run over the monster, I'm like, why has no one else tried to do this? Like, what? Kimberly had a car. I mean, why not?
That had another great crossover with the Galaxy Rangers. That was another good
Yes,
crossover
Willow?
episode.
I was just gonna say, like I don't think in the first season they used their weapons enough on the monsters.
Yeah, like you'd think
Well,
you're like
once again, this is behind the scenes, and most fans know this by now. A lot of the first season, if not the second season, were using Japanese Super Sentai footage before they started shooting their own footage in Valencia, I think it was, California, where they were shooting originally. I can't remember.
Vasquez Rocks, I thought.
I think it was, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It was the Rocks. It was Valencia. It was LA. It was all.
In California they shot a lot.
It was in California in the
early
freaking desert
seasons.
somewhere.
And that was where Lord
it was
Zed came
Vasquez
from.
Rocks because that's where
Vasquez
the
Rocks,
center
thank you,
stand
Tim.
up is. Yeah, because that's where Kirk fought the lizard.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of where the rocks were, but then again, I couldn't remember.
How
But
is
anyway,
no one? I don't think I've ever seen on YouTube anyone try to cross that over, like have Kirk fighting the Gorn, and then have the Rangers be like, "What's going on out there?
what's going on back here? What's Captain Kirk
Does
doing
it have
with
a, like
this
open door? Like
What is that?"
what the?
Who's coming out of the?
Well, because
woodwork?
it's space, so just take
You gotta see this shit.
You do
just
realize
take in
that they
space
caught-
side Andros just like open the Astro Mega ship and be like, "Hey, you okay down there, dude?"
Yeah, but you do realize, and this is a fun fact before I acknowledge, because more people are chiming in the chat. I want to give the people in the comments a moment here. But real quick, did you guys know that technically Power Rangers and Star Wars are connected? Because TJ says in Power Rangers in Space, yeah, we're looking for Zordon. We may have found him. There's a clue right out there in the Dagobah system.
Even Yoda didn't know where he was.
Zordon lost it, yes. Now must eat.
Okay, who was the Luke Skywalker during that?
Well, if it's in space, I would
it
say
definitely
Andros.
wasn't Ecliptor.
Andros would probably be the Luke.
Because he's the one who can move stuff.
And he's got to make the sacrifice at the end as
Yeah,
well.
but he has
So
telekinesis.
was Han the Han Solo then?
No, because Han Solo. Well, Han Solo shot first, so technically Andros would shoot first, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anyone know the answer to that? Let us know.
Okay, wait. Let's just go Spaceballs and just say he's the Lone Star because that's Luke and Han combined. So Andros is the Lone Star.
I hate it when I get my Schwartz twisted. Anyway, all right, let's not talk about that, Will. Let's see. More people have chimed in. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge them. Let's see here. Gosh. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My favorite seasons are the following: MMPR, Zeo, Dino Thunder, as well as In Space and Lost Galaxy. Wow, you pretty much went in order there for a minute. But that's cool. I dig it. Let's see. Vanessa? She says, I liked his helmet in Zeo because it had a star all over it.
Yep.
That is a valid point. Diane Cook has a question for moi, but I'll answer it real quick because, like I said, I want to take a moment to acknowledge everyone else here. Let's see. Diane says, Ryan, what types of Power Ranger... By the way, they're action figures. They're not toys. or
Diane,
collectibles.
just scroll back like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, please. Do you wish you had or desire to own? Well, for me personally, I would have liked to have had the Turbo Morpher, the Lightspeed Rescue Morpher, Lightspeed Rescue, Lost Galaxy, Quantum, the Quantum Morpher. I would have liked to have had that.
I had that toy when
Tommy's
I was a kid. The one with the where you
Morpher
control
from
the
Dino
Megazord.
Thunder. I want to have because I like how it's a reference to
good
the
one.
Turbo because it needs the key. I like this sort of
Well,
reference.
I would have liked to have had the
Turbo
Turbo Megazord. I would have liked to have had that.
Give
I like that
Hasbro some
Megazord
time,
a
they'll
lot.
get to it.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I read your work. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, thanks. Can I have a grant? Anyway, that's an '89 Batman.
Oh, and Alfred, give Knox a grant.
Grant. Exactly. Nice talking with you, Wayne. You know why they're so odd? Because they can afford to be, just like Willow is. She
Look
can
at
afford
this
to be
mirror.
odd.
Should be Bruce Wayne.
Vain. Anyway, let's see here. Lightning says Zeo was fun because it expanded the PR universe for the very first time, and I agree with you 100%. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And
I kind of think for the second time because if you want to count the Alien Saga as like
Not
a
really.
mini arc,
The Alien Rangers
but
for me
did
doesn't
expand
really
because that
count.
was the first off-world Rangers
True.
we got.
It was, but for me, that miniseries was just not very good.
Also-
I'm sorry. No
Talking
offense
about-
to the actors and actresses who participated in that, but the Alien Rangers thing was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I didn't
And
like it.
talking about Zeo and Jason David Frank, that was also
Yeah.
the season when his brother made an appearance on the show.
What was his brother's name? Eric? Was his brother's name
I
Eric? Does anyone remember his
believe
name?
so.
Can someone look that up for me in the backstage?
But yeah,
area?
Yep.
Can we
You
look up
know, and
his-
so it's nice now that
both
you know,
him and his brother are
Him
together.
and his brother are sort of
Yeah.
because of Power Rangers, they're both just sort
Yeah.
of immortalized. Because
Lightning-
Jason talked a lot about how before
Yeah.
obviously he was on Power Rangers, they used to they opened a lot of dojos together
Oh, yeah.
across the country. Yeah, so
That's a
his
fair
brother
point.
was one of the people who everyone thought was going to be the Gold Ranger.
I literally thought that's who it was.
Yeah,
But then
people
we
were
got
speculating
Jason,
that.
which
Speculating.
I know,
the best
but
decision.
I mean,
It would have been interesting if it was.
Yeah, no, it would have. Yeah, it
You
would
would
have
have
been
had a family
interesting.
thing on the show, not just in the fictional sense, but also in
Yeah.
real life, because they're literally
Yeah.
brothers.
because
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
would-
usually whenever they're like, "Hey, I'm a Power Ranger," that person that knows usually either becomes a Power Ranger or helps them.
Yeah, when you share your
Something.
secret, even though Zordon says, "Third, no one may know you are a Power Ranger." Oh, wait a second. Yes, Zachary. What is it? Anyway, I can repeat Day of the Dumpster all day long.
No one may
So-
know you're a Power Ranger. If they do, Alpha 5's gonna have to get rid of some people.
What do you think this is? The Mafia? Get out of here. Anyway, listen, Jason or
Ay,
Lightning.
ay, Zordon.
Get off my lawn, Kearns.
Yeah, let
Lightning
me
1, 2, 3, 4,
unplug
5,
my
6.
vacuum cleaner.
Let's rein this in for a minute here, Kearns. So Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 says his favorite character is Jason, portrayed by Austin St. John. Thank you for sharing that with us. Diane says Amy Jo Johnson, the Pink Ranger, is my favorite. There you go, Diane.
Willow
No
is currently cosplaying as her.
Ryan, I think as us being kids watching it, I think that's probably one of our earliest crushes was
Oh, for
Amy
sure.
Jo Johnson. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Mhm.
And and she's probably been told that several times at conventions where
Oh,
Amy Jo
yeah.
Johnson is. Let's see here. Derpy501 says my second favorite Ranger of all time was actually Jen, played by Erin Cahill. Brilliantly, I might add. in Power Rangers
Badass.
Time
Yeah.
Force. And I've had the pleasure, the honor of hanging out, spending, and talking with Erin Cahill, Jason. The entire cast of Time Force are some of the nicest individuals on the planet Earth. And
Yeah.
Erin Cahill, as soon as she sees you in her line, as soon as it's your time to say, "Hey, I want you to da da," she will come out from behind her booth and give you the biggest hug ever. She is so respectful and so kind and generous to her fans. And Erin, you're wonderful. Stay that way.
There's an argument to be made for that season that Jen is the real leader of the team, not Wes.
That's
There's
true.
a
lot of
real
people have
argument.
that. Derpy501 says Time Force is the best season in his opinion. There you go. Let's see. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Man, these comments are coming in fast and furious. Time Force was actually nice, but it took me a while to get into the story. Okay. He still puts it in his top 5 though. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is just continuing with the comments. He says Lost Galaxy is insane as a Power Ranger straight up died in that one.
Sure.
Yes, but that's because the real
second
life
time.
the actress the actress Valerie Vernon
Yeah.
was struggling with leukemia during the filming of that season. That's why.
And that was also that was a real, but also in that season that was second time because remember the original Red Ranger in that show passed away before he could even really become the Ranger very early on. Then he comes back as
because the Magna Defender was hiding
Magna
him in
Defender,
his cavern down in the below. You know, the crack.
Well, kind of like hijacked his body.
Yeah, he took possession. Well, for a
and
minute
then he
anyway.
gave it back and
Absorb logic.
It's called Power Rangers logic, guys. Look it up on.
We
the
can
internet.
breathe on the
Christian,
moon
if
and
you
there's
ever
home
get in
gravity.
here, you would have more information on this than I would. Sean Still is with us. He says, "I just watched the first movie. I believe he's referring to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Jason David Frank was always my favorite. I loved. Excuse me. I loved his Zords, especially the White Tiger. Yes, more White Ranger fans. I'm loving this, chat. I'm loving it.
Thank you for joining us, Sean, by the way. I appreciate
Do
you
you know who
showing
Sean
up.
is?
Yep, he's
Who's
an old
Sean? Is he-
cosplay buddy.
Oh, he's one of your BFFs. Okay. Cool. By the way, Lightning123456 says, yes, it's Eric. Yes. Well, Eric Myers was portrayed by Dan Southworth in Time Force. That's what we were referring to earlier. Now that we have gotten a chance to go through all those comments, and I'm loving them, if you have any memories featuring Jason David Frank or anything Power Rangers universe related, because Lord knows Tim and Kearns just love to take us off the rails, feel free to put it in the chat, put it in the
you
comments.
brought us on, Ryan. You know what
True
you're
that. Now I'm regretting it. So make sure you make sure you share this video with all of your closest friends. Share your memories about Jason David Frank. We are celebrating his life and celebrating his memories that he gave us. Whether it was on film or in the convention circuit, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. Whether you're watching this live or on the replay, we want to take this opportunity to say thank you for being with us. Now, I'm going to turn things over to the one who was fashionably late to the pot tie because she was getting her
He's not going to let that up on you, Willow. That's every time he intros you.
I don't care.
It's okay. This isn't the first time. It won't be the last time I'm late for his show.
No, it won't be. No, I'm sure it won't be. Listen, Willow, I'm gonna turn things over to you before Kearns tries to steal my thunder again. Willow, the question on the table is, you're always doing it. Anyway, are there any? Don't mess with me, Kearns. I will take you off the stream. So, Willow, the question on everyone's mind is, do you have any favorite memories or moments featuring Jason David Frank, whether he was on screen or off? What do you got?
Honestly, I kind of tried to watch his career as I aged. I know he did a stint with the poker players, and I honestly think that he did a good job playing poker. But yeah, I know that was just for he did a stint with Celebrity Poker.
Oh, Celebrity Poker. Okay.
So
I was like, is this one of the scandals that ended up in the movie Molly's Game with Jessica Chastain a few years ago?
I really wish that his career would have allowed him to go further with acting away from Power Rangers. That would have been awesome to see him in other movies. But I guess he enjoyed himself too much on the Power Ranger circuit, so he stayed where he knew he was needed and wanted. Unfortunately, I never met the guy personally, but just hearing your guys' stories is very heartwarming.
It is interesting that I guess that just goes to show you that even the 90s was still that sort of thing to where you were either a TV actor or a movie actor, because it is really surprising that no movie studio was like, let's try to make this dude like our action movie like lead guy. I mean, he's like the star of like one of the biggest like kids action franchises,
and he knows like 6 different forms of karate.
Yeah, and he's a legit martial arts dude. It's really surprising that they weren't.
The guy
like,
runs martial arts.
Steven
schools
Seagal. Steven Seagal passed on this script. Let's give it to Jason David Frank.
I mean, after he got out of Power Rangers, just that look, especially if you watched him in with his MMA career.
Yeah,
that look of just like an action star. It was like, you could do something with this.
I just have to say, you imagine, so you're a guy who's trained for MMA, and you go into your match, and you look over, and across from you in the cage is Tommy Oliver. I'd forfeit right then and there, because I'm like, this dude's about to morph on me. Like, what's going on?
I mean, he's covered from head to toe in
He's coming
tattoos.
for me.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. And I agree with all of you. I wish we would have seen, and this is something that I wish for not just him, but all the actors who have taken part in the Power Rangers franchise. I wish them nothing but success moving forward, whether they did action movies, drama movies, comedies, romantic movies.
Amy Jo Johnson did create a nice career for herself.
Yeah, she
away
did.
from
I mean,
Power Rangers.
I don't
the
mean
show
to say
she's
this
on.
as a negative, but it feels like a lot of the and listen, this is nothing against the actors. This is nothing against them. I just want to preface it by saying that. It feels like there's I wouldn't say it's a curse, but there's a bit of a typecasting thing that goes with that. So if they're in Power Rangers, they can't do anything. So oh, they were on a kids show. They can't do it. Well, Amy Jo Johnson beat the curse because look what she did. Felicity. She did Wildfire. She did what was the sniper show? Flashpoint.
Flashpoint. Yeah.
And this is I think
You know?
it's not so much it being a kid show. I think it's very similar to like a Mark Hamill before he got into voice acting, which is like you are part of this iconic franchise and you just are that thing, and that thing's so big that unless you do something as big, even if you're like Mark Hamill did so many movies during and after Star Wars, but they weren't Star Wars that no one really remembers. It's not until he got into Batman, you know. It's
when
like
he became the Joker, it's like, oh
you
my
know,
God, we really got to stay.
if you look at like Austin St. John or Jason Vaughn or like any of these actors after Power Rangers, their IMDb has a bunch of stuff.
Jason
but
Vaughn
it's
and Aaron
not as-
Cahill did the Resident Evil video
But
game.
it's not as big as Power Rangers, so that's why people don't talk about it.
Yeah, but
which is unfortunate, you know,
It
because
is.
like
and
you
Aaron
said,
has a lot
like
of those Lifetime movies too.
yeah, like
So,
unfortunately, like you look at Jason Font, like that dude, like at conventions and stuff.
Well,
He's
I don't know,
hilarious. I'm
Lifetime
surprised he's not
romantic
like
movies.
a rom-com star. Like he could totally do that stuff. Like I'm
Well,
really
look at Michael.
surprised.
I mean, this goes back to Time Force. Michael Copon, he did the Scorpion King too. You know.
Yeah, we don't talk about the Scorpion King unless it's The Rock. It's
And even then, we only talk about that when he's in the.
Yeah, I know. I'm not necessarily saying you have to talk about the sequels, but I'm just saying, like, you know, Copon went on to do that.
Yeah,
He did
no.
Hill.
Yeah.
But-
Some other actors did. I mean, look at Erin Cahill. She did Boogeyman 3, which is a
what
horror
was that
film.
Bloodshot movie with Jason David Frank and Jason?
No, that
Franck,
was
wasn't
he
it?
did the series. He did the series. It was Vin Diesel who did the movie.
Oh, okay.
Well, no.
Yeah.
You're right. Jason David Frank did portray Bloodshot in Bat and the Sun's Ninjak versus the Valiant Universe. That's what Jason David Frank did. You're right, Tim. You're right. You're 100% right. We don't talk about the Vin Diesel one. That never happened. But can't do anything outside of Fast and Furious. Sorry. Not really.
Iron Giant would disagree with
Yeah,
you.
but that's like that.
That was Dwayne Johnson.
Voiceovers. I mean,
No,
voiceovers.
Pacifier.
Pacifier. And that's a fun movie as well.
Hey, Pacifier is actually funny. But anyway, enough about that. So, but yeah, it seems like it's been difficult for certain actors within the Power Ranger franchise to portray other characters in other ways. But listen, if you want to do it, go for it. Go on as many auditions as it takes. I don't care because I've seen some of these other Power Rangers work as we've gone on throughout the course of our lives and careers. They've done some good stuff. I'm not going to lie. But even so, Willow, you shared some of your favorite, memories featuring the character or the Jason David Frank, Tommy Oliver, all that kind of jazz. Once again, thank you for sharing that with us. Do not get me wrong. More people chimed in the chat. My gosh, this thing is going off like crazy. Let's see. Robert Dredden is here. He says, R.I.P. the Green Ranger. I'll be 40 in just a few weeks. So I remember exactly when Power Rangers first aired in 1993. There you go.
Yep.
Enough said. Diane Cook says Erin Cahill was also on How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
And Felicity, and she has been in a bunch of Hallmark movies. And
Hallmark,
Diane, yes, Diane, I will admit it. One of the only reasons I watch Hallmark movies is if Erin Cahill is in them. Okay, I will admit it. I've done it. I watched her most recent one. Not as good as some of the other ones that she's done, but it's okay, Erin. We still love you. Let's see here. Lighting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 says, "OMG, yeah!" I remember Erin and How I Met Your Mother. I almost forgot about it.
Yeah, that's a show I never watched in its entirety. I've seen episodes.
I didn't even know. I totally forgot that Erin Cahill was in it.
Yeah, when I did the TV trivia stuff and I watched that whole series, I was like, "Oh yeah."
And I liked it.
That person.
It's just one of those shows that I think because I saw the final episode and I was like, yeah, I don't think I need to watch this whole thing.
You're like, yeah, this show may not have been done the best of terms.
Also, you know, Bob Saget's never in it, so what's the point?
R.I.P. to Bob Saget.
Yeah.
We've lost too many legends, let's be perfectly honest.
I do want to ask a question to you guys to get back onto topic.
Yeah, I was about to share my stories, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot. We've been going for so long. I'm sorry, Ryan. I'll ask my question after.
Dude, we've been going for so long, man. I'm so drunk. I need to go back home. I need to fall asleep, man. I need to find my Power Ranger toys. Play with some action figures.
I'm not drunk off of alcohol. I'm drunk off of the Morphing Grid is what I am.
Yeah, that's what you're drunk off, son. We're going to have to put you in the timeout area. So
I'm surprised they never made a drink with that. Like a green drink called the Morphing.
Probably
And-
because he didn't own the rights to his character.
And probably Saban would not be like, yes, you can market our children's franchise with alcohol.
With an
Well, no, not alcohol. I mean, just like a soft drink or something.
Oh, you mean like Surge?
Yeah.
Why
Remember
wasn't
that, by the way?
Surge Dragonzord juice?
Does anyone remember that though? Surge or the
Oh,
Ecto
yeah,
Cooler?
that would've
whatever
been
they were called?
Ecto Cooler was
Yeah.
incredible, and they brought it back in 2016 only to take it away from us again.
Really? They didn't bring it back for when the movie Afterlife came out?
Yeah, which I'm surprised. I was waiting. I was like,
Weird,
I'm
dude.
sure it's gonna come back, and then it didn't.
Do you think they'll
What
do
are
it
you
for the
doing,
sequel
Heisey?
though? Because they're making a
I don't
sequel to
think
Afterlife. In case
Oh, they
you didn't
are?
know.
Yeah, they are.
Huh.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
they
I really-
officially
yeah.
passed the
Talks
torch
about-
onto the kids, so now the kids are going to take on a new era of ghosts.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, we're talking about Ghostbusters Afterlife, which is a little indie film that came out not too long ago. If you haven't noticed, it's a good movie. I actually just saw it for the first time like months ago.
Oh, I
Like,
love it.
dang.
I love that movie.
I thought it was a good pass into the torch story. But anyway,
Paul
Diane
Rudd's
Cook
great in that
says,
movie.
I have a can of Surge in my very own fridge, guys.
Yeah.
Now I want to
from the
see her
90s?
drink it.
Hey, Diane, do you want to come on here and actually drink the Surge on camera for Willow's sake? Let me know and I'll send you the
Surge
link.
was
on,
after
Facebook.
my time. I
Would that still be good right now?
No, they still
Willow's
make
drinking.
Although
still
Brad
makes Surge.
Jones, the cinema snob, owns a bunch of bottles of Crystal Pepsi, and
Really?
he drank one from the '90s, and he was like,
Ugh.
it tastes really flat.
Wow.
Oh,
because
look
stuff
up
was so
Brad
bad when it came
Jones
out.
loves Crystal Pepsi. He has a giant 2-liter bottle that he's told his wife, "If I die, you will bury me with this."
Yeah. I don't know where. I'm so sorry. I don't know where to
Crystal
go with
Pepsi.
that. Where we're going, we don't need roads because clearly
What
we've
do
been
we
off the
think
road
Tommy's
forever.
favorite soft drink was? There we go. I got back on topic for you, Ryan.
But you were just.
I think you liked Coca-Cola.
Don't know. Diane says, "Sure, I will come and drink it on camera, but you have to send me the link for." Okay, hold on a second. I'll tell you what. I gotta log into. I'm not logging to Facebook, so hold on a second. What was I gonna say? Okay, so before I share my stories, talking about specifically Jason David Frank, Kearns, Tim, Willow, any other favorite Power Ranger moments that you want to share as I'm sending the link to Diane here? Any other moments stand out?
I was gonna ask you guys because one of my favorite things was I'm not sure if anyone else has read it, but the graphic novel Soul the Dragon. That comic was so. I remember when it came out and grabbing it, and it was so cool to see. It was the first time I really felt like we got like an adult Power Rangers story. And I love the whole thing about like this is Tommy's like final ride because he has the ultimate morpher, but he only has enough power to where every morph is his last one, which was awesome. And then he has his grown-up son in it. I liked how they had characters from SPD appear in it. And unfortunately before all this, I kept saying, I was like, man, I know he's doing Legend of the White Dragon, but I would love if they did like a live action movie of Soul the Dragon. That would have been so cool. That's also the comic that officially established that Tommy married Kat.
Yeah. Well,
where
yeah,
do
that
we lie
Christmas
on
special.
that? Because we knew
What was that season? No, that was Zio, I think.
Zio. Well,
Christmas
because remember
episode.
in Zio, that's when Kimberly Dear Johns him, and then he starts dating Kat.
Yeah.
You know what?
talking
At that
about-
point, it's a lost cause to want him to stick with Kimberly if she decided to break up with him. That's her loss, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I've always said this about that. I'm just like, okay, I get they were in high school and everything, but I'm like, it's different than like, oh, they had chemistry together. I'm like, when I say
They
chemistry, I
were
meant the class.
soldiers
I
in
was
the
like,
Galactic
they were,
War.
yeah. I'm quoting Linkara as well with that.
Yeah.
So where I'm like, you fought next to each other. He literally fought like the embodiment of like the devil in this universe to save you, and you don't even have the decency to call this man. You send him a letter.
Well,
What the hell, Kimberly? I hope that gymnastics thing didn't work out for you.
that was also the writers wanting to push a Cat and Tommy relationship too.
Yeah, which I think was a little dumb. I feel
I
like
don't
they
know.
could
But
have given that to
real
Rocky
quick though,
or
if you're gonna read a comic, read Shattered Grid. That
I haven't gone to read Shattered
Whenever-
Grid yet.
Dude,
I haven't gone.
that
to
was
read
The
it
best
yet.
power. It's one of the best Power Ranger storylines that never made
Well,
it. to
Ryan,
air.
I'll
I would-
ask you since you were off air. Have you read Soul the Dragon?
No.
Soul the Dragon's awesome. It's
I'll tell you what. Here's what I've read of
it's
Power Rangers in the
Tommy's
Boom
Logan.
comics, and we're talking about the new stuff, some of the newer stuff that's come out in the last 3 or 4 years. I've read Power Rangers: Sins of the Future, which is a Time Force centered story, which is a great one, by the way, because it's Time Force.
I haven't read that one yet. I want to.
I've read Shattered Grid. What else? And a few of the others. Oh, by the way, so someone brought up this individual, and they said that they are willing to drink something that may or may not have something to do with Power Rangers. So please welcome, for the very first time in the history of Nerd Culture Studios, at least on this special presentation, celebrating the memory of Jason David Frank. Please welcome our good friend to of North Carolina zone, Diane Cook is in the building. Hello, Diane.
Hello, Ryan. Hi, Matt. Hello. Thank
Wow.
you for asking me to join. So here's my can of Surge.
That's funny.
Oh my God.
Yes. I know. When you mentioned Surge, I was like, oh my gosh, I think I actually have some of that here in my house. So I went and pulled it out of the fridge, but it could be flat. Like Willow was saying, she knew somebody else that drank some and it was flat. But you guys ready for this? I'm about to
Yeah, sure. We just hope your health is.
Yeah, I heard it is.
We
have
just
the
hope your
power
health isn't in
protect you.
danger. That's all I'm gonna say.
They still make it.
Yeah, Ryan, where's your disclaimer to where it's like Nerd Culture is not responsible for anything
Oh,
that
yeah,
happens
sorry.
after drinking a
I don't have one.
20-year-old can of soda?
I don't have one.
I want to see how much caffeine is in this thing because I'm really curious. I guess I'm gonna have to drink this whole thing right now, right?
No,
But-
you don't.
Don't
You
don't
take a
don't look
sip.
at the label. Trust me.
Yeah,
Seriously,
it's
just
best if
take
you
a
just-
sip for argument's
Okay,
sake, and then you
take a
can go for it.
Oh my gosh, I have not had this in years. And like the flavor, it's like the nostalgia of just like drinking this. Because they used to actually have this at like McDonald's and different places you could get it, like in the the fountain as a fountain drink.
That's a true story.
Good though. And actually it's not flat. It's got carbonation in it. So
Oh.
yeah.
Well, they still make it. So
Yeah, they still make
Oh, they
it.
do?
Yeah, it's not that old. I
now,
can't
if you down that whole thing, you're gonna be like running around the
I
house.
will be. I know. And at this hour, I'm not. That's why I was like,
If
I wonder-
Diane downs that whole thing, she'll think she can go on and fight some putties. She'd be like, I can take care of business.
You can find an army of putties in
I
your park.
apologize, guys. I'm a very bad influence. You guys should not be hanging out with me.
I know. Will lives all the way up in Canada, Diane. So
Yeah, those Canadians. Yeah, watch
blame
out for
Canada for your problems, dude.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
What part of Canada are you in?
Manitoba, the middle of Canada. We kind of call it the Canada's armpit.
Wouldn't it be Canada's chest hair?
Currents,
It's
why don't
the
you
middle.
Google? Do me a favor. Google a map of Canada in your studio and tell us if it looks like an armpit or not. That'd be great.
Well, actually,
ahead
it
and
kind of
Google it.
does if you think
Go
about
ahead and
it.
Google it. You have time. Use your phone.
I'm in
Maybe-
Raleigh, North Carolina, so I'm like way down south from you. If you couldn't tell from my accent, people ask me all the time. They're like, "So, are you from North Carolina or South Carolina?" I'm like, "Is it really that obvious that I'm from the South?" But yeah, I guess it is.
We're all over the world, so let's just put it that way. And we are so thankful that all of us are here in the studio trying to focus on one simple thing, but yet we're focused on
Power
Surge.
Rangers.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. And I'm glad you enjoyed the Surge, right?
Yes.
Is that true?
And I've enjoyed the discussion that you guys have been having about Power Rangers. This has been really, really fun. Yeah. I was the one who said that, Amy Jo Johnson was my favorite. And you were saying I remember all the guys, in elementary school, they were always
Yeah, we were crushing.
the Pink Ranger.
Yeah, I'm a little older than you guys, so I was Ashley from In Space. That was
Yeah,
my
Kearns
Power
was
Ranger.
Kearns is only 12, Diane, just so you know.
Ryan,
he's a baby.
how many times do I have to remind you? I am this many.
You're 25, I know. He's 25, Diane. Just to be perfectly
25.
clear.
Oh, you are a baby. Ryan and I are both 35.
We're the same exact age. So it's like
I am the oldest one here, I think.
Yeah.
Tim, you're.
I'm old enough to be your mom,
No,
so-
Willow, didn't you
You
just
look
turn the
young.
big 4-0?
You all look young.
Willow, didn't you just turn
Yeah.
the big 4-0 earlier this year?
I did.
Yeah, she's 40.
Okay, I'm not the oldest one. All right.
Yeah, Tim, you're a year
Tim's
older
like,
than me.
I feel great.
Tim is 36.
Tim's like
Turns
Kirk at the
25,
end of
Willow's 40, and then
Rathacon
Diana
right
and I are
now.
35.
I feel young.
Turns is such a baby.
The thing about Power Rangers is it does literally bring people together,
Yeah, it
young
does.
and
It
old.
does.
So
Yeah, it does. Look at the convention circuits. Look at the conventions.
This is the thing about Power Rangers is it's a superhero show.
It is.
And like everybody loves superheroes. It's the reason why you go to a Marvel movie. It's young kids and old people. Like that's why Power
Old people?
Rangers has stuck around for all these years because it's a superhero property.
And older people bringing their kids into it, like, hey, check this out.
Just like
This is
it's
what I
no
like when I
different
was
than
a kid,
you know, it's like if I have kids, like it's no different than me introducing them to Superman. Like that's
Or
also
Indiana
why,
Jones.
You know, yeah. You know,
The old Indiana Jones is not
and what I
important.
like too is Power Rangers has kept adding seasons. So, you know, there's just so many different places for a kid to start. They can start with a new
and
season
especially
or one of
with
the
the
old ones.
How many seasons are there total?
Jesus. Is it
30 will be coming up.
30th season is coming up, and just so everybody knows, and I want to try to get this back on the rails here because enough about Surge. So we're celebrating. I'm losing my head. We're celebrating the memory of Jason David Frank, and just to let everyone know, they are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Mighty Morphin, Power Rangers in general here in North America because it's based off the Japanese Super Sentai series that's been going on for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. But Power Rangers does turn 30 next year, and Hasbro and the studios have informed us they do have plans for the 30th anniversary. A lot of special things are going to go down next year. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have in store.
And that's
Hopefully,
going to
it's
be
great
brand
stuff.
new after that. It's
You
all
know
gonna
what
be
is
brand
sad is if they do, you know, if
We
they
don't
do a 30th reunion, it's going to be the first time they do one of these reunion specials that Tommy won't be in it.
Well, the next Power Morphicon in 2 years, that's going to be difficult. Well, not difficult, but it is. They are going to mention a lot of people who have passed on since the show began in '93. Let's be perfectly honest. When they do it every year, well, they do it. Power Morphicon is every 2 years, just to be perfectly clear, and that's in California. For those of you who may be wondering, so if you want more information, go to PowerMorphicon.com. More information has been released about the next one, I believe. But even so here's the deal. Jason David Frank, if you have any memories, any moments you want to share with us, let us know in the comments, let us know in the chat. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. And once again, I want to thank all the panelists who have come and gone on this presentation for this night, for this weekend. For me, I got to clear my throat here because I'm saying way too much. Oh my gosh.
Take a
Let's
breath,
see here.
Ryan.
Hey,
Dude,
Ryan,
I'm gonna need a drink of Surge after this
Yeah.
is over. Yeah.
get some Surge. Ryan, remind me the name of that convention that happens in Florida.
Oh, it's Ranger Stop. Ranger Stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Are
in
you
Orlando. That's every year. Mikey runs that. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? Go to rangerstop.com for more information about that.
cool? Does Austin St. John go to that one? Because I saw him at GalaxyCon in Raleigh.
Yes.
That was really cool.
Occasionally, they rotate guests every year for Ranger Stop, and also Ranger Stop has another show called Ranger Stop and Pop in Atlanta, Georgia, that's held in the summer, and it's going to be held in June of 2023.
Nice.
Cool.
So make sure you check out rangerstop.com for more information on that. And no, Mikey, I know you didn't pay me to say that, but whatever. So, oh, gosh, more people are chiming in this chat, and it's great. I love it. It's a result. Let's see here. Dude, that comic is awesome, referring to Shattered Grid, and I believe Sins of the Future. You may want to correct me on that.
Or
see,
Soul
Mr.
the Dragon, one of the 400
Yeah.
comics we mentioned here.
Mr. Timmy Ray the King
comics
says,
has been fire.
yeah. Mr. Timmy Ray the King says, I'm new here, new to the channel. My name's Timmy. Good to see you. Lightning says, yo, bro, what's up? 37 years old over here, Lightning, he says. Let's see. Timmy Ray the King says, I remember the MMPR because I remember the very first episode, Day of the Dumpster, because I was born in 1985. Yes, I remember it very well. Thanks for asking. Okay.
That's a great episode. I still love that episode.
I love Day of the Dumpster. Love,
yeah,
love,
it's
love.
really and what I like about it is I love that moment when sort of the four other kids are kind of like, this is kind of dumb, but I love how there's a moment where Jason's the only one who really fully believed in that the whole time because he's the last
Jason
to
was in
walk
from the
out,
beginning.
you know.
No.
And then that's why he's the one who's like, let's use these morphers, guys, come on, and then
Oh,
let's transport from the desert to the city because stock footage. Or
But-
no, we gotta
Yeah, it
battle
was.
the
No, it was.
monster here.
It was, yeah, but that's using footage from Japanese
Yeah.
Super Sentai footage. So let's just but anyway, more people have chimed in. I want to acknowledge them. Daisy LT83, aka Laura's in the building. What's up, Laura? She says, I think they already filmed the 33rd reunion before JDF passed. Yeah, but he wasn't involved with it. he wasn't involved with it. So just saying. Let's see. Super Sentai. Let's see. Lightning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 says Cosmic Fury is the first one where they get original suits. Okay.
Was
That's
that the
interesting.
ninja suits or?
No, there's some shots online you could look up.
You can, yeah, they're on Google Images somewhere. I can't remember
Mhm.
exactly. Let's see here. Timmy Ray the King says, I wish Power Morphicon will come to Northeast Louisiana because it never comes to Northeast. So, well, Power Morphicon is normally held in Pasadena?
Yeah, it's Pasadena.
Anaheim, California?
Pasadena.
One of the two. Thank you.
Those West Coast people just hogging Power Rangers from us East Coasters.
Yeah, they don't want us to have fun. Anyway, enough
That's
about
where the
that.
money is.
So here's
All right,
my
Tim,
deal.
with your reasoning.
Oh, jeez. He has a reasoning for everything.
We're poor
No.
on the East Coast. I mean, come on now.
But well, here's the thing though. We get our
We
own
have
suit.
conventions.
Well, listen, on the East Coast, we do have Ranger Stop, which is in Orlando, Florida every year. You also have Ranger Stop and Pop in Atlanta every year.
We
And you
have
also
Disney
have-
World, where the Power Rangers used to be.
Yeah, but that whatever. People who run the show live in Florida. Hence the reason it's in Orlando, Florida. Anyway, so here's the deal. Jason David Frank. Let's talk about him for a minute, because Lord knows we've been off the rails too long. So for me, Jason David Frank, I remember watching the show like everyone else back in '93 when it first started. I remember seeing White Lights when he debuts as the White Ranger, one of the greatest episodes in the history of the series, in my opinion. Because when you hear him getting the Saba Sword, you see him getting the Tiger Sword, you see them morph to become the Mega Tiger Zord in that same episode, which is White Light Part 2, just to give everyone some context. That's one of my favorite moments. Obviously, the Dino Thunder stuff that came up is really cool. But for me personally, my favorite Tommy memory is White Light Part 2. I think it was great. I thought it was really well executed. You all thought it was going to be a new Ranger, new dude walking in on set and saying, hey, I'm the new guy. What's happening here? And before that, behind the scenes story, before I share with you some photos that we have here in the studio, Brad Hawkins, who portrayed Ryan Seal on VR Troopers, was somewhat going to be the new White Ranger, but unfortunately the deal never happened. They were still filming VR Troopers at the time. They didn't, and Jason David Frank agreed to come back because the kids were writing into Saban saying, we're not eating our vitamins, we're not eating cereal unless the Green Ranger comes back. So it's a true story, Diane, I kid you not. So they brought Jason David Frank back. He becomes the White Ranger, and as they say in the history books, the rest is history.
What
So
I
for me,
like
it's
is also a few episodes before that, there you see Tommy writing the letter to Jason after Jason reaches out to him, and he's wearing his whole white outfit. So they were alluding already he was the White Ranger before they even officially revealed it. I watched season 2 and I was like, oh, look at that, Saban.
Even before Jason and Zeo, it was going to be Brad Hawkins too, because they had him do the voices.
Well, he was the voice of the first Gold Ranger,
Yeah.
True.
So they were going to try to fit that in there somewhere.
Poor Brad Hawkins thought he was going to have VR Troopers and Power Rangers, but
I would have
just
loved to have
got
seen
stuck
that
with VR
crossover.
Troopers.
Well,
that
here's
would have
the
been
thing.
awesome.
You got it in the comics, but in the
Don't
early
ruin it for me. I
comics.
haven't read it yet. But I wish we would have gotten a PR and a VR Troopers crossover within the canon of the show. That would have been great. I would have loved that. But door number 2, we did get a little bit, just a little bit, even though she was portraying a different character. Sarah Brown, who portrayed Caitlin Starr on VR Troopers, does appear in Power Rangers in the episode titled "There's No Business Like Snow Business."
Oh, who's she
True
by?
story. True story. I kid you not. So, gosh, more people are.
Wait, wasn't that? Yeah, that was the episode we were talking about when Kimberly Dearjohn's Tommy.
Hey, she gave me a John Deere letter. Anyway, get out of here. So Mr. Timmy Ray King says, my favorite episode of MMPR was The Return of an Old Friend, parts 1 and 2, with the Green Ranger saga continuing on there. Yeah, that's true.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Derpy501 says, my favorite memory of Tommy is from Dino Thunder, where she says, aren't you a little old for this, Tommy? I may be old, but I can still pull it off. Which is the true quote, by the way. Now, my memories of Jason David Frank, I had the pleasure of meeting him. I've been going to conventions for 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the first conventions I went to was something called Lexington Comic and Toy Convention in Lexington, Kentucky. And Lexington Comic Con is known for bringing in a lot of the veteran Ranger actors as guests at the convention, okay? So I went to the convention that weekend. I told my parents, I said, there's going to be so many people there. I want to meet my childhood heroes. This has to happen. It has to happen. And we made it happen. And I went to Lexington. First person I saw, I believe it was Serena Vincent from Lost Galaxy. Then I met up with Karen Ashley, who played Aisha. Then I met up with David Yost, because all the booths were next to each other. All the Power Ranger actors were in similar booths that were like next to each other in this giant row, right? They called it Ranger Row, ironically enough. And finally, I get to the big guy. I get to JDF. His line was long, very long, excruciatingly long. My feet were bleeding. I was tired. I needed 600 surges, but I couldn't find him. But eventually, I got up to his booth and I said, "Dude, I've waited a long time for this. Let me tell you." And he was so cool. He was so nice. He signed some posters or prints, whatever it was, and he's like, "Hey man, let me sign some extra stuff for you." I'm like, "Oh no, you don't have to do this." He's like, "No, it's cool, man, not a problem." He signed some extra posters for me for free. He signed some extra stickers to the point where he gave me like 3 or 4 stickers signed by him. I gave one of them to a friend of mine, and he was ecstatic. That's the kind of giving person that Jason David Frank was, and this is the image that we took. At Lexington Comic and Toy Convention. We did the It's Morphin Time pose.
That's awesome.
A friend of mine went into something called Photoshop, and he photoshopped the MMPR logo and the Green Ranger. So the character as you see there in the below it. Great stuff. I said, "You ready?" He says, "You ready?" I said, "Yeah, I'm ready." I was so like, it's a bit nerve wracking. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit nervous. It's like I'm morphing with the big dude. How's this gonna work? He says, "All right, you ready?" I say, "Yeah. 1, 2, 3. It's Morphin Time." And then he just like smiles, and then we do the shot. And I'm like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, before he took I was so starstruck. It was crazy. So that was the first time.
Kind of looks like a Kamehameha wave there.
What was that?
It kind of looks like a Kamehameha wave. With,
it was
with yours.
Yeah, my morphing call wasn't the best, but listen, it was my first time. Get off my back.
I just want to say before we get too far away from this, Ryan, you talk about the long line. Jason was famous for at conventions doing the last fan standing stuff. Like that was he would not leave a table until he met every fan. It didn't matter. He always like let conventions know that that's how he worked. Like he would never leave as long as there was and like I told my story, that was he had a panel to go to and still wouldn't leave until he got to meet me. Like, just you don't get that because some of these conventions, they have these people who are like, I'm gonna do this for 2 hours and then I'm going home. Okay, I don't care how many people.
I remember seeing so many online. I would always try to watch all the Q&As like from all the different Rangers.
Yeah,
I always loved Jason's.
He's got stories
especially the one he did with Jason Narvi. And they were talking about the desert camping story and the film in the first movie. He was like, and literally like brought a big box of bird on the table, and it was nothing but guns. I was like, oh god.
There's a great moment in one of those to where a girl went up and she was like, so you dated them both during the show, but which one do you think Tommy wanted to wind up with, Kat or Kimberly? Was like, why not both?
Okay, that's not appropriate for a children's show, and we're going to leave it at that. So that picture that you just saw was taken at Lexington Comic Con 2013. That was one of my first conventions I ever went to. And the next time I saw him was a couple years later. I think it was in I want to say was it 2016? 2016, maybe 2017. This was taken at AwesomeCon in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. And the reason I got in his line in the first place was because a friend of mine couldn't make it to the convention. And I said that I would go in his line and I would get an autograph for him. And I did. And he was cool about it. He's like, "Hey, I'm doing this for my friend." He's like, "Oh, that's great, man. That's really good stuff." And he's like, because I paid for the autograph, but I didn't pay for a selfie. And Jason just looks at me. He's like, "Hey, you ready to take the picture?" I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? So he took a free selfie with me. And he's like, "All right, man, let's do it." And then he holds up his hand. I'm wearing my white ranger. I'm like, "Dude, yeah, I can do the fist. I can do the fist pose. It's fine." So we took the picture and it was great. He was cool about it, and it was good to see him again. It was a bit of a long. It wasn't as long as his Lexington line was, but it was still like, how his line gets. It's just crazy.
Did you tell him that you had met him years before?
I did.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he remembered me because he meets 30,000 people a day, so it's like he's not going to remember all the fans that come up to him, but. Yeah,
that's great that he spends so much time, with each of the fans. I mean, that's probably why his line is so long, because people know that they get that individualized attention with him.
Yeah, he's one of the most popular people at conventions. His line is 6 miles deep all the time. He's always promoting his social media accounts. He's always taking pictures and selfies and vlogs with his phone. If you notice in some of the videos, he's taking vlogs with his phone.
Yeah,
which
Instagram
he did when I was.
Would always be. He'd always do.
Yeah, he would always do this. It's like, "Okay, guys, we're at AwesomeCon. Say yeah." It's like. and then he would do "Go Go Power Ranger." Like he would make us like sing the song with him in his line. But it's crazy, it's wild, but it's the good kind of crazy and wild, not like those things we don't talk about on the air. But
Ryan, did you
yes.
know that he had actually received an 8th degree black belt in Shotokan? Am I saying that correctly? In karate.
Maybe.
And yeah, and he was experienced in like 7 or 8 different types of karate.
Oh yeah.
And so they blended them together, and he had his own name for the karate called Toso Kundo. Like
Whoa.
he just kind of put them all together. Yeah, because he was just so, talented at it. So
Really?
And then in kickboxing, his nickname was Fearless Frank.
Well, yeah, that's because that was his name on his YouTube and Twitter and Instagram. It was JDFFFN, like Fearless Frank Nation was what the FFF stood for on his social media accounts, which is a true story. But my gosh, I didn't know that he would named something, or there was something named after the amounts of studying that he did in martial arts and all that kind of jazz. Because the only thing we gotta say to that is this.
Yes, that's awesome.
I mean, that is just some good stuff. Yeah, so those are the memories I have of Jason David Frank. Just some of the episodes that stood out for me. I think White Light's the one that stands out for me. Those are some of the memories I remember meeting him, talking with him. He's a good guy. He answered my questions, got some extra autographs for free, which is always nice to get from anybody, period. So those are the memories I have. As far as, since you're just joining us, Diane, do you have any other memories or moments featuring Jason David Frank that you want to share with us?
I mean, I was just going to say, I also loved him when he was in the white suit. When you were talking about that earlier.
White Ranger, yeah.
Yeah, the White Ranger. Like that, I always enjoyed watching him as the White Ranger too. Although I really enjoyed the green the best. But yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Awesome stuff. Well,
what's your favorite episode with him?
I feel like I'm repeating myself for the last like 20 minutes. Okay, so White Light.
Already answer that. Sorry.
White Light Part 2 is probably. We're gonna listen.
That's a good question, though.
We're gonna be here all night. So, White Light Part 2 is probably my favorite Tommy-centric episode. But I will give Forever Red, even though it's a team up. It's not just a Tommy episode. Forever Red, I thought was a great episode because it was the first time we saw Austin in a very long time, because he walks in the room and says, "You didn't think I was going to let you do this without the original Red Ranger, did you? You see that? You see that? That's originality. That's the original Red Ranger. What's up, yo?" So that was a great episode. Forever Red was fantastic.
Green Ranger versus White Ranger was a cool two-parter. That was a cool one. And
Jason David Frank just had this weird, strange habit of fighting himself like every couple of seasons.
That episode where he fought Urkel in the park was also a good one. Jason David Frank made an appearance on Family Matters as a bully. And Urkel goes in his machine and turns into Bruce Lee and beats him up. It's pretty fun. It's a fun episode.
What was the episode when he ends up in a coma?
Oh, and Dino Thunder.
That was Legacy of Power,
when he's
wasn't
frozen.
No,
yeah.
not Legacy of Power.
Well, Willow wants to Google that in the backstage area. Willow, I'm looking at you.
I don't know.
I'm kidding. She's not
Because he ends up having that team where he has to fight.
Yeah, he fights.
Yeah, he's
the White Ranger, the Green Ranger,
and the Zeo Ranger.
Zeo.
He fights all
That's
three.
a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that episode.
That was a good one too. Yeah. I mean, for me, White Light was my favorite Tommy, but that's just show related. By the way, what did we think? And this, I'll go around the round table because, like I said, I'm doing my best to keep the focus on JDF, which I think I'm doing an okay job on. What did we think of the crossovers in Superpower Beatdown with White Ranger versus Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, and then you had the Green Ranger versus Ryu from Street Fighter? What did we think of those?
So for me, obviously, I love JDF, so I followed him on social media. I remember when he was posting about the Ryu versus Green Ranger video, but I never remember him posting a link. And so I was like, what is this show? Why can't I find it? Is this a movie? Like, where is this? And then I remember finding the episode and then seeing all the other Bad in the Sun stuff, which is just awesome. But that's probably my favorite one he did. Because the thing about the White Ranger one is he has a nice little cameo at the end. But in the Ryu one, you get to see him fight unmorphed first against Ryu, and then he morphs. So that's probably my favorite one. And that also introduced me to Bad in the Sun, which I love all their videos.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of good crossovers that we're
Yeah.
never gonna get on the big screen. So, I mean,
That's what I love about it. They do cross like Kick-Ass versus Casey Jones. We're never gonna see that in a movie, but they're like,
Batman
yeah, we're
versus
gonna-
Darth Vader.
Yeah, like that's all.
Like-
Wolverine versus Predator. Like,
You think that's good? Let me tell you something. I think the Wolverine versus Wonder Woman is
Oh.
freaking tastic. Like that is a masterpiece of filmmaking, and it's only 10 minutes long.
that intro at the X Mansion is better than some of the X-Men movies we've gotten.
Bat in the Sun does amazing work. Like,
Yeah, they really
they need to do stuff full time. Honestly,
Well, I mean, no, they don't do it full time because, well, here's the other thing, and this is going back to what JDF was doing. He was working on Legend of the White Dragon
Yeah.
before his untimely demise. I think the film was already finished, or at least in post-production, I believe, and they were promoting it on the convention tours because I know at Power Morphicon, JDF had a booth there with Legend of the White Dragon. You saw there was footage of that at PMC. I think he was doing another convention where he was promoting Legend. I think Legend of the White Dragon was in post-production, wasn't it?
Yeah, because there's some trailers online.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in post-production, but I'm hoping that they're
Not
going to
as
release
well.
that because it was a Kickstarter, but I'm hoping they release it in a more wide release for people to see, because I do want to see Legend of the White Dragon, because that looks freaking awesome. As a send-off, as a swan song for Jason David Frank's work as an actor,
Yeah.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
That
And we
movie's
hope-
definitely getting dedicated to him.
Oh, for sure, and I hope we get it in the future, because it's supposed to come out at some point in 2023, if I'm not mistaken there.
Yeah, I think so. 2023.
Early 2023?
Jason Font's in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Isn't it like March or June of 2023 they're supposed to release Legend of the White
Might
Dragon?
be Ryan, but don't quote me. I think
No, it's all right. Listen,
No, we're
anyone
quoting
else,
you, Tim. We're
we
holding you
can
to
we can
this.
work. We can Google it after the show. It's fine. We don't have to worry about it right now. But I'm hoping that we get a chance to see that. With that being said, goodness gracious, we've shared so many memories, so many thoughts, so many feelings, so many toys. We wish that we had it. We don't. But this has been a great show. This has been a lot. Yeah, thank you for rubbing that in my face. Don't get me started. So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to each and every one of you who have participated in the chat. I want to say thank you to each and every one of our panelists who have come through the studio during the course of the special presentation. Thank you all so much for being here. I want to thank our panelists, from Matt Kearns, from Tim, to Willow, to apparently North Carolina has a Power Ranger fan that I wasn't aware of. Diane Cook was in the building. And Rocky, who was here earlier, Patricio, wish you well. Hope everything's well in your neck of the woods. Thank you all for being here. This has been a good, just keep rubbing it in, buddy. Just keep rubbing it in that you have all the toys and we don't. I really wish I would have kept my Saba sword, for Pete's sake. But
Money
anyway.
talks, baby.
Did they make action figures of the Green
All of
Ranger
them.
Shredder?
All of them.
Shredder?
Oh.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
'Cause
And
this
Willow's
was a
playing the
Shredder,
song
like-
off of her Dragon Dagger.
Oh, look at that dagger. That's cool.
That's the original too, Diane. That's not the remake.
What?
It is.
How
Can we
long
bring a
have you had
close-up
that?
image of that? Let me see that, Willow. Go ahead. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring this up. Stop being silly. There you
Here, I'm sorry. Here,
go. Turn up the glare. So yeah, Willow has one too many toys. Yeah, that's her Dragon Dagger.
There's
There it is.
nothing wrong with having too many toys.
Look at all the toys. Santa's been good to you, Lex.
Where does she get those wonderful toys?
Exactly.
Toys R Us, my friend.
Yeah, baby. TRU, where it's great to be a Toys R Us kid. Anyway, get away from me. We're not going to talk about that. Too many memories of Toys R Us.
It's
Too
bad at
many.
Macy's. Kind of.
Hey.
But listen, this has been fun. This has been great. I hope you've enjoyed this from the comfort of your very own home. Whether you're watching this live or on the replay, don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends, because they're going to like the way they look after watching or listening to this Jason David Frank, a tribute. We guarantee it. I'm going to go around the horn here. Matt Kearns, where can the good people of the interwebs find you online and everything you have coming up, and any final thoughts?
Yeah, so I'll do my final thoughts first.
Go ahead.
I remember when I found out about Jason, I came out of church actually, and I just went on Twitter and I saw a bunch of people posting pictures of Jason and everything. And of course, unfortunately, in this sort of post-COVID world, when you see stuff like that, your first thought is the worst stuff. To me, this is all very similar to 2014 when we lost Robin Williams. These are two guys who just meant so much to my childhood, and to lose them in the way we did is really unfortunate. And I feel bad for future generations that, you know, newer kids are not going to get New Adventures of Tommy. But like Rocky said at the beginning of this, you know, hopefully if there's one positive to come out of this, it does sort of show all of us that, you know, if you are struggling, if you are going through stuff, talk to a friend, a family member, a therapist, whatever you need to. Because if, you know, everybody has struggles and, you know, but if there's one good thing, Jason is leaving behind a legacy of so much. He will probably still go down as the greatest ranger of all time. But you can find me on Twitter at Kearns_Matthew. You can find me on YouTube in 2 separate places. One is Matt Movies 611, where I do a lot of, that's my sort of random dumping ground. I do a lot of different things, video essays, fan-made trailers, and then I also do some work over on Take 3 Productions. I host a few shows on there. Most recently, I uploaded a new episode of Second Look on my favorite fantasy movie, Willow, because I was hoping the algorithm would help me because of the new show that dropped. It didn't, so that's on me. And you can also find the playlist on there over the past 7 months. Me and my friend Mang Franks have done a James Bond retrospective where we've gone through all 25 Bond movies separated by the actors, and coming soon we will be ranking all the Bond movies. So
can I get in on that?
It's only a 2-person thing, unfortunately,
Darn
but
it.
we could do a Bond thing on our own, Ryan, on nerd culture here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to discuss some ideas in the green room. But anyway, Kearns, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being on our show tonight and being here, sharing your memories about Jason David Frank. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, you were and thank you for sharing that autograph with us that you got for free on that ridiculously good-looking print. Because White Ranger is my dog. It's my favorite of the JDX Rangers. But anyway, thank you for being with us. So Tim, the Toolman Taylor. I mean Tim, our good friend Tim.
How have I never made that joke, Tim? We've known each other for so long. I've never made that joke.
I've heard.
Tim, it was so good to have you here. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Where can the good people of the interwebs follow you on social media and everything that you have coming up? What do you got?
Don't really have too much for social media. Used to do a lot with Multiplex Entertainment. I founded that, did TV for a long time, building that up. I still tell people go there if you love your movie trivia. They do a lot of fan stuff. It's fun doing that. Do a little bit with Malcolm with a bunch of randoms, so you can find me over there on that. But yeah, I mean, just to echo with the words with Matt had, I mean, Jason was one of these cultural icons that, I mean, we talked about typecasting earlier, but this was one of the, he made Power Rangers and kept fans coming back in droves for how we've heard from all the stories of his love of the fans, his appreciation of that. And he's always been, and I mean, forever will be one of the greatest stewards of the Power Rangers franchise from the past, present, and even the future. I mean, the man was a legend, and it is sad that we won't have him in the future anymore, but we have just the past legacy with him that can never be taken away. And I thank him for that. I've loved the Power Rangers ever since I was a kid. Loved him. It's sad that he's gone, but we have this whole legacy of him to keep us going, to remember, to cherish, to pass to our kids or our young relatives or just young people in general. We have that to pass on, so that's a good thing. But I do want to say, Ryan, I just want to do that to you one more time. I know you love it, but yeah, it's thank you for having me, and it's, you know, we're going to keep on morphing all the time.
Absolutely, sir. It's always going to be Morphin Time in this household, and for everyone else, I hope so as well. For those of you watching at home, Tim, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to turn things over to our good friend of the Great White North, It's so cold. It's almost colder than Hoth. We need to get our Tom, get something from the store. Willow, where can the good people of the interwebs follow you on social media and everything that you have coming up? Because Lord knows you're a busy podcaster. And any final thoughts
I
that
try
you
to
wish to
be.
share with us?
All right, so you can find me on most social media platforms. I am on Facebook, Twitter. I am on Instagram as well as TikTok. You can also follow me on YouTube. Tomorrow night, you will find me on Cryptid Crunch. We are talking about different holiday-themed monsters and cryptids. And yeah, so join me tomorrow night on the Back of the Cereal Box Network.
Fabulous. That's great, wonderful stuff. Willow, thank you so much for being here. We really
No
appreciate it.
problem.
It's always good to have you here. Anything else interests you? You ever want to be on somewhere? And that goes for all the panelists. If you want to be on another one of our videos, please let us know by all means. With that being said, thank you so much. My name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RyanRPM5. Links to where you can follow me and some of the other projects I have coming up are located within the description below. And I post on my social media all the time, so we got that coming up and a few other things as well. Once again, thank you all for being here. We really, really appreciate it. This has been a great trip down memory lane. And yes, we lost a legend, and it's something that was shocking. It put us in a state of shock. We couldn't believe it. But if anyone is struggling in any way, shape, or form with your mental health, please reach out and seek some resources that are available to you out there. Please do so. Do not be afraid to share your feelings, because asking for help is a sign of strength. It is not a weakness. I just want to make that perfectly clear. And once again, Jason David Frank, he may have passed away, but his legacy is going to live on forever. He has been a part of so many generations of Power Rangers fans around the world. He's going to continue to make an impact. Whether he is here in the physical sense or not, our hearts go out to his friends and his family during this very difficult time. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, do all that stuff. Nerd Culture is this close to 1,000 subscribers. If we reach 1,000 subscribers before the end of this year, 2022, we are going to throw the most more phenomenal party that YouTube has ever seen. But we can only do that with your help. So don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, smash the notification bell so you get notified when our new videos go up. And now I invite our panelists, I invite you who are maybe watching or listening to this from your comfort of your very own home. We are going to have a moment of silence as we close out this presentation, celebrating the life of the late, great Jason David Frank. So please join me in that. And in the meantime, stay healthy, stay strong, stay safe, and may the power protect you always. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Welcome to a very special event we have here for you at Nerd Culture. We are celebrating the 5th anniversary of the 2017 film known as Power Rangers. We're going to take a step back in time just a few years, 5 years wise, but this brand has been around for almost 3 decades, at least here in North America, and we are going to celebrate all things Power Rangers tonight, but we're primarily focusing on the 2017 film simply called Power Rangers. I am your host, Ryan of Nerd Culture, and I am not alone here in the command center with our mentor Zordon, with his sidekick Alpha 5. Joining us here tonight are some very special guests. They are our fellow Rangers. They're going to help us protect the Earth, help us protect Angel Grove, and so on and so forth. First things first, I want to welcome in from theradbear.com and a couple of other projects he's got going on. He's got a lot of things in the fire. Please welcome Christian Ingram to the program. Christian, how are you?
I'm good. Excited for the 5 years. It does not feel, though, like it's been 5 years since this movie came out.
Yeah, and in certain ways, it certainly does not. It does not. But also joining us here tonight in the command center is a very special guest, a very good friend of ours. He's been on these live streams a number of times over, and he's back. And he's back in green. The Green Ranger himself, Thomas Carter Rochester, is here. Thomas, how are you tonight, good sir?
Dragon Zord! I am fantastic. It is good to be back. You know, I love me some Power Rangers. It's like cocaine to me.
Not sure if that's
Don't do drugs, do Power Rangers.
I was gonna say, don't think that's appropriate. Don't think that's appropriate to some of our younger viewers out there, but nevertheless, we appreciate you being here. You are a kind gentleman and a scholar. We also want to welcome a very, very special guest. He is a great competitor when it comes to movie trivia, inner geekdom style. Ooh, yeah. And he is the sinister one. He's a producer and a podcaster. Please welcome James Shimo. What's up, James? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Glad to be here. Appreciate you including me. And I'm psyched to talk Power Rangers. I mean, it's been part of my life for the longest time, and the brand is still alive. You know, whether it's television, whether it's movies, they keep the spirit alive, and I'm grateful for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for being with us, all you fine gentlemen. And also, make sure, for those of you who may be watching this, make sure you're sharing this video with all your 200 of your closest friends. They're going to like the way they look after watching this video. I guarantee it. Like, share it out. Also, queue up your copy of the 2017 film known as Power Rangers on your streaming service or your physical media device, DVD, Blu-ray player, all that jazz. We're going to give you a moment to queue up your copies respectively. Yeah, or digital, however you want to go about it. So we'll give you a moment to queue those copies up. And in the meantime, I want to give you the opportunity to get to know our panelists just a little bit better before we venture back into the year of 2017's Power Rangers. So I'm going to start with James Shimo on this one. James, when did you first dive into the Power Rangers franchise? And also, the second part of the question is, what were your thoughts about going in to see this new modern day version of Power Rangers for 2017? What do you got?
Well, in regards to the first part of the question, it was 1993. I was there right from the get-go. I was about 4 years old, and I was immediately enthralled by Power Rangers. Just the idea behind it, the action, the creative use of the monsters. You know, my dad was always a big sucker for the old Japanese kaiju, tokusatsu style of shows and movies and things like that. So I actually was a very big fan of, the giant monsters and, the robots and all that kind of stuff. I was into it. I was 100% into it all the time. And, going into, I will admit, going into the Power Rangers reboot in 2017, I was a little apprehensive. I'm not going to lie, because, how do you do something that is as campy as Power Rangers in a 2017 setting? And for my money, did it hit every note perfectly? No, but I felt like it hit it close enough to where it still kept the spirit alive and modernized enough of it to make it, semi-realistic for a modern context.
Mm-hmm. All right. I can understand that. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We do appreciate it. Going over to you here, Christian. When did you first enter the Power Rangers franchise? And the second part is, what were your thoughts going in to see the 2017 reboot film known as Power Rangers?
So, realistically, I was not around when Power Rangers started. I was born in 1995. So, I wasn't there for the mighty morphin craze. I think the first season I really remember watching is Lost Galaxy. I guess that's why I rewatch it a lot. And that season is dark. People don't understand. They're like, it's a kid's show. Bro, go watch Lost Galaxy and tell me it's still a kid's show. But the first time I heard about the 2017 movie, I was in high school. So this has been a while ago. And when I first saw the trailer, I was like, okay, interesting. Wasn't the biggest fans of the suits, but I'm like, all right, it's a movie. They got real money now. They don't have to rely on a cheap budget. So with that being said, I was a little more open to the Iron Man Power Rangers. So, I mean, I thought the story was where they were trying to hit when I first saw the trailer. I was like, okay, this could work. Did it work? Yeah, a little bit. Did it deserve a sequel? Yeah. Are we gonna get one? No.
Yeah. Not to give away too many spoilers, but yeah, we never got it. But anyway, I think most, if not all, the fans and the moviegoers out there know what's happened in the last 5 years. But with that being said, we're not gonna let that damper this mood. Thomas Carter Rochester, when did you first enter the Power Rangers franchise? And secondly, what were your thoughts going in to see the 2017 reboot film?
My intro into Power Rangers was August 28th, 1993. I was almost 2 years old. And I remember sitting there and watching it because, I mean, A, colors, B, fighting, C, big monsters, robot fighting big monsters. Let's go. I'm pretty certain I'd already seen a Godzilla film by that point because I genuinely remember October, is it 19th or 20th of 93 when they started Green with Evil.
Yes.
And I remember when the Dragon Zord came up, and I'm like really young. In my head, I go, oh, Mecha Godzilla. And I like lost, and I'm 2 years old, and I remember that because, you know, when they showed him in the intro and they have this new character and he's doing the 360-degree spin kick, instant hook. Obviously, Dragon Zord is the way to go. But the 2017 movie, I was excited going in because, I mean, this is my very first fandom. Power Rangers is what started me down the path of being the giant nerd that I am.
Yeah,
and so, yeah, man, it's so good. And it's crazy how, like, it comes through waves where you're like, oh, it's great. And then sometimes you're just like, wow, it's like my favorite thing of all time. Power Rangers 2017, I thought the suits looked good. I thought the Zords were okay. And the trailers they had a vibe. They had a tone about them that I was like, I kind of like what this is doing. Overall, it's not a perfect movie. It's not a perfect Power Rangers movie, but I think it's the perfect interpretation for Power Rangers in 2017.
Wow, so good. This public speaker known as Thomas Carter Rochester. Maybe you should start a podcast. Oh wait, you already have like 2 or 3 of those. So there's no shame in that. So for me personally, yeah, I'm right. In a way, I'm right there with you. I started watching it late August, early September when the show first aired in 1993 on Fox Kids, when Fox Kids was alive and Fox had a brain. And it was awesome. It was more phenomenal, if you will. And I was hooked from the get. Day of the Dumpster changed my life forever, especially the theme song by Ron Wasserman and his crew. You know, you got people fighting putties. You got people changing into these ridiculously good-looking colored suits, spandex though. And you're in a giant robot, and you're beating the living crap out of Goldar. Who doesn't want to watch that every day? I mean, seriously, I was hooked. I mean, honestly, I wanted the toys. I had the flip head action figures. I had some of the Zords going back. I think I had the Thunder Megazord at that time, back in 95, 94, whatever that first one came out. But needless to say, yeah, around that time, it's I've been a fan of it since from the get, and it's a special part of my childhood. I like to hold on to that. So every time I'm watching the films or going back and watching the TV series, respectively, I always imagine myself as that 6-year-old kid all over again, just enjoying the ride, you know? So those are some of my thoughts. Going in to see the 2017 reboot, I'm thinking, okay, you're going to put this in today's world. It's modern take, new cast, unknown actors. No one knew who they were. You got 2 veterans with Elizabeth Banks and Bryan Cranston kind of helping shepherding in this new cast that we have no idea who they are. How are they going to work together? Is there going to be any chemistry between these 5? Are the suits going to look good? Is everything going to translate well? And sure enough, when the movie, you know, at that time in 2017, when the film was over, that, by the way, 2017 was a packed month. March 2017 was a packed, jam-packed month. You had Power Rangers, you had Logan, you had Beauty and the Beast, you had all kinds of big tentpole films. And unfortunately, Power Rangers is one of the ones that kind of just got lost in the shuffle, which is one of the reasons that unfortunately didn't do so well within the box office and other stuff. So nice job, Lionsgate. Could have done a little better with that one, pal. But you know what? That's a discussion for a whole other day. Am I right, Shimo? I think I am.
Yeah,
but you know
absolutely.
what? We're going to go back. We're going to take things back to 2017. We're going to enjoy this thing. So if you have the opportunity and you've queued up your copy, for you who are watching this in the comfort of your own home, we're going to start around the I'm going to say the 10-second mark as the Lionsgate logo is coming up on screen. You got the lion, and then the stars start to fall back, and it, you know, zooms out onto the giant Lionsgate logo. So cue it up to the 10-second mark. That's where we're going to start. And for those of you who are watching this, thank you so much for being with us. Already a bunch of you are chiming in here with so many thoughts, so many feelings. Thomas says, I need to grow a beard. I don't know where that came in, but thanks for noticing.
I agree.
Kern says he's excited to watch this movie along with all of us here. Kearns also says, I really enjoyed the film originally. I appreciate the reworking of the characters to make them more of bad kids, which gave them all great story arcs. The action is really good. I just wish we could have gotten an actual sequel, since Tommy is heavily teased during the post-credit sequence. Yeah, that's...
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry.
Slight spoiler alert. Yeah.
Slight spoiler. Sorry. Probably should have saved that comment for later, but what am I going to do? Current says, in my intro was Time Force when I was younger. I remember ABC Family ran all the other older seasons during that period of time. Thank you, Currents. Time Force is my favorite season. Hashtag what's up?
Time Force was legit, man.
It was. It really was. By the way, Garrett from HWS Web TV chimes in. He says, good evening, Rangers. Garrett, it is so good to see you. We are happy that you are back in the studio and everything. We hope everything is going well for you. Thank you so much for being here with us, Garrett. We appreciate you. You are a great supporter of all our works. We do appreciate it. With that being said, let's watch this movie, man. In 3, 2, 1, and hit play.
Gone. Yep.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yep.
Here we go.
I will say,
Going
Ryan,
back
you
in
brought up
2017,
earlier-
everybody.
You brought up earlier, Ryan, that most of the actors were complete unknowns. The one who wasn't a complete unknown to me was Naomi Scott, because I actually watched her on a very short-lived show, which I'm still pissed and only got one season, on Fox called Terra Nova.
Oh,
she was in that.
I watched that, but I didn't know she was on there.
Yeah, she is. She's Maddie, the Shannon's eldest daughter.
She's wow.
The more
I've got
you
the
know.
whole thing on blue. I've got the whole thing on DVD. Yeah, but she was great in that show.
I did not know that was her. I am so sorry. Sorry, Naomi. I know you're watching this at home right now, but my goodness gracious, I did not know that. She was the
in
daughter
the
of
new
Terra Nova.
Uncharted movie, and that was fantastic.
Was she in that Uncharted?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was a girl.
Oh wow. Well, no, not that. But what I mean is, I didn't know she was in Uncharted because all I saw in the trailer was Marky Mark and Tom Holland.
As they should.
I didn't see any of the other supporting cast members. All I saw was Mark and Tom. Sorry.
I will say I like this little glimpse of a backstory we're getting here between Zordon and Rita.
Yep. Planet Earth during the Cenozoic era, as the subtitle tells us.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is about as close as we'll ever get to that Power Rangers gritty R-rated version. Is this opening sequence here? Well, this and a couple other sequences really caught me off guard in this movie.
Dude, could you imagine if they actually had the cojones to do like a R-rated Shattered Grid movie or something?
Oh my god, I would love to see a Shattered Grid movie, but it's
from the rumors, they're definitely doing something animated, and I believe that's what they're leaning towards. They're with their deal with Netflix, they're moving the show towards Netflix, but the next movie is going straight to Netflix, and they're doing animated specials.
Ooh, okay. So that's what they're doing with the franchise as a whole. Okay.
Yep.
I'm here for it.
I'm all for it. I mean, I got Netflix, right? Everybody has Netflix, so
everybody has Netflix.
There she is.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen, right? They won't get enough viewers, and they'll cancel it after one season. Oh,
that would be
boom,
very
Netflix,
like
you
Netflix.
got roasted. Yeah, because they've done that a lot lately with certain shows on Netflix.
Can we talk about how dang sexy that Green Ranger costume is?
It looks pretty good from this
Go
angle.
hard.
Yeah. Oh my god, I want one of these so bad.
You do?
I want a suit. I need a suit.
Do we know any?
Hey, don't buy from Anarchy.
Yeah.
Like I won't lie. Like I've thought about going into doing like some blacksmith apprenticing and things like that, and I've thought about making like Ranger armor of some kind.
Get on it, man. Do it. Make Thomas Carter Rochester some new armor.
Yeah, he needs some. He needs a new cosplay.
He does. All he does is this ridiculous character named Thor that no one knows about for like, It's not like that character's been around for like 50 years in the comics.
Hey, when's that person ever gotten over?
Yeah, I mean, Thomas, you're gonna be in the new film too, so I'm surprised you're not like getting ready to go on your press tour for Love and Thunder.
Oh yes, there's no trailer, so no one's talking about it yet.
That's
wait
true.
until
We
May
haven't even
6th.
seen a teaser trailer.
Yeah.
So here's the high school prank going on.
Now, am I nuts, or is this kid who's helping him out? Wasn't he on a Disney Channel show or two?
Was he?
Wasn't he on Hannah Montana?
This actor right here?
I think he was the male buddy on Hannah Montana. I think.
Ooh,
Matt Shively.
I think
is that
so.
his name? Does anyone know this, by the way? If we know,
I am
looking
the
it up right
IMDb
now.
page on this and see what's going on. Here.
someone might want to go to IMDb and see if that's true or not.
Bro, I don't know. I just
Jesse.
thought it was weird that they talked
From
about
Jesse.
doing something to that bull.
Yeah.
I was
You
like,
milked him.
I
You
didn't
milked him.
like that joke.
You milked him. You didn't milk her. You milked him.
See,
That wasn't
I
milk-
did like that joke because you already can tell he's like, you can tell why he's gonna be
Yeah,
the
Matt
man,
Shively.
the
Yep,
leader. He's
that's
like,
him.
what are you talking about?
It wasn't from I'm gonna say it wasn't Hannah Montana that I was thinking. I was thinking True Jackson VP on Nickelodeon.
Oh geez. Okay. Well, maybe it was. I don't know. That's a good point though. But yeah, so we're getting an introduction.
I would say he was in a couple episodes of Zoe 101. It looks like.
Yep. We got an introduction
Yeah,
to
good
Jason
show.
going on here right now.
The way that they filmed this sequence is so damn cool. I don't know if anyone's watched the special features here, but the way that they crafted this and how they shot it is just expert filmmaking.
It's pretty good.
That is a genuine car. It is on a rig, and they
it's
flipped
flipping.
it, and they did all the gyrations just like they did in Shang-Chi. So when people are like, "Oh, Shang-Chi's amazing," I'm like, "Dude, they did that in so many other movies that before."
Like this one, for example. By the way, I'm trying to think here. Am I thinking of this right? Let's see. Also, as I'm sure everyone knows. Oh yes, Matthew Kearns brings up a fun fact. Also, as I'm sure everyone is aware, Bryan Cranston, who plays Zordon in this film, was actually the voice of certain monsters during the MMPR era of 1993.
Yes, and not only that, but they named Billy Cranston after Bryan Cranston,
which is so cool that they bring him into this movie as Zordon.
Yeah,
he's come a long way.
He really has.
Hey, he's the one who knocks.
He is. He is. By the way, our good friend Catherine is here. Catherine says, "Hey, it's me. Are you guys reading the live chat?" Yes, Catherine, we are. And thank you so much for being with us. I do appreciate you. Catherine's one of my friends off Clubhouse, which is an app on your phone where you can network with other podcasters, entrepreneurs, and business leaders.
Awesome.
So hi, Catherine. Good to see you. Let's see here. Matthew Kearns says, Dacker Montgomery is a great version of Jason, and this was the year before he even made his debut in Stranger Things on Netflix.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen Stranger Things.
Neither have I.
Honestly,
I've only seen season 1.
Really?
Good point.
What
I'll
gets
say
me
this.
is I'm always so surprised that they didn't get a second, like a sequel, just because how
popular he got.
I mean, Naomi Scott.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
She blew up after this movie.
Dacker Montgomery and RJ Seiler all like took an elite level step up after this movie.
So did Ludi Lin. He was an Aquaman.
He was in Mortal Kombat, right?
Yeah, he was in Mortal Kombat as Liu Kang. Ludi Lin was Liu Kang.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this. The only
his
thing I really
profiles went up. This movie should have gotten a freaking sequel.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hasbro.
Yeah, thanks a lot, dude.
Shima, what were you gonna say?
Now, what I was saying was, I will say the only thing that I really was kind of hesitant on with this, like with as far as the
casting
backstory that they're giving us, is I didn't like necessarily the idea of Jason being like your typical jock. Like I know he's always been athletic and everything, but I've always seen like most of the guys kind of being like on the fringe of, you know, the actual school, I guess, you know. So just to make him this popular jock, I thought was a little off, just a little off character, but I got over it fairly quick.
Yeah,
I feel like they got too much from Breakfast Club.
Yeah,
they did. Literally, they're all in detention right now. So this is like their version of the Breakfast Club right now. In 2017.
5?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What are you 5?
That's one of my favorite lines. Like I love the way he just approaches this whole
Just
scene.
pushes him off too.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at this.
Dodge.
Dodging this. Dodging that.
God,
And
is that a
then, bam,
slap?
he just hit.
Yeah. Weird, right?
That's like one of the
Don't-
best lines in the
Just
movie.
don't bother
I
him
love it
anymore.
so
Don't bother
much.
Billy. Why do you have to bother him for? I don't get it. And then what was this? By the way, Kearns brings up this actor's name. David Denham plays Roy on The Office.
Yeah.
Never seen The Office.
Who's David
Jason's
Denham in
dad.
this one?
Jason's dad.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jason's dad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. He was in NBC's Parenthood too. Yeah, he was on Parenthood. He's a good actor, that guy. I forgot. Yeah, David Denham's in this. He's good. I like that one. Let's see. Kearns is also, man, Kearns, you're just on fire with these commentary comments. He's saying it's interesting about this movie sets up a potential romance between Jason as well as Kimberly, even though that even wasn't present during the MMPR era. No, it wasn't, because it
Y'all
was all
remember the
about Kim
trailer
and
where they
Tommy.
kissed and they took that out of the movie?
I'm so happy they did.
Mm.
I hated that in the trailer, but then watching this movie, I would have hated it even more because her story is she's a giant jerk, to put it very mildly.
But then to become friends at the end.
Tell me how
so it
you
kinda
really
makes-
feel.
Kind of makes sense.
Listen, this whole scene right here, where you're like, "Oh God, I kind of feel bad for her," but then, like, if I'm not mistaken, in this same scene, they explain kind of what happened. Right? It's like, "Oh, well, it punched him in the face and blah 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 blah," but then later on, it comes out that she's doing some horrible things, and instantly made me go, "Ooh, that's a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them."
Yeah.
And had
That
they
was-
left the kiss in, I don't think it would have worked out, but I do think it works out because she, takes ownership, and that's like the first step in her maturing to really be a Power Ranger, was like accepting it, talking about it, and saying, "I deserved everything I got.
I messed up. I made a
Imagine if
mistake."
Tommy was here."
Oh, Tommy Oliver.
How do y'all feel about her cutting her hair? I just thought it was kind of unnecessary.
No, I don't mind her with short hair. She looks good.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe what the intention behind it was symbolic of her ditching the people that she used to hang out with in favor of trying to find a new start fresh without any of that emotional baggage, I guess.
It's a good point. Let's see here. I'm
I
trying to
feel
think
that.
where. Yeah, it's funny you bring up the whole scenario about Jason being a jock in this film, because Kern says there was an episode back in the day where Jason, Zach, as well as Tommy, they all try out for the football team and they just become like stars overnight.
Yeah, I would say I do
It
remember
sounds
that.
like Power Rangers logic.
Yeah, it sounds like what Christian refers to as Power Rangers logic, James. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Billy Cranston or William Cranston.
William Cran- or
Remember,
Billy
kids used to call me Bill
Cranston.
Cramstons because of third grade joke. Billy Cramstons of crayons on up his butt. Like, I love this. I love this version of Billy, like how he's on the spectrum and he just kind of starts
Flat
talking
out,
and rambling.
He owns it too. Like he just flat out admits it like 5 minutes later.
Well, that's exactly like what Billy was like. He'd go on these like little rambling tirades every once in a while, and the guys did have to calm down. It's like, Billy, slow down, English.
Yeah, he's like, and then all. By the way, I know they didn't have to include this word in the movie because they're trying to, this is a new film, it's a new iteration of the characters, respectively. But I would have liked to have heard the word affirmative just once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think affirmative would have been a nice. I mean, they've done plenty of nods in this film, which we'll get to later. But I'm just saying, like, if they actually said the word in an organic way during a conversation between 2 or 3 characters, and he said, "So what you're telling us is that we're doing X, Y, and Z." Affirmative. I would have been like, "Ooh, good nod to the OG Billy right there."
Or even if, like, in the course of them, like, getting ready to, do whatever they're doing, it's like, oh, we're a team now, so we gotta, be like military. This is gotta streamline, and worked it in that way or something.
I would have liked to have heard that word just once. I don't know.
Yeah,
would have been nice little wink and a nod to the audience, I think.
Yeah.
But here we got the father giving his son a, I don't think we're ever going to understand. And then they're yelling downstairs, and Jason's thinking, you know what? Maybe I will take up Billy on his offer. Maybe I will leave this house.
Not the trophy.
He broke the trophy, though.
For me, especially now, like as being in the education field, like I am, like I see so many students who come from the same exact kind of background where parents pressure them to be good at sports because they feel like that's the only way of getting out of really shitty situations.
Yeah.
And it sucks because they have so much more to offer if they focus on like others, like academics, if not, any other thing. But then again, they just have this mentality, like that's the only way they're getting out of this. That's the only way. And the parents are more importantly going, that's the way I'm getting out of this because they're making money is going to be my ticket out of this crappy situation.
Yeah. By the way, Paul McNeely, I see your comment. It's not really relevant to this discussion. It's an inside joke between Paul and I, but yeah, very funny, Paul. Has nothing to do with the movie, though.
I was wondering. I saw that and I was like,
no, it's an inside joke.
Yeah, I was a little confused there.
No. Just to give real quick, a little behind the scenes context here. So Paul and I met on Clubhouse, and he found out for me that the guests I was supposed to meet at Fan Expo Philly in a couple of weeks in the city of brotherly love, the Smallville cast was supposed to be there, but then they canceled. And he told me that verbally, and I'm like, did you know they're not going? I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not true. He's like, check the website if you don't believe me. So I go on my phone while we're talking, and I'm like, yeah, they're not going to be there. That ticks me off. That's the whole reason I was going to this convention in the first place. It really upset me. So I call him the bad news bear, McNeely, because he gives me bad news all the time. So now he's chiming in with this comment over here in the chat. And for those of you who may be wondering what it is, you can find it over here. But still, yeah, we're still friends, Paul. But yeah, when you dropped that piece of bad news on me, I was not in a good mood that day. But I'll get over it because my friends and I are still going to go to the convention. There are still other people from other casts of other shows that are going to be there respectively. So, and one of my friends who's a vendor is going to be there, and I told him I would visit him and his loved ones and get a few prints from him. So I'm going to hold on to that and enjoy myself and my friends' company at Fan Expo Philly in a couple weeks. So if anyone's in the city of brotherly love on April 8th through the 10th, feel free to say hi to us there.
Ryan, if it makes you feel any better, I got to hang out with Tom Welling.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
He's such a nice guy. I felt like an ass because they're like, "Hey, do you mind helping Tom Welling with photos?" Because that's when I was volunteering at GalaxyCon. I'm like, "Who's Tom Welling?"
That's a great way to start a relationship.
Superman from Smallville. I'm like, "Oh, never seen it."
Wow. I'm sure that filled them with a lot of confidence.
No, I told him that he was like, "Yeah, you seen Smallville?" I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna lie to you. No, I didn't go and watch it. Well, the first season. After that, I was like,
It gets better though.
I don't know. I got like 2 episodes into the second season. I'm like, I don't feel like doing this anymore.
Or sarcasm.
It gets better in certain seasons, but I can understand why certain things would draw you off or push you off. It's like I get it, but in my opinion, it gets better. But that's because I have a little bit of bias here because I am a Smallville fan. But anyway, yeah, thanks for rubbing that in my face there again, Christian and Paul.
You're
you in the
welcome.
comment section, I see you.
Well, let's pivot back to Power Rangers.
Yeah, Power
real
Rangers
quick.
for a minute here.
Really
Like Billy
fast,
and
let's-
Jason are at is at a rock quarry or a
they're in a
gold
gold
mine.
Gold
They're
mine.
in the
Yeah.
quarry.
Gold mine. Thank you. A gold mine. Thank you. I was wondering where I was going with
Is
that.
it a
So
gold
they're
mine?
at
I
a
thought
gold
it was
mine
just
right now,
a
and there's this
quarry.
kid
No,
sitting on
literally,
top of a caboose.
Jason literally had a line. This is the entrance to the old gold mine.
Ah, I got you.
You're
I
right.
missed that.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah,
Thankfully,
sorry
I
guys.
wasn't
We didn't mean to go
talking
off the rails here, but where we go certain days, there are no roads. So Kern says, I'm very surprised that they didn't incorporate Billy wearing glasses in this film. I don't think that was needed. I don't think it was needed. Because Billy stops wearing them in the show like a year after the show even started. So it's like, there's no point.
Yeah.
Well, they just reflected light too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Paint
maybe
the
if he was
shit
like
down.
tinkering with something and he put on a pair to that had like a magnifying lens to it. Maybe that would have been cool, but
maybe.
I don't think it was necessary.
Let's see. Matthew Kern says it's also a change in this film that Angel Grove is more of a small fishing town, whereas in the original show it had more of a regular everyday city type of feel.
Yeah, that is true.
Anyone else think that way?
I mean, I do think it was an interesting kind of change.
I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me. Like Angel Grove could be anything, really.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. I mean, when you think of a
look at
grove,
this.
you don't really necessarily think of a bustling
Yeah.
city. You think of something a little bit more natural. So
yeah,
I
mean,
I
we're
don't
at the-
see that much of an issue with it. But I mean, like I said, it all just boils down to a stylistic change.
Yeah, by the way, we're about, I want to say 17 minutes into the film here of Power Rangers, 2017 to be more precise. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you're sharing this video with all 300 of your closest friends. And if you would like to watch the movie along with us, please feel free to queue up your copy via a streaming service or a physical media, whether it's DVD or Blu-ray. Started at the 17 minutes and change mark. We are at the scene where Jason and Kimberly are having a bit of a discussion while they are at the gold mine, where Billy is conducting a very questionable experiment.
Yeah,
to say the least. To say the least.
I also think it was interesting that they kind of almost tried to tease like a relationship between Jason and Kimberly because realistically in the show they were just friends. I don't recall there ever being any kind of a love triangle.
Nope. It was always about Tommy and Kimberly, aka Thomas's favorite man, Tommy Oliver. Maybe there's a little bit of bias there, but could be.
It's not like I was named to be the Green Ranger or anything.
No,
just a little.
It's not like you were destined for greatness or anything.
It shall be my destiny.
Speaking of which, if any of you guys follow Jason David Frank online, they're still hard at work on Legend of the White Dragon.
Yes.
Which is another kind of Power Ranger story.
Man.
Fun the
Him and his-
Kickstarter for that. So
him
I
and-
got a
him and his-
Blu-ray
yeah.
copy.
Him and his co-stars are still making the rounds to all the local comic shops.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I'm seeing all the updates there. I think they're hoping to have it done and shipped by the end of the year. So
I hope so. I paid like $100 to back that thing.
Me too.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Can I borrow your
Okay.
copy when you get it, like after you're done watching it?
The $100 was the shirt. I did 75. I think I just carried.
Yeah, I
that
got
in
the.
my
I would say
Blu-ray.
because I was debating between wearing this or wearing my Legend of the White Dragon shirt because I got that. I got the signed poster. Name goes in the credits and a few other small little nice little throw-ins.
I don't know. I mean, I don't condone this necessarily, but do you think one of the fans out there will take their copy and upload it to a little thing called YouTube?
Yeah, I think that would get shot down immediately. They'd be like, no.
Immediately, yeah.
I mean, hypothetically, if it were up there, I would watch it because unfortunately,
I'll tell you
JDF,
what.
if you're
You can borrow
watching
my
this,
copy,
JDF,
I'll
I didn't
come
back
down
your campaign, so if anyone's got a regular extra copy for me, I'll take it.
I'll tell you what, Ryan. When it comes down to it, we can get into a situation like this. I'll run my DVD player, my Xbox, into my thing, and we can just I'll screen share it with you, and we can watch it together.
Boom. See, this is why we're Power Rangers, and this is why we're a team, because we stick together. We help each other when the chips are down.
Hell yeah.
This is why Shimo and I are friends, even though he's the sinister one. But it's okay. I still love you. Okay, we're still brothers. Oh, whoa, what are you doing? It's not me. It's not me. Whoa, easy, Billy. Oh, I can't hear you, Billy. Your voice is too loud. This is a restricted area.
I think. What did you guys think of the more like crystalline, kind of like almost stone form that they gave to the power coins?
I liked it.
I mean, like I said, man, they're putting their own stamp on this. They're doing this story the way they want to tell it, and it really doesn't bother me. Like hardly, maybe one or two things bother me in this movie, but for the most part, I'm like on board with it. You know what I mean?
No, I like the idea that maybe the power coins themselves are like small little offshoot pieces of the Zeo crystal or something like that. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too. The whole Zeo crystal mythology, yeah, I like that too.
I just
One
one
day-
day
sequel
they were gonna
about
do
that.
with Zed.
Yeah, I wish you would have gotten Lord Zed in the sequel.
Oh, dude, I would have loved to have seen Lord Zed done in.
Oh man,
Right.
there's a bunch of things we would have liked to have seen in a potential sequel to 2017's Power Rangers. Spoilers for those of you who may not know.
I say, quick fantasy casting moment. If they had done a sequel, who would you have wanted to play Lord Zed?
Thomas
Billy
Carter
Zane.
Rochester.
Either Thomas Carter Rochester, or if someone was in the, well, maybe you could put anybody in the suit, right? Because
Yeah,
Robert Axelrod was the voice. He wasn't physically in the suit.
Right.
But if I could name someone to be the voice of Lord Zed, I'd like to see Billy Zane.
Billy Zane could have been an interesting choice. If I were going to put somebody in the actual motion capture for it, I would have picked either Doug Jones or Ray Park.
Ray Park, baby. I want to see more Ray Park.
And
I wanna
honestly,
see that.
just based on some of the work he's done, I'd probably like to see either Clancy Brown play Lord Zed.
Yes,
because I know his voice acting.
Oh, it's so
career is
iconic.
so diverse. If not
So
him,
iconic.
maybe even Sam Witwer. I think Sam Witwer is really good.
Kenobi.
That's who I was going to say was
Have
Sam
y'all
Witwer.
caught up on Dino Fury?
I have not actually. I know he comes back. I know he.
Yeah,
has
I've seen the episode where he shows up.
He's gonna play a big part in season 2. Like I'm telling you, like the first half of season 2 is already up on Netflix. But like the second half, like if you think about it, because in the episode the Gold Ranger came back, the Morphin Master woke him up. She didn't say anything about Void Knight or Void Queen. She's like, Lord Zed's a threat. Get your ass up. So like they're not gonna leave that alone. And then what's his name? Simon Bennett posted a picture of all the like monsters, like the people who played the monsters, and Lord Zed was sitting on the throne, and I'm like, yep, he's definitely gonna be doing something in season 2. I'm not a big fan of the voice because it's the same dude who did what's his name? I think he did like Evox and Venjix and Beast Morphers.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, you can't have Robert Axelrod, so I guess
Unfortunately, you can't.
Dude.
By the way, R.I.P. to Robert Axelrod.
Absolutely.
Yep, I met him at what was it, Lexington Comic and Toy Convention. That was one of my first cons, and he was actually staying on the same floor I was in the hotel because the convention center and the hotel are the same place.
Ooh. You know who
And
I just thought of? And again, sorry, I hate to interrupt your train
No,
of
it's
thought.
okay.
Someone I just thought of who's actually come to our local Comic Con this year, I thought would make a pretty good Lord Zed as well. Keith David.
Oh my God.
Goliath. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are what we are. We are gargoyles. Yeah, I can't do the impression very well, but still.
We are gargoyles.
Yeah. So yeah, Robert Axelrod comes off the elevator, and I'm like, "Hey, Robert." I said, "Robert, how you doing, man?" He's like, "I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You gonna be down there?" I said, "Yeah. I'll be down there soon. I just gotta go grab some stuff or whatever it was." And then I go and I said, "Hey, I'll see you at your booth, okay?" I said, "Thanks. Look forward to seeing you there." And I went back to his booth. He had his Lord Zed action figure. He held it up for our picture. And I got him to sign one of the 8x10s at his booth. It's the one that says, "I voice Lord Zed," and it's got him and his headshot and everything like that. And it says, like,
Nice.
"To Ryan, greetings from Lord Zed, Robert Axelrod, ... And I thought that's a cool moment right there. That was a cool moment. So yeah, it was very nice to meet you, Robert Axelrod, and R.I.P. to a legend, great voice actor. He's done a lot of appearances in his career, respectively, and he loved going to conventions. He loved meeting the fans. So you will be missed, Robert. You will be missed.
Absolutely.
And the cool thing is that most of the Ranger actors are generally pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh
I think
man, Sorry, I just found this. So, are you guys familiar with a site called Sideshow Collectibles?
No.
Yes.
They make
Yes.
they do a lot of distribution of like hot toys and everything.
Mhm.
They have a 6-scale Green Ranger action figure for $99.
Thomas, go pick it
Thomas
up.
Carter Rochester knows what he's doing now.
Yeah, take a good look.
I'm not Googling it at all.
Hold on a second. Can we see that for a minute? Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can. Where's your camera? There it is.
Is that the
Ooh,
Super
look
7
at that.
figure?
Look at that.
Yeah, dude, it's
Do you
like
see that,
the
Thomas?
detail on it is ridiculous.
Dude.
Oh my God, he's in an actual spandex suit.
Yeah, and it's got the dragon dagger and the
Sword of Evil.
The Sword of Darkness.
Darkness.
I almost
It should have been evil.
Evil.
Silly goose.
Dude, I wish they had a Lord Zed. If they had one of those, I'd get that too. They have
by
a
the
Dragon
way,
Lord too
this
for
is
about
so
$55.
sexy.
By
I
the
can
way,
pose it-
there's a question from our chat room over here. Curran says, if you were a casting agent and the sequel went down, who would you have cast to play Tommy Oliver in the sequel?
Thomas
Me.
Carter Rochester.
See, Thomas Carter Rochester looks like he's 18, even though he's like twice that age. But he can
Well,
pull it
back
off.
then, I could have pulled off looking 18. Not anymore.
But yeah,
As soon
that's
as
a
I hit
question to everybody.
27.
Who would
That's
you
a very
cast
good
as Tommy Oliver? That's a great
Back
question.
then,
That is a great
back then it would have been really tough.
Yeah.
'Cause but like looking at actors and
Would have been nearly
from today,
impossible.
you can say
Yeah, it
Timothy
would've been
Chalamet.
very, very difficult.
I mean,
Timothy
like,
Chalamet as Tommy Oliver?
He wasn't at 20. Hold on, I don't know. In 2017, was he like at that level that everybody already talks about him now? Because I didn't think so, but like I could see him pulling off a really good
Yeah,
Tommy
no, Timothy Chalamet, I could
in this
easily
universe.
see.
That would have
Yeah,
been an interesting Tommy Oliver right there with Chalamet in the role.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice to juxtapose his attitude with Jason's,
Mm-hmm.
and then have it be like, oh, he's really nice, but underneath it, he's just a maniac because some shit happened and he didn't handle it.
I know this will probably seem like a little bit of an out there pick. I'm gonna say Dane DeHaan.
Oh. Well, you know what? The thing is that Dane DeHaan and Dacre Montgomery kind of look too similar, so that probably would have been hard to tell them apart.
This is true.
They look a little too similar. Sorry there, Sinister One.
Have y'all seen the fan mock-ups of the dude from Cobra Kai?
Which dude from Cobra Kai?
Robbie Keane, the guy who plays Robbie Keane.
Is that one? I don't think I've never even seen Cobra Kai.
Me either.
Oh, really? Good. Good thing I'm not alone in that department because everyone raves about how it's like one of the best things on Netflix.
I love it. I love that
Like,
show.
Here's my thing. Like, I'll watch it eventually, but I'm gonna go back and like watch the Karate Kid films first, then get into it.
So my friend gave me shit because I watched Cobra Kai first and then watched the Karate Kid movies.
No, I would rewatch the first Karate Kid movie and then just go right into Cobra Kai.
Okay.
'Cause you don't really need to see 2 and 3 and 4 because
No, you need to see 2 and 3.
Well, I did see 2. I've seen all 4 of them, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm going to do like a quick rewatch before Cobra Kai, the only thing I'm watching is the OG because the OG is the best.
You should probably watch 2 and 3 before you watch the show now.
Okay. All right. I'll probably. Are they on stream? Are they on Netflix?
Yeah.
Movies?
Wait, Cobra Kai? I mean, Karate Kid?
No, are the movies on Netflix or just Cobra?
I think they're on like Peacock or IMDb TV.
I do have the original Cobra, or not Cobra. The original. Good lord, I'm all over the place tonight, folks. The Karate Kid, I have it on Blu-ray, so at least I have that one.
Yeah. They have like a 4-pack DVD at Walmart with like.
Yeah, I see that every now and again.
Take
I'm like,
that, nerd!
Probably should. Probably just should
Take
buy
that,
the box
Colt
set.
Wallace.
Yeah, because the box set's only like $7.50 now at Target.
Okay, so they're not on
I would get that. Anyway, Billy, by the way, here in the movie, for those of you who may be wondering where we are.
Yeah, I know, right?
I was just yelling about Colt Wallace headbutting Billy and taking a fall.
We're at the 28-minute and change mark. For those of you who are just joining us, we are watching the 2017 film known as Power Rangers for its 5th anniversary. If you would like to join us, please feel free to queue up your copy via a streaming service or a DVD or Blu-ray. And we've been more than happy to have you hear or share your comments in the live chat. Thank you so much for being with us. And make sure you share this with all 400 of your closest friends because they're going to like the way they look after watching this video with us. I guarantee it.
I love how they are 5 strangers. Then they go through this insane experience together where they should have died, right?
Yeah, and that car crash with the van.
The car crash, getting hit by the train, right?
Ooh, that was a big
happened,
train.
When that happened in the theater, like there were so many people. You just heard, ah! Like we all freaked out because you don't know what's coming on the first watch, right? So
Yeah.
when that train hits and it's just something else, and then they cut right to and he's waking up and he's got holes in his pants, and now he's super shredded, and they start breaking things, and you're like, oh, like they are super strong now.
And the countertop is burning.
They show that, and this radioactive energy
here we go.
has given them power.
Sorry, going back to our earlier Cobra Kai.
Oh yes.
Discussion. Pluto TV has the original Karate Kid for free.
Thank you. That answers a question. Well,
You're welcome.
It answers our question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christian. So yeah. Anyway, Cobra Kai, Power Rangers. It's all relative. It's all about fighting people and being the best version
There's
of
martial
yourself,
arts
right?
involved.
Because isn't it all about being you're the best around?
Yo, Cobra Kai is just Power Rangers and Degrassi mixed.
It's funny. Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. Yeah,
you guys
boy, it
like
smells-
my
smells
Tommy
awful down
Oliver
there.
circa 25 years old hair?
Yeah, I think you could be able to pull up a younger
Yeah, because
version.
he
of
did
Tommy.
have it hanging down here, but then he'd have it pulled back in a pony back here.
Yeah, he'd have the Shawn Michaels, as I call it.
H2K Shawn Michaels look.
The good
Yeah,
Shawn
that's what-
Michaels. Now he's bald with like a lazy eye.
Oh God.
Well, he's always had a lazy eye. A and B. Yeah, I'm losing.
He's
my
not
hair
as young
'cause
as
of
he
the
once
Shawn
was.
It's sad seeing Shawn with like a bald spot. I'm like, I can't do it.
At least Thomas Carter Rochester doesn't have one of those. Thank goodness. Of course not. You're too young for that anyway. So, so by the way, to answer the question, who would I cast as a potential Tommy Oliver? That's like really hard to figure
It
because
is. It very much is, especially for that time.
okay, who was the actor from? He was on one of my favorite shows, The 100 on the CW. It was on for 6 years. He was the guy who played Bellamy.
See, I haven't watched it, so
I forget his name, but that guy, I think he could pull off a really good Tommy Oliver in the sequel.
Bob Morley.
Bob Morley, thank you. That's who I was thinking of.
Yes.
Thank you, Thomas.
You're welcome. And I agree. I have seen him do some stuff. He's way old for it, though. He does
Yeah,
look
that's what I'm
incredibly,
saying. Like things are different now,
scarily young.
so it wouldn't have worked. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because 5
Bob
years
Morley
ago,
would
he
work.
would have been 33.
He doesn't look it though.
Ludi
That's the
Lana
weird
was
thing about
33
him.
in this movie.
Who?
Ludi Lana, he was 33 when he acted in this movie.
Oh, geez, really?
Ludi Lin is 33?
Wait a minute.
Looks
Can
like his
someone Google
age.
that real
Hang
quick?
on.
Someone needs to
crazy.
Google that
Was-
backstage area.
I'm pretty sure.
I got it. I'm on it.
He doesn't look that old though. That's the problem.
Is.
Look at these powers that they're
No, he's
demonstrating right now. These
24
kids
now,
are running
so-
up a freaking mountain like it's
Why
nothing.
did I think he was a lot
Here
older
we
than
go.
that?
Man.
By the way,
Ludi
wouldn't that be
Lane,
cool?
as of right now, is currently 34. So he'd have been 29 when this movie was.
He was 29 when this film came, or
I'm thinking
28.
of
No,
one
no,
was
no,
being-
wait.
that
I'm
would
thinking
probably
of
be
the
closer to
dude
28.
who's playing the current Red Ranger. He's 33, I think.
Yeah, Dacker Montgomery.
No. The Dino Fury Red Ranger.
Oh, you mean the Dino
Oh, you're
Fury
talking
Red
that,
Ranger? Okay, that's a different actor. Never mind. I was thinking of somebody else. But yeah, wouldn't it be cool if we had these kind of powers where we could just scale mountains very quickly and then we could just jump over stuff? That'd be kind of
Alright.
cool. Look how quick she jumped. Look at this. You think you're crazy? I'm crazy too, you know. And then Zach is
He's
like,
like
you know what?
saying-
I'm gonna jump this thing.
Yo, can we talk about how good the soundtrack was for this movie?
This was a good track, man.
Yeah,
I
it
like
was-
the
it was
music in
pretty
this.
good.
Yo, I was bumping these songs.
Dude, the last 40 minutes of the movie, I'm thinking to myself, this is a great soundtrack.
I will say this. Granted, they did keep like the idea of school bullies in here, but I'm glad they didn't go all the way with the whole Bulk and Skull
No,
style of
no.
stupidity.
Thank
That would
God.
not.
I
I
love
am
Bulk and
so
Skull to
happy
death,
there
but
was no iteration of those characters in this film. It would not have worked.
in order to be a more serious movie, you just cannot have. You can have the characters Bulk and Skull, but they cannot do what Bulk and Skull did in the show.
No,
Yeah,
you have to
absolutely.
separate yourself from the original series because you're putting your own stamp on the property.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
What?
which is why I like this movie so much because it took so many different risks with the characters.
Yeah.
So
Oh my
and I like
God.
the casting. The casting I
But
thought
don't get me
worked out
wrong. Like
very
I
well.
said, you could have included like Christian brought up. You could have done like a Bulk and Skull character, but you just had to make them completely
Less
different
goofy.
from who they were.
Well, yeah,
Like,
less
make
campy.
them- Yeah, make them like their own. Like they think they run some kind of like in school gang or something. You know, if that's something like they're they're the token troublemakers, but it's because they're in like their own little gang, but nobody else wants to join.
Look at this kid jump. By the way, Kern says the only thing I really miss about this movie of 2017 is an actual morpher.
Hey, I can't argue with that. Like, don't get me wrong, it
Yeah.
wouldn't have worked for this style, but like, I do miss the whole it's Morphin Time. Like, I
Well, Jason says it at the end.
right, but I'm like just the idea of bringing them up like that, you know. But that's all
I
good.
guess it's a fair point. Yeah, I like this. I like this stuff. I like the character journeys. I like the casting.
Yeah.
And then they discover things slowly. You know, they train and stuff. Like they earn their stripes, and it's not just shoved in your face. So
right.
I like what they did with the command center, the look of it, the feel of it. You know, the way it's all played out. You know, you got to jump into the water, then you go through another layer of water, then you got to jump through another. It's like, man, this is a completely different version of Power Rangers, but I dig it because it's fresh, it's original, I love it.
Yeah, the one thing I think that I had the biggest problem with, and again, I hate to say it because it feels weird, was Zordon. Like
You didn't
just
like
that
Cranston?
attitude of his. Well, not like not Bryan Cranston himself, but just the way they chose to portray him as this bitter guy wanting to get his body back and less of a mentor kind of thing. That was the big problem that I had. Like not being as patient and this, that, and the other. It felt off.
Right. Show me sand the floor. Show me paint the pins. Sorry, I'm going into Karate Kid mode right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we talked about Cobra Kai about 5 minutes ago. That's completely irrelevant to this discussion. But still, I can't help it. You know, by the way, every time someone is, I'm trying to think, during certain times when I'm talking to certain friends of mine, I will bring up, like, show me paint the pins. Show me sand the floor. Wax on, wax off. Like when someone's having an off day and they're just kind of like out of it, I say, just calm down, take a deep breath. Wax on, wax off. Show me send the
Okay, that joke seemed a little forced when it came to like the whole, hey, I'm black. No, you're not. That's like, nah. That was a little forced.
Hey guys, look at it. Look at the water. We're glowing. Oh gosh. And by the way, if anyone has thoughts on this, like any particular thoughts about certain elements of the film, certain things that may have worked for you, maybe certain things that didn't work for you, let us know in the live chat. We want to hear what you have to say. We find something, we'll bring it up here on screen to read to our fellow panelists and everything. And we want to take this opportunity to thank you for being with us. And I want to thank our panelists for being with us tonight because you can't save the world by yourself. So I'm glad I have my fellow Rangers here by my side. And especially considering the fact, I think this is one of the, no, we've done a show where we've had like 5 panelists at one time, I think one time, Christian. But this is, we haven't had a panel of 4 during one of these watch-alongs in a very long time. So it's good to see everybody again.
It's good to be here. Good to be here.
It's good to be here. It's been so long.
I haven't done Power Rangers content in a while, so this is fun.
It is fun, isn't it?
I'm getting sucked into the movie because I haven't watched it in so long.
Yeah.
And I'm like just like trying to come up with things to talk about and not just go, oh, that's awesome.
Has it
Ooh,
been
that's
5
cool.
years since you've seen it?
No, definitely not.
I would say it hasn't been that long. It's probably been about a good maybe 2.5 for me.
Okay.
Possibly something like that for me as well.
I think I watched it during the pandemic, like rewatched during the pandemic, but it was like a year or 2 ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's been a little while for me as well, but it's good to see this again. They're never going to do this, but if I ever rent out a theater and have them play this in a theater again, that would be cool.
Yeah.
I can gather my friends together. Maybe you guys come up here to the East Coast. We can all gather together as one big dysfunctional family and watch it in a theater together.
Man, that'd be interesting. Oh, there we go. Let's say cold gravity defying moment, and now
whoa, we're falling through the water. Ooh, again, really? Hey, crazy girl. I don't know, they're probably never going to do this, but I would like to see a reunion of this cast at a convention one time. That would be nice.
It would be cool. Yeah,
it would be.
They're never going to do it though, but I wish
It would
they
have to be like New York or San Diego.
Yeah, it'd have to be something big.
It'd have to be something.
Power Morphicon.
Yeah, what about Power
they don't have the
Morphicon,
budget for
guys?
that.
You don't think they can handle Power Morphicon?
I'm like,
That's
Power
the thing, though. It's
Morphicon
like
can't
I feel like
handle
with the right creative team behind this, the right screenwriter and everything, you could feasibly do a sequel that would make a decent amount of money.
Oh yeah, I mean, just selling with Dacker Montgomery and Naomi Scott's name alone is going to be.
That's going to put butts in the seats, man.
You pick a great name for Tommy Oliver, and you got 3 out of 6. And in this movie, I think RJ Seiler like skyrockets up. I don't know if you know this, but I first saw him in a damn commercial.
Oh, really?
It's him. It's someone talking about like I don't remember what the heck it is. It's some specific dumb commercial. I just remember seeing him and going, "Oh, that's the kid from Vice Principals." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then when they announced he was cast as Billy, I was like, "Oh my god! Like, let's go!"
Like, I know that guy.
Yeah.
I will say this: like, if you could, and I think Ryan and I have had this discussion before. If it were up to me, if I were the one making the decisions,
sure.
Next movie, introduce Tommy as a character. Don't have anything with him to do with like the actual Rangers or anything like that.
Right.
Save the whole Green with Evil storyline as its own movie for the third outing.
For
That
the
would have been my
threequel.
way to pace it.
Okay. So what hypothetically, like, would you put like in the second film? Would it be the 5 going up against Zed?
I don't know that I'd necessarily put them up against Zed necessarily. Maybe rather than introducing Zed right off the bat, maybe bring in Rita's brother. Bring him into the picture. Maybe introduce that. But either that or maybe have one of her like Finster. Maybe introduce him. Like maybe have him like Frankenstein her back to life or something, or find her out in space and have them. Yeah, you do the whole like building the monster, gathering the energy, this kind of thing. Make that a thing, and then see what you can do with that.
Okay. Because one of the early villains, if I remember correctly, was the Nasty Knight. You had Bones. You had some of the other villains out there.
Pudgy Pig.
Pudgy Pig. I don't know if Pudgy Pig would work, but Bones and Nasty Knight would work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially-
yeah, and maybe
dude,
have
the
maybe,
Nasty-
maybe make them a tandem. You know,
Yeah.
introduce them both, have them to be like double trouble. This
Who was the other villain that they made a toy out of? King Sphinx. King
Yeah,
Sphinx.
King Sphinx. Yeah.
Dude, you put Sphinx in a movie, that's like your lead monster because then that's going to lead into Zed.
Go with Scorpina.
Ooh, dude. Yes.
You're
I would
real.
love Scorpina.
How did y'all like Alpha's design in this?
Yeah,
It was funky. It was weird. But you know what? Bill Hader's a heck of an actor, so he made it work.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like H.R. Geiger's kidney stone in a way, if you ask me. But
I think it looks better in motion than the concept art.
Yeah.
Ooh, good
I'll give you
point.
that.
And the toys and like in the movie, I'm like, okay, fine, yeah, that's great. And then every other place, I'm like, no, I don't like that.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel like Alpha 5. And why does he have a beer belly?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. Why would that be a thing?
You've been waiting? I've been waiting 65 million years. I've been very lonely. That's Alpha 5 talking, just so we're clear.
Different color, different colors.
I mean, you could say, I mean, in regards to Alpha having a beer gut, you could ask the same thing of like the way that Marvin the Paranoid Android was designed in the Hitchhiker's movie.
Yeah.
Oh, gee whiz. But yeah,
I love that he's got the morphing grid, I think, inside of his skull. That's what's powering Alpha. I really love that tie.
Yeah, that is a
It makes
cool
me
detail.
wonder,
That's a good tie-in, yeah.
like, I wonder if he would ever become. I mean, he's wearing Power Ranger armor.
Yeah.
He's not that far off. I wonder if he has a battle mode.
That's a good
I mean,
question.
that could be an interesting.
You can introduce that in a potential sequel.
Well,
Lionsgate.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, based on him reaching out and extending, he can grow and extend and create any form he wants, right?
That's a good
Okay, I will admit, I kind of like that line. Hey, I'm a talking robot. You can trust me.
Yeah.
Like, that's the exact reason we shouldn't trust you.
So what exactly is this, guys? Where are we? We're in a spaceship or something.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? What are they touching here? Are these footprints? I don't know, guys. What is it? So let's see here. We are about the 43-minute mark within the film known as Power Rangers, the 2017 film. If you are just joining us, feel free to upload your copy via a streaming service or a physical media and watch it with us. And we would love to hear your thoughts. If you have any opinions, let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear about it and make sure you're sharing it. All 600 of your closest friends, or your fellow Rangers for that matter.
I'll tell you
because
what,
Lord knows this show has been on for over 30 flipping years, and there's been over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Rangers. There's too many to keep up with. Oh my God!
But who's the best Ranger?
Yeah, there's a whole reason they're doing a big multiverse kind of thing with the Rangers nowadays because it's like we got too much to pull from. But no, I was gonna say, if they did do a sequel, personally, I would probably try to introduce Scorpina, like I mentioned before.
That's
and
a good
actually,
one.
I would cast Sophia Botella to play her.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah. Yes, I love that cast.
You know what? She's done so much between between Kingsman, the Mummy, even though the Mummy with Tom Cruise wasn't all that great.
She was in Atomic Blonde.
Yep.
Yeah, Atomic Blonde and a few other things that she's done. So Sophia Boutella is a very capable
Star Trek
actress.
Beyond as well.
Yeah, and we know she's got the physicality to do what Scorpina
Yeah.
did.
She was a woman with knives in Kingsman, for Pete's sake. Knives. So, yeah, Sophia Boutella, if you're watching this, and if they ever do another film, yes, please cast her as Scorpina, because I'd be all for it. She's
You know,
a very capable actress.
in terms of like what I'd like to see from a sequel at this point, if they ever did bring a sequel back now, what I'd really love is some form of the Omega Rangers. Because why not use
the
a
Omega
5-year gap like the in-game
Well, no,
situation?
you'd have to wait for Zed for that one. Because I was gonna say you could wait for Zed and oh god, why am I blanking on the name? What is it? It's not Serpento or whatever it was.
You mean Serpentera?
Serpentera. There it is. Thank you.
It's
It's
a
on the
giant
tip of my
Zord.
tongue. I was halfway there.
Yeah, Serpentera is a giant Zord, if I remember correctly.
Hey, make it a whole Doomsday machine. Make it as big as the Midgard Serpent or something. Like introduce something like that. Make it a planet killer.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, did you say Planet Killer? Planet Killer. They call it the Death Star.
Thank you.
Like,
I was
you know what
wondering
I mean?
who was going to pick up on that.
Dude, listen, as a big fan of Rogue One, I'm keeping up on that one, man. Rogue One's one of my all-time favorites.
I'm waiting to see the Andor series when that comes out.
That's coming, man. It's coming. It's coming.
Rogue One is my number one Star Wars film of all time. We just did our rankings on Reckless Rebellion, and
what
what
was your number one?
Rogue One.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah,
That's
it's
your
my
number one?
My number one.
Dude, that's
It is
my
the
number
most,
two.
It's the most rewatchable Star Wars film of all time to me.
That is, listen.
Here we go. Now we're getting the lore dump.
We're getting a little. I mean, we're getting a little off topic here, but with all due respect, it's a pretty good ranking. I'm not like, you know what I mean? Like, I would not fight you on that because Rogue One is just so good, so good, such a good movie. So don't worry, Thomas. I'm right there with you. I think Rogue One is my number 2, if not my number 3.
I still think Solo's the best.
No, I think Solo never should have happened. That's what I think.
Nah, Solo was great.
Yeah, of course it was, according to you. You're in the minority.
Wow.
Stop busting my chops here, Christian.
Why? It's fun.
No, I don't think it's fun. So why don't you stop doing it?
No, we good.
Listen, this whole like
nightmare sequence.
Yeah, is this Zordon doing this to them?
Yeah, he is. He's messing with the Rangers' heads.
Again, just way out of character.
He's basically showing them what's going to happen if you don't show up and like actually be a flippin' team.
I don't know.
Okay.
Messing with their heads, it seems like toxic masculinity.
It does. To
yeah.
play devil's advocate,
definitely
he
gaslight.
did kind of die angry.
He did.
Right?
That he did.
So
look at this. She's like choking the life out of these kids. We're all dying here. This is a nightmare. It's not as good as the nightmare sequence in Batman v Superman, but it's pretty good.
that was in-game vibes of stuff. I mean, Infinity War vibes hitting those
more
people.
like leftovers from the ring.
Ooh, dude, come on now.
Just being real.
Fair.
Come on now. Dude, don't bring up the ring, man. When you say the ring, I'm thinking 7 days. Don't do that to me.
That movie tortured me for 6 years.
Another thing that kind of annoyed me about this movie.
Boy, you're just on the haterade version.
Hey, I'm just pointing out the problems
No,
I
it's
have.
cool.
with
I
the
love
first
you.
song.
It's okay. It's okay to have critiques. It's okay to have critiques.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Is like Goldar to me was one of my favorite characters in the original.
Oh, they ruined him in
series.
this movie.
Just to make him a big, dumb monster made of gold with no will of his
I love
own.
gold.
Yeah, and it's just like, it hurt my soul, to see that.
To be perfectly honest with you, you're not the first person to admit that, because every convention I've gone to when the film first came out and people were like giving their positives and negatives, they kept ragging on how they messed up Goldar. And I'm thinking, listen, maybe it's because I went in with certain expectations, but at the same time, this is a new version with a new director and a new cast that I just didn't put too much pressure on the film to like make sure they incorporated certain key elements from the show.
That's fair. But I mean, could you imagine if we had somebody like Idris Elba doing the motion capture and the voice for Goldar?
I would have loved that. I would have loved the heck. Look at this. Look at this flashback.
Tell me what you like to do, my empress.
Oh my god. You know, I finally got around to seeing a little indie film called The Suicide Squad recently.
Oh yeah.
I did,
It's
and I got to be honest with you, I was not looking forward to watching this movie at all because I'm not a James Gunn fan. But after watching the film, I came out of that film thinking, you know what? This was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It actually wasn't good. It's not as silly as I thought it was going to be either because there are character moments and there are darker elements of this film that work. And Idris Elba was one of the best parts, if not the best, because he had an actual arc in the story. So
great.
And I believe his character name was Bloodsport, if I remember correctly.
Yep, Bloodsport. Yep.
So when I'm thinking of Idris Elba, I'm like, okay, how is this going to work, right? I mean, he's a capable actor. He can do anything he wants. But it's like, how is this going to work with like 50 other people in this movie? But they, not to get into spoiler territory here, but certain characters get marked, get killed off in the first 15 minutes. And I'm like, oh, they are pulling no punches with this film at all.
I mean, they told you right from the get-go, don't get attached to anybody.
I'm watching this.
I love the
and I'm
movie.
like, dude. But then when the movie was over, I was like, you know what? It was actually all right. I did not hate this film. I didn't really hate it. I mean, there were certain things I didn't like about it, but I didn't like walk out of the film hating it.
Yeah.
So James Gunn, Idris Elba, you guys over there with the Suicide Squad, good job.
I can only imagine what would happen if you put James Gunn in charge of a Power Rangers movie.
It's never going to happen.
No, I would say, but it's fun to dream.
It is
Did you
because
hear?
I love his Scooby Doo's.
Okay. Well, did you? Well, how this film was in development, but it never got made. What would you have thought of a Star Trek movie from Quentin Tarantino?
Again, it's a matter of disparate tones, really. But I'd have been intrigued. I'm not going to act like I wouldn't have been, but it would have felt off-putting.
I would have been excited because it would have been a one shot.
Yeah, very much
kind of thing. So it'd be like, this is what I would do in my Star Trek universe, and then like kind of what JJ did. He just kind of redid his own shtick on the movies and origins,
pretty much.
Now this I do kind of like, even though, like I said, Zach, we don't get a ton of time with him.
That's the thing.
It is good to see that he does have a home life, and underneath all the bravado, he does have. He does have a heart, and he does care about his mom and this, that. And
Yeah, his mom is sick. Yeah, not doing well. To be perfectly honest with you.
And again, it shows that the front that he puts up is just that. It is a front.
It's yeah. These are the two critiques that one of the critiques I had about this.
That's Captain Singh from The Flash.
Really?
You're right.
Becky G's dad. I mean, yeah, it is.
Wait a minute, let me take a look at this.
He ain't
Hold
got
on.
it is.
Oh shoot, you're right.
Nice,
dude.
Let's go.
Wait a minute. Isn't her mother someone from another show too? Wasn't she on another show? The mother, Trini's mother. She looks very familiar. Do we know who she is?
She looks.
She was on the 100, I think, wasn't she?
Let me find out.
She was either on the 100 or the Vampire Diaries, one of those CW shows. Because Captain Singh is right here, so
yeah,
kind of goes hand in hand.
It's a definitive possibility.
Do we know what she's? I don't know what she was in, but anyway.
Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief.
Oh, the Olympians.
She was
the first
she
film,
was
yeah.
Hera. She
Oh,
was also
okay.
in Smallville, Adriana Tomaz.
Does it say what episode? Like the name of the episode?
I'm scrolling to find
From
that.
Smallville that she was on?
She was also in Supernatural as Duma, the Shadow, and Robin.
There you go. So you're right. It was a CW show, just not the
Hey,
one.
look at all these
It was a lot
CW
of
connections.
CW shows.
There's a lot of CW actors in this movie. Or a few, anyway. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go over.
Oh, she was in 3 different episodes of Smallville as Lex's aide, sorority girl, and Adriana Tomaz.
Holy cow. This woman has a long resume. Okay.
Yeah, but who cares
Oh
about
my
Smallville?
God, that's
Hey,
why
hey, don't you, Christian, dude, come on. I love my Smallville. Stop it.
She was also in
Anyway.
Blade Trinity, apparently.
Which one?
She had a small role in Blade Trinity.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what that is.
She had a role
Hey,
in Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, she was on BSG? Nice.
This just became an Erica Sarah fan podcast.
All right, she was
Wait a
in
minute, is that
Warehouse.
her? Is that the actress?
Yes. Erica.
She was in Zombie. She was in
CRA.
Lucifer.
Is she in the 100?
that I
Yeah, she
saw.
was in the 100.
Wait, really?
She was Allie, wasn't she?
Yeah, Allie, aka Becca.
Dude, yes, I got my facts right. Yeah. All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That woman
This movie
looks
is
so
stacked.
familiar. She looks so familiar. I was like, don't I know you from somewhere? Anyway, about the critiques of this film. Yeah, we didn't get enough backstory between Zach and Trini. They were kind of pushed to the back burner. But you know what? Like I said, if Lionsgate and the studio would have marketed this film better and put it out on a release date that wasn't already jam-packed in March, we could have gotten a sequel. So
I will say this: I like that they are at least including the Ranger Creed in this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never use your powers for personal gain. Never escalate a battle unless your enemy forces you. And most importantly, never, ever reveal your identity as a ranger.
Yep.
Damn, I love this movie.
Look at this scene, man. Like they're telling you what the suits look like, some of the mythology behind it. It's so good. It's the morphing.
You need to morph to get your armor.
You have to morph to get your armor.
So, I tried to do a Bryan Cranston impersonation.
Sure.
And some like my own take on like Bryan Cranston from various shows that he's been on, because I was asked to be Mr. Cranston, aka Billy's dad, in the Power Rangers audio drama. So I played Billy's dad in that, doing a voiceover, and I did my best to do a Cranston impression, and then I just had to cut it out and speak with the same conviction of him, and I think it worked out great. But man, Bryan Cranston, I watched a lot of Malcolm in the Middle to get like
Oh my gosh.
ready, and
Love that show.
he is so fucking funny. Dude, that guy makes me. That's my
Listen.
one F-bomb for a PG-13. That
Exactly.
guy is so funny, dude. I love everything he does in that show.
Listen, the first time I ever saw Bryan Cranston professionally, he was the dentist, Tim Watley, on my favorite sitcom of all time, known as Seinfeld. So that's going way back, ladies and gentlemen.
I've
That's
never
going
even
way
seen
back.
Seinfeld.
Go into the pit. I don't
Well,
wanna
that's
find out what the
unfortunate,
pit is.
Christian, because he was in a lot of really great episodes of Seinfeld. which, by the way,
Scorpina
is
reference.
available on-
Scorpina reference.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah.
What did he say?
It was just the scorpion just hanging out on a rock.
Oh. Sorry.
I was being facetious.
I was saying, good eyes though. Yeah.
I didn't even catch that. I might have to rewind that later, not now, but goodness gracious. Guys,
It's
this
a
is nothing.
hologram.
It's just a hologram, like in a video game or something.
I love that line by Billy. That's
Oh.
a silly ass hologram.
Definitely not from a video game. There's some good lines in this, man. There are some lines that make me laugh in this. Like
Again,
genuinely
it's
laugh.
good that
Not
the
everything
putties aren't those-
lands, but when the ones that do land, they work.
It's good that the putties in this weren't just those gibbering little goofballs like we saw.
Yeah. And I love that you still have to aim for the center mass,
Yeah.
Aim for this.
which is a nice Z trait. That was one of my favorite things growing up, and I totally forgot that was added on.
Yeah, the little Z symbols in the middle.
The Z
of it.
symbols.
Yo, this song
The
is
Ranger-
fire, bro.
Yeah, dude, the Rangers are in the pit. They are in the process of being trained or undergoing training right now by working with each other as well as Alpha 5.
Ooh, good shot.
What is this song,
We're getting
Christian?
some punches. We're getting
I
some
don't remember
kicks.
the name of it, but I used to listen to it a lot.
By the way, does anyone like the little clapping thing that Billy does?
Oh
Anyone like
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
The name of
Good
the song
character.
is, I think, Hands Clap or something.
Is it?
I think so.
Anyone else know that? Let us know in the comments. By the way, Paul, I don't know what you're referencing here in the chat, so you're gonna have to clarify that for me.
Oh, I know where it's from.
I don't know what that's
You've
from.
fallen victim to one of the classic blunders, the most famous of which is never get involved in a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known, never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. It's from the
It
Princess
sounds-
Bride.
Okay, I was gonna say, what was that from? Because it sounds very familiar. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Thank you. By the
Yeah.
way, since we are watching the
love that.
2017 film of Power Rangers, have you guys heard the news about how the new mashup is out on your local comic book stands right now of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers versus Godzilla?
I did not know
What?
about that. I will definitely
Yeah.
have to
This is
look into
it
that.
just started
The
this
real
week. It's
thing.
available in your local comic
Nice.
shop there, Thomas.
Nice.
So what you're telling me is I'm gonna finally get Godzilla versus Dragon Zord?
Yes.
In this comic book that is available right now at your local comic shop. It just debuted this Wednesday on New Comic Book Day. So if anyone
Well,
has a
say
local
this,
comic shop near you, you may want to pick this up over the weekend.
Let's say TCR, if you are interested, there's a YouTube channel called Death Battle where they did an actual matchup between the Dragon Zord and Kiryu Mechagodzilla.
Ooh.
Oh.
Can we see that? Can you put that in the private chat here? Like,
Yeah, I can
send us a
throw
link.
you the
Put
link
a
in the
link in the
private
private
chat,
chat
no
for
problem.
Thomas over here
Yeah, no problem.
in the backstage area. I might want to watch that, by the way. Considering the fact I'm a Tommy White Ranger fan and not a Green Ranger fan, I would still probably watch the fight. Because it's Mechagodzilla, and I kind of like Gogeta. I like Gogeta. By the way, when is the sequel to Godzilla vs. Kong coming out? Do we know when that's happening?
They've announced that it's in development. They haven't set a date or anything for it yet.
Because I want to see a rematch, man. I want to see a rematch of those two.
I want to see them team up.
Really? Well, who would they go up against since they already defeated Mechagodzilla in the last one?
Make new ones. Who cares?
I'd say you could go with Destoroyah. You could go with Biollante. There's a bunch of different.
There's a bunch of different enemies they can face off on.
Beacon. They could go with. Heck, really go out there and do the ones that they've never fought before because they've been different franchises. Go with Gamera or something.
Well, if anyone has thoughts on that, let us know in the chat. But that is a true statement that Godzilla versus the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is a new comic book series from IDW and Boom. So feel free to look that up at your LCS.
But who's going to win?
By the way, always make sure you support your local comic shops out there, folks. Who do you think's going to win? I mean, you get 6 Rangers against 1 Godzilla. I'm going with the Rangers.
All right. Yeah, I just put that link for the Death Battle.
Oh, is it there? Thomas, it's in the private chat, brother.
Heck yeah.
There it is. It's right there.
I'm actually going to make a run here for a second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be
right ahead.
back.
Yep. Bring you back in
And
a
here
bit.
we get the Zords. Okay.
Dude.
When the concept art of the Zords came out, I was like, I don't know. Like, it's exactly what I expected, but I felt it looked way too Transformers.
Yeah.
But again, in motion, they are beautiful and they make absolute sense the way that they're designed.
How do you think they're going to look with Hasbro owning Transformers now?
Probably nothing like this.
I was going to say, yeah, probably not what we're seeing.
I mean, whatever they do next for their live action Power Rangers movie, man, like whatever they're doing, I don't know. I don't know what their aesthetic is, but I think that they 100%. Wow, I just recognized that looks very similar to the original command center that he just busted out of right there, that rock formation.
He busting.
He busting.
Dude, I don't. The thing I want most from Power Rangers right now is an animated special Power Rangers versus Turtles, because that TMNT versus Batman animated special was amazing.
Loved it.
But let's be real. Batman and Power Rangers are not Power Rangers. Batman and Turtles, they're two completely different things. Like they're too far apart, whereas Power Rangers and Turtles, they're very close. So I feel like it would work better than the TMNT and Batman special did. Not that it didn't do well, because I absolutely loved it. I just think it would be better with Power Rangers.
I agree. I watched that. I don't remember if somebody texted me or was like, "Oh, you need to watch this. It's great." And I was like, "Oh, okay, sure." And then I watched it, and dude, the way that the Turtles rubbed off on good old B-Man and his familial troubles with good old Damian Wayne, it was brilliantly handled. And then right after that is when I read the Power Rangers versus TMNT comics, and holy crap,
that was a pretty good comic.
It was so good, man.
Dude, I just got my Power Ranger figures.
Which figures? Oh, the turtle ones?
Yeah, the turtle and Shredder Green Ranger.
Oh yeah, the 2-packs.
Yeah, they're so nice.
Yeah, what was it? Mikey was selling them during his Ranger Stop Shop at Home sale.
Yeah, Mikey good.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I've been able to get a lot of loose figures from him too, and I bought the Hasbro Zeo Megazord, and then I didn't know they came out with this. They came out with 6-inch versions of the Thunder Megazord and the Lost Galaxy Megazord.
Yeah, they just actually announced Wave 2. They have the black and gold MMPR Megazord, the Dragon Zord mixed with the Rangers. I don't know what that Megazord's called. What is it?
You mean the Mega Dragon Zord?
Yeah, that thing. The White Tiger Zord with the other Ranger Zords. I don't know what that's called. King Tiger Zord or whatever.
That would be the Mega Tiger Zord.
Yeah, and I think they have the regular Tiger Zord too.
Wow,
they
so
just announced those today. Actually, yesterday.
Oh wow.
Today.
Okay. Wow. Man, we're getting all kinds of Power Rangers announcements today, whether it be for the action figures and the Megazords from Hasbro or the new comic series between the crossover of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Godzilla, which is making Thomas Carter Rochester's Kaiju Love and Heart.
Hasbro.
Yeah, Hasbro, why don't you give us other morphers besides MMPR? Why don't you?
Dude, I can go on a long tangent about that. That pissed me off. Like, bro, like, okay, the Hasbro morpher's fine, but like, don't do a Zeonizer. But I want a Turbo in Space Lost Galaxy. Like, bro, if you were smart, you would do a Titanium morpher just because that thing is going for like $800+ on eBay. What does that tell you?
That's what
Everybody wants a Titanium morpher.
for it.
And it was the first American morpher.
It was. So there you go. Welcome back, Mr. James Shimo, and me as well. We had to take commercial breaks, but we're back now, so thanks for having us. Also, we're about an hour and 4 minutes into the movie known as Power Rangers of 2017. If you're just joining us, feel free to queue up your copy on your streaming service or your Blu-ray or DVD player, respectively. Watch the movie along with us. Share your thoughts in the live chat. We would love to hear from you. Share this video with all 700 of your closest friends because they are going to like the way they look after watching this video with these 4 incredible panelists. If I do say so myself.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you. But so yeah, I just bought the Zeo Megazord, the Hasbro and the Hasbro Thunder Megazord and the Lost Galaxy Megazord. So they may be 6 inches and not like the giant foot tall ones, but listen, they're Megazords. I like to have them and they're cool. And plus I got the Zeo Megazord, so I'm good.
So Jason and Zordon just had their little spat there.
Yeah.
And it's so good because you can tell right away why both of them really are the Red Ranger because they're willing to do whatever they got to do to succeed, right? You see that in their confrontation. But how it ends, he's like, oh, what? You need us to morph so that you can come back? We're just dumb kids to you, right? And it ends with, he's like, your team's dead and you're just as scared as we are. And it's like, ooh, take that, Zordon.
Boom, roasted.
His face reminds me of like that 1990s like toy that you take your hand and you just put it in and then it makes a mold of it. That's Zordon. That's Zordon's
Oh,
face.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
They featured that toy in that little indie film called Super Mario Brothers with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins.
Oh.
Sorry. Didn't mean to bring up some bad nightmares for some of you out there, but listen, I remember when what was this? John Leguizamo takes it, shoves it on his face. He's like, "Yeah, Mario." I'm like, "What are you doing to yourself, man?"
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I know, Shimo. That's one of your favorite Razzie films, right?
And well-deserved Razzies.
Not to take you back to a 1990s era because Power Rangers came out that same time in '93, but still, I digress.
I did. And I'll tell you
So,
this.
by the way, this is a question for you watching this in the panels. How do we feel about this interpretation of Rita Repulsa, played by Elizabeth Banks?
I like Elizabeth Banks, but I thought this she was just crazy. I'm like, Rita was never crazy. She was just
intense.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I think it is an interesting interpretation, though. Like the betraying her, her team and everything, and embracing the power of evil is like corrupting her in a way. So it's not so much that she's crazy necessarily, but it's just she's been almost possessed by the darkness. So in a way, I can get it. It's just a matter of execution, really.
Yeah. Clearly, she's having way too much fun with the power of the dark side.
Oh, dude. She is chewing the scenery in every scene she's in, and I love it.
Dude, she embraces it, man. Like, she's going full on crazy. She doesn't care.
That's the thing is, you can tell when an actor or an actress really, gives their all to a role that they're really having a blast.
I can tell that she's having fun in this film. It's
yeah.
kind of obvious. Whether she's wearing the black outfit or the green outfit, which we are going to see a little bit later on in the film. So.
And this scene now that we are coming
the campfire
into
scene.
Yeah,
is what makes this movie a perfect Power Rangers interpretation.
Well, we look forward to hearing your thoughts as we go along within the scene that takes place around a campfire where the 5 Rangers are starting to maybe break the ice and get to know each other a little better.
You must shed your masks to wear this armor.
They're doing their interpretation of that.
Think only of each other, and the Morphing Grid will be open to you.
I like this, how they're mocking it at first, and then they kind of well, maybe we don't know each other so well.
Yeah. And I like how it's Zach, the one who's got this whatchamacallit, like he's the one with the front, and he's the one who kind of keeps everyone at arms, but he's also
Right.
the one who's like
I love
his
how it
mind
starts
is
off
dying.
like it's an AA meeting.
Yeah. He's wearing a beanie and the jacket, so yeah. Goes along. Good outfits too.
Yeah.
Good outfits. Modern day outfits, of course.
They look like hipsters.
Thank you for pointing that out, but they still look like good interpretations of the characters.
Hipsters or grunge 90s kids?
Ooh, that's a good question. Anyone else?
Kind of a mix, honestly.
It's a fine line, honestly. They're walking a fine line between the two.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah. But imagine that theme song going over. Go, go, hipster rangers. Now.
Did you remember the episode where in season, I think, was it season 1, Thomas, where they were possessed, or where they had evil versions of themselves, but all 5 of them were wearing a pair of shades?
I remember that being an episode in one of the earlier seasons. I don't remember.
That was like season 1, right? Where they were all
It was when
possessed by
Zed
evil.
had the evil rangers. He made them the evil rangers.
Okay, but
Yeah,
but they were all wearing a pair of shades to make themselves look cool.
And leather jackets.
Let's do that. Let's tell our secrets, you know?
Nothing screams more badass in the 90s than glasses and a leather jacket.
Anyone else remember a little indie film from 1991 called Terminator 2?
Uh-huh.
I've never seen it.
Really? You've never seen that movie? Just like you've never seen Smallville? Okay. Bring that up.
Dude, I don't think there's anybody who loves like leather more in like most of their sci-fi movies than James Cameron.
Fair
I'm just
Anyone else feel that way? Gee whiz. Let's see here. What was? Oh, by the way, Paul brings up a fun fact from an earlier film that we were discussing in the 90s called Super Mario Brothers. He says Samantha Mathis, who portrays Princess Daisy, was worth watching the Super Mario Brothers film for. James,
I mean, fair enough.
if you want to bring that up, I'm just saying. Sorry, that's not relevant to the Power Rangers discussion, but I just had to bring it up because James started it. No, I'm kidding. I started it. It's my fault. But
Damn it, Ryan.
No, it's all Christian's fault, really.
It's okay. You can blame me. Everybody else does.
I know you, but yeah, because the fact that you've never seen Smallville just depresses the heck out of me.
I watched it. The first
Yeah, you watched
season.
it for 2 lousy minutes and then you gave up on it.
No, the first season was really good. I liked it. And then I got to the second season. I'm like, like, no, I'm good.
So everybody has issues in this movie.
I mean, at least they're not like perfect teenagers because like
They are
real
certainly
teenagers
not.
perfect.
Yeah, they're teenagers with attitude that have a perfect record.
Is that a beer?
Is that what they're drinking?
Yeah.
At that site? Am I seeing that right? Or am I misinterpreting that? I don't know. So are you having problems? Yeah, problems.
Am I the only one? If,
I'm gonna run to the
please
bathroom real
correct
quick.
me.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you
Correct
got
me
it,
if
man.
I'm wrong. I believe Trini in this movie becomes
this
the
movie.
first LGBTQ superhero. Am I like in live action on a film? And I know that Ludi Lin is the first Chinese superhero.
Yeah,
Right.
that one I know for a fact.
That's a good question.
I would argue because refresh my memory. Did this come out before or after Wonder Woman?
Before, because Wonder Woman was in June and then this one came out in March.
Okay, because yeah, it's heavily implied that Wonder Woman or the Amazonians engage in that sort of practice. So that's why I was curious about the timeline of when they were released. So, but yeah, that is fairly accurate.
It might be. I'm not. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not 100% sure. If anyone wants to correct us with regards to that, let us know. But yeah, this is a good scene, man. Like you really find out who these people really are behind the scenes and what they're going through and the kind of crap they put up with every day. So.
Again, coming from the educational background that I have in the school system that I work in, you see this a lot where kids feel like they can't open up about anything because if they don't open up about it, they can never get hurt. They can never use it against them. And I see a lot of my students in what's going on here, and it's weird that like with that fresh perspective and whatnot, looking back on this movie now, like it changes a lot of the viewpoints I had on a few of the other scenes. Like I still think that scene is good, but again, having that context now, that real world application, it really puts it in a different light for me.
Boy, Rita is on a warpath, man. This is a nightmare right here. Like if you enter somebody's room and you're just like right up in their face at like 2 a.m, like what are you doing? This is where Rita starts to get really like cray. It's just like I'm gonna break your neck if you don't give me what I want. You know? Man, Elizabeth Banks, she just embraced this role.
And I loved it.
Well, TCR over here loved. I mean, no, I liked it too. It doesn't bother me at all. But I'm just saying, like, it's unfortunate that Elizabeth Banks' career didn't go so well after this movie, because after this, she like directed or produced Pitch Perfects 2 and 3, and then she rebooted Charlie's Angels with Naomi Scott, which we all know what happened with that, which didn't go over well and never should have been rebooted in the first place.
The less said about that, the better.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, I feel so bad for Naomi because I like her a lot, but her
she did very well in that Aladdin reboot.
I refuse to watch that movie. I just can't do it. I have too much allegiance to the OG. I just can't do it.
Don't get me wrong. Like the new one, inferior to the original, in my humble opinion.
Is.
Like Jafar is just a whiny little prick, to be fair. But I'm gonna say her character as Jasmine actually gets a lot more depth and a lot more to do than just being the pretty face that Aladdin pines for the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I've heard from certain fans of the property and who have seen the most recent iteration of Aladdin. I refuse to watch it. Like I said, I have my loyalties to Robin Williams, but you know,
let's face it, Will Smith was never going to touch Robin.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, I feel bad because I want Naomi Scott to do great projects, but unfortunately, her choices have been not so good.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm trying
It's
to
like,
think.
Naomi, I love you, but you need to choose projects that are just not reboots. Okay. I mean, this reboot works. It works for the time, but everything else you've done is like, no.
Going off that, I'm going to throw something out to you, and I want to see what you think about this. I actually would find her very, very interesting if you cast as again, you skew the casting a little bit younger. I could see her playing like a Carol Ferris or like a Star Sapphire in a Green Lantern movie. Honestly.
Interesting for the DC property. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
did
thinking
that.
something along that. Or I think honestly, she'd make a decent Felicia Hardy for a Black Cat movie.
Ooh, that interpretation of that character, I'd like to see.
Yeah.
That's a good
There's
point. By the way, we're seeing a good interaction here between
you're
Jason.
getting a lot more mainstream popularity with.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're seeing a good interaction here between Jason and Kimberly, as we are in fact about 118. I want to say, is it 18 or 16?
Here it is. I had to sit in Mr. Detmer's office with Amanda's father and watch as they showed him the photo of his daughter naked.
Good conversation.
Like, that's what she did. She did the skeeviest thing, and then she lied and blamed everyone else. And her, like, opening up to Jason in this scene is where they cut that kiss.
Yeah.
Which would have 100% ruined this scene. And I just want to say shout out to Dean Israelite, the director of this.
The director.
The commentary for this movie is so good. And you can feel how much he loved this project while watching the movie. And then you hear about him and John Gatton's the screenplay writer, and how they would like write a scene and send it to each other. Oh, this makes me think of this scene for this character. And they would like build all these scenes, and then eventually they're like, oh shit, we have a full script that now we got to cut down like a lot of this out because we have way too many pages here and too many good scenes, and we got to condense stuff. And it's brilliant how they decided to do what is most important for the characters, and they didn't like, oh, well, we need a love interest kind of thing. I love that no one has a love interest in this movie. That is my one of my favorite things.
I'll tell you what, if freaking Lionsgate or whoever owns the rights to Power Rangers, I think if they gave the four of us the go ahead to screenwrite this thing, I think we could really come up with an awesome treatment for this.
Yes, dude, sign me up. I'm down. Anything Power Rangers I'm willing to do. And fun fact, for those of you who may be joining us a little bit late, thank you so much for being with us. We got our good friend Meredith is here. She's like, hey, Ryan, what's up, Meredith? It is so good to see you.
Hello,
Another one of my
Meredith.
good friends from Clubhouse.
Hello.
She says, this is awesome to be a part of this with you guys. Well, we appreciate you, Meredith, for joining us on this Thursday night for the 2017 film known as Power Rangers 4. Its 5th anniversary. Happy anniversary to the cast and crew of 2017's Power Rangers, because we haven't said that yet, so I'm going to do it now. So congratulations to you. Thank you for being with us. And by the way, if you were just joining us, we are about the, the 119 mark, going into 120. So about 118, 119.
Yeah, I'm at about 118.50 right
Thank you, 118.50. So if you want to queue up your copy on a streaming service or your physical media version, whether it's a Blu-ray or DVD, feel free to queue it up and watch the movie along with us. If you have any thoughts about this movie, positive or negative, or anything about Power Rangers in general, where you think the franchise should go from here, what were some of your favorite memories of the past, some of the things they may be potentially going to be put into motion now, let us hear your thoughts in that live chat, in the comments. Make sure you share this video with all 800 of your closest friends and fellow Rangers, because they're going to like the way they look after watching this video. I guarantee it. And may the power protect you and you and you and you and yes, you who are watching this. Thank you so much for being here. Goodness gracious, we are having too much fun on this set. So now we are at a scene where the Rangers are about to layeth the smacketh down, potentially, on Rita Repulsa. Are they going to achieve this goal? We'll find out in just about 30 seconds.
Yo, they look like they a gang about to rob somebody.
Hey, let's
What
come
up?
on now. Oh, wait a minute. Someone's tied to a chair. Which means they are
We've all
being
been
held
there.
against their will. That's not good.
Yep, there she is.
By the way,
look
is
at
that a fisherman or a boat captain that has been captured to lure them in?
It could literally be a homeless man.
Could it be? I don't know. That's a good point. Oh, listen, for those of you who may be wondering, Rita Repulsa is in her actual outfit now. She has ditched the black. She is now dressed up in green. Doesn't that make Thomas Carter Rochester happy as a Green Ranger fan?
Absolutely. It's
Look
gorgeous.
at her go, man. She is
I will
just
say
going
this,
to
like,
town with that power staff.
Yeah.
The
When they
fact that-
released,
Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, when they released the first photo of her, like what her costume was going to look like,
which kind of looks like this, you know?
Yeah, it looks like this. It looks exactly like that. I instantly zoomed in and I was like, oh look at this. That's a Green Ranger costume. And people were like, a lot of people that I was close with, like, no, dude, I don't think so. Like, what are you talking about? How could you see? I was like, you telling me you don't see green and gold and instantly don't think of a Dragon Zord? And I'm like, look at her legs and look at the Power Rangers. Like, those are the same armor on those quads. I'm a costume maker on my own stuff. I know a costume. Trust me. And I was so happy because they gave us the full suit. And I'm still just sad that I can't afford to make my own yet.
If anyone is willing to provide a suit for Thomas Carter Rochester in the Green Ranger version, please let them know on Instagram or Twitter.
Thomas, I got you. I'll make one for you. It won't
Oh,
be
there you
good,
go.
but I'll make you one.
Christian's going to make you one later tomorrow.
But no, like I do really appreciate that they try to tie Rita's history in with Zordon a little bit more and show a little bit more of that connection, why she despises him so much and what caused that, and making her part of the Ranger Corps itself was, I think, a good choice.
She was one of us, and now she's no longer one of us.
Yeah.
Soon the rebellion will be crushed, and Luke Skywalker will be one of us. The rookie is finished, my friend. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I flip between. For some reason, I'm in a Power Rangers and Star Wars mood tonight. I don't know why. It's too much Star Wars on my mind.
Here we go. Product placement at its finest.
Is there product placement in this movie? Oh wait, yeah, there is. There's tons of it. There's tons of it in this movie.
About as much as a Michael Bay film.
By the way, does anyone here on the panel like Krispy Kreme donuts?
I'm more of a Dunkin' guy myself.
Yeah, same here. I prefer Dunkin' Donuts. Anyone else like Krispy Kreme? I don't know.
I like
It
donuts.
depends on my mood, honestly.
Okay. If you like Krispy Kreme, let us know in the chat, because there is a heavy version of this featured in the film known as product placement.
What is that?
Oh, whoa. What happened to Billy here?
So this is the scene where I was like, oh shit, they really went there. This is when they sucked me in so hard into this film because they hit us with a genuine dark night of the soul. Like, I never expected anybody to actually die in this movie. And then they come in and they kill Billy.
Kill off Billy.
Because he was the only one who had the information, right? He found out where it was stashed. And he was too, quote unquote, weak to let his friends die to save, keep the Zeo Crystal protected. And watching all of them, because the scene right before is basically them talking about their problems, then Kimberly talking to Jason, Becky, I'm sorry, Trini being attacked. Her real name is Becky G.
Yes,
so
it's
I can't
Becky
get
G.
confused, But Trini gets attacked, and then boom, they're right here, and it's all in the same night, as best I can tell. So, once this scene we're about to get is the part that hurts the
this
most.
this scene tugs at the heartstrings. Like when the first time you see this in the theater, you're thinking, did they really just kill off Billy?
Yeah.
Like you're thinking there's only going to be 4 Rangers at the end of this movie and not 5. Jeez, that's messed up.
I got
mean,
Paul
it's gutsy.
McNeely chiming in on our Krispy Kreme.
Oh, someone chimed in. Oh yeah, Paul says I like Krispy Kreme when the hot logo is lit up at the standalone shops.
That's the only time
Fresh
you should
out-
go.
They're always better fresh out of the oven.
Yo, donuts
There
and
you-
chalky milk is amazing.
Dude, thank you for bringing that up. Paul McNeely chimes in. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate your thoughts on that, brother. Oh my goodness, man! I can't believe they killed off Billy in this movie. It's crazy. It's crazy. So gutsy that they're doing this. Very gutsy.
Yeah, when I was in the theater,
And I
and
like
stuff, I was
how
like, yo, bro, what is going on?
Yeah, the theater, dude. The theater was freaking out, man. We were thinking, are they really going to kill off people in this film? Because I didn't think that was going to happen. Period. Oh wait, what's
Master
wrong here?
Billy.
They're in the command center now. You got to help them. There's nothing I can do. I can't help. You would think that Zordon would want to help, but he can't do it.
There's nothing I can do for him.
There's nothing I can do. It's a lost cause. Can't do it. They didn't discuss this on the comment. Oh yeah, go ahead, Thomas.
Well, I was gonna say, like, up until this point, like, well, yeah, Zordon's a kind of a dick. He's just a different interpretation. It fits for like their attitude and they need to have a little bit of resistance. And I really am starting to see what you're saying, Shima. Like, he really is just a total dickhead.
I mean, I kind of like it because in the show he was like this perfect being, and here he's like has an actual personality.
Mm-hmm. He has his faults. He has problems. He has, things that don't make him a straight up guy.
Yeah.
So it gives him, character traits in a way.
Yeah, and then it
Wow,
turns
look at this.
around and Jason just gives this beautiful eulogy.
Look at this.
And
all
it's
about-
just, he's like, I'm so angry.
not
And then
about
he
him.
says the line that matters the most: I'd trade my life for you if I could.
Trade my life for his.
And I love that
too.
Naomi Kimberly here is wearing "It Was All a Dream," and for those of you that do not know, that is a Biggie Smalls reference to "It Was All a Dream."
Yeah.
I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper, and Heavy D up in my limousine. Like,
Nice.
Oh yeah, man, I could keep going, but it gets explicit. real fast.
We'll have to get Thomas Carter Rochester in a future episode of Karaoke Night here on the show.
Yeah.
Can we
And
do
so,
that one
like,
time?
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
Like
Look at
the
this
fact
speech,
that them thinking that they were Power Rangers and she's wearing the shirt, it was all a dream. And then, Billy is now dead and their dream is to bring him back.
Mm-hmm. There were a lot of I didn't notice this during the first viewing, but the director and the producers brought up that there were a lot of hidden Easter eggs in this movie, including "It Was All a Dream." One of the shirts I think Trini was wearing said the year 1973, which was when Tweed Trang was born. The late great Tweed Trang, who
yes.
played the original Trini on the original series. By the way, R.I.P. to Tweed Trang.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, man, they really put in some Easter eggs in this, man. Like they really pay tribute to the property. Oh, here we go. The Morphin Grid's about to activate itself. So
The
this is
Morphin
an
Grid is open.
So is Zordon going to come back to life, or is he going to do something else that we are not aware of here? What's his
Meredith
decision?
got an interesting question in the chat.
Oh, let's see here. I'm trying to. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Meredith brings up, what's your favorite Power Ranger of all time? Well, for Thomas Carter Rochester, it starts with Tommy and ends with Oliver.
Fact.
The Green Ranger for Thomas Carter Rochester. That's kind of Mr. Captain Obvious. But for you, Shimo, is your favorite Tommy Oliver as the Green Ranger as well?
Yeah, like I gravitated toward him like almost immediately whenever he came up. And actually watching him and some of the like I'd actually go out and I'd buy some of like video cassettes when they would come out and this, that, and the other, and they'd have
Including the new video cassette, Green with Evil.
Yep. And then in some of them, they'd actually have advertisements for like his martial arts school and things like that. And like, what was it, Karate with Tommy or
The
something?
Karate
like that.
Club video, Thomas?
Yeah. So
Mhm.
that was
Mhm.
actually my inspiration for getting into martial arts when I was a kid. So
yeah.
yeah, Tommy was always my go-to, man. Whether he was the Green Ranger, the White Ranger, the Red Ranger when it came time for Turbo and Zeo, when he came back as the Black Ranger and Dino Thunder. Like he was my ride or die, man.
Ride or die. So we got 2 Tommy Oliver votes over here on the panel. What about Christian Ingram's thoughts? Do you have a favorite Ranger, Christian?
Nah, I'm not basic. Got this one right here.
If I could.
For the audio
again?
listeners.
Yeah.
Oh, to the audio listeners, that would be the red in Space Ranger Andros, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
He's in my top 3.
He's in your
Yes,
top
sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's a good solid choice.
Oh no, I want a replica of the Spiral Saber. Hasbro,
Oh, boy.
what are you doing, bro? No, just hire me. I will tell you what to make. I will make you money.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. So just to answer the question real quickly for you, Meredith, my favorite Ranger is OG Red, Jason, the original Red Ranger, because Austin St. John is one of the most kindest, generous human beings on the planet, not just as the character, but in real life, he is a great humanitarian, a great person. So OG Red Jason is my favorite Ranger. There you go. Oh.
He said the words.
It's Morphin Time.
It's
He said
Morphin
the
Time.
thing.
So
Here we go,
we-
guys. This is
we
we've
are
had really
1
big moments
hour-
lead up to this. So we're about to see these 5 teenagers with attitude get their armor and become something known as the
1973,
Power
there it is.
Rangers. And Thomas is about to lose his mind and do some fist pumping in the air right now.
So much fist pumping is about to happen. I might break it. I might break some stuff. So we are 1 hour, 30 minutes, 12 seconds and counting, and these suits are finally coming on. Did anybody here on this panel have a problem with how late it took for them to get into the suits and become the Power Rangers?
No, not really. I mean, it's an origin story. Like, you've got to give the characters time to develop. Again, we kind of got a very truncated origin story in the original show, but here you have to not only put that in for the people who know the property, but those who are newbies as well. So you got to kind of lead them in slowly. So I had no issue with it being.
I wasn't.
I'm getting chills, man.
I didn't have an issue with how long it took for them to morph. I had an issue with how long the hand-to-hand combat lasted in the suit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't last too long, I guess. But yeah, great moments here. Great speeches. Billy is no longer dead. Billy is back, and they are a fully functioning team with 5 Rangers, and they are walking out with some cool techno-tronish type music.
Okay. Shout out to the composer of this movie.
Ryan
He
Tyler.
is he is the composer that every Marvel movie since Thor the Dark World, you hear his music, you hear his composition. He made the Marvel fanfare. He did Guardians. He's done Iron Man 3, and he's done a host of other things, and the man does not miss, in my opinion. Underrated composer in the world today.
Wow. Brian
And
Tyler.
finally, Golda is born to take on and destroy the Power Rangers.
That's actually a really good impression. Nice.
Dude, Kerrigan Mahan would be very happy right now.
Which, speaking of Kerrigan, he's going to be at Fayetteville, North Carolina for Fayetteville Comic-Con, April 23rd and 24th.
There you go. Free plug, folks.
There's a
Here we
lot
go. I love
of
that
veteran
everyone-
Ranger actors are going to be present at your conventions this summer and into the fall and the winter. So if you're out there and you have a convention near your area, look up your local listings because you may get a chance to visit and meet some of the biggest legends in the history of Power Rangers. You never know. You got to check your local listings, though.
Yeah, you might even be able to meet me.
Yeah, you might even be able to meet the Power Ranger guy known as Christian Ingram.
Here we go.
Superhero
Oh,
landing.
boom. We are
Right
on
out,
the
right?
ground. We are ready to fight. We are going to fight some putties. Dude, I'm like in the theater, we're all losing our minds.
Love this.
Look at
I
that
wish
power
I like
sword
the
just-
sword. I like the
weapons.
way it happened.
Dude, look at the sword just coming out of his wrist, man.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine a sequel where it's like, all right, weapons, and then they just do this and they materialize in their hands like Hella? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Trini's
Look
got
at
the
these guys,
daggers.
man. They are just going to look at Trini, man. Like boom, 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 boom. Everybody's just being knocked down, dragged out. Sword fight, come on.
I love that Zach's the first one to go after the Zords.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Because he's hungry. He's hungry for some Zord power, man.
Make my monster grow.
I like
Yep.
that she said that. I still hate this Goldar, though.
Yeah.
At least, dude, at least they did a wink and a nod to the original with the Make My Monster Grow.
Yeah. I mean, like I
You know
said,
what
it was-
really turned me off is when she called Goldar her friend.
Mm. Because
Yeah,
she
no,
and Goldar,
she's-
they've never been friends, right?
No, she's never seen any of her underlings as anything more than just means to an end.
Oh man, look at this Zord go, man.
Yo, he's spraying and praying.
That's what Goldar sounds like right there. He sounds like a
Guys,
Wookiee.
look. Good job, Zach. And then they can take off their parts of their helmet like that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like this. I'm trying to think. Was there a specific one that they took their visor off?
Yeah, they did it in the original film. Like the original 95 film, they did test footage with them without the visors on, and then they realized how terrible they looked. And like, yeah, we're just gonna put the stunt actors in and let them do their thing.
Yeah.
I remember
Because
that.
they realized
Yeah,
how
that was
terrible
awesome.
it looked within the 1990. Dude, that 1995 film, man, there's a lot of behind the scenes stories on that one.
Yeah.
I think it was right.
By the way, Toy Galaxy.
Oh,
YouTube
they did the
channel,
thing!
Just yes, yes.
I'm not going the right way. What? I'm going backwards. Jason, I'm going backwards.
Yeah, they weren't originally going to add this song in the movie. They did that last minute.
I love it. I love
Hey,
it.
at least
That's
these
good.
guys had, at least this movie had the balls to do what the original Transformers and none of the not the original, but the Michael Bay Transformers never had the balls to do, which is put the damn theme song in the movie.
Yeah, dude, they did it when that song came on in the theater. Man, we all
Everybody
lost our
lost
minds in
it.
the theater. We all lost it. Go, go, Power Ranger from the 95. I was like, oh my god, this is really happening. So yeah, a lot of fist pump moments going on in the last 30, 40 minutes of this film. I'm digging it. I like it. So
See-
it's a great day to be alive, folks. It's a great day to be a Power Rangers fan. Let me tell you. It really is. It makes me feel like I'm 6 years old again, Shimo. It makes me feel like I'm 6 years old again, man.
I hear you.
Seriously, I mean, it's such a beautiful thing.
This sequence here,
Look,
with this song,
hey,
I'm probably gonna cry.
Nah, hey, nah, hey, hey. So it goes so well with the theme of the film. Like, I want power. So good. Go get them, my friends. Destroy them all.
What you gonna do with all that power?
Power. Oh man, look at Kimberly go. She's like, nope, these putties are not going to get near my friend.
Aw, dude, not the Camaro. I think I might be a little.
Bumblebee.
No,
Sorry,
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee. Do you remember? he
You
said
know that
that,
had to
though?
be a shot of some kind.
Yeah, that
He
was
said that.
before Hasbro owned them, right?
It was
think
like
so.
right as Hasbro was buying the property.
I
By
think
the way,
you're
remember
right,
what
yeah.
Jason said? He said, "Sorry, Bumblebee." Did you guys hear him say that?
Yeah.
You did. That was a pretty fun little Transformers reference. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
You know, a little bit petty there.
Dude, that's what you get. Kimberly's like, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Hey, it's the school bully, Ginger Fail.
Yeah, gingers are the worst.
Yeah.
I
know, right?
I would say anybody here besides me watch Lucifer?
I've seen,
Awesome.
I saw some of it, but I didn't see the season where Tom Welling shows up.
Yeah, that's season 3, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't seen it though.
But no, there's a great line in there where Lucifer is just kind of helping out with a crime scene thing, and he's looking at a picture and he goes, "Ginger, soulless bastards, giving me the creeps." Like,
Fair
that's
enough.
good.
By the way,
Like,
what
that's
did
a
you
good
think of what did you think of Lucifer's appearance in the crossover, Christ on Infinite Earths?
I enjoyed that. I thought it was serviceable. It actually it didn't detract from the story, in my opinion. Established that he and Constantine have a past, which I'm like, cool.
Did you hear
I
what
loved
Jason's
it.
father said? I'm near Reefside and Mariner Bay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which
Dude,
are names
love-
of cities in the Power Rangers universe.
Which is great. I love the nods and the winks and the Easter eggs. I love it.
What's Reefside? Which one's Reefside?
That's
think
Dino
that's
Thunder.
Dino Thunder or
I know
Ninja
Thunder's
Storm?
Mariner Bay is Lightspeed Rescue.
Yeah,
Right.
I remember Mariner Bay. That is, listen, for a season that's about trains and like cars, that is such a damn good season.
Dude,
And
I was
that
listening to
theme
one of
song
the
slaps.
I was listening to one of the I think it was Rhett
Was it?
Fisher talk about like them filming in LA, and he said it was him and I forgot who in the back of that Jeep, right? And they said they were having to like go through, like dude was Red Ranger was driving, they were going through fireworks, and the explosions that went off were as tall as buildings. And he said if you look closely in the scenes that's in, him and the dude in the back are just hugging, screaming.
Oh, you mean what's his name? Keith Rollins and
give me your hand.
Who was the other? Was it the green and the blue ranger that said
No,
that?
it was the Titanium Ranger, I think.
Oh, so you're talking about oh god, what's his name? Red Fisher. Fisher.
Yeah.
So Red Fisher, Keith Rollins, I want to say, was the Green Ranger, and
I think so.
Chatterbot Lee was blue. Yeah. They were talking about riding in the back, and then some of the pyros went off, and they almost like caught fire on their jackets or whatever it was, and
they were just hugging. They're like, "Yo, we gonna die." Whereas Sean C.W. Johnson was like, "Bro, I got this."
Because he's driving the freaking car, or driving the
Jeep.
The Jeep. It wasn't.
I don't know. It looked like a Jeep to me.
What was it called? Oh, the Hummer. It was a Hummer.
Now, see, this is cool. I like what they're doing here because I don't think we ever really saw any kind of like teamwork with the Zords other than obviously combining into the Megazord deal in the show. So seeing stuff like this happen was really cool.
Good point. By the way, Paul McNeely says R.I.P. to Mr. Robert Axelrod, a.k.a. Lord Zed. Yes, sir. R.I.P. And Meredith chimes in. She says, "This is fun. You guys are cool." Well, thank you, Meredith. We appreciate you tuning in, enjoying the show, watching this with your friends, sharing it with your friends. And if you haven't done so already, click that share button, share it with all your friends because we appreciate you. We appreciate the fans. We appreciate the views. And make sure you like, share, subscribe, do all that stuff because you're going to like the way you look after watching our videos on this channel. We guarantee it. And thank our panelists for being here with us tonight as well.
Hey, happy to be here, man.
Yeah,
Man.
I enjoy this stuff.
This is a lot of fun. It's just a great day to be a Power Rangers fan, especially when my friend texted me the other day. He's like, "Hey, did you know that Godzilla is going up against the Power Rangers in comics right now?" I thought, no, but I'm intrigued by it.
I think Thomas should dub over the comic and do all the voices.
Can he do an audio reading of that? Yeah, Thomas, pick up
That
the
would be
issue tomorrow at your shop and then come back on the show and do a reading.
I can do that.
Story
And
time
then,
with Thomas Carter Rochester.
Dude, let's do
are
it
you ready
next
for
week.
my Godzilla?
Let's do it next week. Get on up on
You have to do it like you're reading a Christmas story. You have to get one of those big chairs and just like the little glasses and cross your legs and just when you make funny noises, just show it to the class.
Look at him now.
Yeah,
He's got his
I was
notepad
a
up
little
on the
boy.
screen.
When I was a little boy, I wanted to be a Power Ranger. And then Godzilla came.
I don't think of him as Godzilla. I just think of Gorgita.
Gorgita?
Gorgita. That's what I think.
Say, Meredith's got another cool question in the chat.
Oh, really? Good. Man, Meredith, you're on fire with these questions tonight.
Yeah,
Meredith says,
fire.
who would win in a fight, Godzilla or the Power Rangers? Thomas Carter Rochester, you're up first.
As long as the Dragon Zord is in there, I give it to the Rangers. But we saw what the Dragon Zord did to a Megazord. So if Godzilla is sentient on his own with fire breath, I don't know if a Megazord could take Godzilla by itself.
I don't know. What do you, Christian Ingram, what are your thoughts on this, man?
So funny enough, me and my friends have like a group chat because years ago they kept telling me Godzilla would beat the Megazord. So this was in the early days of me creating content. I made a poll on my Facebook page. It was like, who would win, the Megazord or Godzilla? And the Megazord won, but my friends were like, that your people are biased because they're Power Rangers fans. So I'm gonna go with Megazord.
All right, rolling on with that. The Sinister One, who actually has a blueprint of the Megazord on his chest as a freaking good-looking T-shirt. Who's gonna win the fight, Gorgilla or the Power Rangers, James Shimo?
To me, it depends on one key thing, and that is how radioactive is the power source that powers the Megazord. Because if Godzilla can get his hands on that and consume it, game over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Game over, man. Game over, man.
But speaking of matchup battles, another fun death battle that I'll have to send to you. They put the Power Rangers and the Megazord up against the Galaxy, I guess, what do you want to call them? The Galaxy Pilots and Voltron.
Oh, you mean the Voltron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Galaxy Lions with Voltron.
Oh, the
and all
Galaxy Lions. Right.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I got to go back and watch Voltron. I've never seen it before.
Oh, dude, Voltron's so fun.
I've never seen it. It's on Netflix. I know Netflix did a series.
Yeah, I was like, they've got the newer one, Legendary Defender, which came out. But if you want to find like the original, like all the way back from like the 70s or 80s, start with that one because it'll inform you a lot more about the change. That's where the original comes from. There's a lot of updates and changes that they made to
Really?
Legendary Defender.
I should probably look that up then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you got any links for that, let me know.
I will see what I can find.
If you find something, just shoot it over to me on Messenger or Twitter or
Will
whatever
do.
it is. But anyway, bless my heart. Excuse-moi. But as far as who would win in a fight, I mean, I hate to say this, I'm biased. I'm going with Power Rangers. I mean, I like Godzilla a lot, especially with his most recent movies. But man, Power Rangers, I've been a fan of for almost 30 years. So I'm going PR on this one. Power Rangers, everybody. What's up? Dude, these Rangers are working very well as a team. Like, they're holding this line because Goldar is trying to get that flippin' Zeo crystal. Oh, they're about to die. They're about to die.
Here it is. Here's the key line.
No.
And then Billy says, I can live with, we're going to die together. I can live with that. Yeah.
Hold on to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's the line now.
There it goes.
Oh, man. I normally wait for comics to like finish their run and then I buy the paperbacks, but for Godzilla versus Power Rangers, just to have the first issue of that, I may have to make an exception for that.
Yeah.
I may have to make an exception for that. I'm going to a meet with some friends of mine this weekend, but before that, like the day before I go, I'll probably go to my LCS and just pick up that issue for $4.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a shop near my. There's like there's like 2 shops near my house, like 20 minutes away. So I'll probably just end up going to one of them and getting it.
And the Megazord rises like a phoenix.
Rises from the ashes. It's the cream that rises to the top. The cream of the crop. Yeah. That makes Shimo's first score. When we think of, ooh, yeah, Shimo, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a couple Megazord related questions.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
We'll start off with the first one. What does everyone think about the final Megazord design?
I don't like
It's a bit odd to me. It's a bit off, but
yeah,
for the film it works. But at the same time, it's a bit because I'm used to seeing them in the same cockpit and not separated.
Yeah,
so that was a little weird for me.
Okay.
The exterior is a little too Pacific Rim for me, whereas the interior is not Pacific Rim enough for what I would have wanted from a combined command cockpit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that summed up both of my questions all together in one. I don't really know if I like the design. I'm still on the fence about it, if you will. It's not great.
To me,
but
it's just
not
a little
terrible.
too generic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how I feel. It really fits with like the aesthetic of the film, but everything else works except for the Megazord and Goldar, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But I do actually love that they each control a specific body part. Because I always tried to figure out how the hell the Megazord works anyway. And they at least describe it here.
Oh, they're finding out now.
I don't know if I like them all apart. Because as Shimo said, it would be better if they're working together in the same cockpit. But in this sense, you know, they can still see each other and talk to each other and control that one body part that they need to. So it's kind of I will say it could have been a lot better. And I don't know if I would have liked the Dragon Zord they made.
Yeah, the Dragon Zord probably wouldn't have been near as epic.
Oh my god.
Oh, that seems rough.
They are fighting. They're fighting, man. It's like
wow.
Say in the words of
right hook.
See the right hook, you see a left hook. Look at this. Ooh, right into the jawline, JR.
Like this toy was not fun to look at.
Sparta!
Thank you. I understood that reference. Yeah, I did watch that movie 300. But which by the way, that has a cool when he just kicks those guys into the pit like that, that's pretty cool. Saying, you know, this is our answer to your boss's message. This is Sparta, just boosh, you know. Gerard Butler laying the smackdown.
Dude, I'm surprised Gerard Butler hasn't been in another like comic book related movie in a while.
Wasn't that movie that came out a couple years ago? Maybe in 2017, as a matter of fact. Wasn't Gods of Egypt a comic book movie?
I don't believe so. It's not. It's not covered under Inner Geekdom in the FCL. So
okay, sorry, Shimo.
Oh, good. Hey,
I know a lot of people
with a German suplex. My God, he's broken in half.
Somebody stop the damn match!
Welcome to Suplex City.
Dude, Kevin Owens
I get that reference.
Kevin Owens walking out this past week to Austin's theme music with a bald cap on himself, and I'm like, dang, that guy's got a serious bunch of guts for what he did.
9000, man.
I can't believe
No,
he
I
did
loved
that. I
it.
was like, that because when he walked out, I legitimately thought it was Austin.
I'm just waiting for Cody Rhodes to show up. That's it.
Yeah, whatever happened to that guy? He suddenly quit the company he helped founded and just left.
There's a long story behind that that we don't have time for on this live stream.
Wait,
Yeah,
there's
sorry.
a long story behind that, you said?
Yeah.
There is, but it's irrelevant to this particular discussion. But still, see. This is the thing about these shows: we try to stay on topic for 50% of the time, and then the other 50% we're off the rails.
I
But
think
listen,
Cody Rhodes would make a
Christian,
good
if you want
Power
to tell us
Ranger,
the
though.
cliff notes of that in the backstage area, feel free, or you can just message it to me on Messenger. It's probably a long
I'm not
story.
going to type that much.
Well, you can just give us the clip notes backstage. But anyway,
I got you.
so yeah, the Megazord's fighting, and what's her name? Rita Repulsa is giving them an ultimatum.
Judge me?
You think
Never.
Zordon's gonna judge me? You think what you guys have? It's not gonna last.
And backhand.
And she also says others will come. Others will come for that crystal.
Yeet.
Wow. Others will come for that crystal, Shimo.
They will indeed.
Unfortunately, we never got to see who those individuals were that came for that crystal.
Dude, you gotta love how they just literally just bitch slapped her into.
They literally just slapped her into outer space.
Yeet.
Anyone notice that?
Right to the moon, Alice.
I understood that reference too. You know, we actually watched an episode, or was it an episode of it, or clips of it? I think we watched an episode or clips of it on film class.
I know it would have been funny. I can already see like a fun little like overdub that somebody would do on like.
Bye bye.
Oh,
where
she's out, man.
It's
She's
that exact
cruising.
same scene. She jumps at the Megazord and somebody goes, "That's a pimp name, Slickback." Pow.
So there goes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're reaching the somewhat closing moments of this great film, and Rita Repulsa is frozen in outer space somewhere, maybe looking for her moon base, because you see a shot of the moon there.
Yeah.
Towards the end of that scene.
cameos.
Hey.
There they are.
Hey, it's the guy. It's the guy.
Those two. Who is that guy?
So Amy Jo
Frank
Johnson
and Amy Jo
was
Johnson.
at HinsaCon.
She was recently,
about a
right?
month or so ago. Yeah, about a month or so ago. JDF was supposed to be there, but he had to cancel.
Ooh.
Yeah. Amy Jo.
Okay, that's
I want to look as good as Amy Jo when I'm her age.
Did you meet her?
Algebra.
No, I did not meet her. I already got my favorite
great
Pink
song
Ranger
here. Great
signature,
song.
so.
We are heroes.
I will say one thing about Amy Jo. I have not heard great stories about people meeting her, so take that with what you will.
Hey,
If it was just a few people, I wouldn't even mention it, but it's a lot of people that I've heard that
well,
from.
I mean, that's a story for another day entirely. But Jason has returned the power sword to the chamber. Zoran says, "Well, you've earned it, so I'll come back for it one day." Dude, such a great ending here with the song and the character moments. There's some good stuff here. And then Trini has to fix her room because Rita kind of destroyed it.
Yeah.
Look how destroyed that room is, man.
That was a mess.
All right.
I wonder what her parents think. Like, what happened in here?
Seriously. And then Kimberly has a brand new picture. We
Dude,
are
she is
unstoppable.
great. I
We
love
are
her.
heroes and we're unstoppable. Isn't that right, Chimo?
Always.
They saved Angel Grove, Zach's mother said.
Dude, I know one guy in particular who would love to be involved in a new Power Rangers movie if you were given the opportunity, and that's Xavier Woods.
Oh yeah,
Xavier Woods. Like when he first came into WWE, he was announced as being from Angel Grove, and his entire gear was based on
From
Zach
Angel
from the original
Grove,
Mighty Morphin Power.
California.
Angel Grove.
Yeah, no, they literally introduced him as being from Angel Grove, California.
Oh, nice.
I think his second match on Raw, before he did his finisher, he yelled, "It's Morphin Time." I think his first match, he yelled, "It's over 9,000."
Yeah, he has a lot of those nerdy references in.
That man is a nerd. Like, I love him to death.
He's hardcore, man. Oh, you will be etched alongside the greatest Rangers of all time. I am proud of all of you. Boom. Directed by Dean Israelite and company. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have reached the conclusion of 2017 film known as Power Rangers from Lionsgate. This is directed by Dean Israelite and company, and we want to take this opportunity to say thank you to one and all for joining us tonight. We want to thank the cast and the crew of 2017's Power Rangers for making this film, bringing the franchise into a new era, in for a new generation, and it's just unfortunate that Lionsgate and the executives at Hasbro and everywhere else, for that matter, unfortunately decided against making a sequel with this great cast that has a really good amount of chemistry, that had a lot to build on, could have gone the distance with the Green with Evil series, appearances from Scorpinas, some Lord Zeds, maybe even some Zeo Rangers could have showed up. I don't know. But listen, in all sincerity, now that we've had a chance to watch this film for a first time, and for many of us, and maybe even for you, this may be your first time seeing this film, or maybe this is your second time, but it's been a hot minute since you've seen it. We hope you've enjoyed this special presentation presented by our, your host, yours truly, Ryan, and here at Nerd Culture. Gentlemen, I want to go around the horn here as we close out tonight's festivities. Thomas Carter Rochester, thoughts on this film after watching it again for the first time in a long time, good sir?
This movie I have ranked as 4.5 stars. It's not it's a head versus heart balance, and the heart is always a lot higher than the head. I can look past all the issues, which coming in I couldn't remember any issues. I just remember how much I love this movie. And then Shimo's pointed out a bunch of them, and I'm watching. I'm like, okay, yeah, I see issues that I now remember. Oh yeah, that kind of bothered me. But at the end, the moments are great. The characters are great. The acting is on par all the way through. It has the elements you hope to have in a reboot, but it also does fresh new things and takes risks. And I still think it sits at 4.5 stars because the film itself is not perfect, so it can't get 5 stars no matter what. But I love it past 10.
Great, man. Great. We appreciate you being here with us. Going around the horn here, or should I say the round table of panelists, Christian Ingram, thoughts on this film after you've seen it for the first time in a while?
Well, everybody knows I'm a hardcore Power Ranger fan, so yes, I was a little disappointed by the film. Was it great? No. Was it good? Yeah, it was good. There was a lot of things missing that I wish they had added to the movie. Some stuff I didn't agree with as a Power Rangers film, but overall, it was entertaining. And if you take away, like, my thing is, it would be a great movie if it didn't have the name Power Rangers. I just don't think it lived up to a Power Rangers movie.
Wow.
It didn't give me the vibe of Power Rangers.
Okay.
That's
Interesting
my
take.
opinion.
No. It's interesting take. I respect it. All opinions and feelings about any film, all film is subjective, so it's all welcome here, even though you are incorrect.
Wow.
No, you're not. You're fine. No, listen. No, you're cool, man. Listen, look, we're all fans here. We all appreciate certain properties in our own special way. I'm gonna let it's all good, man. Christian, we still love you, brother. Our very special guest joined us for one of the first times on a watch along live stream anyway. Mr. James Shimo, do you have any thoughts on this film after watching it for the first time in a hot minute?
Yeah. Again, the issues that I had with it are still, like I said, they're still there. Like I would have preferred a more sentient Goldar. I would have preferred a better looking Megazord. I would have. Again, I understand Zordon having a bit of an attitude, but again, he was always that wise sage. Like he was almost supposed to be like the Gandalf to me of the Power Rangers. To put it in that context, he was supposed to have the patience and the wisdom to be able to deal with teenagers and their rebellious attitudes. So to see him kind of have that same snark back and that just kind of impatience was jarring to me. But even with all of that, it's still an enjoyable film. It's a good, like, stuff some popcorn in your face, turn your brain off for 2 hours, and just have a good amount of fun, And that's at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Now, do I wish they could explore more with this and maybe find some more depth to some of these characters in sequels and take on some more characters and storylines from the original show that I found interesting? Absolutely. Am I bummed that we're more than likely not going to get that? Sure. But for a one and done, I'd say it works.
Okay. No worries, man. Thanks for sharing that with us. Yeah, for me, after watching this, look, I still love this movie. I really, really enjoy it. I don't quite enjoy it as I did when I first saw it in the theater in 2017, but I still enjoy it enough to say I would still recommend it to my friends. I would still recommend it to people who may be unfamiliar with the franchise, to get a bit of an idea of what it's like. And look, I enjoy this. I've been a fan of this. A lot of us here have been a fan of this property since day one, since 1993 in August, late August, early September 93. Fox Kids running these episodes. You get up early on a Saturday morning. You rush home from school. You get off that bus and you say, "Mom, I got to make it to the TV set because I got to watch my Power Ranger fix. I got to get my, I need another injection, man." You need to hear that Ron Wasserman theme song because Ron Wasserman kills it with all his theme songs and every single one he has composed. So bless that man's heart. But listen, I like this film. I would encourage you to give it a chance. If you've never even heard of this property, listen, this may work for you as an introduction. It may not. I'm going to leave that up to you, but I would recommend it. Check it out. You may like the way you feel, like the way you look, and you may even be inspired to be your own hero, which is just respect each other, be kind to each other, work as a team to accomplish your dreams, because a rising tide lifts all ships, if I do say so myself. So, oh, my goodness, that was a lot of words. So I want to say thank you to all of you for watching this. I want to thank our panelists for being here. But before we get out of here, for you who may be watching this for the very first time, where can the good people find you on the interwebs? Thomas Carter Rochester, where can they find you? Where you got?
You can find all of my links at linktree.com/TC Rochester Act. And if you enjoy listening to my shtick, Lights Thunder Action podcast is we're back. We do Monday evenings, and then Reckless Rebellion, a podcast about all things happening in the galaxy far, far away. We drop audio episodes every week. Tune in. We have fun.
Absolutely. Christian Ingram, where can the person watching or listening to this find you online and everything you have coming up, good sir?
So you can find me anywhere at Chris Ingram 335, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube as the Power Rangers guy. That's my most important one, and I almost forgot it. I do a podcast called How We'd Book It, or Power Rangers in Cyberspace. We haven't done some in a while, but we're getting started back up. And if you want to come to a very great con, come out to Fayetteville Comic-Con, April 23rd, 24th. We have hang on. I'm trying to think. We have a bunch of Power Rangers actors. We have Jack Guzman, Black Wild Force, Philip Jean Marie, Blue Wild Force, Anne-Marie Crouch, Princess Shayla, Kiergan Mahan, who was the voice of Goldar, and Tracy Lynn Cruz, who is the Yellow in Space and Yellow Turbo Ranger. So come out April 23rd, 24th, Fayetteville Comic-Con at the Crown Expo Center in Fayetteville, North Carolina. See you all there.
Wow. Hashtag always promote them shows and support those indie creators and artists. I appreciate that. Sinister James Shimo, one of our very special guests for tonight. Please let the person know where they can find you online and everything you have coming up, good sir. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. You can find me over on Twitter at Shimo James. That's SHIMO, capital JAMES. You can also find me on my very own podcast called Wrestling Ramblings and Rages, where we break down all the things that make us just absolutely nerd out and maybe even pull our hair out in frustration about the world of professional wrestling. You can find me more than likely this summer. I believe it's late August at Knoxville Comic-Con here. It's Knoxville Fanboy Expo, Knoxville Convention Center over in Knoxville, Tennessee. Hope to see you guys.
Awesome sauce. Thank you so much for being with us here. Sinister One, James Shimo, I appreciate it. My name is Ryan of Neuroculture. You can find us on all forms of social media simply at Neuroculture. If you want to follow me as an individual, follow me on Twitter and Instagram at RyanRPM5. New stuff is being posted on our channel each and every week. I do a show on Saturdays called And I Quote. It's on Saturdays at 12 p.m. EST, where I get a chance to interview content creators of all shapes and sizes that join us from any and all corners of the nerd universe. There will be a new episode, Drop It Like It's Hot, on Saturday at 12 p.m. EST, where I get to interview film historian, archivist, and best-selling writer Annette Bohenik. Oh my goodness, what a great conversation that is going to be between she and I, as well as you. We want to hear what you have to say about it. If you have questions for her, you can leave them during the show, during the live chat, Saturday, 12 p.m. EST. Also, I'm wearing a shirt tonight that goes along with tonight's theme. What time is it? Oh, it's Morphin Time, baby. You want to know where you can get a killer-looking shirt like this? Go to theradbear.com, the best nerd brand on the planet, featuring Power Ranger swagger, the Never-Ending Story swagger, Star Wars swag, anime swag, all kinds of killer-looking shirts, hoodies, etc., is on theradbear.com. Make sure you use the promo code NerdCulture10. That is NerdCulture10, all one word, for 10% off your order. And may the power protect you when you get some killer nerd swag. Also, I want to let the panelists know about this. I want to let you who are watching this, our next watch along, you may be wondering, this was so much fun, Ryan. When is the next one going to be? Do you know? Well, as a matter of fact, I do. And we have not just one, but two future watch alongs that are going to be back-to-back nights. Check this out, fellas. You want to see something cool? Check this out. Yeah, 20th and 10th anniversary watch alongs for Spider-Man from 2002, The Avengers from 2012. We are going to celebrate them on May the 3rd and May 4th, 2022, respectively. And those, I believe, are going to be on a Tuesday and Wednesday night at 8 p.m. EST, right here on this channel. So you know what you got to do, right? You got to like, you got to comment, you have to share, you have to subscribe. Bash that notification bell like the Power Rangers did to Goldar and Rita Repulsa, so you will be notified of when those babies go live, I say. Spider-Man and the Avengers, they turn 20 and 10. Does anyone else feel old yet on this panel? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Leave it up to your imagination, folks. Leave it up to your imagination. But as I said, we cannot do this without you. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you check out some of the new projects that the Power Rangers brand is putting out. I just mentioned earlier, Godzilla is doing a crossover with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers within the comics, brought to you by, I believe it's IDW and Boom Comics. Dropped this week. Go to your local comic shop and check it out. You will not be disappointed. I'm excited to read that issue, see what the storyline is, what's cooking in the oven when it comes to the Power Rangers brand. Yeah. Because you know what time it is, right? You know what time it is. It is truly Morphing Time. And one more thing. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your support. And remember, may the power protect you. And life is better when reading. Take a look at this.
Famous Faces and Funnies in Melbourne, Florida is leading the way in pop culture fun. From comic books and graphic novels to Funko Pops and collector's items, Famous Faces and Funnies has it all. Rick Shea and the professional team at Famous Faces and Funnies are friendly and knowledgeable. Whether you're looking for toys, props, collector treasures, or a new comic book, Famous Faces and Funnies is your one-stop shop. To find Famous Faces and Funnies on Facebook and Twitter, just type at FFF Comics.
Wonderful. Wunderbar. Your channel. Okay, cool. It does work. Amazing. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Nerd Culture once again. I'm your host for today, Travis, and you, of course, are watching the Nerd and Chill playlist run by our wonderful member known as Caroline, but we're taking over today. And by we, I mean none other than Ryan Permison. Say hello, Ryan.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me. This is going to be a great show. I think, in fact, it's going to be more phenomenal.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
I want to believe you. I really do. I really want to believe you. But Ryan, we have a little special one today. So I don't know if basically you guys can tell from the title when this goes up on YouTube fully and stuff. We are going to be talking about some childhood moments. We're kind of we're hitting close to home with this one because I think me and Ryan both share the same thing where this is one of the many shows that we used to watch when we were younger. This is definition one of my childhoods, and we'll just give them a little hint. Ryan, why don't you go ahead and show them what we're wearing?
Yeah, I put on this special outfit for today's show because I knew we were going to be talking about a show that's been going on for several years, several decades, several generations, and we're going to take a trip because right now Earth isn't doing so well, so we might as well get in our Astro Mega ship and blast off into space. That's what we're going to be talking about. Power Rangers in Space. It's 22 years young this year. It came out in 1998. It aired on Fox Kids. 43 episodes. An incredible cast, some good storylines, some good moments. Some of the most iconic moments in Power Rangers history did occur during the course of this season. And we're going to dive in and talk about some of our favorite moments, some of the things we may not have liked, some things we may, if we were in creative control, we may want may have wanted to improve on and things of that nature. But
I have a good amount of those, actually.
yeah, but at the end of the day, whether we talk about the positives or negatives, at the end of the day, we enjoyed this show. We enjoy it now for several reasons, and we're going to take a trip back into memory lane and talk about it with you.
Yes. So that being said, Ryan, let's rock it.
Galaxy Glider, hang 10.
I literally had to say that at some point. Now, for starters, this show, we are going to be talking obviously about Power Rangers in space. This is basically the season of Power Rangers that came out in
1998.
98, okay. And this was the season right before Lost Galaxy, correct?
Yes, it was.
Correct. All right, cool. So basically, we're going to be talking about Power Rangers Lost in Space the entirety of the season. Me and Ryan decided that we went and binge watched the season, so that way we could, and we thought it'd be fun that since we had all that nostalgia coming back, that we could sit here and basically talk about really anything for the next few moments, whether it's ranging from who our favorite characters were, our favorite moments, maybe, and then of course things that we didn't like. So basically, let's start off with the general synopsis of the show. So basically, everybody kind of knows. Oh, look, I even have the Power Rangers poster literally right behind me. I didn't even realize that lined up so perfectly. So I'm going to angle it. So now, there we go. Now it's always there. So basically, Power Rangers in Space was a 1998 reboot of the series, and basically it followed new cast members. Some of them actually leaked over from Turbo, I believe, the seasons prior.
Yes, they were the second team of Rangers that replaced the Legends that retired midway through Turbo. They took over during the second half of Turbo, and then they transitioned to In Space, and they claimed that season and those characters and those Rangers as their own.
Yes. So from there, we basically follow those previous Rangers that have kind of been without their powers now, moving into the next chapter of their lives, where they finally take the adventure to space, where they run into a new companion who is, of course, if you're a fan, you will know the general information. It was Andros, the Red Ranger that was actually not technically human. They really played with the dynamic of basically there being different planets, solar systems. So that way there are many other planets like, is it KO-23?
No, KO-35.
35, dang it. I haven't watched it for like 2 weeks. And I'm like already starting to forget my stuff. We'll see how the rest of this conversation goes. KO-35, and that's where Andros comes from, basically. And that's just one of those things where it's basically just like Earth, except everybody there, it's like they dress like kind of futuristically, so it feels like alien-like, and he has the ability to levitate. My main issue with that is they kept emphasizing he had the ability to levitate things, but I never really saw him utilize it in any serious scenarios. You notice that?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I mean, he used it in the opening of the series, the season, a few episodes in, he used it, and then an episode or two later, he used it again, and then it kind of just a little bit went by the wayside to focus on the main storyline, which is between the Rangers, Astronema, Ecliptor, and Darkonda, and all those other characters. So yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny how they used that one thing to even more elaborate that he was from a different world. And then they showed him showing it off. They even had one of the other characters, which I'll definitely get into. I want to get into all the characters as quickly as we can. But Zane, who was the Silver Ranger, he even had that ability because he was the backstory. He was Andros' childhood friend from KO-35. So and they all had that ability, and we saw scenes where they would show it off, trying to teach the other humans, as if we have the ability to do it. They're a more evolved version of us, but they never used it in battle or stuff. I thought that was a big miss right there, because I thought that would have been very useful and honestly very creative in some of those moments. But I think they just used it to basically separate the two to be oh yeah, he's just not normal. He's this next step in evolution. But then these guys, they're humans dealing with a more amped up human. So it's they're trying to make that interesting space dynamic. They really tried to play off of aliens and creatures just so everything else would kind of be more phantasmal, if that's a word I can try to use, which I thought was, I still thought it was cool, but I kind of thought that whole levitation thing, I thought they could have utilized that a little bit more. But regardless, Andros was one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, he certainly was. Different kind of Ranger, different kind of background, different kind of setting. Of course, they've been on Earth for the longest time, and they blast off into space with the Astro Megaship provided by their good friends at NASADA. You can't call it NASA; you have to call it NASADA. In the Angel Grove Power Rangers universe. But Andros he was a good character. He was a bit of a lone wolf. He's been doing everything on his own for the longest time that he can remember. Zane, which we'll get into a little bit later on, cryogenically froze for 2 years plus. So you had that going on and all that stuff. So Yeah, Zane is or not Zane, excuse me. Andros is yeah, he was an interesting character. He really was.
And also crazy hair for the 90s, wouldn't you say? Like he was the only dude. I remember as a kid when I watched him, I saw he had the long hair and he had like it was my color, but then he had the blonde streaks going through it. I'm like, that's a 90s rocker dude right there. Which makes sense because I'm pretty sure he tried to start his own rock band during that time, or I think after the show and whatnot. So I think that's why he was kind of actually I think it was before, because I don't know if you noticed this, but like early on in the seasons, in the first few episodes, when they had a couple of shots where they were close up on his hands, you could see he had like long-ish fingernails because he would use them for finger picking. So like he had like I think he was still transitioning out of the band stuff when he was doing the show. So it's kind of like little funny things if you know the guy and you know the character and you know the backstory. It all adds up. It's really funny. But let's do a rundown of the characters really quick. So first of all, we have Andros the Red Ranger, who is from KO-35, obviously.
Right.
And then going down the rest of the list, we have who?
Are we going to the primary rangers and then the sixth ranger, or where are we going with this?
Well, yeah, just primary rangers,
okay.
and then we'll.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so after Andros, you have Selwyn Ward, who plays the Blue Ranger TJ. You have Roger Velasco, who plays Carlos the Black Ranger. You have Patricia Ja Lee, play Cassie the Pink Ranger, and of course, you have Tracy Lynn Cruz, who plays Ashley the Yellow Ranger, and then the sixth ranger, who comes in later on in the season. That is Justin Nemo. He takes on the character of Zane, the Silver Ranger in this case.
Yes. So basically, talking about the team as a dynamic, I thought it was somewhat really interesting because I actually liked how I think for me it was the first time in a good bit where we saw it where when it started off they weren't already like friends, kind of like grouping up a little bit. It was like the rest of the team besides Andros already had a companionship. They were already together, and it starts off with them like getting like onto the ship, and they run into Andros, who basically at first runs from them and doesn't trust them because he thinks that they're enemies, and it takes an episode or two for him to like really get on board with them. Yeah, and have them actually become a team because they're just literally from two different worlds. I thought that was an interesting dynamic to start with because then it shows like, all right, not everything is going to be as easy. Not everything's going to fall into play immediately. I mean, it's Power Rangers, it's for kids, so like it kind of like they address a problem and they fix it pretty quickly. But still, I like that they did that, to know that they weren't on the same side quite when immediately meeting. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. They just the Rangers, they know at this point in the beginning the Rangers don't have their powers anymore. They bump into this guy and they're like, wait a minute, this Red Ranger, what is this? What is this all about? Who's this guy? And they find out who he is. So yeah, there are some good, interesting group dynamics with this team, especially in the early part of it when they're trying to figure out who is this Red Ranger and can we really trust him or not? Is this going to work out or not? Is this ship going to really be able to help us locate Zordon, or are we going to be, blast off somewhere else where we can't even get a way out of? We could be zapped into a black hole or whatever.
Oh yeah. And that was the other thing. I like how they had the whole season driven by the general synopsises that they were trying to find Zordon because he got captured, and the whole thing is them just
by Divatox. Of all people, they get captured by Divatox, and then Divatox transfers him over to Astronema, who's a way better villain than Divatox. No offense, Hillary Shepard Turner.
No,
way better villain.
I honestly agree with you a little bit.
Way better villain.
See, I think so. Basically, the synopsis was that all that happened, and they spend the whole entire season trying to find Zordon, and there's no spoilers here. We're talking about it because we're talking about our favorite moments. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. But I would stop now. But so it took them the whole season to finally find Zordon. So like there wasn't like really. I thought there'd be moments where they probably get him back like midway through, and then they try to like regroup and stuff. But it kind of took the whole season. They kind of used the other characters that they established in this world to try to like build their own adventure. So the main one was like on the evil aspect of it. We did have ones like Astronema, who was the main villain and force, of course, but she was being ruled by the evil force, like everybody was, like by Dark Spectre. So there was that, and then we had I'm starting to blank on his name. Who was Astronema's like second in command? Like that was like a father figure to her. Ecliptor. Okay, then there was Ecliptor, and then you basically have all the other basic thugs that are like newly created for the show, or ones that are kind of coming back from the older seasons like Turbo and whatnot. So you had a mixture of everything. But these new ones, first off, let's get into the evil side of it really quick. So Astronema, I thought really good, really good antagonist to go up against and everything. And I really love the dynamic they played between her and Andros because of the fact that that was the first one I think they ever did where they kind of played it up like more like soap opera-y, where it's like, or Star Wars-esque, if you can say, where it's like instead of you're my father, it's like you're my sister, and it's like, and then there's like that family dynamic, like wait, we're trying to kill each other, you're evil. It's like it's that whole Luke and Anakin situation where it's just like I can save you, father, please, that sort of thing. They never really did that in the shows before. So the fact that this, and keep in mind, this is when we watched them when we were younger. Like I was like so little that I was new to all this stuff. So this was like fantastic for me, so like back then this stuff really sells in. Watching it again, the show still holds up pretty well. Like, yes, because 90s, kids shows, there are some cringe moments and whatnot. But overall, I'll be honest, in comparison to watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, this one was a little more better developed, since they've been at it for a few years. It was more bearable to watch because Mighty Morphin, I'll admit, going back and watching it now, I was watching it just going, oh, I mean, I love it, but it's kind of hard to watch now because it's just like, it's just a little too camped. Like it's a little too campy, but that's like before they started flourishing new ideas and everything, coming up with stuff like what they did in this season as well. So I thought Astromeda was a really good thing to add in. I love that dynamic of her realizing there's always there's history with these characters that we're playing with. That every episode we learn a little bit more, and then it unlocks a new door, and then it reveals that somebody isn't who they seem, or there was someone we didn't even know about. It just made elaborate on it. It made a really good dynamic for the show. So I really like that, and I love the whole thing with God, I'm already Clipdoor. I liked that when they got to the point where Astromeda realized that she was she knew who she really was. She was Andros' sister, and then she was starting to have kind of fights with her her mortality and everything. And then it's weird because she gets love from both sides, where you would think it'd be an easy choice of don't stay with the evil side, go to the good guys, but then you have Dark Spectre, who's not Dark Spectre, Ecliptor. God, I don't know why I get those two mixed up. Ecliptor actually kind of cared for her and literally said it. You treated her like a father figure and everything, and there was kind of a love there. So it's they made you, even as a kid, kind of want to root for both sides a little bit, because it's you kind of want to understand her even from an evil aspect, which I thought was really good. I love the whole family dynamic. I thought, I mean, it's been now at this point it's been done before, but it's just really it made the show just a little bit better. I was just ooh, what's going to happen?
Yeah, absolutely. It's much different than what they've done in previous seasons and other series like that. Astronema, Ecliptor, even Darkonda, I thought was good. Dark Spectre, let's not forget, Dark Spectre is literally Malagor.
Darkonda pissed me off.
Well, here's the thing. Before we get into that, I will say Dark Spectre was Malagor from Turbo, a Power Rangers movie. This guy gets killed off at the end of the Turbo movie, and all of a sudden they bring him back hey, he's Dark Spectre. He runs all the evil empires, not Lord Zed like he did in Mighty Morphin and
Power
Zeo.
Rangers, baby.
I know, there's hardly Turbo. The series picks up right after the movie, except for the fact that Malagor comes back to be Dark Spectre and in space. So there's not much continuity with these series. But anyway, that's a story for another day entirely.
There never has been. Full disclosure, there never has been. The realistic, from a logistic standpoint, it was we need to make another season. Let's just bring what worked back.
Bring the same people.
Yeah,
bring in the same people. But no. The Astronema villain and Ecliptor, literally, and the actors from the show describe it perfectly. This is literally Power Rangers Star Wars edition. It literally
That's why it's in space. It all makes sense.
So the dynamic between Astronema, Andros, what you find out about them later on, that was good. Darkonda, did he tick me off? Not necessarily. I mean, is he like the villain? He's like a version of a cockroach. You just can't get rid of him. But
I know that's why.
But it makes sense. He's literally a cat that has 9 lives, because he reveals that map at the end of the series where he says, with only 1 life left, I'm sick and tired of being under the thumb of Astronema, Dark Spectre, Ecliptor. I got to destroy these people before they destroy me, blah, blah, blah. So it makes sense. And Darkonda, I thought, was a good villain. But every time he gets close to accomplishing his goal, they pull him away. And this is one of the things that bothers me about the series. Every time a villain gets close to finishing the job, someone says, oh, wait, no. We got to pull him back because we need to save him for the next episode, or we got to save him for the next one, and the next this, and the next that. Yeah. If someone's going to accomplish a job, even if one Ranger died throughout this entire season, those raise the stakes. That would have been awesome, but they can't do it. And by the way,
I know.
whenever somebody says, I want you to destroy the Rangers, you can't say the words that we all want them to say. I want you to kill them. I want you to kill the Rangers. Get rid of them.
Because it's a child show.
It's a kid's show, and
kill.
FCC would not let you use those words on a children's television series. So that I get, but at the same time, it's like, this show was somewhat teetering on the edge of PG-13, and they could have really gone all the way with 13, but they can't because they're under strict guidelines and rules for the Fox Kids network, as well as the show as a whole, because they have to market it towards children, and I get that, but if you were going to reboot this thing, there are so many avenues you can go to make it 13, maybe even rated R to a certain extent, but granted, that's a hypothetical, if I were in creative control type of decision.
What do you mean by reboot? I mean, first off, they did reboot with the film that came out a few years ago. Are you talking about this specific season, the rebooting Power Rangers in space?
Yeah, if they were to reboot, they shouldn't, because the series is fine the way it is, even though it's campy. It's 90s cheese, but we can get into that later.
It's nostalgic, yeah.
And the fashion, by the way, the civilian clothes that all the Rangers are wearing, you can tell that they look like they just came from an NSYNC Britney Spears music video from the 90s.
Well,
but you know what? That doesn't bother me because the 90s fashions were just cool, and I dug that. So
I bet you're gonna buy baggy jeans after this.
Yeah, probably. I'll go to my local shop and
one that's 3 sizes too big.
I'll put on the outfit that TJ or Carlos was wearing. I don't know, or a similar outfit.
I mean, they all pretty much dress the same. Like that was the thing. It was the guys would just wear baggy jeans, some skater shoes, and then their whatever shirt, but as long as it was their Power Rangers color, that was the thing.
You had to wear your color. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can't work your way around it as much as you may have wanted to. But you know what? The 90s. They were fine. The civilian outfits were fine for what they were wearing. I liked some of them. They're fine. But then again, it's 98.
You're going to tell me that, and we'll get into this now since I want to bring it up. You're telling me that when the Psycho Rangers were introduced and they had to pose as people, you're telling me those outfits were appropriate?
I mean, it kind of.
Okay, hold on.
Well, here's the thing. It gives you, if in any scenario, if someone is looking for you and they're wearing black, all black this and black that, you can tell that they belong to a organization that may not be as friendly. But
I just love
kind of a giveaway.
I know, but I just love how they're like, all right, you guys are looking like civilians, so we're gonna put you in all black clothing and you're gonna wear black leather jackets.
Yeah.
Like there's like I love how back then it was just like, oh, if you're a bad guy, you wear a black leather jacket or something. Like it was just so stereotypical that it's hilarious. Yeah, basically, yeah. And then just to elaborate a little bit more, because this is one of the other things I want to get into. Now going back to the evil side of everything, we also midway through, actually close to the last third of the season, we were introduced with another dynamic that was called when the Rangers had to fight the Psycho Rangers. Now, the Psycho Rangers, for all of you that don't know, are basically literally the Power Rangers, but polar opposites. They are pure evil. They have this ability to basically like drain their minds, so that way they can learn more about them, so that way they know how they fight. And then it was just honestly this multiple part series that they kept coming back, but it was the Rangers having to basically kind of fight their evil selves. And I remember that, like, I even told you before we even started watching the show, that was my favorite part. Like, as a kid, I loved that. That was my best takeaway from that show, because they never had that before. They never had evil Rangers. So the fact that they introduced these guys and their suits looked cool. Like, they had, like, they did have the black leather, but it was like they had spiked armor and their helmets looked awesome. Like, they looked badass. So I thought it was a really interesting dynamic, and I loved how when they were fighting, they did the whole plan where it's like, oh, they know how we fight. They know how we think. We're not going to win. So like they decided in the end, like, oh, let's just switch up the colors and maybe we could beat them. And it was just like the simplest like chess match ever, but it was super, super fun. And they never even really. It was the only thing I didn't remember is how they came to be, and it was just like they just appeared one day because it's like Astromeda just made them.
Yeah, I mean, Astronema said that they're made from Dark Spectre, and every time they go out and fight the Rangers, they are draining Dark Spectre's power. So it's kind of like, and that was a cool dynamic too. And I wish they would have played up that a little bit more, where the Psycho Rangers did. Let's say, for example, one or two of the Rangers they couldn't do it, but what if one or two of the Rangers were destroyed?
Like, they couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it, but hypothetically, if the Psycho Rangers knocked off one or two of the Rangers and there were only three left, that would really raise the stakes. Number two, if it were just the Psycho Rangers and Astronema, because the Psycho Rangers fought so much to the point where Dark Spectre's energy was gone, he was completely obliterated halfway or 2/3 of the way. through the season, and all that was left was Astronema, Ecliptor, and the Psycho Rangers. That would have been cool dynamic to see. Where does that go in the next couple of episodes, or maybe even the next season?
Yeah, but you also have to keep in mind that I don't think, from a story aspect, they had their asses covered, because they would have said that since Dark Spectre made them, he made them with the sole purpose. And you can tell from how they act that their sole purpose is they just want to kill their ranger, their specific ranger. So he's created these characters where it's just like their sole purpose in life, the only way they're like brainwashed in a way. It's just like, my only purpose in life, my only want in life is to kill my colored ranger, to the point where the Psycho Rangers start turning on each other, because it's like, no, I need to kill my ranger. It's not about you. And there's that whole dynamic. So there's no way in hell that they would ever have those characters from a story aspect ever turn on Dark Spectre or wait for him to die, because that's not their intent. And Dark Spectre wouldn't have been stupid enough, even though he was a very underutilized character, really. I'm just saying he would never have been stupid enough to make these characters with free thought in mind. So there's no way he would have made guys where they would wake up one day and be like, hey, let's just kill this guy. You know, he made dogs. He made evil dogs to do his bidding. That's what it was. That was the one good thing that Dark Spectre did in that show, even though he would always have one quick appearance in almost every episode, and then he would just disappear. But like they used him. That's why that answers your question about why they brought him back from the previous seasons, because they needed just the one guy who was never really in the picture. They could just throw him in to be like, yeah, this exists now because of him. All right, have fun. They used him for that reason. Because if they didn't, then there's all this explaining they have to do for why things show up and origin stories maybe, and they don't have time for that.
Yeah, I get that. I know. I keep playing the whole what if, or if I were in creative control type of situation, where if I were the executive, and even though this is a kid's show, if you wanted to raise the stakes and make it personal and make it a PG-13, maybe teetering between 13 and R, I have my ideas. But then again, that's playing the what if game. We're not talking about that here. We're talking about the season overall.
But let's think about it this way. Let's think of it from the mindset of when this show came out and when we were watching. Okay,
98. Yeah.
So imagine your mind. So it's like, think of your mindset. Did you have the same mindset at the time? Probably not. You probably thought
20 years ago, I had no idea what my mindset would have been.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got to think now a little bit more critical, because, we've had a little bit more experience and exposure to the outside world. And like also me coming from a film, background and whatnot, like I share the same thoughts as you. There's creative things that I would want to do now. But as a kid at my age, when I was watching that, it was the perfect brew of entertainment. That was the one thing that made me wake up early in the morning as a kid to watch that. Like, I had no discipline with sleep whatsoever. You wanted me to go to school, I'd be in bed for an extra hour. Like, I wouldn't get up. But like when this show was on, I was just like, turn on the TV. Like, I was just ready. So like, it's just I think, for the time, they did really well with playing within the niche that they had for the audience they knew it was for,
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I remember getting up, watching the show, whether it be in the morning or afternoon after school, and hearing the theme song, seeing them more kicking tail, taking names, mopping the floor with the Quantrons, the foot soldiers of this season. And then you got Ecliptor coming in, and all the voice actors on this show, and they've been doing this for years. The voice actors in these roles did a really good job. Darkonda, I think, was really good. Ecliptor was even better. He was voiced by Lex Lang. Did a fantastic job as Ecliptor. I mean, he had the perfect combination of, I'm Darth Vader, but I'm also kind of like trying to help others. Like, I'm trying to help Astronema. And Astronema, with the reveal of her being Andros' sister halfway through the season, I was like, oh, well, okay, you found your sister. Now what? She's trying to kill everybody. What are you going to do? So it's like,
yeah, exactly. They literally proposed that, and then they put it on the table, be like, well, what do you expect to happen now? Like, it's just like, I don't know what happens.
Yeah, and then they try to turn her into a regular civilian. They give her the jumpsuit to the mega ship. They give her a communicator that's purple.
She gets the blonde hair.
She had naturally blonde hair. Melody Perkins had
so here's my, I know she did, but here's my question: why? What happened? Here, let's look at logistics really quick. When she goes good, and she gets the makeover, did they just change her hair, or is it like from a story aspect of it, like, did they just completely redo her hair like in the story, or was it like she was always wearing like a wig, like that was just part of her evil persona?
That was just part of her. Yeah, that was just part of her evil persona. Melody Perkins must have had like a dozen different wigs during her time on the show.
Oh yeah,
so she had her fair share of like different hairstyles, or hair colors, I should say. And the outfit, she had two outfits. She had the regular black leather one with a chest plate, and then the other one was a little bit more of a battle outfit, a little bit more silvery-ish type finish, and and some, what do you call, like hand armor on her on her wrist or something like that. And
Yeah,
her
yeah, the
staff, I think her
gauntlet.
staff was 2 different colors. Like when she's in a regular outfit, it's somewhat of a different type of silver, and then when it's in battle gear, it's a little bit more light silver. I don't know. Maybe I'm speculating. But
No. You're
it's
right.
pretty
There's
good stuff.
actually there's one iteration with her spear. It's like a black rod that
It's like
goes
a V, yeah.
It goes to a diamond, like a simple
diamond shape, yes.
Yeah, and it's
Mhm.
like a silver plate diamond, and then there's another layer on top of that that's like it looks like it's a gold microchip or something. So like so stuff like that. But yeah, it was really cool. And yeah, she definitely did go through a lot of looks, especially there's one point in the season. This was after she realized she was Andros's brother. She went to the light side, and then she actually ended up coming back because she tried to, long story short, help the Rangers, snuck back into her fortress, got caught, and Dark Spectre actually
gave her a
got her.
headset that reprograms her to become 100% evil. You can't become nice again. You can't do it. So
exactly,
that was cool. That was one of the positives I liked about the
And
series.
that's when she changed her look. So that then they
It was
give her
red
the
hair.
red bob weave or whatever.
Yeah,
So
man.
she did
Straight
go
up
through.
red.
She went through a lot of looks, but my main thing was getting back to it. I'm just trying to there's something that they didn't explain, which is funny. Is like when she switches back and forth, like early on in the season, going from evil to innocent, like to good. She changes her look. She changes her hair. I can see how, like, from a story aspect, if she goes from evil to good again, and she like decides to make herself a new look, so she changes her hair, fine. But when she goes evil again, who in the story? Like, I'm talking characters, not logistics. Like in the real world, I'm saying who in what world does it have her when she goes evil again, her hair has to change? You know what I mean? Like, why is it like she can have the blonde hair, but when she goes evil, it's like, all right, red hair now. Like, it makes me feel like when she finally got brainwashed, in between that time before she showed back up on screen, she was just in the bathroom, just dyeing her hair again, going like, this is who I am now. I am evil. You know, like, it's just like, there's no explaining to it.
There isn't, but I think it's part of the surgery that she has. Her reprogramming, like Ecliptor was reprogrammed to be 100% evil. Don't have any feelings of doubt, whatever. When she goes back to being 100% pure evil, they give her a new outfit, they give her a red wig, and they give her the headset that controls her mind. So it's
I like how it's a choice. Like it's like if you think of it from a story aspect of it,
part
it's
of
like
the surgery.
Yeah, exactly. Like Dark Spectre's looking over the surgery and they're planning it. Be like, all right, we got the chip and she's brainwashed.
Give
now.
her
He's
the
like,
red hair.
He's like, yeah, good. Let's fix those roots while we're at it. Like, you know, like it's just like, wait, hold on, why? It's like, and he's like, oh, no reason, just do it. I'm the leader. You know, like there's just no explaining it, and it's just funny. Like they flip flopped her aesthetic, which is fine. You get some variety. I think they did that for a cheap way of like not having your character get boring. Like she's like visually changing all the time, so that way you don't get tired of her, because again, she is a character where most of the season she doesn't really do much. She has very little interaction. When she does, it's not a lot, because she doesn't really have that much of a a background, when it comes to all the stuff that they have to do. I mean, neither does most of the cast, because most of the stuff, they swap out for stuntmen and whatnot. They had very minimal moments when they had fightings when they were in their civilian clothes, and even then, when you see that it's them fighting, it's still a little rough. They're like, it's like, it's very stiff. The one dude that really impressed me, I know for a fact he can fight really well, is and I'm blanking on his name, but you'll answer for me, is when they actually had a callback to when Carlos was having a lot of internal turmoil, the Black Ranger.
When Adam comes back, Johnny Young Bosch.
Adam playing as the Black Mighty Morphin Power Ranger comes back and basically decides, hold on, let me close this.
Grass cutters.
It got so loud. And
I love landscaping.
I know, right? And then so he comes back and he ends up like saving Carlos's life, and then Carlos is like, I don't think I can do this anymore. And then he's like, I'll train you. And then there's this whole montage thing, which honestly felt a little rushed. And then it's Carlos trying to come to terms with the fact that he is brave. He can do this because he has a love for his team, his family. Like it's not just about him. But there were a lot of scenes that they utilized in there where they had the Black Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. They had him get into some fights when he was not morphed at all, because they had his morpher like broken, so like he couldn't use it, or else it might potentially hurt him, not kill him, but hurt him. And he pulled it off. I didn't know how well that dude actually could fight. I thought everybody like did it for him. He was doing a lot of impressive flips and stuff, and it was really him. It was really him.
Yeah, he has a great accomplished background in martial arts, all that kind of stuff. And Johnny Young Bosch has been doing it for several decades, so he's a veteran, great veteran, does a lot of good stuff. I've met him once or twice at a convention. Nice guy. So yeah, it was good to see him back in some what was it? Also, I know a lot of people dog on this person, and a lot of people dog on this character, and for some reason I don't get it. When they did the Turbo and the In Space crossover, when Justin comes back for that one episode, True Blue to the rescue, Blake Foster comes back a year after his contract was up. To see him come back, I thought it was cool to have the blue Turbo suit out, and then you have Lightning Cruiser, and oh man, I forget the name of the other vehicle. I'm blanking on it. But anyway, the point is, I like the crossovers. I don't care if it's from one season or not. I don't care. If it's a good crossover, it's a good crossover. The Turbo crossover within Space was fine, even though it was only one Ranger. Fine, who cares? He was the only Ranger that could have come back anyway, because all the other ones had transitioned to the Space ones. So
yeah,
I liked it. And then what was it? Astronema, the Quantrons, the Piranatrons were in there. So yeah, it's
true. Yeah, they're
fine.
using all the old stuff. Yeah, I mean, but that's just their way of being creative.
I like this character. I like this character, and I like Blake Foster as a human being. I've met him several times at conventions. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, no, I definitely believe it. And again, this is just from a creative aspect of it. You got to, you're making, if you're in charge of this, you're making a kid's show. It's just like, what can we do that hasn't been done before? Because, you're kind of like, you want to try to make a new show where it's like, it's different enough that you're not beating a dead horse. Yes, it is a kid's show, but also it's like things can get tiring after a while. So you want to try to spice up, make it interesting, but also you want to keep the interest by throwing back, what was so good about the last one since it was like successful and everything. So, I mean, I think they did just the right amount of like cameos for like, good and bad people, because they popped up and they had guest appearances, but they never got in the way. So it was just for them to kind of say hi and then leave. I mean, I will admit, like looking at it now, as a kid, it didn't even matter to me, but like having those characters pop up out of nowhere for an episode and then disappear, like the fact that they never explain why they're just happen to be in the area is just like ridiculous. Like when the whole Black Ranger episode, the fact that Carlos was fighting out of everywhere in the world, and then right when like he needs them most, he just comes like the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger just comes out and starts fighting, and he's like, "What are you doing here, Beck? I thought you needed my help, man." I'm like, "Are you following me, bro?" Like they never address it.
It's a bit strange, but yeah, seeing all the whether it's the good or the good people, the bad, the enemies of the Rangers, whether it's Divatox, Lord Zed, Rita, because you had all of them come back. You had Elgar was on the Dark Fortress with Astrono, which was one of the.
Was hilarious.
There are definitely some negatives about this season. Elgar is just one of them.
Why?
I didn't like it. He was a waste. Like he gets killed off in Turbo. They bring him back because apparently he's like one of those cats that has 9 lives kind of thing. So I'm like, all right, fine.
Oh, so you don't like that, but you like Darkonda. That's the reason why I hated him. The fact that Darkonda, he's just so irritating. They put him in every episode. I'm like, dude, kill this guy. I'm getting tired of seeing him. And then there's like, right when I realized he had the 9 lives thing, because it took him a couple appearances to establish that, I was just like, oh, they're gonna milk him until the end of the show. Get rid of him. I hate him.
That didn't really bother Elgar, among other things, bothered me about this particular season. There were definitely some negatives.
Wow. Wait, Hunt. So, correct me if I'm wrong. So I make sure we're talking about this. Elgar is Conehead Boy.
Yeah, on the ship. Yeah, on Dark Fortress.
Good.
Just double check. I'm like, are you serious? Like, this guy should have been dead. Like,
I know he's there for comedic relief, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you.
We don't need it though.
Here, okay, then explain why they have to have a Vulcan skull.
Once again, another thing I could have done without him.
Oh, okay.
Those 3, like Elgar, Bulk, Skull, and Professor Anonymous, those 4 characters, I'm like, seriously, why are you here?
You mean
I don't get it.
Oh yeah, we'll include the other guy. Okay. This is where me and you were going to agree. I get that it's literally kind of part of the universe to always have that Easter egg of Bulk and Skull and everything on their little misadventures. But especially in this season, they showed up very little. It was always just a random side thing on the side. They used them to try to, I guess, kind of explain how a new creature would get created or how an enemy would get a weapon that the Power Rangers had to stop from using. So they used them for that. But it was so forced and pushed in. And also, I don't feel like they really contributed much to the story. Like, I think they were good when they first started out in Mighty Morphin, but the fact they kind of tried to keep using them, I was like, I got a little tired of them. Like, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are big fans that probably watch this and will just be like, oh, how dare you bash on them. I'm not bashing on them. I think they're cool. I think they're good. It's just sometimes they just don't fit in stories. They don't always need to be shoehorned in somewhere.
Yeah, those are 4 characters that I would have completely have said, okay, don't need this, completely not going to work, waste of camera time, waste of space, waste of set design. It's just focus on the Rangers, focus on Astronema, focus on Ecliptor, focus on Darkonda. Heck, I mean, I don't want Elgar anywhere near this season, but if he was going to be in it, you can throw him in for 1 or 2 lines of comic relief. But it's like
that's what they did.
Yeah, but it was every episode. It's like, oh,
no, it wasn't.
Well,
You
it
didn't
felt
see
like
him ever. You didn't see. Literally, you saw him
maybe half the season. I don't know.
Yes,
to
like,
me, it
and
felt
maybe-
like it felt like every episode he had to be thrown in there. It's like, no, focus on the Rangers, focus on the mega ship. And by the way, Deca and Alpha, that's enough comic relief. They're fine. Deca was great. Deca's something different we've never seen in a Power Ranger series before. I love that. Alpha having a different voice box, okay, fine. But
Rangers.
Yeah, it just have a different demeanor. Yeah, but no, Deca was cool. The mega ship was cool. The design of it was nice. Like all the other stuff that they did. The Galaxy Gliders I thought were great. The Megazord was the Astro Megazord. The Mega, what was it? The Delta Megazord. All that stuff was cool.
Let's get into that then. So basically, yeah. So keep going with that. Let's talk about. We got these new Rangers. We got the new suits. They look cool. Honestly, one of my favorites Power Ranger suits from the whole series. I have a lot of favorites, but that was definitely one of them.
Sure.
But let's start getting into like their tools and stuff. Let's talk about the ship and everything. Let's talk about their Zords and whatnot. So like, what did you think about them?
All right. Well, talking about the Power Rangers vehicles, weapons, and other resources at their disposal. I guess you want to call it that. Love the mega ship. I would love to live there and travel throughout the universe.
I'd love to have that toy. I love that. I want everything you talk about from this point onward. Just while I watch the show, I would always have the thought of like, man, I wish I had these toys. Like these would have been cool to have.
Well, now that the company Hasbro owns the rights, they may re-release some of this stuff or reboot it, if you will, reboot the toy. But anyway, Mega Ship was great. The Astro Megazord was great. The saber that they use is cool. The shield they use, what was it? The Delta Megazord, the Mega Voyager Megazord. That is something that I thought was even cooler because it was not just more space related, but it had all these different colors on it. All the other other Megazords were like 1 or 2 colors, maybe 3, but this one was multi-layered, multicolored, multifaceted, and I like that about Mega Voyager. And then Zane's Mega Winger. His was cool too because it was kind of like, what if the Millennium Falcon could transform into a robot? This is what it would
Gatling guns for hands.
This is what it would look like if the Millennium Falcon could morph into Zane's Mega Winger. I like that, and then they combined the Megazords in different iterations or different episodes of the show, respectively. That was cool. Deca being the mega ship's like artificial intelligence on the ship was fantastic. It was different, it was fresh. So yeah, I liked pretty much all their vehicles. And oh, by the way, Astro Blasters. When they pull them out of their give me one of those, Hasbro, and I will buy that.
If you're gonna talk about any season, like what your favorite Power Ranger suits are, like there's also the conversation on what the favorite weapons are. And honestly, out of all of them, the fact that this time around they gave them like literally they kind of gave them like Wild West feel where they had blasters that they could use. I was like, that's pretty cool. And I will agree with you that the Zords are really cool. And I did like the one that you were talking about because of the fact that it was more based off of kind of what the other ones were. They had their own Zords that would come together. The reason why that plays so well is because that morphing, that's a symbolic thing. So you can't really have that with the ship where it's like it's all just the one thing and like it turns into something big. There you go. It's like you need to have that moment of like, let's do it, guys, and then you see everybody coming together to have all these small little Zords make this massive fighter. I'm like, I love that. That's why when that was introduced, I was like, yes.
And instead of a sword to finish the job, like it's been since the very beginning, they use They use Power Punch on one of them, and then they use on the Mega Voyager, they use Mega V3 missile mode. It's like, my gosh.
Dude, that was actually one of my favorite. Like that was my favorite move from them. I love the whole animation where they sit there and just, and then and it just starts flying at them. Like that was my favorite weapon attack in that season. Like I love that so much. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, they were all great.
And then they had it where when it comes back to the weapons aspect of it, I thought it was really cool that they gave them blasters, but they also made it unique where every single Ranger had their own specific activated weapon that they could yell out and summon. I know that Spiral Saber, thank you. And then I know that the Pink and Yellow Ranger, they had projectile weapons, and I can't remember the names, but the Yellow Ranger had the slingshot, and then
this is why I'm here. I remember all these things. Let's go down the line here. What was it? Andros had the Spiral Saber. Carlos had the Lunar Lance. TJ had Astro Axe. Ashley, the Yellow Ranger, had Star Slinger, and Cassie, the Pink Ranger, had Satellite Stunner. And then when you put the four of them together, Carlos says Quadro Blaster, and then Andros says Spiral Saber with his Astro Blaster, and then they fire projectile shots to their monster, or they fire shots into the monster to destroy him or whatever. So yeah, good weapons, good on them. If I were gonna have one, I'd probably go with a Spiral Saber or an Astro Axe. Those two would be my personal preference.
Yeah, no, they are definitely cool. I think I would lean more towards getting a blade of some sort, but then again, this goes into a separate conversation. If I were to get one, I'd want a Quasar Saber, but that's a different season for a different conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I thought it was really cool. And again, they did it again just with the Zords like it should be. They had weapons, they all had their own unique one, but then they could bring them together to make one massive overpowered thing that they could use to take down the enemy. I really love that dynamic because then it gives you the option, especially as a kid, where every single character is different and unique in their own way, not just based off of their color, but they have their own things that they have. So it's like as a kid, you can watch and go, oh, that's really cool. Like, I want that. Like, I love them for that. I think that's so cool. Like, give them, from a technological standpoint, some diversity, and like you can start to like pick your favorites, and it gives a lot of variety to the show. And that's one of the things that really spiced it up a little bit, and I liked it a lot. Yeah. But I don't think all of them had it. I think it was only Andros, and it didn't even explain it. It just came in like right on the back half of the season. This is why you're here. When he like activates like his superpower mode, and now he's in an all beefed up suit with wings.
Oh, yeah, battle mode. Yeah,
battle mode. First off, why did he never use that before?
Because he was afraid, because there's 1, 2, and 3 on his wrist. And then Sylvie says, well, what happens if when you push 3? And then Andrew's just like, no, can't risk it. Could be too powerful. I might not be able to take it. And I'm like, dude, you're a Power Ranger. You can take whatever. I mean, you guys are supposed to be the most powerful Rangers yet. And you're afraid to push number 3 when you're able to use 1 is his power punch. 2 is, I think, a blade arm or some advanced part of his weapons on his suit. And then 3 is the battle armor. It's like, dude, come on. If you can use it, anyone can. Don't be afraid. Sylvie's like, well, what happens if you push 3? It's like, we don't know. Could be a nuclear. It could be a blast. I don't know.
I just love that. That's just like they didn't have the option at the time. They wanted him to be too OP, so they just waited, and then that was the excuse when they had to arrive. Like, oh, I'm just afraid. But I will tell you this though, even though it did come out of nowhere, when that did happen and he was all bulked up, I was looking at it going like, that's actually a really good looking suit. Like, wow. That's actually really well done like the craftsmanship on it wasn't that bad. Like, and he was all like, they had the fake muscles and everything, and they had like the see-through like technological chest and the wings. I was just like,
it's like a little bit RoboCop. Yeah,
exactly. And I'm just like, I dig it. And it's funny because they had to add on the fake muscles because like he's just like, yeah, give him that extra.
Give him the Hulk arms. I don't know.
Basically, it's like, hey, why can't you look like that when you're not wearing the suit? It's like, hey, easy.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that was one of the cool, backup kind of elements to the show. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it was just again, it plays on the variety, and it's in some aspects really well done. And again, I have to give the show props compared to other ones because again, like yes, it's a little campy. We're not debating that, but overall, it's like. I mean, it's still something that even now you can sit down and easily like and watch, and it's still somewhat captivating. There are going to be moments where you're kind of going to get a little tired of it because I knew like on the like leering towards the end, I was just like, this needs to be resolved, or I'm going to go crazy, or this person needs to die, Tarkanda. But I just regardless, it's I don't know. There's something about these. It just brings back memories. Every time an episode came up that really stuck with me, whether it was the Psycho Rangers or the "She's My Sister" moment, like that's like those are ones that I remember from childhood, like those little snippets of memory. So when they played out, I went, yeah, here it is. Like I remember this. It was just so good.
Well, let me ask you this: what are our thoughts on the 6th Ranger that came into play this season with Zane, played by Justin Nemo? What do we think of the Silver Ranger?
Okay, so I'm surprised. I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm surprised I was about to glance over that because. I have a thing where every single season of Power Rangers, usually, almost out of every single season, not the really newer ones, I stopped watching because those are, we don't talk about them, but every time there was the one unique 6th Ranger, I always was on board with them. I thought they were the coolest. Zane was my favorite. I love the Silver Ranger because, first off, he just looks cool. Silver and gold, he just stands out, and he has the whole mentality where he just shows up like out of nowhere, right when they need his help. Like, don't worry, guys, I got you. I'm like, yeah, you do, Zane. But I thought he was really cool. I loved his whole aesthetic with his suit, and especially when he was in his ship when he was on board. The black and the silver. I thought the tones were nice. I thought he looked cool. He seemed like a pretty good character. I think they could have done a little more with him instead of just be a safeguard for when things were going south. He could jump in. It started off pretty decent at the beginning, where there might have been a love triangle going on, but then it was brushed off. But I think he was a good character. I love his look. I love him as a whole, and I think they played it as well as they could with him being like childhood friend that was injured, and this whole time he was just frozen in a hidden room in the back. And it started to slowly get into, all right, you're shoehorning in a little too much, but it wasn't so bad that I was completely turned off by it. So overall, I think he was pretty good as a character, and I liked everything he brought to the table. I wish he could have done more, though.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. But him fighting along with the Rangers during the Psycho Rangers bit, and he dressed up as the Silver Psycho Ranger to throw everything off.
Favorite suit. That's
and
like my favorite suit.
People have been saying for years, it's like, oh, that's one of the best moments. And people have been cosplaying as that character at conventions. So I appreciate the fans who do that and put all that ingenuity into their outfits. But Zane is a character. I thought he was cool. The relationship he tries to have with Astronema was really lame, really dumb. I mean, it's funny when you look at it, but it's like, it's really not going to work, dude. She wants to like kill everybody, and you're trying to date the enemy. What's this? And then halfway through, when they find out who's who, and then Andros is like, dude, you tried to go out with my sister? Hey, man, it was only one time, okay? Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
And then they do the cheesy like 90s laugh. They're like,
yeah,
they
try
like
to play.
freezes and credits roll.
Yeah, they try to play it off with one another. So that's kind of silly. But I get what they were going for. But yeah, that whole dynamic they tried to establish between him and Astronema, that was just really.
Yeah, well, you didn't really.
I don't think it's gonna work out, kid. But you can try.
I think the only reason why they put that in there was so they could have a way of because they already knew that Astronema was supposed to be a kind of split down the middle type of character where she's of course dealing with who she really is. So I think having him as an additional character to try to sprinkle in maybe being good isn't as bad as you think. I think they were just trying to give her more reasons to like realize that being good is the right way to go. So that way it wasn't such a dramatic change. But then again, I still felt like it was kind of still abrupt.
Yeah, no, I get it. But yeah, Zane as a character, I thought he was cool. I liked his suit, the Super Silverizer, his blade that he uses,
Yeah,
his
I
main
love
weapon,
it.
and then he can change into a blaster. That's really cool. I liked that. Some of the stuff I liked about some of the weapons and vehicles that the Power Rangers used, that was certainly some of them. But yeah, Zane, good Sixth Ranger. I thought they did the best with what they could with what they had at the time. Justin Nima played the character as best he could. He was fine. I have no problems with him. I mean, I look forward to meeting him and the other Rangers at convention somewhere down the line. But I think if anyone, as far as when it comes to acting, like who did the best acting, if I were going to give like a now, granted, I know it's a children's show, so there's only so much acting you can do.
Yeah.
But as far as acting goes, if I were going to give an award to anybody, I'd give it to Melody Perkins as Astronema. Playing the evil one and then trying to be good halfway through, and then she plays evil, and then at the very, very end she becomes good again. It's like she went through a lot of layers that season, and she had to put up a lot for a young actress of her age, but she did it, and she did it pretty darn well while wearing 12 different wigs, 3 different outfits. Actually, I think it was 5 or 6 different outfits at the time.
Dude, if it was like they started doing subtle changes that you really have to be paying attention to.
It's insane. But for her to do all that and then come out the other side as a good person at the end, like that's
you know what?
That's something else.
I'm gonna agree with you. I honestly would wholeheartedly agree with you because of the fact that yes, exactly like what you said. She was the one actress in that show where they had to the guys who were making the stories had to literally push her acting abilities in every possible direction. And again, with the content you're getting from a kids show, the writing and stuff, it's not dotted up so well that you can really play this stuff out. It's got a beat to it, so you have to move at a fast rhythm. So she has to really take these short moments that she has to try to make this feel natural and everything. And I think she did the best with what she had. I felt that I liked it because sometimes in these shows you get these characters and when they need to have moments when they should be trying, that like the actor themselves, sometimes you can feel like maybe they just don't really care, and you can feel that in the performance. I could tell from her that there were a lot of moments where she actually tried to put in as much as she could with what she had. I could feel that she was trying her hardest, and it really showed. And I honestly did kind of sympathize with her as a character. Like I thought when I was going back to rewatch this, knowing what was going to happen, I thought that I was going to hate her because usually like the villains are always just super, super irritating. But she was the only one on the evil side that I stayed with. Like, I thought she was fine. Like, yes, there were moments when she had to act when she was like evil. She was just kind of like her whole thing, like just how her mannerisms were. Sometimes they were a little bit too campy. I'm just like, okay, slow your roll. But besides those moments, I think she did play it off really well. And I think she was a favorite of mine. She did really well for what she had. And honestly, did better than most of the cast on that show. And honestly, even some other seasons, like she executed well. Let's be honest.
I think she did. So Melody Perkins, we look forward to seeing you at convention somewhere down the line. But my next question to you, before we move into the bigger, one of the bigger questions we have during the course of this show, what do we think of the theme song for this season? What do we think of the theme song for Power Rangers?
I absolutely love it.
Okay.
I like that. There's no ifs, ands, or but. Like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space. Like it's just. What a song from a childhood aspect, you love a song or what your favorites are if you can still like after all these years know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one of the few theme songs from respective seasons of Rangers that you can't forget. I mean, the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 going into space, and then you hear the same musician performing the lyrics or performing the theme song, and you hear the guitars rolling, and you see all the Rangers coming up on the screen. You see Astronema come up on the screen. You see Zane come up, and it's like, yep, you know what you're in for. You're going to get something crazy. You're going to get something intergalactic. You're going to get something galactic, universal, whatever. And then go in space, and then it just wraps up all in a neat bow at the end. I think the theme song is only 30 to 45 seconds, so they do it pretty quickly.
It's not long, and they try to keep the consistency, like how when the shows like first got started, where it's that rocker like hard guitar chords, just like it's supposed to, as a kid, like once it starts going, you're like, oh, here we go. Like it's
a rhythm.
It's just again, it hits that nostalgia feeling, but it's different enough, and the lyrics. They're not anything too complex, but they don't have to be. They're just catchy. They're fun. It's something, you wrote a catchy song because that's one of the ones where if you hear it at least once or twice, then you're going the rest of the day, and then you're just sitting there going, go Power Rangers, go Power. God dang it, no! Like it just gets stuck in your head. That's how you know how catchy it is. I think they did a really good job with that. That is one of my favorite theme songs that they have. Like that, and then the other one is and again, we'll get into this conversation another time, but Lost Galaxy, that was another one of my favorites, because they did the whole like Power Rangers Lost Galaxy.
Yeah.
Like it was just so catchy. But I love the theme song.
Yeah, there's some good things in there. So we know every season has a beginning, but now we know every season has an end. And this one was one of the bigger, more epic finale of an ending. Some Ranger fans out there consider this to be the best finale of any season of Power Rangers history. They say it's the cream of the crop. It's the pinnacle of what Power Rangers could do at the time.
Any season has done this before.
And Ranger fans talk about this all the time. They rank this as like the best finale overall. They have this season overall, Power Rangers in Space is in their top 3, top 2, top 5, whatever. So my question to you is, Countdown to Destruction, parts 1 and 2. It was a 2-part finale. You had all the Rangers from most of the seasons come back. You had a lot of the enemies from those seasons come back. It was one giant galactic, pretty much a universal war that was going on during the course of these 2 episodes. My question, to start things off with you, respectively, what did you think of the finale overall? And if you could go back and change anything, what would you change, if anything? What are your positives, maybe negatives, and what would you change if you could for Countdown to Destruction parts 1 and 2? Your thoughts?
Okay, so let's start off by saying that I think the major controversial part, like the long gist of it, is how the season basically ended. The 2-parter was Astronema finally took over the universe, and now we have this dynamic where Andros wants to save her. But she seems like she's too far gone, and even the world is turning on her completely. But she's got everybody kind of enslaved. And then when he goes to finally try to confront her, we finally get to see Zordon. Andros is on his own at this moment. He finally gets to find him after this whole season. They finally get rejoiced, and then they realize, and Zordon tells him the only way to solve this, the only way to stop these evil forces, and this is the only way, is to break my chamber and release my goodwill or whatever into the universe and save the universe. Like that is the only way. There's no saving Zordon and the universe, and it's one or the other. I love that so much because I don't think they ever had it in any season. I'm probably wrong. But this is the one I remember where they never did it before, where they gave them such a harsh choice, where you would take such a poignant character like Zordon and be like, you have to get rid of him in order to conclude this chapter. I love that because then that gives the character a massive decision with consequences. And he can go either way. You know which one he's going to lean towards, but like part of you, like kind of like when I was watching it, when he gave him that choice, I thought, oh, he's probably going to refuse. Then maybe he's going to realize there's another way, and then everybody's all happy and whatever. No, they go through with it and they actually do it. And I was like, you know what? Good on them. I like it. Sucks that that's what had to happen to Zordon, but like I love that they gave him a dramatic choice, and then they went through with it. And yes, with the realistic consequences of that choice of Zordon being gone, like that's what happens. Like I love that. I love big decisions with consequences. That's why I give the ending to the show a really good rating, and also adding on to the extra Star Wars. It's literally Star Wars again. It's like he has to go kind of kill Palpatine, but also save his father. You know, it's just I get it. Like it just works out well. I think the whole Astromeda thing, I think she played it up at this point. Since it's the end of the show, she had enough experience. She was still being able to play up the I'm mentally entangled. I don't know. I'm struggling internally. Played that really well. I feel like that could have been played out a little bit better for the finale. But besides that, all in all, I love the character changes. I love the decisions. I love how they kept it to just Andros. Because I mean, you don't really need. Because I think what we can see is this whole story. It was the story for Andros, not necessarily Power Rangers. I think this was a story arc for Andros as a character because I really felt like it revolved around his world. So this story gave him a good beginning, middle, and end dealing with his background and turmoil. But I love the ending. I love the decision. And I think it really made us understand and sympathize with Andros more as a character as a nice send-off.
So you think it's great the way it is? Is there anything you would change about the finale if you could, or you think it's perfect the way it is?
Like, there's always something I feel like you could change. I would just say they should dot up the relationship with his sister. I think for the finale, I think there should have been a little bit more that happened there.
I see.
Because I like the decision that they made with her. Like he accidentally kills her. It's like it was an accident. I love all that. That. Part of me kind of wishes if I would have changed anything, this is me being a dick, but I think it's just better storytelling. If they would have kept her dead to the point where he had to live with that,
oh man,
that would have made a perfect story because then he could have gone off and still do however they left off, where they all regroup and they go back on the space like to Earth to their you know, staying together. Could have still done that, but to have him like always have that reminder, like maybe wearing her necklace saying, "I'll never forget you," to have it where you had to make those decisions and you lost a loved one, more than one along the way, but in different ways, that would have been perfect. The fact they brought her back, I was just like, come on, give him some turmoil.
Yeah.
Let him live with a sacrifice. Come on.
And the thing about that is that she was brought back to life with a tear from Andros' eyes.
My God,
and then she suddenly turns good again. And then, by the way, the actor has gone on record. That's one of the things he would have changed. It's like, was it Christopher Kamen Lee who plays Andros? I think he said in an interview somewhere where he's like, well, if I were going to change anything about the finale, it's like, how can Andros bring somebody back with a tear? Like, what is that? That
was so cheap. Like I cringed so much when the tear dropped and hit her. I was like, oh no. And then once I saw you literally see her in front of your eyes morph back into good blonde mode, I was like, oh come on.
I know. Where have we seen this before? Wasn't this in the movie Peter Pan or something like that? I don't know. It's probably some other Disney movie. But anyway, my thoughts are this. When it comes to Countdown to Destruction, the 2-part finale, I liked it, but there's definitely some more they could have done with it. But overall, when watching it now, 22 years later, to almost to the day, I got to say, it's a good finale for what it was. I think it's a good finale for what it was. They raised the stakes. They show you images, and they show you the other Rangers on other planets getting their butts kicked. They show you the previous enemies coming back and dominating their respective worlds. You have the Zeo Gold Ranger was in there. You had the Phantom Ranger. You had the Blue Centurion.
It was a very big throwback moment for all the nostalgia fans.
Yeah, it was a huge moment. Don't get me wrong. And then at the end, where the people come to rise up in Angel Grove and say, no, I'm the Blue Ranger. No, I'm the Red Ranger. I'm the Pink. Like, that's never happened in the history of the show. That's never happened when people rise up and stick up for the Rangers like they did. That was a really good moment.
It gave a greater sense of humanity. Yeah, that was definitely a good pro.
That was good stuff. And then Bulk and Scar are like, let's get in there. Who's with me?
Yeah, the
And
one
then
time it would have made sense to have them in there when they actually did something. Every other time, no. But this one, I gave it to them. I was like, all right, I like this moment.
Yeah, it was a good moment. So yeah, overall, I think the finale was good. I thought they could have brought back, heck, they brought what was it, Justin, the Blue Turbo Ranger back. They could have brought him back one more time. They could have brought Adam. They could have brought a bunch of different Rangers back to do one more battle. But then again, I understood that they were in a tight spot. They had a budget that you could only use to their advantage. They only had so much money and time that they could shoot this.
I will say this though, noticing the set design and everything, I think they really saved up and they went a little bit more all out for the budget for the last.
No, they did.
The two-parter, because the set design, like the rubble and everything, I was watching it going, oh yeah, they definitely, since they knew this was the finale, they threw some money at it just to make the sets look better at least. Like it was, they put it up a notch, because they knew this was the end. Let's make it as good as we can, I guess.
No, yeah, and I completely understand that. There are some things I would have thrown in some more Rangers. I would have thrown in a few more cameos here and there. But for what they did with the budget that they had, I thought it's pretty good. I think it holds up to a certain degree. So I will give credit where credit is due. All the people working behind the scenes, working behind the camera, you guys busted your chops those couple of weeks you were shooting that. So good on you. Congrats. It was a heck of a finale. But to kind of sum this up, Power Rangers in Space, it went down in 1998. A lot of fans have it as one of their best seasons of all time. Where would you rank this if you had to make a list of your top 5, maybe even of your top 3, if you want to keep it, simple? Where does Power Rangers in Space rank amongst your favorite seasons of the Power Rangers series?
Well, it's definitely in top 5, but let's just do top 3 to narrow it down more. It's definitely in the top 3. I have to really go back into the recesses of my mind and double check, because there are a couple other seasons I know I like. I just don't. It's been a while since I've watched them, so I need to see how they stack up. But it's definitely in the top 3. I would say it's either third or second, depending on what my other ones are. But it's definitely up there because it's, like I said, nostalgia. Like, it's one of the seasons I remember wholeheartedly as a kid, and even bringing it up, like watching it again now, it held up more than I thought it would. I didn't feel like I was forcing myself to watch it. It was a pretty easy watch through again. I had those moments where I was like, oh, I remember this. It's so cool. It's like, oh, that's classic. And it had stakes. Yes, there were areas that I could have done better, but in comparison to some other seasons that they've had in the past, like they're better off than most. So yeah, it's definitely in the top 3 for me. Definitely something to acknowledge, and again, it's something to always go back and watch it if you're a fan. And if you've never watched, Power Rangers before, it's never too late to start. And this is definitely a good one to watch. So.
Yeah, definitely, because at the time the ratings were going down. But then the ratings at the end of the series skyrocketed to the point where, hey, remember when we said we were going to cancel you guys at the end of the season? Yeah, well, we lied because the ratings were so good. We're going to bring you back for another year. Which
it was so good, it saved Power Rangers.
It saved the franchise as a whole, and then it brings us to other seasons that include, Lost Galaxy and beyond. But we can talk more about that later. As far as Power Rangers in Space, where does it rank amongst my favorite seasons? After watching it, some things are good about it. Some things I can kind of go without. Some things are a bit cringy.
Always, but
supporting characters. I'm looking at you guys. I'm gonna have to put in Space. Honestly, I'd have to put it in 4th. I have to put it in 4th because as much as I love the Psycho Ranger subs,
don't you dare bash the Psycho Rangers.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I love the Psycho Ranger storyline. I like the finale to a certain degree. But overall, some things were good about the season. Some things I'm like, oh man, that doesn't really. I don't know if that works or not. So I have Power Rangers in Space in 4th. If I were going to rank my top 3, I have to go back and watch some of these seasons because it's been a while. I'll give you that. But if I were going to rank Power Rangers, 1 for me is Time Force. 2 would probably be Lost Galaxy, if not Lightspeed. And then 2 and 3 would be a mixture between either Lost Galaxy is 2 and then Lightspeed Rescue is 3, or I would switch the 2, vice versa. And then number 4 for me would be Power Rangers in Space. But then again, that's just my ranking. You guys can rank the Power Rangers seasons however you want. Take it with a grain of salt. But I got to say, this was fun, taking a trip down memory lane. I want to thank everybody for watching this. We appreciate you guys. We've got a lot of subscribers recently. We got a lot of new videos up now. We got some new ones coming your way very soon. We want to take this opportunity to say thank you for joining us for this special episode. Going back, we're talking about Power Rangers in Space. We want to know what you have to say about this. What are your favorite moments from this season? Where does this rank amongst your favorite Power Rangers seasons? Who are your favorite characters? Who are some of your least favorite characters? What did you think about certain storylines over the other? Leave any and all your thoughts in the comment section below. And don't forget to follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at It's Nerd Culture. And also, please like, comment, subscribe, do all that stuff. And as always, may the power protect you all.
Yes, and thank you again for watching our new playlist, Nerd and Chill. And behalf on both me and Ryan, being Power Rangers fans, let's rock it! I always do this. Like my go-to is just this all the time.
It's all good.
But thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. I think this was really fun. And I don't know if you mentioned it. If you guys want to see more of this, let us know because there are many other seasons of Power Rangers we could definitely watch, and I would be down. Yes, I already started. So let us know down in the comments. We want to hear from you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for tuning in. Bye, guys.
All right, I'm a little tired, I'm a little wired, and I think I deserve a little appreciation.